Crossing into the realm of cultivation, Lin Mo, with a low spiritual vein and poor cultivation aptitude, was sold to the Initial Holy Sect as a servant. Due to his diligence in cleaning, Lin Mo was allowed to enter the sect leader's palace to take on the servant role. He did this for 100 years. That at the age of 110, Lin Mo was still stuck at the chi refining stage, with white hair and a life nearing its end. The sect leader, the Empress, said she would fulfill Lin Mo's dying wish, yet she was secretly cultivating in her palace. Unable to bear it, Lin Mo confronted the sect leader. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon her practicing a dark and lonely Yin-Yang technique, lacking in Yang energy, and fell into a state of emptiness and madness. Lin Mo was overjoyed. Sect leader, let this old servant help you in your cultivation. Chapter 1. A humiliating life. A tragic transmigrator. Old servant, you have served in this palace for over 100 years, and I am aware that your lifespan is nearing its end. Considering your diligent service for over a century, do you have any regrets before you depart? I could try to fulfill them. In a pavilion by an ethereal lake, a graceful figure, resembling a celestial being in purple robes, sat at a stone tea table. With her chin resting on her hand and one leg crossed over the other, her tone was quite languid. Before her, an old man in coarse linen clothes, with graying hair and a frail, aged appearance, knelt on one knee. While her words sounded sweet, the disdain in the purple-clad maiden's eyes towards the old man was evident. Has it really been 100 years? Time truly waits for no one. The old man's voice trembled slightly, his deep-set, weathered eyes reflecting both fear of death and a sense of liberation. His name was Lin Mo. He was one among many transmigrators. Over 100 years ago, he had crossed into this realm of cultivation, but due to his naturally low spiritual vein, his cultivation aptitude was concerning. Born into a poor family, his parents, in desperation, sold him to the Initial Holy Sect to be a servant. After arriving at the Initial Holy Sect, Lin Mo was bullied and oppressed by other servant disciples. To survive, he had to work even harder. Fortunately, after a few years, due to his excellent performance as a servant, he caught the attention of the sect leader, Lu Zian, who arranged for him to work in her palace. He did this for 100 years. Logically speaking, after working as a servant for a century, he should have earned some merit. You're right, but this is the Initial Holy Sect, one of the most notorious demonic sects in the entire Tianyuan continent. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The disciples below were constantly scheming against each other, willing to bully, oppress, betray, and backstab their fellow brothers for a bit more cultivation resources. Let alone the sect leader, Lu Zian. For a century, she had always regarded Lin Mo merely as a servant, an enslaved being. To put it bluntly, he was like a dog to her. Today, her sudden inquiry about Lin Mo's dying wish was merely a whim, or perhaps she saw him as a toy for her amusement during her boredom. Having accompanied the fickle sect leader for a century, Lin Mo was well aware of her character. Thus, he did not naively believe that Lu Zian had suddenly developed a kind heart. Reporting to the sect leader, this old servant has been in the Initial Holy Sect since childhood and has long ceased to be concerned about my parents. Now that my lifespan is nearly over, my only regret is that I am still a virgin. Due to the impending end of his life, Lin Mo's voice began to tremble. This old servant dares not have any other extravagant hopes, only to request the sect leader to grant me a companion to accompany me on my final journey. Upon hearing this, Lu Zian laughed. Ha! You old servant are quite the lecherous one, even at death's door, still thinking about such matters. Truly, all you men are the same. I wonder, with your frail, flickering body, do you still have the ability in that regard? Lu Zian sneered, scoffing at him. Lin Mo remained silent. Logically, at over 100 years old, he should have lost the ability in that aspect long ago. But this was, after all, the realm of cultivation. Although Lin Mo's cultivation aptitude was somewhat lacking, thanks to the meager spiritual energy he had accumulated over a century, he could still manage to get himself somewhat aroused. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a request to Lu Zian. Very well, your lewd nature does fit our Initial Holy Sect style. I shall be merciful and grant you a young woman. I am quite curious to see if your flickering body still possesses that ability. Do not let me down. Ha ha ha. Lu Zian laughed playfully, seemingly more interested. Thank you. Thank you, sect leader. Lin Mo was so excited that his frail body trembled slightly. In over 100 years in the initial holy sect, all Lin Mo's energy had been spent on survival. Although after coming to Lu Xian's palace, he would no longer be bullied and oppressed by other servant disciples. Any minor flaw in his work would result in punishments from Lu Xian that were far worse than the bullying he had endured. Lin Mo clearly remembered that once, simply because he missed a corner of dust while cleaning, Lu Xian had hung him on a pole to be sunbaked for 7 days and nights, nearly sending him to meet the king of hell ahead of time. This life of servitude was like walking on thin ice. Lin Mo often felt he might never reach the other side. Fortunately, his fate was resilient enough, and he lived to over 110. Because of these reasons, Lin Mo's life had been so miserable that he had never even touched a girl's hand. He had no grand wishes, only felt that dying a virgin would be too embarrassing. This was merely human nature. Even those emperors with the power to shatter space with a snap of their fingers and move mountains still had desires in that regard, let alone Lin Mo, who had lived a life of servitude. I do not need the thanks of a lecherous man. You should go and do what you must. Lu Xian stood up and commanded imperatively, remember, if you die, die outside. Do not dirty my place, or I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Yes, sect leader, this old servant remembers. Once Lu Xian returned to her palace, Lin Mo finally stood up, trembling. A self-mocking bitter smile lingered on his time-worn lips as he muttered to himself. A transmigrator like me has fallen to this level, truly a failure. In his youth, Lin Mo was filled with hatred towards the initial holy sect and Lu Xian, who constantly scolded and beat him. He vowed that one day he would rise and take revenge on them all. But reality was cruel. Even without a first-grade spiritual vein, in a place like the initial holy sect, where beasts were rampant and it was hard to find a kind-hearted person with a lantern, he had used all his energy just to survive that AS for revenge. That was even more absurd. Now, with his lifespan nearly over, Lin Mo had no energy left to think about revenge. How to bid farewell to this world with dignity and without regrets was his top priority now. With no time to think further, he tidied up his emotions a bit. In preparation for the young woman Lu Xian promised him, Lin Mo began to busy himself again. When he was young and energetic, cleaning Lu Xian's Purple Heaven Palace would take only a day or two at most. But as he aged, his energy waned, and cleaning the palace took increasingly longer. Now, he needed at least 6 or 7 days to thoroughly clean Lu Xian's palace. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. After disposing of the last bag of trash, Lin Mo finally cleaned the Purple Heaven Palace once more. Standing at the entrance of the Purple Heaven Palace, with his back to the setting sun, Lin Mo felt that something was still missing in his heart, or perhaps it's because of his old age and slow reactions. After a while, Lin Mo suddenly remembered, right? Didn't we agree that you would give me a woman? Chapter 2. What the hell is this succubus? For the past 7 days, Lu Xian had been cultivating in the Zetian Palace, never stepping out even once. It seemed she had completely forgotten about the promise made to him. Who knows how long Lu Xian plans to cultivate this time? Damn it, could it be that Lu Xian is playing tricks on me? He had been promised that his dying wish would be fulfilled and that he would be rewarded with a young woman. But now, she was hiding in the Zetian Palace, not coming out at all. Based on past experiences, every time Lu Xian entered seclusion, it would take at least 2 to 3 years. Lin Mo didn't have much time left. He couldn't wait any longer. He initially wanted to confront Lu Xian, but just thinking about her brutal methods made him instinctively shrink back. Damn it! After a moment, Lin Mo cursed angrily. Since I don't have much time left, why should I be afraid of you? Having lived as a servant and a punching bag for a lifetime, the accumulated negative emotions erupted like a volcano as his life approached its end. If Lu Xian hadn't agreed to his dying wish, it would have been fine. But she did agree, so why was she toying with him? Even Buddha has his limits, let alone someone who's been wronged for a lifetime. Lin Mo knew very well that if he went to confront her, he might very well be meeting his end prematurely. But so what? For most people, death is the greatest threat. But for someone whose lifespan was nearly over and who had been wronged for a lifetime, death was merely a release. Compared to death, Lin Mo was more afraid of having lived for over 100 years without even being able to assert himself. As Lin Mo took his steps back into the Zetian Palace, The sun had vanished below the horizon. Night began to fall. Just as he stepped into the main hall of the Zetian palace, a light yet incredibly enticing moan reached his ears from the direction of the bathing pool. Lin Mo froze. He recognized that voice belonged to Lu Zian, that female demon. However, the sound was a bit too suggestive. Could it be? It didn't take long for Lin Mo to connect the dots. Having accompanied Lu Zian for 70 years, he knew that this female demon, the leader of the Initial Holy Sect, cultivated a technique called Yin-Yang Evil Demon Art. Once, while cleaning in the Zetian palace, Lin Mo had stumbled upon this information in a book in the study. The Yin-Yang Evil Demon Art was a wicked cultivation method. The Yin naturally referred to female cultivators, while Yang referred to male cultivators. Only by combining Yin and Yang could the true power of the technique be maximized. If Yin and Yang were imbalanced, it would be like a new moon imperfect. Thus, the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Art would also be incomplete. But the strange thing was, during his century in the Zetian palace, Lin Mo had never seen Lu Zian bring back a partner, nor had he heard any news about her combining with one. Therefore, the strange sounds now made Lin Mo suspicious. Had Lu Zian found a partner recently? Or was she just doing some handiwork? Well, you don't care about my life, yet you're secretly enjoying yourself here. Huh? Already angry, Lin Mo suddenly had a bold and audacious thought. After working as a servant in the Zetian palace for 100 years, he had come to understand Lu Zian's character quite well.T. Put simply, Lu Zian was a proud and reclusive person. In her eyes, men were as filthy as maggots in a sewer, which was the main reason she had never taken a partner all these years. In the past century, during his time as a servant, he had once stolen a few glances at her. He was immediately warned by Lu Zian, "Do you want to lose your eyeballs?" Since then, whenever Lu Zian was around, Lin Mo would carefully lower his head while working, afraid that she might go crazy and really gouge out his eyes, which would not be worth it. "Don't you usually not let me look at you? Today, I'm going to take a good look at you. How will you respond?" Under normal circumstances, Lin Mo would never have dared to entertain such a bold thought. But now, I'm all alone. Half my body is already in the ground. So what am I afraid of? If I could catch a glimpse of Lu Zian's flawless body, it would be worth it. If not now, then when? With that, Lin Mo stealthily approached the door of the bathing pool to avoid drawing Lu Zian's attention. Standing outside, Lu Zian's soul-stirring and blood-boiling moans became even clearer, striking deep into his soul. Lin Mo took a deep breath, the pounding of his heart illustrating just how tense he was at that moment. Gulp. He swallowed hard, and a fierce glint flashed in his sunken, aged eyes. He reached out with his hand, as dry as firewood, and poked a cat's eyes hole in the paper on the bathing pool wall, then peered inside. Inside the bathing pool, hazy steam rose, and red flower petals floated on the water surface. Lu Zian leaned against the edge of the pool, her eyes tightly shut. On her celestial-like beautiful face was a look of deep sorrow. Above the water's surface, Lu Zian's well-defined collarbone, her snow-white skin that seemed to be able to be broken with a touch, and the curve that concealed her true form. Beneath the water, all struck Lin Mo's visual nerves hard. Combined with the soul-stealing moans from her luscious red lips, Lin Mo's blood surged even more violently. Just from peeking from outside the door, witnessing Lu Zian's enchanting appearance had already left Lin Mo speechless. What the hell is this succubus? Damn it, if I could have an unforgettable encounter with her, it would be worth dying. Lin Mo swallowed again, feeling a bit parched as he thought. In terms of cultivation and status, Lu Zian might not be top tier across the entire Tianyuan continent. But in terms of looks, figure, and temperament, she was undoubtedly among the best. For any man, conquering such a woman would bring a sense of achievement that was not much less than conquering the world. Lin Mo watched intently, his gaze unwavering, his blood boiling. Perhaps because he was too absorbed, or perhaps because Lin Mo's cultivation was indeed too low, Lu Zian, lost in her own world, completely failed to notice Lin Mo's spying from outside. After a long while, Lu Zian seemed no longer satisfied with self-sufficiency and began to toss and turn in the bathing pool. Even the spiritual energy radiating from her began to grow chaotic. Struggling in the water, Lu Zian looked extremely pained and gritted her teeth in regret. I shouldn't have cultivated this Yin-Yang Evil Demon Art. Chapter 3. The sect leader, Let the old servant assist you in your cultivation. It is indeed a bit strong. But how could this palace allow a filthy dog of man to tarnish my pure and noble body? Lu Xian's beautiful eyes were gloomy. The Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique is indeed a top-tier evil cultivation method, but its drawbacks are also very obvious. Without the aid of Yang Qi to assist in the balance of Yin and Yang, it can only be considered an average technique. It may even have side effects on oneself, just like Lu Xian is experiencing now. Initially, Lu Xian believed that with her monstrous talent and comprehension, she could improve the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique and free herself from the dependence on Yang Qi. It turned out that she underestimated this technique, or rather, overestimated herself. This has led her to a point where the cost of wanting to start over and change to another cultivation method has become unbearable. As a result, Lu Xian found herself in a dilemma. To think that the notorious female demon would end up like this, Lin Mo thought with schadenfreude as he glanced at Lu Xian, who was struggling in the bath. After watching for so long, Lin Mo was no longer satisfied with mere visual enjoyment. How delightful would it be to humiliate this female demon thoroughly? Just imagining this scene made Lin Mo feel a bit restless. Gurgle, who dares to disturb me? Come out. Just as Lin Mo swallowed his dry saliva, Lu Xian in the bath suddenly became alert. With a wave of her jade hand, the door to the bath was immediately opened. Lin Mo, dressed in coarse linen and as thin as kindling, was reflected in Lu Xian's beautiful eyes. Locking eyes with Lu Xian, Lin Mo's heart stopped, and for a moment, he was at a loss, standing there in a daze. The only thought flashing through his mind was, "It's over, I'm doomed. You wretched spawn." Seeing that the person peeping outside was Lin Mo, Lu Xian felt both shame and anger. She quickly summoned a towel to cover her upper body. When she looked at Lin Mo again, a cold and murderous intent had already surfaced in her eyes. How could my body be something a lowly dog like servant like you could peek at? I will surely sever all your meridians, strip away your filthy skin, gouge out your eyes, and nail you to a post to die in endless torment. Lu Xian bit her silver teeth and angrily scolded. The towering rage in her eyes was almost palpable. Lu Xian had always regarded all male cultivators as maggots. How could she tolerate a man tarnishing her purity? Not to mention this person was Lin Mo, a wretched spawn in her eyes, even worse than a dog. Lu Xian's furious words brought Lin Mo back to his senses. Perhaps due to the psychological shadow of the past century when Lu Xian issued her death threat. Lin Mo did indeed feel a chill run down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. But then he thought, I don't have many days left to live. Why should I fear your threats? Sect leader, I really don't have much time left. Do you think I would still be afraid? Having lived in a daze for over 110 years, Lin Mo chose to be a true man at this moment. He stared directly into Lu Xian's cold and extraordinarily beautiful eyes, unafraid, and boldly said, Your marvelous body hiding here to amuse yourself is a bit of a waste. Sect leader, how about letting this old servant assist you in your cultivation? After saying this, Lin Mo's heart began to pound violently again. He had never spoken such bold and audacious words in front of Lu Xian before. Looking for death, I will crush you like the bug you are. For Lu Xian, killing Lin Mo was as simple as crushing an ant. But just as she was channeling her spiritual power to crush Lin Mo, her head suddenly buzzed, and the spiritual power she had just mobilized was uncontrollably dispersed in an instant. At the same time, a strong desire for the yang qi of male cultivators rose from deep within her heart, making her body weak and powerless in an instant. How could this be? Lu Xian supported her forehead, her expression darkening, both shocked and frightened. She could clearly feel that the intense desire for the yang qi of male cultivators was crashing against her rationality like a tsunami. This was the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique at work. When she first started cultivating, Lu Xian could still suppress this desire. But as time went on, the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, lacking the nourishment of yang qi, made her craving for yang qi grow stronger. Until this very moment, Lu Xian could no longer suppress this desire with her reason. This was also why she had appeared to be in such pain earlier. She wanted to kill Lin Mo, but the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique which had not provided her with yang qi for many years, was driving her, instilling in her an impulse and desire to absorb Lin Mo's yang qi, even though Lin Mo before her was just an old man. In simple terms, due to the lack of yang qi nourishment, Lu Ziyan was on the verge of going mad. Lu Ziyan's transformation left Lin Mo, who had already resigned himself to death, bewildered. Although he did not understand what had happened to Lu Ziyan, he had already sensed that it seemed she could not kill him at this moment. Otherwise, with Lu Ziyan's ruthless methods, he would have been turned to ashes long ago. This made Lin Mo even bolder. He stepped closer to Lu Ziyan in the bath and said, "Sect leader, do you know how this old man spent 100 years in the Initial Sacred Sect? I won't go into details. The pain is something only I know. My lifespan is coming to an end, and my dying wish is simply to have a young woman accompany me, which you should fulfill. But why are you hiding here to cultivate, completely disregarding my dying wish? So this is why you, this wretched spawn, have appeared here." Lu Ziyan's eyes burned with flames as she furiously scolded. "Stand still. Take another step forward, and it will be endless hell." "Endless hell?" Lin Mo sneered, completely unconcerned with Lu Ziyan's threat, continuing to advance. "For me, spending over 100 years in the Initial Sacred Sect is the true endless hell. Having spent over 100 years in endless hell, how could I fear another endless hell? Sect leader, I understand your difficulties in cultivation, so I want to ask you to grant me a young woman anymore. Let me assist you in your cultivation just once, and consider it fulfilling my dying wish, all right?" While speaking, Lin Mo had already taken heavy steps and arrived behind Lu Ziyan. Chapter 4. Sect leader, this is merely a little compensation. Get lost. "You insolent thing," Lu Ziyan scolded in an unyielding tone. "Do you even take a look at yourself? A toad wanting to eat swan meat? Wishful thinking. Dare to touch a single hair of mine, and I will crush you into dust." If it were any other time, Lin Mo would have been deeply offended by Lu Ziyan's humiliating words. But at this moment, having already given up, Lin Mo no longer cared about how Lu Ziyan insulted him. Instead, he wanted to humiliate Lu Ziyan fiercely, to vent the resentment he had endured for a century. "Ha ha!" Lin Mo laughed instead of getting angry. "Sect leader, do you think I don't know what I am? A toad that doesn't wish for swan meat is not a good toad. I understand your character, sect leader. If you could kill me, I would have been turned to ashes long ago. I think it's because of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, isn't it?" Lu Ziyan gritted her teeth, her face dark and filled with impotent rage. Indeed, as Lin Mo said, if it weren't for the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, she would have crushed Lin Mo long ago. How could she let him buzz around her like a fly? Lin Mo squatted down, his gaze falling on Lu Ziyan's delicate and smooth, fragrant shoulder, exclaiming, "Such a beauty! Why should I let other men have her? It will be better to let me have her." As soon as Lin Mo's words fell, Lu Ziyan felt a hand resting on her shoulder, making intimate contact with her tight and smooth skin. In that instant, it was as if an electric current surged from her feet straight to her head. Her delicate body trembled slightly, releasing a signal that she desired more. However, Lu Ziyan's rationality still held firm to its last line of defense. To her, Lin Mo was like a rat in the sewer. How could someone as proud as her tolerate being sullied by a sewer rat? "Get your filthy hands off me, you dog!" Lu Ziyan's body trembled slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, "Otherwise, otherwise." But this reaction, Lin Mo felt a surge of joy in his heart, completely ignoring Lu Ziyan's warning. She had clearly allowed him to touch her, yet all she gave him was a warning that posed no threat. It seemed that the influence of the Yin-Yang Evil Devil Technique on Lu Ziyan was indeed significant. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's breathing became rapid. Following that, Lin Mo grew even bolder, taking advantage of the situation. His dry palm lifted Lu Ziyan's chin, locking eyes with her once more. At this moment, Lu Ziyan's beautiful face showed panic, anger, humiliation, and a chilling murderous intent. Lin Mo shrugged and mocked. "Sectmaster, didn't you say you wanted to see if this old slave still has that ability? Why not verify yourself?" What would happen afterward was no longer of concern to Lin Mo. He knew that this might be his only chance to humiliate Lu Ziyan. If he could thoroughly humiliate her and satisfy his desires, what was there to fear even if he died afterward? "You bastard! I command you to get out this instant, or I might just let you leave with your whole corpse." Lu Ziyan glared at him, her eyes wide with fury, and somewhat hysterically shouted, "Once I recover, I will make you wish you were dead. Ha! It's all the same if I die. I've long since let that go." Lin Mo laughed coldly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his sunken eyes. "I've served as your servant for 100 years, and you've humiliated, tormented, and beaten me for 100 years. This is merely a small compensation for me." The more Lu Ziyan insulted and threatened him, the more crazed Lin Mo became inside. Then, Lin Mo reached out and tore away the towel that Lu Ziyan had draped in front of her, revealing a chasm of beauty hidden beneath the water surface. Striking Lin Mo's visual nerves hard, Lu Ziyan's heart trembled. Feeling both shame and anger, she raised her hand to strike Lin Mo to pieces. But at that moment, her rationality was almost completely overtaken by desire, rendering her incapable of using any spiritual power. With a splash, Lin Mo jumped into the bath. He stared intently at Lu Ziyan's exquisite body exposed above the water and the alluring fragrance wafting towards him. Having never even held a girl's hand in his life, Lin Mo could no longer hold back. His dry palm shot out and wrapped around Lu Ziyan's slender waist, which was barely within his grasp. Lu Ziyan let out a delicate moan, and deep inside, she began to gradually anticipate what was to come. Her gaze became hazy, and her beautiful face flushed with a hint of red, so close that Lin Mo could feel her warmth. Lin Mo's voice trembled with excitement. "Sect Master, it must be tough to cultivate alone. Let me assist you." Lu Ziyan nodded slightly and, in response, reached out her fair hand to embrace Lin Mo. In that moment, the temperature in the bath soared, the rising steam making the entire bath indistinct. Lin Mo, who had suppressed his desires for 100 years, and Lu Ziyan, whose desires surged due to the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, engaged in a frenzied entanglement in the bath. During the struggle, Lu Ziyan greedily absorbed Lin Mo's yang energy. As she replenished her yang energy, her cultivation, which had stagnated for decades, began to loosen at that moment. For Lin Mo, although his yang energy was continuously absorbed by Lu Ziyan, his low cultivation level meant that during their entanglement, the yin energy subtly emanating from Lu Ziyan also nourished his frail body. A night passed. The first light of dawn broke on the horizon, signaling the start of a new day. All things began to awaken. In the bath, Lu Ziyan had already put on a luxurious and noble purple gauze dress. A hint of rosy color appeared on her stunning face, and the aura she exuded was several times stronger than before last night. However, her beautiful eyes remained as cold as ancient ice as she looked at Lin Mo, who was slumped against the wall, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her gaze. "Ha!" Lin Mo slumped against the wall, a satisfied and relieved smile gracing his weathered face, as if a burden had been lifted. "Sect Master, having this encounter with you, I have no regrets in this life. Feel free to kill or butcher me." Chapter 5. Truly the most poisonous woman's heart last night. Lin Mo had come with the determination to die. Coupled with his understanding of Lu Ziyan, he had no illusions about this female demon. Even if Lu Ziyan did not kill him, he did not have much time left to live. Moreover, after the unforgettable night with Lu Ziyan, Lin Mo felt that coming to this world, he had already died without regrets. "You filthy creature, you've sullied me. Do you really think you can gain such an easy escape?" Lu Ziyan's cold eyes blinked slightly as she said coldly, although she didn't want to admit it. For some reason, Lu Ziyan felt that Lin Mo at this moment was not as unbearable as she had thought. She had clearly vowed to tear Lin Mo apart last night. Recalling that experience, Lu Ziyan wished she could have killed Lin Mo right then and there. Lin Mo was merely a servant of the Initial Sacred Sect, with a status lower than that of a dog, while she was a powerful and esteemed sect master. If word got out about her being sullied by Lin Mo, her reputation and image would surely be ruined. But oddly enough, the passionate night had left her craving for more. Lin Mo, who was on the verge of death, still had such explosive power. Perhaps it was due to the 100 years of pent-up energy. She had always looked down on all male cultivators in the world, preferring to amuse herself rather than let some filthy man sully her body. Yet regardless, Lin Mo had indeed made her realize that the pleasure brought by a man was far beyond what her own fingers could provide. More importantly, the shackles that had bound her for decades, much like the chastity she had upheld for hundreds of years, were shattered in a single night. She had completely broken through the bottleneck of her perfected transformation stage and entered the void refinement stage. This was Lu Xian's greatest gain from last night. Without Lin Mo's audacious act before his death, she likely would never have known the importance and necessity of the Yin-Yang harmony for the Yin-Yang Evil Devil Technique. She would have needed another 100 or 200 years to break through the bottleneck of the transformation stage and advance to the void refinement stage. She also would not have known that men were the greatest tonic for women. This is also why humanity has two genders. But if one were to discuss Lu Xian's hesitation about whether to kill Lin Mo, the main reason still lay with the Yin-Yang Evil Devil Technique. The Yin-Yang Evil Devil Technique was created by a powerful evil cultivator from ancient times and his Dao partner. In order to prevent her husband from fooling around outside, his partner modified the Yin-Yang Evil Magic Technique so that it only recognizes the first absorbed Yang energy or Yin energy. In other words, if Lu Xian wants to continue cultivating the Yin-Yang Evil Magic Technique, she can only enhance her cultivation through harmonizing Yin and Yang with Lin Mo. Changing to another man would have no effect at all. However, Lin Mo's appearance, resembling that of a frail old man, indeed made her feel somewhat disgusted. As for Lin Mo's short lifespan, that might be a problem for him, but for her, it was not an issue at all. A life-extending pill could easily allow Lin Mo to extend his life by 3 to 5 years. But what can those 3 to 5 years do for someone of her cultivation level? Ultimately, it would still require Lin Mo to improve his own cultivation to increase his lifespan. For the sake of cultivation, this princess could indeed give this scoundrel a chance. But if he dares to overstep his bounds again, even if it costs her dearly to switch to other techniques, she would definitely peel his skin off. While thinking this, Lin Mo's deep, hoarse, and numb voice came. Sect Master, this old man has been tormented by you throughout his life. Now, this old body can no longer withstand such torture. If you want to vent your anger, it would be better to just slap me into powder. If you want to torture me, I'm afraid it won't go as you wish. Humph, did I say I want to kill you now? Lu Xian smiled coldly, then waved her jade hand, and a roll of jade stone scroll and a storage ring appeared before Lin Mo. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback and looked up at Lu Xian in confusion. What does this mean? This is the Yang scroll of the Yin-Yang Evil Magic Technique. Take it and cultivate. Whether you can succeed depends on whether this old servant of yours has the comprehension for it. There are some cultivation resources in the storage ring, as well as a life-extending pill to give you, this short-lived ghost, 3 to 5 more years of life. Let us see if you can make something of yourself. Lu Xian ordered in an unarguable tone. For a moment, Lin Mo was left speechless by Lu Xian's actions. Wasn't she just clamoring to kill him last night? How come she's doing this now? Wait, something's not right. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes dangerously. He knew Lu Xian could never be this kind-hearted. At the same time, Lin Mo would naively think that it was because he slept with her last night that she had developed feelings for him. There was no telling what kind of devious plan this female devil was concocting. Perhaps Lu Xian wanted him to cultivate to the foundation building stage, extending his lifespan. And then, once his condition improved, she would start torturing and abusing him. I have to say, the likelihood of this is very high. TSK, truly a woman's heart is the most poisonous. After coming to this realization, Lin Mo grinned and refused. What if I say no? Sect Master, this old man has no ties to this world anymore, so just grant me a quick death. You have no room to refuse. Lu Xian looked down at Lin Mo from a high position. If you're not aware, I will personally make you aware. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shiver. No wonder she was the female devil in his memory. When this woman goes mad, she can do anything. For instance, imprisoning him, forcing him to take the life-extending pill, and feeding him various pills to gradually improve his condition. Then she would start torturing him, and, at that point, he would truly be better off dead. There was no choice. Lin Mo could only feign indifference and numbly pick up the jade scroll and storage ring. Get out, Lu Xian shouted, and Lin Mo left with heavy steps. Damn it, If you want me to cultivate, shouldn't you first improve my spiritual veins? With my useless spiritual veins, can I even cultivate the Yin-Yang Evil Magic Technique? After leaving Zetian Palace, Lin Mo grumbled to himself. Chapter 6. Pure Yang Sacred Body. Miracles will favor the suffering. Spiritual veins are the foundation of cultivation. The higher the grade of the spiritual veins, the faster one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and naturally, the faster the cultivation speed. Spiritual veins are divided into 10 grades, from 1st to 9th, and then the divine grade above the 9th. However, Lin Mo only had half a spiritual vein, not even qualifying as a 1st-grade spiritual vein. This was also the main reason why he was sold by his parents to Initial Sect as a servant. The number of spiritual veins a person has is mostly innate, though there are methods to expand the number of spiritual veins through acquired means. However, the cost is prohibitively high, and the conditions are extremely harsh. Therefore, this is not a privilege that ordinary people can enjoy. Even if Lu Zian were willing to invest heavily to improve Lin Mo's spiritual vein grade, given his own hardware conditions and his age, no matter how much he improved the number of spiritual veins, it would only be so much, and he might not even be able to endure it. This is also why Lin Mo was reluctant to cultivate further. He really couldn't understand what this female devil was thinking. Couldn't she just grant him a quick death? Well, he was afraid of dying before. He had to be careful and exhaust all his energy just to survive in Initial Sect. Now that he wanted to die, Lu Zian instead wouldn't kill him. Who could Lin Mo complain to about this? While puzzled, Lin Mo had already returned to his dwelling. A small wooden house located on the right side of the grassy area at the entrance of Zetian Palace. The wooden house was not large, only about 10 square meters, but it had all the necessary living facilities. At this time, the sun had just risen, and standing on the grass in front of the wooden house, bathing in the morning sun, Lin Mo suddenly felt warm inside, and a new desire to continue living arose in his heart. If this old man, like a flickering candle in the wind, could reignite a blazing light, that wouldn't be bad, but alas, alas, miracles do not favor the suffering. With a light sigh, Lin Mo, with his frail body, returned to the wooden house. He unfolded the Yin-Yang Evil Magic Technique Yang Scroll given by Lu Zian, and rows of profound and obscure characters and patterns came into view. It recorded the cultivation methods of the Yin-Yang Evil Magic Technique precautions, as well as its pros and cons. Strangely, with Lin Mo's spiritual vein that couldn't even be called a 1st grade in his comprehension, he surprisingly understood this top-level evil cultivation technique, the Yin-Yang Evil Magic Technique. Moreover, there were no obstacles. Wait, what's going on? Can I really understand this? Lin Montag was stunned. As if realizing something, Lin Mo immediately calmed his mind and checked his internal spiritual veins. However, there were no unexpected changes. He still only had half a spiritual vein. His cultivation level was still at the 2nd layer of qi refining. Hold on. Although there was no change in his internal spiritual veins, Lin Mo discovered that the yang energy within him was exceptionally vigorous. Not only that, but his meridians and bones also subtly emitted a heat similar to that of the sun. Coupled with his cultivation aptitude, he could actually understand the cultivation method of the Yin-Yang Evil Magic Technique. Lin Mo reached a bold and exhilarating conclusion. Could it be that I have activated the pure Yang sacred body? Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, and those murky eyes, filled with the vicissitudes of life, became much clearer at this moment. Due to excessive excitement, his body trembled slightly. For the past 100 years, due to his utterly useless spiritual veins, Lin Mo had not spent much time on cultivation. Instead, he had read quite a few books. It is not an exaggeration to say that he had basically read all the thousands of books in Lu Zian's study. Among them was a book that introduced various special physiques in the Tianyuan continent. According to the book, there is a special physique in the Tianyuan continent called the pure Yang sacred body, which is extremely yang and tough. This is a hidden special physique, which can only be activated under a certain level of Yin energy impact, with an extremely small probability. This probability is less than 1 in a billion. The probability of being struck by lightning while walking on a sunny road is much higher than this. I was wondering how I could fight the female demon for an entire night without being drained. It turns out that during the battle with Lu Ziyan, I accidentally activated the pure yang body. That makes sense, that makes sense. Ha ha, the heavens have eyes. Lin Mo's pupils widened as he laughed maniacally, showing no signs of hiding his excitement and joy. Just a moment ago, he was lamenting that miracles do not favor the unfortunate, but he didn't expect the boomerang to come back so quickly. According to the description in the book, the pure yang sacred body not only has a terrifyingly fast cultivation speed, comparable to a dragon sucking water, but also possesses top-notch talent and comprehension. Moreover, the person who activates the pure yang sacred body will have an incredibly strong masculine aura, constantly radiating a unique charm and appeal. Coming back to his senses, Lin Mo, who had previously been indifferent to this world, reignited his desire to continue living. With the pure yang sacred body, it's no longer a pipe dream for this salted fish to turn over. Immediately, Lin Mo stopped wasting time and began to comprehend the yang scroll of the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique that Lu Ziyan had given him. With the terrifying comprehension ability granted by the pure yang sacred body, the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique, which seemed obscure and profound to ordinary cultivators, appeared to Lin Mo like a broad and clear avenue. Following the cultivation method described on the scroll, Lin Mo took just a few days to preliminarily master the yang scroll of the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique. The so-called cultivation technique is like the foundation of a house. The sturdier the foundation, the bigger and taller the house that can be built. The same goes for cultivation techniques. The higher the grade of the technique, the more spiritual energy one can accommodate at the same level compared to cultivators practicing lower-grade techniques. Therefore, Lin Mo naturally wasn't too concerned about whether the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique was an evil cultivation technique. Just as he was about to put away the yang scroll of the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique, Lin Mo discovered that there was actually a line of hidden text at the end of the scroll. Out of curiosity, Lin Mo once again probed his consciousness into the Jade Scroll. An ancient voice then rang in Lin Mo's ears. Congratulations to the future practitioners of this technique. You've fallen into a pit. Lin Mo's eyes popped with a question mark. What does that mean? I am the founder of the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique. The Evil Emperor. The Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique is the top dual cultivation technique in the world, sought after by millions of evil cultivators across the continent. However, due to pressure from my partner, I had to make some minor modifications to the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique. Practitioners of this technique will bind the yin or yang energy of the first dual cultivation partner. And if they change partners in the future and absorb different yin or yang energy, it will lead to the backlash of the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique. The lightest consequence will be a drop in realm and a significant loss of cultivation, while the heaviest can harm the foundation, leaving irreversible damage, making it difficult to advance further in the future. Chapter 7. Your cheat has been credited. Please collect it. Lin Mo was dumbfounded. You call this a minor modification? Can it be more of a trap? If he had known it was this much of a trap, Lin Mo wouldn't have rushed to cultivate the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique. Therefore, future practitioners of this technique must carefully choose their dual cultivation partners. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you possess the rare, pure yang sacred body, then consider what I said as mere nonsense. Thankfully, that gave me quite a scare. After hearing the last part, Lin Mo finally relaxed his tense heart. If only he had said earlier that the pure yang sacred body is unaffected. It made me worry for quite a while. Now I finally understand why Lu Ziyan, that female demon, didn't kill me. Since the yang scroll binds the yin energy of the first dual cultivation partner, the yin scroll probably does the same. If Lu Ziyan wants to continue cultivating the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique and reach a higher realm, she can't kill me. No wonder after everything was done, Lu Ziyan not only gave me the cultivation method for the yang scroll of the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique, but also provided life-prolonging pills and cultivation resources. Turns out she wants to treat me as a long-term furnace. If the partner is Lu Ziyan, I can reluctantly accept it. Not to mention, Lu Ziyan's figure and looks are top-notch. Plus, I activated the pure yang sacred body, so I don't have to worry about being drained by Lu Ziyan. Once Lin Mo starts cultivating, who depends on whom as a furnace will be hard to say. But before that, I still need to survive for a while. Although Lu Zian has bound my yang energy, it doesn't mean I can recklessly output in front of her. If I anger Lu Zian, even if she has to bear the high cost of switching to another cultivation technique, she would still probably kill me on the spot, right? However, at least I shouldn't have to be as humble as before, surviving in the cracks. As long as I don't touch Lu Zian's bottom line and don't make excessive demands of her, she should probably turn a blind eye. Well, for now, I should focus on improving my cultivation. But before formally cultivating, I still need to swallow a life-prolonging pill. Lin Mo estimated that he had at most less than half a month's lifespan left, even with the pure Yang Sacred Body and the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique. He clearly couldn't break through from the second level of Qi refining to the foundation establishment stage in just under half a month. Only by breaking through to the foundation establishment stage can his mortal body exceed the lifespan limit. From the storage ring given by Lu Zian, he found a life-prolonging pill the size of a longan. Lin Mo swallowed it without hesitation. The life-prolonging pill had a bitter taste, but melted in his mouth. The medicinal effect flowed down his throat into his body, and in just a moment, Lin Mo could clearly feel a vibrant energy spreading throughout his body. Soon, his murky eyes became much clearer. His skin, marked by the traces of time and resembling a withered flower, seemed to reverse the damage of time. It became slightly firmer instead of loose. Not only that, but Lin Mo also clearly felt that his previously scarce energy had become much more vigorous. Truly miraculous. Feeling the earth-shattering changes happening to his body, which was half a foot in the Ghost Gate, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Now he finally understood why a life-prolonging pill of not high grade could sell for such a high price. Even if it could only extend the life of someone whose lifespan was almost up by 3 to 5 years. Spirit stones are merely external objects. But for someone about to run out of energy, time is an invaluable treasure. Just like Lin Mo now, with only half a month's lifespan left. Without the life-prolonging pill, what good would activating the pure Yang Sacred Body do? It would just be a dream, a fleeting joy. Regaining his focus, Lin Mo took out 10 spirit stones from the storage ring and began to enter a state of cultivation. Lu Zian had considered it thoroughly in the storage ring. There were even several pills that could accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy. But for Lin Mo at this moment, they were all superfluous, compared to when he only had half a spirit vein. After activating the pure Yang Sacred Body, Lin Mo's speed of absorbing spiritual energy, if not a qualitative leap, at least could be described as a little cow sitting on a rocket, soaring into the sky. An endless stream of pure spiritual energy entered his body through his breath and countless pores all over. After passing through numerous meridians, it finally converged in the dantian. At this moment, Lin Mo, who had traveled to this world for over 110 years, finally experienced the feeling of his strength significantly increasing through cultivation. Thus, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. With the support of the pure Yang Sacred Body and the Yin-Yang Evil Cultivation Technique, along with sufficient spirit stones as a cultivation reserve, in just half a month, Lin Mo directly broke through from the second level of Qi refining to the third level. This speed can hardly be considered slow. Over the past century, although Lin Mo did not often cultivate, his total cultivation time added up to at least 7 or 8 years. However, this only allowed him to break through from the first level of Qi refining to the second level. Now, he has broken through to the third level in just half a month. Compared to his last breakthrough, the time taken for this breakthrough has been reduced by more than 100 times. You are right, but this is the pure Yang Sacred Body. As for why Lin Mo only broke through to the third level of Qi refining and then exited the cultivation state, it was because someone came to knock on the door. If there were no accidents, Lin Mo should have completed his tragic life by now. Therefore, the management of all the miscellaneous disciples of the Initial Sacred Sect sent someone over to prepare to collect Lin Mo's corpse, so as not to dirty the place of the sect leader, Lu Zian. Since it involved the sect leader, Lu Zian, the person who came to collect Lin Mo's corpse was Zhao Donghai, the head of the miscellaneous department's rebirth hall. But when he saw Lin Mo still alive and sitting by the bed, looking particularly vigorous, Zhao Donghai was momentarily stunned. The two miscellaneous disciples he brought along were equally surprised. Wasn't it said that Lin Mo had already passed away? What was going on here? Director Zhao? He. What brings you here? Lin Mo got up, forcing a numb smile on his aged face. He knew why Zhao Donghai had come, but at this moment, he had to play dumb. The people from the rebirth hall of the miscellaneous department were not here to collect his corpse. Could they possibly be here to discuss life ideals with him? Zhao Donghai smiled without warmth and said, according to the personnel records of the miscellaneous department, you should have passed away by now. I didn't expect you to still look so radiant. It seems you still have some time left. Lin Mo he. Perhaps it is heaven's favor for this old man, allowing me to do one last bit of work for the sect leader. Lin Mo replied. That's not necessary. Zhao Donghai interrupted. The higher-ups have already assigned someone else to handle the miscellaneous affairs of the Zitian Palace. Since you still have some time left in this old body, just return to the miscellaneous department and enjoy your old age. You have dedicated your life to the Initial Sacred Sect. The miscellaneous department will not treat you poorly. In the future, I will oversee the rebirth hall and ensure you leave this world with dignity. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled inscrutably. He sharply asked Director Zhao, when you say in the future, do you mean tomorrow or the day after? Lin Mo had no doubt that once he returned to the miscellaneous department, at most in 2 days, he would end up with 8 knives in his back, committing suicide. Zhao Donghai simply stopped pretending and mockingly said, clearly, you are about to be buried. Yet your mind is still quite sharp. You have no talent for cultivation, and you lack the energy to continue fulfilling your duties as a miscellaneous disciple. What value do you have for the Initial Sacred Sect? Right now, I'm giving you a dignified opportunity. If you don't appreciate it, I will help you leave with dignity. The miscellaneous department is the lowest ranking department in the Initial Sacred Sect, but within the miscellaneous department, there's also a hierarchy of disdain. Generally speaking, the imperial miscellaneous disciples of the Zitian Palace are considered to have the most comfortable positions. Why? Although Lu Zian is somewhat strict, at least you won't be bullied and suppressed by the seniors in the miscellaneous department, and you have relatively free time. The most important point is seniority. Once you come down from the position of an imperial miscellaneous disciple in the Zitian Palace, you can basically rise quickly within the miscellaneous department. Aside from the imperial miscellaneous disciples of the Zitian Palace, other miscellaneous disciples, especially newcomers, have to do all the dirty and tiring work, and they have to endure bullying and suppression from the seniors. Lin Mo had a deep understanding of this during the years he was a new miscellaneous disciple in the Initial Sacred Sect. Even after becoming a seasoned veteran, he still had to face internal struggles within the miscellaneous department. If you're not slick enough or are a bit rigid, you will most likely end up in a bad situation. Therefore, the position of an imperial miscellaneous disciple in the Zitian Palace is coveted by many miscellaneous disciples. In the past, Lin Mo, who had no background and no connections, was able to become the imperial miscellaneous disciple of the Zitian Palace solely through Lu Zian's personal recommendation. Initially, the miscellaneous department had sent several imperial miscellaneous disciples to the Zitian Palace, but they all performed poorly. In a fit of anger, Lu Zian punished the miscellaneous department and personally selected a capable miscellaneous disciple. That person was Lin Mo. Lin Mo served in this position for a century. From the spirited youth he once was to the white-haired old man he is now. Now that Lin Mo's lifespan is nearing its end, the management of the miscellaneous department naturally wants to quickly arrange for their own people to replace Lin Mo. If Lin Mo is unwilling to cooperate, they can resort to coercive measures. Because Lin Mo is indeed old and his time is limited, even Lu Zian would not inquire further. Although the Initial Sacred Sect is a demonic sect, there are clear regulations that prohibit killing among the same sect members, at least on surface. However, if he returns to the miscellaneous department, they have plenty of means to make Lin Mo commit suicide and make him disappear without a trace. As a seasoned veteran, Lin Mo is well aware of this. Therefore, he absolutely cannot go back to the miscellaneous department with Zhao Donghai. By the time Lu Zian realizes what is happening, even if she wants to save him, he would probably have already reported to the King of Hell. Lin Mo stared directly into Zhao Donghai's eyes and retorted, Director Zhao, what you're saying is useless to me. I can accept the personnel arrangements of the miscellaneous department and can return to the miscellaneous department to enjoy my old age. But it seems that you, the head of the Rebirth Hall, do not have the authority to make personnel adjustments in the miscellaneous department. If you want me to vacate this position to return to the miscellaneous department, you can have someone from the management come find me. Zhao Donghai scoffed, old fool. I see you have completely misunderstood your own worth. Do you think you are worthy of having the management come personally? Lin Mo, a nobody with no connections and no background, would not have been able to comfortably spend so many years in the position of an imperial miscellaneous disciple in the Zetian Palace if not for his excellent performance. As he spoke, Zhao Donghai waved his hand, intending to signal the two accompanying miscellaneous disciples to forcibly carry Lin Mo away. Lin Mo raised his hand to interrupt the actions of the two miscellaneous disciples and said slowly, Director Zhao, this is the entrance to the Zetian Palace. If you dare to act recklessly, you should consider whether you can withstand the wrath of the sect leader. Everyone among the 100,000 disciples of the Initial Sacred Sect knows that the sect leader dislikes anyone disturbing her quiet cultivation. I don't care about my worthless life. But you're different. As the head of the Rebirth Hall, your life and future are far more precious than mine. All right then. Lin Mo's words instantly calmed Zhao Donghai, who was a bit overly excited. Upon careful thought, he realized that it was indeed unnecessary to create such a big commotion at the entrance of the Zetian Palace for a dying man. Stay here and wait, old fool. Zhao Donghai's eyes turned cold and sinister. Once he returned to the miscellaneous department, he had plenty of means and strength to deal with Lin Mo. Although the Rebirth Hall does not have the authority for personnel adjustments in the miscellaneous department, Zhao Donghai still held the title of head of the Rebirth Hall. How could he tolerate a lowly miscellaneous disciple like Lin Mo challenging his authority? Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly and said, My health is not good, so I cannot send you off, Director Zhao. After sending Zhao Donghai and his group away, Lin Mo touched his nose and chuckled. Just the head of the Rebirth Hall under the miscellaneous department. If you didn't know any better, you might think you were some kind of superior. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to see, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. This is exactly the type of person Zhao Donghai is. In the grand scheme of the Initial Sacred Sect, Zhao Donghai's status is not much higher than that of the low-level miscellaneous disciples. Returning to the topic, I still need to find a way to resolve this matter. If it weren't for the life-prolonging pill, he would have already passed away. That's why the miscellaneous department arranged for a disciple to replace him in advance. Chapter 9. Miscellaneous disciples don't use their brains and are bullied for a lifetime. Lin Mo initially wanted to seek help from Lu Ziyan, but after thinking it over, it seemed unlikely. Lu Ziyan might help him resolve the issue, but it was improbable for her to intervene directly. Perhaps Lu Ziyan, that female devil, is watching from within the Zetian Palace. What just happened could basically be considered as occurring right under Lu Ziyan's nose. Yet, until now, she hasn't reacted at all. This indicates that Lu Ziyan doesn't want to get involved, or perhaps wants to see how Lin Mo handles the current predicament. Whether or not he becomes the official miscellaneous disciple of the Zetian Palace is of little concern to Lin Mo. The key issue now is that if he returns to the miscellaneous department, he will definitely face unfavorable outcomes. Damn it, if I were at the Foundation establishment stage, this wouldn't be so troublesome. The miscellaneous department is essentially a gathering place for useless individuals. Anyone with a bit of cultivation talent would not be assigned to the miscellaneous department as a disciple. Even the overseer of the miscellaneous department barely reaches the early Foundation establishment stage. The Zhao Donghai from earlier, the head of the miscellaneous department's reincarnation hall, is only at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yet, they are still formidable opponents for Lin Mo at this moment. That's right. In the next breath, Lin Mo suddenly realized miscellaneous disciples don't use their brains, so they deserve to be bullied for a lifetime. With his current cultivation, he certainly wouldn't be able to struggle under the overseer's command in the miscellaneous department. However, this does not mean that Lin Mo is just a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. His biggest advantage right now is working under the sect leader Lu Ziyan, and the second is his experience. After 100 years in the Initial Sacred Sect, he cannot dare to speak of deeper secrets. At the very least, he is well aware of the shady dealings within the miscellaneous department. Therefore, Lin Mo immediately returned to his room, took out paper and pen, and began to write fervently. About 2 hours later, a letter of accusation was completed. Stepping out of the wooden house and looking at the entrance of the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo found himself in a dilemma. The biggest problem now is how to get the letter of accusation into Lu Zian's hands. When not needed for chores, according to the rules, as a miscellaneous disciple, Lin Mo is not allowed to enter or exit the Zetian Palace at will. Old man Lin, it's been a while. You seem to look much more spirited now. Just as Lin Mo was at a loss, a graceful figure in blue and white, carrying a refreshing fragrance, approached the Zetian Palace. It was a girl about 18 years old, with a somewhat immature yet stunningly beautiful face, adorned with a naive smile. Her thick, long hair was tied into a high ponytail, cascading down like a waterfall to her calves. Suyu, the saintess of the Initial Sacred Sect, and also Lu Zian's direct disciple. At the age of 18, she had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. Such terrifying talent makes her a true dragon among people. 1 in 10,000. The appearance of Suyu instantly delighted Lin Mo, although their social standings were vastly different. Suyu's approachable personality allowed Lin Mo to exchange a few words with her over time. That's why she took the initiative to greet Lin Mo when she saw him just now. He quickly clasped his hands in respect and said, "Old servant sees the saintess." According to etiquette, a mere miscellaneous disciple like Lin Mo should kneel upon seeing the saintess Suyu. However, Suyu seemed to dislike such formalities, so after seeing her a few times, Lin Mo only needed to clasp his hands and bow in greeting. Is the saintess here to see the sect leader? Although it sounded a bit redundant, Lin Mo still had to ask, "What's wrong? Do you need something?" It's not a big deal. Just something I need to trouble the saintess to pass on to the sect leader. What is it? I'm just about to see my master, so hand it over. Lin Mo didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly handed the letter of accusation to Suyu. "I'm off now, goodbye, old man Lin." Suyu didn't look at the content of the letter, just received it, and turned to enter the Zetian Palace. Once she entered the courtyard of the Zetian Palace, Suyu took out the letter of accusation Lin Mo wrote and began to read it. Accusation against the miscellaneous department overseer Lu Mingtong? Interesting. Then I must present this to Lu Zian. Suyu's lips curled slightly, and a glint of mischief flashed in her bright silver eyes. Moments later, her expression returned to normal. She furrowed her brows slightly, puzzled. Strange, why did I suddenly feel that old man Lin is quite handsome? I didn't have this feeling before. What on earth went wrong? So you couldn't figure it out. Surprisingly smooth. Back in his room, Lin Mo secretly sighed in relief. As long as that letter of accusation reaches Lu Zian, he didn't believe she could ignore it. There are many unspeakable matters within the Initial Sacred Sect, such as the higher-ups of various departments using their power for personal gain or engaging in corruption and bribery. Such things are commonplace. However, almost everyone tacitly keeps quiet about it. As long as these matters are not brought to light, Lu Zian would simply turn a blind eye. Such things cannot be completely eradicated. As the sect leader, Lu Zian is naturally aware of this. As long as everyone gets paid for their work and manages the Initial Sacred Sect well, she won't interfere too much. But if someone brings these matters to light, then the originally light issues could become heavy burdens. Furthermore, this is just a mere miscellaneous department. Even if it were to be investigated, it wouldn't have any impact on the Initial Sacred Sect. At most, they would just change an overseer. In the Zetian Palace, study. Who gave you this, Suyu? Lu Zian, lazily reclining on the soft couch, supported her head with her delicate hand, her purple gauze dress cascading down, revealing her long, fair legs that could drive countless male cultivators mad. Lu Zian was not in a hurry to read the letter of accusation presented by Suyu. Instead, she asked knowingly, "Reporting to master, it's old man Lin at the door." Suyu stared intently at Lu Zian with sincerity. Lu Zian raised her eyelashes slightly, her tone cold with no emotion. "In the future, do not just hand over anything someone gives you to me, especially something from a mere miscellaneous disciple." "Yes, master." Disciple will remember. After reprimanding Suyu, Lu Zian lightly waved her jade finger and opened the letter of accusation. Lu Zian initially thought Lin Mo was seeking her help because he couldn't handle the matters of the miscellaneous department. However, it turned out she was wrong. Lin Mo's message to Su Yu was not a plea for help, but a letter of accusation. The letter detailed the shady dealings of the current miscellaneous department overseer Lu Mingtong. Although Lin Mo did not provide sufficient evidence, since there is an accusation letter. According to the sect's rules, the law enforcement hall should also detain the miscellaneous department overseer Lu Mingtong and conduct an investigation. This old thing is seeking death. Isn't he? Why is he trying to save himself now? Lu Zian scoffed internally. If Lin Mo truly sought death, he could simply give up. Why bother coming up with a way to accuse the miscellaneous department overseer to save himself? Indeed, men in this world don't speak a single true word. Coming back to her senses, Lu Zian handed the letter of accusation back to Su Yu and instructed, "Take this to the law enforcement hall and order them to thoroughly investigate this matter." "Yes, master, disciple will handle it right away." Chapter 10. You have quite the power. Who is the mouse and who is the cat? Bang, bang, bang. The next day, a series of urgent knocks on the door forcibly pulled Lin Mo back from a state of cultivation. Who else could it be but the miscellaneous department overseer Lu Mingtong? "Overseer Lu, long time no see. You seem to be getting younger," he chuckled. After the door was opened, the familiar yet somewhat displeased face of L. Mingtong came into view. Lin Mo greeted him as usual. "How do you know that I just entered foundation building 5 years ago and my lifespan was extended by 200 years? Lin Mo showed an awkward but polite smile. "Who asked you?" L. Mingtong pretended to be nonchalant before returning to the main topic, speaking in a condescending tone. "Lin Mo, why aren't you kneeling when you see me? Is your bone itchy? Do you need a beating?" Lin Mo smiled without showing any emotion and replied, "At the gate of the sect leader, should I kneel to you? Manager L, you have quite the authority." After the greeting, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't indulge L. Mingtong anymore. After all, he had already submitted the report against L. Mingtong. Regardless of whether Lu Zian would take action or not, he no longer needed to be as subservient to L. Mingtong as before. It would either be that L. Mingtong would be taken away by the law enforcement hall, or he himself would die. But Lin Mo believed the former was more likely. Back when he first arrived at the Initial Sacred Sect, he had suffered a lot from L. Mingtong's bullying and suppression. At that time, L. Mingtong was just an ordinary servant disciple, having been around for a long time, so he had become quite the slippery character. Who would have thought that 100 years later, that brat who only knew how to rely on his power had become the manager of the servant department? Under the pressure of Lin Mo using Lu Zian's name, L. Mingtong really couldn't refute him. He was too lazy to bother with whether Lin Mo would kneel or not and scolded instead. "It seems like you've gained quite a bit of courage during our time apart. Do you know you don't have much time left? However, I won't pity you just because you're dying. The purpose of my visit today shouldn't need to be repeated. The affairs of the servant department in the Purple Sky Palace will be handled by someone else in the future. You just go back to the servant department and enjoy your twilight years." Seeing Lin Mo standing there in a daze, L. Mingtong mocked. "What's wrong? Don't want to leave? Or do you want me to carry you back?" As he spoke, L. Mingtong waved his hand. The several servant disciples following him stepped forward, intending to drag Lin Mo back. "No need to trouble yourselves. Manager L, I can walk on my own." Stepping past L. Mingtong and his group, Lin Mo left the room first. Under the escort of L. Mingtong's group, Lin Mo returned to the servant department. As soon as he returned, numerous gazes turned towards him. Some were puzzled, some were mocking, and some were just watching the fun. There were also those infatuated looks from the female servant disciples. Just like with Su Yu, Lin Mo, despite having a worn-out appearance like a candle in the wind, somehow exuded a unique charm that attracted those female servant disciples. Lin Mo was no longer a newcomer. He could remain unfazed by all the looks directed at him. Arriving at a secluded room in the servant department, L. Mingtong said, "Go in from now on. You are not allowed to leave this room without my order. Even if you die, you will die in there." Lin Mo was too lazy to waste words with L. Mingtong. He understood L. Mingtong very well. He was almost the same as he was 100 years ago. The only difference was that as the manager of the servant department, he was now more unscrupulous. Back at the servant department, El Mingtong naturally didn't need to pretend with Lin Mo anymore. For the vast Initial Sacred Sect, a servant like Lin Mo was practically insignificant. If a young servant disciple died inexplicably, he would still have to give an explanation to the law enforcement hall. But Lin Mo was different now. After all, he was a dying man with a limited lifespan. If he died one day, no one would investigate too deeply. This gave El Mingtong a lot of operational space. Clang! After Lin Mo entered, two servant disciples immediately closed and locked the door heavily. Keep an eye on him. If he runs, I'll hold you accountable. Yes, Manager L. Inside the room, Lin Mo sat cross-legged, his weary eyes like a still pond, devoid of any waves. Judging by Lu Xian's attitude towards him that day, if she genuinely wanted him to live and had received the report he entrusted to Su Yu, then Lu Xian should have followed through with this opportunity. Although Lin Mo had been in the Initial Sacred Sect for quite some time, he actually had no connections. The only connection might be Lu Xian, whose attitude was unpredictable. Now, Lin Mo could only place all his hopes on Lu Xian. Taking advantage of the undisturbed time, Lin Mo didn't waste any time and began to cultivate. His cultivation was still too weak. Whether in the Initial Sacred Sect or anywhere on the Tianyuan continent, strength was the only truth. Now that Lin Mo had activated the pure Yang sacred body, there was no reason for him to slack off like before. That night, the sound of the door opening and a flurry of footsteps startled Lin Mo awake. Exiting his state of cultivation and opening his eyes, he saw El Mingtong entering with a group of people, among them a familiar figure, Zhao Donghai, the head of the rebirth hall in the servant department. Zhao Donghai approached Lin Mo with a teasing expression. Do you know what this situation is called? Old scoundrel. Of course I do. Lin Mo lifted his eyelids slightly. His expression calm. The final revelry. Revelry? I can't see what you're celebrating, Zhao Donghai corrected. You're like a mouse caught in trap. Whether we kill you or not depends on our mood. The servant disciples behind him erupted in mocking laughter. Lin Mo also grinned and said, Manager L, Supervisor Zhao. Do you know? In this world, good people don't die, bad people don't die. Only one kind of person will die. Do you know who that is? Lin Mo's confident gaze fell on El Mingtong and Zhao Donghai. Moments later, he revealed the answer. Foolish people. Foolishness is not scary. What is scary is being oblivious to their impending doom. Upon hearing this, Zhao Donghai and the others laughed even louder. Even El Mingtong was amused by Lin Mo. It was like a surrounded prey telling the hunters that they were going to be finished. After a hearty laugh, Zhao Donghai continued to mock. I praised your cleverness yesterday. Now it seems I was wrong. You're not clever. You've lost your mind, completely unaware of your situation. Following that, Zhao Donghai waved his hand. Several servant disciples rushed forward and tied Lin Mo up tightly. Still pretending with me, huh? Zhao Donghai noticed Lin Mo's slightly trembling pupils and sneered. Are you scared? You startled me. I thought you really weren't afraid of death. As he spoke, a jade vial appeared in Zhao Donghai's hand. Inside the vial was a pitch-black pill. Zhao Donghai shook the vial slightly and slowly said, Do you know what this pill is? If you don't, it's fine. Let me introduce it to you. This is a death chi pill. As the name suggests, once you take one, it will crazily absorb the vitality from your body, leaving only a decaying shell behind. I believe tomorrow Manager L can announce to the public that Lin Mo of the servant department passed away peacefully in his sleep last night, and then openly handle your corpse. Trust me, no one will investigate. Watching the death chi pill in Zhao Donghai's hand, Lin Mo's withered hands, bound tightly, clenched together. His heart rate accelerated. Did Lu Xian really not care about him? A cold sweat dripped from Lin Mo's forehead. You either don't care, or can you be a bit more efficient? If the law enforcement hall doesn't arrive soon, he might really meet his end at El Mingtong and Zhao Donghai's hands. The people in the law enforcement hall also have this habit of procrastination. Although Lin Mo's heart was in a panic, he still appeared calm on the surface. Today, even if he were to die, he would die gracefully. Supervisor Zhao, in my opinion, it's you who doesn't understand your own situation. Just then, a sudden, unusual sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the room. Lin Mo was overjoyed, and the tension in his heart finally eased. Then he laughed out loud. Haha, I still stand by what I said earlier. This is your last revelry, but it ends here. Zhao Donghai's mouth slightly opened, just about to say something, but was interrupted by LV Mingtong, who also noticed the series of footsteps outside that made his heart race. An uneasy premonition surged in his chest. Go check what's happening outside. Yes, Manager LV. Still looking? You're about to be taken in. Before the two servants could reach the door, it was violently kicked open, and a group of enforcers in uniform, armed with long guns and swords, streamed in, surrounding the already small room tightly. LV Mingtong and Zhao Donghai were instantly frightened, their legs going weak. They turned around to see a sharp and competent fairy standing among the enforcers, with a poised figure that did not lack in fullness. The fairy had her hands behind her back, and her eagle-like sharp eyes were fixed directly on them. Captain Wuching? When LV Mingtong recognized the visitor, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart stopped. Shangguan Wuching, the captain of the Zhuke division of the Law Enforcement Hall. Among the 4 division captains of the Law Enforcement Hall, the one most unwilling to fall into her hands was undoubtedly Captain Shangguan Wuching. As for why, LV Mingtong did not know. It was just that there had always been a legend circulating within the sect. Anyone captured by Shangguan Wuching would not return alive. Captain Wuching, what crime have we committed? Overcome by fear, LV Mingtong couldn't help but tremble all over. If it weren't for the support of 2 enforcer disciples, he would have collapsed by now. Shangguan Wuching presented an arrest warrant issued by the Law Enforcement Hall. Her tone indifferent. Someone reported that you were suspected of privately slaughtering hundreds of servant disciples and misappropriating thousands of spirit stones and several magical artifacts through your position as the manager of the servant department. Hearing this, LV Mingtong's vision darkened, nearly fainting. Shangguan Wuching didn't care about LV Mingtong's reaction. She waved her hand, and 2 enforcer disciples moved LV Mingtong aside. Then Lin Mo, who was tied up tightly to a chair, came into view. Shangguan Wuching stared at Lin Mo for a while before continuing, privately abusing elderly servants. This is an even graver crime. The higher-ups of the Chuxing sect are aware of the bullying and oppression occurring within various departments. Generally speaking, no one would concern themselves with such trivial matters. After all, the Chuxing sect advocates the survival of the fittest and the strategy of winner takes all. But if someone targets you, that is another matter entirely. Just like now, Shangguan Wuching could have ignored Lin Mo's case. But when a dog is in the water, everyone wants to kick it a few times. Moreover, Shangguan Wuching had her own selfish motives for dealing with this matter. But LV Mingtong didn't know that. He was still pondering who had reported him until Shangguan Wuching mentioned his abuse of elderly servants. Only then did LV Mingtong realize. Lin Mo, you reported me. LV Mingtong's eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Lin Mo. If looks could kill, Lin Mo would have died at least 10 times by now. Only someone like Lin Mo, who had been in the servant department for 100 years, could know so well the crimes he had committed. No wonder Lin Mo had been so fearless just now. So that is how it is, I understand now. Hee. Reporting you is just reporting you. Do I still need to pick a good day for it? Lin Mo grinned and said, I'm not that little kid who came to the servant department and didn't know how to resist when you beat and kicked me. Want to kill me? Take a look at your face that even dogs hate. Are you qualified? Bastard. LV Mingtong felt a tightness in his chest, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. His gaze was sinister, regretting not having sent Lin Mo to his end sooner, only to fall into his hands now. He was unwilling. Shut up. Shangguan Wuching slapped LV Mingtong, sending him sprawling. We'll talk once we get to the law enforcement hall. Then, under Shangguan Wuching's instructions, an enforcer disciple untied Lin Mo. You're Lin Mo, right? Shangguan Wuching stepped forward and asked. Lin Mo nodded. Yes, Captain Wuching. Since you are both the reporter and the victim of LV Mingtong's abuse, you must be quite familiar with these trivial matters in the servant department. You also need to accompany me back to the law enforcement hall for investigation and questioning. Do you have any objections? Lin Mo had no objections. He didn't dare to have any objections. Everyone in this room is to be taken back to the law enforcement hall. Disband. Chapter 12. The Tangled Lu Zian. Good news and bad news. In the Xintian Palace. still a bit unstable and needing to consolidate her realm, at least another 10 or 8 years. In her sleeping quarters, Lu Ziyan was worried about her somewhat unstable realm. That day, she had joyfully broken through from the peak of the transformation stage to the void refining stage overnight. However, it also brought about the consequence of an unstable realm. If it weren't for the sufficient accumulation she had at the peak of the transformation stage, the breakthrough in one night would have made her realm even more unstable. A misstep could even lead to a fall back to the peak of the transformation stage. Thanks to the Yin-Yang Evil Demon art, while the method of combined cultivation could indeed accelerate her cultivation speed, the rapidly elevated cultivation was not stable. Unless she continued to maintain the method of combined cultivation to stabilize the elevation. But it was truly foolish. Had she known this earlier, she should have sought out a good man for combined cultivation. Now, she was bound with a mere ant forcibly tied to her. Lin Mo was not only the lowest-ranking servant in the Chuxing sect, but more importantly, even after taking a life-prolonging pill, Lin Mo did not have much time left. If Lin Mo could not break through to the foundation establishment stage and extend his life during the remaining time, then, it's all my fault. Lu Ziyan helplessly rubbed her forehead. Due to some special reasons, she inherently viewed all men in the world as rats in the sewer and had vowed that even if she were to grow old alone, she would never take on any Dao partner. When she obtained this Yin-Yang Evil Demon art in an ancient relic, she knew it was a method of combined cultivation. However, being as proud as she was, she thought she could improve the Yin-Yang Evil Demon art through her own efforts without needing to cultivate with a man to achieve great success. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Evil Demon art was the most top-notch technique she had encountered in her life. Thus, she abandoned her original technique and switched to the Yin-Yang Evil Demon art. It was only recently, by a twist of fate, that she realized the many benefits after her first combined cultivation with Lin Mo. Not only was there physical and mental pleasure, but her cultivation also saw significant improvement. If it weren't for that old thing's disgusting appearance, she might have been able to accept it. Now Lu Ziyan was tangled. On one hand, she enjoyed the many benefits brought by combined cultivation. On the other hand, she felt that Lin Mo, tied to her, was indeed too disgusting. In terms of identity, status, and appearance, he was a complete disgrace. Looking at Lin Mo's frail appearance, she even worried that during a certain cultivation session, she might drain him dry, leading him to depart this world. Only, due to the nature of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon art, once bound to someone's yang energy, it could not be changed. However, to have Lu Ziyan abandon the Yin-Yang Evil Demon art and switch to another technique, she truly did not want to give up her current cultivation. At the same time, if discovered by enemy sects, they would surely take the opportunity to challenge the Chuxing sect. At that time, it is highly likely that the Initial Sacred Sect will be erased, disappearing from the historical stage of the Tianyuan continent. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Ziyan can only reluctantly accept this fact. She needs to find an opportunity to have that old man help her stabilize her realm. For now, Lin Mo has been taken away by the law enforcement hall for assistance in the investigation, although she could directly approach the law enforcement hall to demand his release. Lu Ziyan is unwilling to let anyone know that, as the head of the Initial Sacred Sect, she is actually cultivating alongside an old man from the servant department. She cannot afford to lose face. In the law enforcement hall at the Zhuke division office, after staying in a separate inquiry room for a while, Shangwan Wuqing pushed the door and entered. A slightly drowsy Lin Mo quickly perked up and said solemnly, "Captain Wuqing, feel free to ask anything. I will certainly tell you everything I know." "No need," Shangwan Wuqing replied. A question mark appeared on Lin Mo's weathered face. What was this about? Evidence? Huh. Is it really that important? Shangwan Wuqing smiled in an indescribable way and said, "I just checked your information. You've been at the Initial Sacred Sect for quite some time. Do you really know nothing about this place?" "This old man truly does not know," Lin Mo said, sweating. He knows that the Initial Sacred Sect has a bad reputation and is aware of the insatiable nature of the servant department. However, he knows nothing about the affairs of other departments in the Initial Sacred Sect. Or rather, this is a realm that a mere servant like him cannot access. Moreover, he has been a servant in the Zetian Palace for 100 years. aside from cleaning the Zetian Palace. He usually spends all his time in his small wooden house reading, truly staying away from the outside world. Mainly, he has no connections or background in the Initial Sacred Sect. Even if he leaves his small wooden house during his leisure time, what else can he do? He knows the darkness of the Initial Sacred Sect, but he does not know just how dark it is. It's like a security guard in a high-end community. You never know how extravagant the residents' lives are. Haha, Shangguan Wuqing seemed to find it a bit unbelievable and also somewhat amusing. I don't know, but I can tell you, absolutely not. Lin Mo hurriedly shook his head and said in a panic, Captain Wuqing, this old man just wants to live a quiet life in his old age. I don't want to know too much about things I shouldn't know. Shangguan Wuqing said dismissively, it's fine. It's just common knowledge, not a secret. Regarding LV Mingtong, the order from above is to just capture him and immediately throw him into the self-cultivation and self-immolation tower. The rest is not my concern. For inner disciples of each department, our law enforcement team still needs to talk about evidence, but for the servant department, is there really such a necessity? The implication was that the thousands of servant disciples in the servant department were not considered people. Lin Mo smiled in relief. Haha, this old man doesn't have much time left anyway, so I'm not too concerned about this. LV Mingtong being thrown into the self-cultivation and self-immolation tower is good news for me. The self-cultivation and self-immolation tower. How could Lin Mo not know? This is where the Initial Sacred Sect punishes those who violate sect rules, the sacrifices of the struggles between departments, and a place for handling corpses. Once you enter the self-cultivation and self-immolation tower, there is no possibility of coming out alive. Your flesh, bones, and primordial spirit will be separated and used as materials for alchemy, artifact refining, and other needs. This is the end point for most disciples of the Initial Sacred Sect. Even in death, they will squeeze out your last remaining value. The Initial Sacred Sect is certainly not a charitable organization. If disciples cannot create value for the sect, the Initial Sacred Sect would have closed down long ago. You seem to be a bit too happy too soon. Shangguan Wuqing crossed her arms and stared intently at Lin Mo, her red lips curling into a meaningful arc, and ominously said, LV Mingtong being thrown into the self-cultivation and self-immolation tower is indeed good news for you, but there is bad news waiting for you. You're no longer a newcomer. I shouldn't have to explain this to you in detail. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo frowned. He understood what Shangguan Wuqing meant. After LV Mingtong's downfall, the next person in charge of the servant department will be the current deputy director of the servant department, Jose, who just happens to be a fellow townsman and friend of LV Mingtong. Lin Mo cannot guarantee that Jose won't cause him trouble after taking over the position of the servant department as director. After all, there is the cautionary tale of LV Mingtong right here. Chapter 13. Shangguan Wuqing's hidden intentions. What to do? Lin Mo was momentarily at a loss. He could continue to report Jose, but how would he deliver the report this time to Lu Ziyan? This old man just wants to cultivate in peace. Is that too difficult? Lin Mo silently complained. Now he felt overwhelmed, seemingly seeing Lin Mo's distress. Shangguan Wuqing then suggested, I can give you a one-time solution. Would you like to hear it? Please speak, Captain Wuqing. Lin Mo perked up. My place happens to need a servant. Why not come to my place? I can ensure you live out your old age in peace. Shangguan Wuqing had a serious expression, looking as if she were not joking. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately became alert. Shangguan Wuqing's words sounded just like a little girl encountering a strange uncle on the street who tells her he has delicious candies at his home. This is the pure Yang sacred body. Truly unreasonable. Lin Mo was secretly alarmed. He still looked like an old man now. But the demonic physique of the pure Yang sacred body was already enough to captivate Shangguan Wuqing. If he were to be 10 or 20 years younger, he couldn't imagine what kind of scene that would be. Lin Mo looked Shangguan Wuqing up and down. To be fair, Shangguan Wuqing did have a good figure. Where it should be big, it was big. Where it should be curvy, it was curvy. That slim waist, reminiscent of a water snake, was clearly the result of special training. Her appearance was also of the kind that was both heroic and pleasing to the eye. Although she couldn't compare to Lu Ziyan, In the entire Initial Sacred Sect, Shangguan Wuqing's looks would definitely belong to the top tier. But the problem is, this is the Initial Sacred Sect. The Initial Sacred Sect that devours people without spitting out bones. Who knows how much malice Shangguan Wuqing harbors? No matter how she is the team leader of the law enforcement hall, Lin Mo cannot trust her at all. He still wants to return to the Zetian Palace, to his small wooden house, to cultivate in peace. Cough, cough, Captain Wuqing, I am just a servant with little time left. What merits do I have to receive such kindness from you? Lin Mo feigned a look of trepidation and politely declined. I appreciate your kindness, but you don't need to worry about me. Just let me fend for myself. Shangguan Wuqing remained silent for a while before finally shrugging and saying nonchalantly, suit yourself. I just felt sorry for you and wanted to help. Since you don't want it, I'm naturally happy to drop the helping sentiment and respect others' fates. Lin Mo clasped his hands together and gratefully said, thank you for your understanding, Captain Wuqing. Since I don't need to cooperate with the investigation and inquiry, can I go back now? Anytime. Shangguan Wuqing did not make it difficult for Lin Mo. After a simple registration, she let him leave. After coming out of the Zhuke Division office of a law enforcement hall, Lin Mo stepped into the night with a heavy heart. Something felt off. Although he had successfully exited the Zhuke Division office, Lin Mo always had a nagging feeling of unease. Could Shangguan Wuqing really let him go that easily? It would be better to hurry back. Without time to think too much, Lin Mo quickened his pace. He wasn't heading back to the servant department, but to the small wooden house at the entrance of the Zetian Palace. Only under the watchful eye of Lu Ziyan could he feel a semblance of safety. Others may not be aware, but at least Lin Mo could be certain that Lu Ziyan would not kill him for the time being. Lin Mo was very clear that now he had to survive. Once I cultivate myself and rely on my pure, young, holy body's super succubus physique, how many women will I not have? A Shangguan Wuqing is nothing to be regretted. He doesn't want to take unknown risks for someone he knows nothing about. However, on the way back to the Purple Sky Palace, passing through a dark and remote bamboo forest, a sudden, unknown chill arose. Lin Mo's frail body trembled, and an unanticipated coldness surged from his feet straight to the top of his head. What was meant to come has indeed come. In the next moment, a black shadow rushed out from the bamboo forest, moving towards Lin Mo at an imperceptible speed. Lin Mo didn't even have time to react before a hand strike knocked him unconscious. Then, the black shadow carried Lin Mo and quickly disappeared into the night without attracting anyone's attention. The next day, Law Enforcement Peak. This is the headquarters of a law enforcement hall. Master, you were looking for me? Shangguan Wuqing entered with a composed and steady demeanor. In the center of the grand hall, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire was sitting cross-legged on a mat. Only when Shangguan Wuqing entered did the beautiful woman slowly open her eyes. She had a face that still held charm, and even in loose palace clothing, her proud figure could not be concealed. Wuqing, last night, I asked you to capture the steward of the miscellaneous department, Lu Mingtong. You brought back that miscellaneous person named Lin Mo as well, didn't you? The woman's purple lips parted, her voice like that of a mature woman that could melt a man's bones, slowly falling. Yes. Where is he? The beautiful woman lightly tapped her head, gazing into Shangguan Wuqing's eyes, continuing to ask. Shangguan Wuqing was slightly taken aback, then cupped her hands, reporting to Master, the disciple does not know. Last night, after registering him, I let him leave. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have returned to the miscellaneous department, right? But Master, he's just a miscellaneous person. Do you really need to care about his whereabouts? Shangguan Wuqing was puzzled. Lin Mo was indeed a miscellaneous worker, but why would her master, the head of the law enforcement hall, inquire about Lin Mo's whereabouts? The beautiful woman did not answer Shangguan Wuqing's question, but spoke with an interrogative tone. The people from the miscellaneous department did not see Lin Mo return last night. Then the disciple does not know. Shangguan Wuqing slightly lowered her eyes, speaking firmly. Last night, I indeed let him leave. My junior brothers and sisters in the office can testify. The beautiful woman stared at Shangguan Wuqing for a while, slightly easing her tone, and said solemnly, Wuqing, you are one of my most prized disciples. I do not doubt that you let Lin Mo leave last night, but the current issue is that he has gone missing, and you were the last person to see him. I do not care what methods you use, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. You must find him, alive or dead. I want to see him. But remember, do not cause too much of stir. Disciple obeys. Shangguan Wuqing dared not ask too many questions and hurriedly withdrew. Chapter 14. Shangguan Wuqing. Cooperate obediently, and I will let you go. It was unclear how much time had passed. Lin Mo finally woke up from his stupor. What came into view was a luxuriously decorated room. The room was completely opaque, with only a few flickering candle flames providing minimal illumination in the darkness. Lin Mo wanted to call for help, but looking at the environment, shouting would be futile. His hands and feet were bound, lying on a large bed. The ropes binding him seemed to be some sort of restricting magical artifact. Lin Mo wanted to channel his spiritual energy to break free. Hilariously, he couldn't channel it at all. What a disaster. After failing to escape, Lin Mo sighed deeply. He hadn't clearly seen his attacker that night, but he could roughly guess. The person who attacked him was most likely Shangguan Wuqing, the captain of the Zhuke division of the law enforcement hall. Aside from Shangguan Wuqing, he couldn't think of anyone else. What did Shangguan Wuqing want? To use him as a furnace? Or was she truly enchanted by his pure young holy body's super succubus attribute? Regardless of the former or the latter, it was clear that Lin Mo could not escape Shangguan Wuqing's clutches by his own power. The most pressing issue was that he still couldn't figure out what kind of attitude Lu Ziyan had towards him. So this time, relying on Lu Ziyan to save him seemed hopeless. Creak. Suddenly, the door opened without warning. Lin Mo, who was nervously pondering how to escape, was startled. Then, a snap of fingers echoed. The candle flames in the room blazed brightly, illuminating the entire room as bright as day. As Lin Mo expected, the visitor was indeed Shangguan Wuqing. Awake? After closing the door, Shangguan Wuqing, with a smile in her eyes, sat down beside the bed. Captain Wuqing, I'm already a dying man, with no value left. What's the point of binding me? In front of Shangguan Wuqing, Lin Mo did not show any signs of panic. I ask you, do you have any connections in the sect? Shangguan Wuqing did not answer Lin Mo's question, but countered with another. She had seen Lin Mo's personal information, but it only recorded the most basic details. Connections were not documented. Connections? Lin Mo was taken aback. How would he know he had connections in the Chuxing sect? After thinking carefully, seeing that Lin Mo's reaction didn't seem feigned, Shangguan Wuqing continued. If Lin Mo had no remarkable connections in the Chuxing sect, why would my master care so much about Lin Mo's whereabouts, and even issue a death order to me? Ah, I didn't expect you to discover it, Captain Wuqing. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Mo, and he said earnestly, Actually, my connection is the sect master. He didn't know why Shangguan Wuqing suddenly asked him about his connections, but he figured it couldn't be without reason. So Lin Mo thought to see if he could use Lu Ziyan's name to bluff her and possibly get a way out. What if Shangguan Wuqing was indeed fooled and let him go? However, Shangguan Wuqing not only was not fooled, but also seemed to find it amusing, bursting into laughter. I mean, you don't really think that after being a miscellaneous worker in the Purple Sky Palace for 100 years, the sect master would pay attention to you, right? Not to mention 100 years. Even if it were 1,000 or 10,000 years, in the sect master's eyes, a miscellaneous worker is just a miscellaneous worker. There would be no change. Being exposed by Shangguan Wuqing, Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed. In fact, he felt the same way. If it weren't for the issue of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique binding to Yang energy, he would have long been turned to mush by Lu Ziyan's slap. The only reason he hadn't been killed yet was that he still had a bit of value. Thus, Shangguan Wuqing came to a conclusion. Lin Mo was indeed just an old miscellaneous worker with no connections. As for why her master gave her such a death order, Shangguan Wuqing did not know for now. But as long as Lin Mo returned alive, there shouldn't be any problems. I don't want to make things too difficult for you. I bound you because I feel you have a unique charm that belongs to an elderly person. I've also heard that you were quite handsome when you were young, but because you lack the qualifications for cultivation, you were arranged to be a miscellaneous worker, right? As she spoke, Shangguan Wuqing sat at the head of the bed, slightly leaning forward, closely observing Lin Mo's weathered old face, and said with a wicked smile, As long as you cooperate with me obediently and have an exciting and thrilling experience together, perhaps if I'm happy, I might just let you go. Everyone has a desire for beauty, and Shangwan Wuqing was no exception. But for some reason, Lin Mo, with his white hair and aging appearance, somehow gave her a feeling of excitement. The Initial Sacred Sect does not only have Lin Mo as the only elderly person. There are other elderly individuals as well, but Shangwan Wuqing feels nothing towards them, only towards Lin Mo. Although she can't figure out what's going on, she chooses to trust her instincts. Gazing at the beautiful face of Shangwan Wuqing, which is so close, Lin Mo said half-believingly, "Captain Wuqing, I'm an old man. Don't deceive me." If what Shangwan Wuqing said is true, Lin Mo wouldn't mind going along with it. Ha! Shangwan Wuqing grabbed Lin Mo's collar, charming yet dangerous, and said, "Do you think you have a choice? Then let me go first. I'm willing to cooperate." Lin Mo had no choice but to compromise. "Want to play tricks on me?" Shangwan Wuqing became alert. Lin Mo helplessly smiled and said, "Captain Wuqing, I'm just at the 3rd level of qi refining. Do you think I can play any tricks in front of you?" This was indeed the truth. In front of Shangwan Wuqing, Lin Mo's 3rd level qi refining cultivation was like an ant on the ground. Shangwan Wuqing could easily crush him. Indeed, after thinking about it, Shangwan Wuqing found no fault in that. So she released Lin Mo. After regaining freedom, Lin Mo stretched his muscles and bones, and the spiritual energy in his body began to flow. Compared to being tied up and letting Shangwan Wuqing do as she pleased, Lin Mo preferred to be more proactive. Then, Shangwan Wuqing began to undress, revealing an impressive figure that made Lin Mo's nose bleed. Chapter 15. Shangwan Wuqing conquered by Lin Mo. Shangwan Wuqing smiled seductively. Her beautiful eyes filled with eager anticipation as she looked at Lin Mo, compared to her usual self as the sharp and commanding leader of the Enforcement Hall's Zhuke team. She seemed like a completely different person. Lin Mo had indeed heard a saying. It is said that a woman's propriety has nothing to do with her character. Even a seemingly quiet, gentle, and reserved lady can display wildness and initiative when with someone she likes, completely reshaping your perception of her. Therefore, Shangwan Wuqing's current impatience has its reasoning. Seeing Lin Mo dawdling, Shangwan Wuqing pushed him onto the bed and prepared to take the initiative. Like a turtle in a jar, Lin Mo gave up resistance and allowed Shangwan Wuqing to have her way. Before this, Lin Mo never thought he would have such a day. This was something that could only happen in the Initial Sacred Sect of the Demon Sect. If it were in the Immortal Tao sects, even with the innate sacred body, the fairies of the Immortal Tao would probably not be as eager as Shangwan Wuqing. Nevertheless, due to the existence of the pure Yang sacred body, at least for now, Lin Mo was quite enjoying it. As Shangwan Wuqing eagerly merged with him, the Yin-Yang Evil Demon within Lin Mo began to operate quietly, greedily absorbing Shangwan Wuqing's Yin energy. Unbeknownst to Shangwan Wuqing, the intense Yang energy from Lin Mo was also nourishing her. Although the cultivation method that Shangwan Wuqing practiced was not the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, the pure Yang sacred body is equivalent to a panacea for all female cultivators. The Yang energy of the pure Yang sacred body not only has effects for beauty and health, but can also invisibly elevate a female cultivator's cultivation level. This is also why the pure Yang sacred body has such a tremendous allure for female cultivators. Time passed, and by the time the sky outside darkened, Shangwan Wuqing, who was gradually unable to withstand Lin Mo's onslaught, finally decided to end this intense battle. With dazed eyes and a flushed face, she expressed her satisfaction, saying, "Old man, your combat power is quite unexpected." Logically, she should have been crushing Lin Mo, yet the reality was that she couldn't withstand his assault. This left Shangwan Wuqing both incredulous and satisfied with her physical needs. Lin Mo simply chuckled and said nothing. Come on, in this aspect, even Lu Zian couldn't make him unable to rise, let alone a mere Shangwan Wuqing. Did he actually break through? Calming his mind, Lin Mo was surprised to find that this fierce battle with Shangwan Wuqing had directly allowed him to break through from the 3rd level of qi refining to the 4th level. The intensity of the spiritual energy within him had increased several times compared to the 3rd level. Clearly, the last time he fought fiercely with Lu Zian, his cultivation did not show any significant improvement. Could it be due to the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique? Besides that, Lin Mo couldn't think of any other possibilities. After all, the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique is a top-level joint cultivation method, not to mention that Lin Mo now has the support of the pure Yang sacred body. Therefore, after jointly cultivating with Shangwan Wuqing and absorbing enough Yin energy, breaking through directly from the third to the fourth level of Qi refining didn't seem surprising. Moreover, Lin Mo discovered that under the nourishment of Shangwan Wuqing's Yin energy, his thin and emaciated body was gradually showing signs of rejuvenation. The wrinkles on his skin had noticeably decreased, and he had gained some flesh, no longer looking like just a skeleton. Only his face remained unchanged. Joint cultivation with female cultivators actually had such miraculous effects. It seems he needs to think of ways to do this more often in the future. After tasting the sweetness, Lin Mo developed a bold idea. However, he wasn't in a hurry. His body had only just begun to show signs of rejuvenation. To achieve visible changes, he estimated that he would need to break through to the foundation establishment stage. After all, only by breaking through to the foundation establishment stage could he extend the lifespan of this mortal body. Captain Wuqing, I was quite cooperative just now. Can I leave now? Coming back to his senses, Lin Mo cautiously asked. Now he was afraid that Shangwan Wuqing, after tasting the sweetness, would go back on her word and force him to stay. If that were the case, Lin Mo feared he would be at a loss for words. But before that, I have one condition. After pondering for a moment, Shangwan Wuqing finally spoke. What condition? Lin Mo asked. In the future, when I have a need to find you, you must not refuse. If it weren't for her master giving a strict order, Shangwan Wuqing would have really wanted to keep Lin Mo here for herself, because she found that her spiritual energy was much more abundant than before the task. No wonder joint cultivation between men and women is viewed as a forbidden practice by the immortal sects of the Tianyuan continent. It seems there is indeed some truth to it. In reality, it is not so. If it weren't for practicing joint cultivation techniques or having some special physique, merely engaging in the most primitive intimate activities wouldn't yield significant results. The reason her cultivation showed a noticeable increase was entirely due to Lin Mo's pure Yang sacred body. All right, now that my strength is still weak, I can only agree to your request. Of course, he did indeed need to rapidly enhance his cultivation through joint cultivation with the opposite sex. If you dare play tricks on me, you should know the consequences. Additionally, if anyone asks, you must not mention anything about me. Do you understand? Am I lost? Where's this place? No, I must go back. Lin Mo got up, pretending not to see Shangwan Wuqing, and muttered to himself. Haha. Seeing Lin Mo being so compliant, Shangwan Wuqing opened the door for him. Initially, Shangwan Wuqing wanted to take Lin Mo to report to her master, but after thinking it over, wouldn't that just confirm that Lin Mo was indeed tied up by her? So, after much thought, she still decided to let Lin Mo go back by himself, which could save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Coming out of the house, Lin Mo, afraid that Shangwan Wuqing would have a change of heart, did not dare to linger. He immediately fled this place of gossip with the fastest speed. Lin Mo did not return to the servants' department, but went straight back to the small wooden house in Ziqian Palace. By the time he returned, it was already dawn the next day. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the sun had not yet risen. Upon entering the wooden house and lighting the candle, Lin Mo looked around at the familiar layout and furniture, and an unprecedented sense of nostalgia and security welled up in his heart. It's still comfortable in my little nest. Lin Montaxite, although it was a bit simple. After all, this was the little nest where he had lived for over 100 years. If one were to say what Lin Mo cherished the most in this world, it would probably be this small wooden house. Old servant, come to Ziqian Palace to meet this palace. Just as Lin Mo was about to lie down and rest for a while, the cold, unyielding voice of Lu Zian came from a void, reaching Lin Mo's ears. Chapter 16. The Female Demon Lord's Summons. Two people with 100 cautionary eyes. Lin Mo was momentarily speechless. He had only just returned for less than a quarter of an hour, and Lu Zian was already summoning him? This female demon lord couldn't have been waiting for my return the whole time, could she? The thought flashed through his mind, but Lin Mo quickly dismissed it. With Lu Zian's cultivation, everything around Ziqian Palace should be within her perception. However, Lin Mo did not know what Lu Ziyan wanted to summon him for. The key was that he had to go. Really can't catch a break. Sighing helplessly, Lin Mo had no choice but to give up on the idea of resting for a while. In Zetian Palace, at the main seat of the Great Hall, Lu Ziyan sat gracefully in a purple gauze dress, draped with a white gauze coat. Her smooth, flowing hair was styled up. A noble, elegant, and ethereal aura enveloped her. She crossed her legs, tilting to one side, revealing her long legs that inspired the imagination. Lin Mo stood 30 meters away, gazing from a distance. An awe-inspiring regal aura pressed down on Lin Mo, making it hard for him to breathe. What are you looking at? Do you want to lose your eyes? Lu Ziyan's voice, as melodious as heavenly music yet as cold as an iceberg, pulled Lin Mo back from his thoughts. I've seen it before, he silently complained, hurriedly kneeling down, his voice hoarse as he said, Servant Lin Mo of the Servants Department pays respects to the sect master. He hesitated for a moment before following Lu Ziyan's instruction to raise his head. However, his eyelids still drooped slightly as he looked down at the ground. To avoid provoking Lu Ziyan's madness again, Lu Ziyan's gaze fixed on Lin Mo's weathered face, and her brows furrowed slightly. What's going on? Why do I feel like this old servant is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye? Not long ago, while finishing up in the bath, Lu Ziyan thought it was just a fleeting illusion caused by their recent joint cultivation. But now it was clear that it was not her imagination. Before this, she had seen Lin Mo as if he were garbage, yet his appearance hadn't changed at all. Could it be because of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique? Or perhaps Lu Ziyan couldn't figure it out for a moment, so she ordered Lin Mo to come forward to a distance of 5 meters. She scrutinized Lin Mo again. This time, she finally discovered some clues. Lin Mo seemed to be exuding a special charm that attracted her mind. As for where this special charm came from, Lu Ziyan couldn't say for sure at the moment, but she sensed it. A fragrance from another woman on Lin Mo. Lu Ziyan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she coldly asked, Where did you go from the Zhuke division office to just now? Faced with Lu Ziyan's inquiry, Lin Mo showed no hesitation and naturally replied, reporting to Sect Master. Perhaps it was too dark that night, and this old servant got lost. If it weren't for the high recognizability of Zetian Palace, I might still be wandering outside. Is that so? Lu Ziyan asked again, her tone carrying a hint of warning. Yes. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo answered firmly. He dared not say he was abducted by Shangwan Wuqing and even slept with her. Who knows how this female demon lord, who changes her mind like flipping a book, would react to such matters? Whoosh! Just as Lin Mo finished speaking, Lu Ziyan waved her long sleeve. A gust of wind swept in, sending Lin Mo flying several meters before he landed heavily. If he hadn't taken a life extension pill and improved his cultivation recently, his old bones might have fallen apart on the spot. However, Lin Mo could feel that Lu Ziyan hadn't used much strength. Otherwise, given his 4th level of qi refining, even a slight effort from Lu Ziyan would have sent him to meet his ancestors on the spot. Lin Mo struggled to stand up again and protested unhappily. I was right, Sect Master. You made me take the life extension pill to wait until my health improved before torturing me, right? If that's the case, even if you don't kill me, I will end it myself when I get back. Previously, Lin Mo dared to speak to Lu Ziyan like this because he no longer cared about anything. But now he didn't want to die. Yet he couldn't let Lu Ziyan see that he didn't want to die. Otherwise, if Lu Ziyan noticed that he no longer wished to die, his future situation would only become worse. He might even find it hard to lift his head in front of Lu Ziyan. To put it bluntly, he had to deceive Lu Ziyan and at least fight for a bit of dignity for himself. Don't you care about your face? Lu Ziyan slightly parted her red lips, wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat, and she forced them back. She meant to reprimand Lin Mo for the scent of another woman on him. But would that make it seem like she cared too much about Lin Mo? Or give Lin Mo the illusion that he was already chosen by her? That wouldn't do. However, the scent from the other woman on Lin Mo indeed made her feel disgusted. Now it seemed that she had originally thought about having Lin Mo come over to stabilize his realm through joint cultivation, but now it appeared unnecessary. She didn't want to endure the scent of another woman while cultivating with Lin Mo, full of lies. This palace is merely punishing you slightly. What are you feeling wronged about? Lu Zian still provided a relatively reasonable explanation. After all, for the moment, she really didn't want Lin Mo to die. Being exposed by Lu Zian in front of him left Lin Mo feeling a bit awkward. However, at least he confirmed two things. First, Lu Zian was hitting him for no reason. Second, Lu Zian really didn't want to die right now. So this time it was worth it. Then may I ask Sect Master, what is the purpose of calling me today? To avoid Lu Zian discovering that he had slept with Shangwan Wuqing, he hurriedly shifted the topic. Lu Zian's mind raced. If she didn't provide a reasonable reason, it would seem like she was very concerned about why Lin Mo had been missing for this period. That wouldn't do. In just a few breaths, Lu Zian found a reasonable reason and asked, "Have you mastered the Yang Scroll of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique?" Reporting to Sect Master, I was fortunate enough to succeed in practicing it. Lin Mo replied truthfully. Just having been exposed by Lu Zian, Lin Mo dared not lie anymore. Moreover, whether he had mastered the Yang Scroll of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, given Lu Zian's cultivation, could she not see through it? This palace has seen through it. Lu Zian's tone was indifferent, but her words concealed a hint of surprise. With your foolish comprehension, you actually managed to master the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, which is indeed beyond my expectations. Although it is unclear how Lin Mo managed to cultivate it, this is undoubtedly great news for Lu Zian. Chapter 17, Lu Zian. Do you think you're funny? The Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique is divided into Yin and Yang scrolls. Female cultivators practice Yin, while male cultivators practice Yang. Normally, practicing together with the opposite sex allows practitioners of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique to rapidly improve their cultivation and even break through bottlenecks in their realms. However, if both parties have cultivated the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, then under the balance of Yin-Yang harmony and the mutual complement of Yin and Yang scrolls, the result can be greater than the sum of its parts. This is why, even though the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique binds the Yin or Yang energy of the initial joint practitioners, it remains the supreme evil cultivation technique revered by millions of evil cultivators on the continent. Even if one's spiritual vein rank is not outstanding and their talent and comprehension are quite ordinary, as long as both partners cultivate the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, they can achieve terrifying results comparable to those of prodigies. Therefore, Lin Mo successfully cultivating the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique is indeed great news for Lu Zian. However, she clearly would not tell Lin Mo about this. Immediately, Lu Zian waved her jade hand, and the jade scroll stored in Lin Mo's storage ring flew out and landed in her hand. Lin Mo didn't mind having the Yang Scroll's cultivation method taken back, since he had already mastered it. I have a small favor to ask, and I hope the Sect Master can help. Is it about the miscellaneous department? Lu Zian asked. Yes. Lin Mo nodded slightly. He was unsure whether Zhou Zhe, the new manager of the miscellaneous department, would come looking for trouble, but it was best to avoid such trouble. So, Lin Mo thought about whether he could get Lu Zian to handle this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any peace to cultivate. You need me to deal with a trivial matter? Have you lost your mind, old servant? Lu Zian said cheerfully. If you can't even handle a few ants from the miscellaneous department, what use do you have to me? Do you need a sledgehammer to kill ants? That would lower my value. Lin Mo was momentarily speechless. He shouldn't have expected anything from Lu Zian. However, upon reflection, Lu Zian's words made sense. Asking her to resolve the miscellaneous department's issues did seem a bit much. After a moment, Lu Zian sighed lightly, and another storage ring fell in front of Lin Mo. Considering that you have cultivated the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, I will reluctantly admit you still have some value. Here are 1,000 spirit stones. Take them for cultivation. If you can handle the miscellaneous department's issues yourself, I will reward you with 5,000 spirit stones. If you can't, then you can only fend for yourself. Sect Master, how can this be? Lin Mo said, even as he picked up the storage ring from the ground and quickly tucked it into his pocket. In the Initial Sacred Sect, the position of a miscellaneous servant was worth less than a dog, and their annual salary was only 1 spirit stone. Therefore, for Lin Mo, 1,000 spirit stones was undoubtedly a significant amount. This is why, Once you become a miscellaneous disciple of the Initial Sacred Sect, trying to turn over a new leaf is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Don't want it? Then return it to me. Sect Master, you don't need this 1,000 spirit stones. The things you give away are like spilled water. How can you take them back? Don't you think so? Lin Mo said with a thick face. Do you think you're funny? Lu Ziyan said with a cold expression. But in truth, she was a bit amused. She had never realized before that Lin Mo had a sense of humor. Perhaps she had been too strict with him in the past and hadn't seen him as a person at all. Not bad, Lin Mo shamelessly replied. Sharp-toned. You can leave now. Sect Master, I will take my leave then. Just as Lin Mo turned to leave, Lu Ziyan suddenly called out coldly. Find time to wash off the bad smell on you at the Jade Clear Pool. It's quite unpleasant. If you come to Zetian Palace again and have that smell, I will let you relive your nightmares from when you were young. Lin Mo was taken aback. Smell? He was older now, but still paid attention to personal hygiene. How could he possibly smell? Lin Mo's mind didn't immediately grasp that the smell Lu Ziyan referred to was the scent left on him by Shangwan Wuqing. He couldn't smell it himself. So he thought Lu Ziyan was going a bit crazy. Understood, Sect Master, Lin Mo said, too lazy to argue with Lu Ziyan about the smell issue, and then left Zetian Palace. Back at his wooden cabin, Lin Mo took stock of his current assets. Including the spirit stones he had accumulated over a century and the spirit stones Lu Ziyan had given him during their first meeting, he now had approximately 300 spirit stones, plus 5 spirit assistance pills. Spirit assistance pills are a type of elixir that can speed up the absorption of spiritual energy for a certain period of time. They are not very useful for geniuses with spiritual veins above rank 7, but they hold great value for cultivators with spiritual veins below rank 7. Thus, the primary target audience for spirit assistance pills is still ordinary cultivators with spiritual veins below rank 7, with the pure Yang sacred body. Lin Mo naturally didn't need these few spirit assistance pills. He was thinking about finding a time to go to the sect's trading market to sell them. That should also yield a good number of spirit stones. The most important thing right now is to figure out how to get the 5,000 spirit stones from Lu Ziyan. Lin Mo stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Originally, Lin Mo thought that as long as the new manager of the miscellaneous department, Zhou, didn't come looking for trouble, he would be happy to enjoy some peace. But that female demon Lu Ziyan had thrown him a bait. For the sake of those 5,000 spirit stones in cultivation resources, Lin Mo really had no choice but to take the bait. 5,000 spirit stones. Even for inner disciples of the Initial Sacred Sect, that is a considerable sum. Generally, inner disciples only receive an initial funding of 500 spirit stones when they first enter the sect. After that, if they want more spirit stones, elixirs, magical tools, and other resources, they have to find ways to obtain them themselves. Of course, the Initial Sacred Sect has many ways to earn spirit stones, including but not limited to sect missions, training, alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman making. In summary, disciples might make a significant profit, but the sect would never lose out. Now, even if Zhou didn't come to trouble Lin Mo might have to seek him out for trouble. Moreover, the target Lu Ziyan set for him was indeed not too difficult. If I remember correctly, Zhou seems to also be at the 7th level of Qi refinement. With Lin Mo's current strength, facing Zhou would be a bit tricky. Therefore, he needed to hurry up and improve his cultivation. Chapter 18, Drunken Immortal Building. The Slippery Fairy. Normally, if I were to cultivate properly, it would take me about a month to break through from the 4th level of Qi refinement to the 5th level, assuming I have enough spirit stones for cultivation. Zhou, taking over Lu Mingtong's position, would probably take only 10 days to half a month to quickly take over all affairs of the miscellaneous department. After all, Zhou was previously the deputy manager of the miscellaneous department and was well acquainted with its matters. Therefore, Lin Mo clearly didn't have that much time to slowly improve his cultivation. After all, he couldn't guarantee whether Zhou would come looking for trouble. Not to mention, Zhou was also at the 7th level of Qi refinement. In genuine cultivation, with the support of the pure Yang sacred body and the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, Lin Mo would need at least 3 to 4 months to break through from the 4th level of Qi refinement to the 7th level. Zhou, unlike him, was not alone, There were many miscellaneous disciples in the department who looked up to Jose. Therefore, he would need to reach at least the 8th level of chi refinement to be safe. But how could he possibly break through to the 8th level in just 10 days to half a month? It would be best if Jose did not come looking for him. However, how could this be possible? Lin Mo was not unfamiliar with this person. Compared to Lu Mingtong, Jose was even worse. Perhaps it was because he was only a deputy manager, and his status was not as high as Lu Mingtong's, which made him much more brutal towards the servant disciples than Lu Mingtong was. Now, having just gotten Lu Mingtong ousted through reporting, Jose would likely take action against him to avoid following in Lu Mingtong's footsteps. It seemed there was no time to rest. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo already had a preliminary plan in mind. Normal cultivation would definitely not be enough. Fortunately, he had cultivated the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique. As long as he cultivated together with a female, he could quickly improve his cultivation level. Just like yesterday with Shangwan Wuqing. In just one night, he had directly broken through from the 3rd level of Qi refining to the 4th level. Back then, Lin Mo had spent a full half month just to break through from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 3rd level. And he had also spent quite a bit of spirit stones. Therefore, cultivating together had become Lin Mo's first choice at this moment. Currently, Lin Mo had only had in-depth friendly exchanges with Lu Ziyan and Shangwan Wuqing. However, it was clearly unrealistic for him to take the initiative to seek them out for joint cultivation. In Lu Ziyan and Shangwan Wuqing's eyes, Lin Mo might just be a furnace cauldron that could be discarded at any time. How could there be any reason to reverse the heavens? Lin Mo was aware of this self-knowledge. As for where to find someone to cultivate with, it might be difficult in a sect of the immortal way. But it was completely not a problem in the Initial Sacred Sect. In the Initial Sacred Sect, there was the Drunken Immortal Building. To put it in simple terms, it was a brothel. The Drunken Immortal Building could basically be said to be the most profitable industry of the Initial Sacred Sect. They would regularly go out to capture young and beautiful female cultivators, sealing their meridians in cultivation, turning them into tools for the disciples of the Initial Sacred Sect to vent their frustrations. There were not only female cultivators, but also male cultivators. But that didn't concern Lin Mo. The key point was that to maintain high profits, the cauldrons in the Drunken Immortal Building were all one-time use. Of course, if someone wanted to take a cauldron back to play with slowly, that was not impossible. However, in that case, you would have to deal with it yourself in the end, which was rather troublesome. From a profit perspective, everyone in the Initial Sacred Sect could go to the Drunken Immortal Building to consume, even the servant disciples. The premise was that you had enough spirit stones. It was decided, let's go take a look. If the price wasn't too high, perhaps this method could quickly allow him to break through to the 8th level of Qi refining. Having made up his mind, Lin Mo immediately set off. With 300 spirit stones in his pocket, Lin Mo still had enough confidence to go to the Drunken Immortal Building. At noon, Lin Mo arrived at the Drunken Immortal Building. Seeing Lin Mo, a hunched old man, walking straight towards the entrance, the female disciple responsible for receiving guests at the door reached out to stop him. Is this place really suitable for a servant like you? The female disciple's tone was indifferent, with a hint of expulsion in her words. It wasn't that the Drunken Immortal Building didn't allow servants to come, but rather that it was simply not a place where servants could afford to consume. A servant earned only 1 spirit stone a year, even if they worked as a servant for hundreds of years. The spirit stones they accumulated would not be enough to afford a single visit to the Drunken Immortal Building. Lin Mo did not waste words and directly tossed out a storage ring containing 300 spirit stones. After a simple check, the female disciple was slightly surprised and said, "Today, I misjudged. I didn't expect a servant like you to have so many spirit stones." She couldn't care less where Lin Mo got these spirit stones, as long as he could afford to consume. "Ahem, can I go in now?" Lin Mo coughed tactically. "Yes, come with me." The female disciple led Lin Mo into the first-floor hall of the Drunken Immortal Building, where the flamboyant decoration style and the enchanting fragrance in the air enveloped him. Lin Mo felt as if he had dreamt back to a club. "This is my first time at the Drunken Immortal Building. Could you briefly introduce the rules here?" Coming back to his senses, Lin Mo asked slowly. The female disciple did not speak, but handed Lin Mo a jade tablet. It detailed the consumption projects of the Drunken Immortal building. Qi refining stage, 300 spirit stones. Foundation establishment early stage, 1,000 spirit stones. Foundation establishment mid stage, 1,500 spirit stones. Foundation establishment late stage, 2,000 spirit stones. Foundation establishment full stage, 3,000 spirit stones. Without needing to ask, Lin Mo understood. The Qi refining stage and foundation establishment stage written on it should refer to the cultivation levels of the female cultivators, and the subsequent prices went without saying. Do you want someone from the Qi refining stage or the foundation establishment early stage? The female disciple then asked. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo raised his head and said, "Let us start with someone from the Qi refining stage. Can I choose?" "Yes." Immediately, the female disciple took Lin Mo to the second floor, where each room was filled with young and beautiful female cultivators. They might have different body types, but without exception, they were all quite good-looking. After a careful selection, Lin Mo finally chose a pure-looking female cultivator from the Qi refining stage who met his tastes. After confirming, the female disciple asked Lin Mo to pay on the spot and brought him to an empty room. "Please wait a moment. I'll be right back," the female disciple said before turning to leave. Sitting on the edge of the bed in the room, Lin Mo felt a sense of nervousness for some reason. Just like the first time he went to a club in his previous life to wait for a technician. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Creak. Responding, the female cultivator Lin Mo had chosen earlier pushed the door open and entered. She had changed into a looser, gauzy outfit, and the fabric slid off her shoulders, revealing her fair and delicate skin and a deep neckline. Chapter 19. If the cauldron wants to live, is it afraid I will eat you? Not only that, the female cultivator's eyes were misty, and, as she entered, she removed her gauzy outfit. This was in stark contrast to the terrified and desperate look she had when Lin Mo selected her. Lin Mo could guess with his toes what was going on, but it had nothing to do with him. He was just an ordinary consumer, here to fulfill his cultivation purpose. Under the effect of the elixirs, the female cultivator did not care whether Lin Mo was an old man or a handsome young man. She actively began to serve Lin Mo late at night. Lin Mo finished his first consumption at the Drunken Immortal building. The female cultivator, who had been in good physical and mental condition during the day, now had a pale face and purple lips. She looked like she had lost quite a bit of weight. In contrast, Lin Mo appeared to be full of energy, completely unlike someone who had just engaged in intense exercise. He hadn't broken through. After getting dressed, Lin Mo felt the spirit power within him. Compared to before, it had indeed increased significantly, but he still hadn't broken through to the 5th level of Qi refining. However, the improvement was quite evident. He was now only one step away from the 5th level of Qi refining. What was going on? Was it because the old man's realm had increased? Or was it because this female cultivator's cultivation was too weak, and her Yin energy was not strong enough? Lin Montak Pondat Kvitli. He felt that both factors were at play. Shangguan Wuqing's cultivation was certainly much stronger than that of this captured female cultivator, and the Yin energy contained within her would naturally be much more abundant. "Help me, I beg you." Suddenly, a weak voice came from behind him. Bai Hua, of course, was the name of the female cultivator Lin Mo had cultivated with this time. During the process, Lin Mo learned her name. Lin Mo turned around to see Bai Hua with tears in her eyes, looking at him pleadingly. "Help you? How?" Lin Mo asked, puzzled. Bai Hua detailed what she had heard and seen. It turned out that female cultivators captured by the Drunken Immortal building after serving customers were like swords drawn and would not serve a second customer. The vast majority of them would be thrown into the self-burn tower afterward to squeeze out their last remaining value. Bai Hua grasped Lin Mo's thin arm, crying and pleading, "I won't blame you. I just want to live. As long as you tell them you want to take me back, that's enough. Please, if we have a future connection, I will repay you." Lin Mo paused for a moment, then pushed Bai Hua's hand away, his expression emotionless. "Sorry, little girl, your life and death have nothing to do with me." He was barely able to protect himself, so how could he help others? It was laughable. Lin Mo's life could basically be said to have been spent in the Initial Sacred Sect. He had seen too many such things. Even if Bai Hua spoke with tears streaming down her face, Lin Mo felt no pity. Kindness, innocence, and goodness were noble traits that did not exist in the Initial Sacred Sect. Or rather, those with such noble qualities could not survive in the Initial Sacred Sect and would sooner or later meet a tragic end. If Lin Mo were just a naive teenager in his teens or 20s, perhaps he would help Bai Hua. But unfortunately, he was not. Don't go, please. I'm begging you. Bai Hua's heart-wrenching voice reached his ears. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then heavily shut the door and left quickly. Was that the end? When he came out, the female disciple from earlier was still at the door. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. You are welcome to come again. After saying that, the female disciple turned and entered the drunken, immortal building. She must be going to deal with Bai Hua. As for Bai Hua's final outcome, what did it have to do with Lin Mo? Back in the small wooden house of the Purple Sky Palace, Lin Mo immediately sat cross-legged, took out 50 spirit stones, and began to break through to the 5th level of Qi refining. Just 2 days later, without any hindrance, he smoothly broke through to the 5th level of Qi refining. Lin Mo threw a punch, and a rapid speed compressed the air, causing an explosion. Just the force of his punch was several levels stronger than that of the 4th level of Qi refining. But it was still far from enough. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Mo's murky eyes. Under the premise of lacking any fortuitous encounters, if he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation, he still had to go to the drunken immortal building. However, with today's experience, Lin Mo had also come to a conclusion. As his cultivation level increased, the effectiveness of cultivating with female cultivators of lower levels would gradually decrease. Therefore, he really couldn't blindly seek out female cultivators in the Qi refining stage. Even if he went to the drunken immortal building 3 more times and spent all the 1,000 spirit stones he had, Lin Mo estimated that it would be difficult for him to even break through to the 7th level of Qi refining. If he cultivated normally, 1,000 spirit stones would be enough for him to break through to the 8th level of Qi refining. Given his current cultivation level, he still needed to seek out female cultivators in the Qi refining stage to maximize his gains. Tomorrow, he would sell the spirit-enhancing pills and then go to the drunken immortal building. It would be great if Shangwan Wuqing could come to find him again during this time. This way, he could save thousands of spirit stones. But Lin Mo couldn't control Shangwan Wuqing, so he could only leave it to fate. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the sect's trading market of the Initial Sacred Sect. This was a place for sect disciples to trade freely. But those who set up stalls to sell items had to pay a 5% venue fee to the sect. Early in the morning, the trading market was already bustling with people. Lin Mo walked slowly, not attracting anyone's attention, and casually found a free spot to display a spirit-enhancing pill. Soon, a few inner sect disciples noticed the pill. However, they only pointed and commented, showing no intention to buy. Lin Mo naturally did not bother with them. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in front of Lin Mo's stall. It was Shangwan Wuqing. The two just exchanged a glance, showing no signs of recognition. Old servant, do you know the general price of a spirit-enhancing pill? Shangwan Wuqing asked. It should be 150 spirit stones. I wonder if I'm right, Lin Mo replied. Yes, but 150 spirit stones is the highest price. Generally, selling for 120 or 30 is already good. The spirit-enhancing pill could indeed increase one's spiritual energy absorption speed for a period of time, but it was still a consumable item. Moreover, the pill's grade was not high, and its effectiveness would significantly decrease for cultivators above the golden core stage. Being able to sell for over 100 spirit stones was already quite good. What Shangwan Wuqing said was indeed correct. In the end, Lin Mo sold all 5 spirit-enhancing pills at the price of 130 spirit stones each. After packing up, Lin Mo paid 33 spirit stones as venue fees to the management of the trading market. Old servant, why are you walking so fast? Afraid I might eat you? Just after leaving the trading market, Shangwan Wuqing caught up with him. Chapter 20. This old servant has such energy? Coming again. Captain Wuqing, what are you talking about? Don't make fun of me. Lin Mo laughed to himself and asked. Shangwan Wuqing did not respond, but only signaled with her eyes to the surroundings. Following her gaze, Lin Mo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He discovered that there were no less than 5 inner sect disciples secretly eyeing him, and he was completely unaware. Were they planning to rob him of his spirit stones? Lin Mo thought, feeling a lingering fear. Hee, you're not so stupid after all, Shangwan Wuqing said. Of course, you picked the soft persimmons to squeeze. Besides, you're just a servant. What harm is there in robbing your spirit stones? As long as they aren't caught by the law enforcement hall on the spot. No one will pursue the matter afterward. It's a no-risk, high-reward deal. If I hadn't arrived in time, I imagine your fate wouldn't have been good. If it weren't for the fact that she still wanted to use Lin Mo to improve her own cultivation, Shangwan Wuqing wouldn't have bothered with such trivial matters. After all, robbery was not a new thing within the sect. The law enforcement hall simply didn't have enough personnel to manage everything. Thank you, Captain Wuqing. This favor is something I owe you. Lin Mo clasped his hands, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Just thinking about it made Lin Mo feel a wave of fear. If Shangwan Wuqing hadn't come, even if he had sensed something earlier, he would have likely been caught off guard. With his strength, he simply couldn't fend off those inner sect disciples. At that time, not only would his spirit stones be robbed, but he might also end up dead on the spot. In the eyes of those inner sect disciples, the life of a servant was nothing. As long as it wasn't discovered on the spot, if a servant disciple died, it would just be that no one from the law enforcement hall would investigate too deeply afterward. Verbal thanks are meaningless. 10 days later, at the old place. Return the favor to me. I'll be waiting for you, Shangwan Wuqing said with a slight smile, revealing a hungry look in her eyes. All right, I'll remember, Lin Mo promised, albeit a bit reluctantly. But inside, he was already overjoyed. Earlier, he was troubled about how to make Shangwan Wuqing come to find him. Now it was perfect. The opportunity had come right at his doorstep. Perhaps he could truly break through from the 4th to the 8th level of qi refining in just half a month. You take all the good things, and you're still not happy? You know how many brothers in the sect want to pursue me, but can't even catch a whiff of me? You, an old servant. Being noticed by me is your good fortune, Shangwan Wuqing teased confidently. It seemed she was quite confident in her looks and figure. However, to be fair, Shangwan Wuqing's appearance and figure were indeed among the top ranks of the tens of thousands of female disciples in the Initial Sacred Sect. Coupled with her position as the captain of the law enforcement hall's Vermilion Bird Division, the number of people pursuing her was at least in the 4 figures. What Captain Wuqing said is absolutely right. Lin Mo flattered, pretending to be obsequious. Being able to have a relationship with you may just be the fortune I have accumulated over 3 lifetimes. If it weren't for the deep and friendly relationship he had with Lu Zian, Lin Mo would indeed feel quite fortunate. Not to mention, he also had the pure yang sacred body. When I reach the foundation establishment stage and my body rejuvenates, why would I worry about not having women? All right, go about your business. With me watching, no one will have the idea to take your spirit stones for the time being, Shangwan Wuqing said with a squint and a smile. Lin Mo's flattery seemed to hit the mark. Upon returning to the drunken immortal tower, Lin Mo spent 600 spirit stones to summon 2 female cultivators in the qi refining stage consecutively. It was just as he had expected. This time, he drained the yin energy from the 2 qi refining female cultivators completely before barely breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining. The yin energy from the qi refining female cultivators was already starting to be insufficient for me. This won't do if it continues like this. After breaking through to the 6th level of qi refining, Lin Mo could clearly feel that the energy and yin energy required to break through to the 7th level were several times more than what was needed to break through to the 6th level. The 9th level of qi refining can actually be roughly divided into 4 stages. Levels 1 to 3 are the early stage, levels 4 to 6 are the middle stage, and levels 7 to 9 are the late stage. After reaching the 9th level of qi refining, the next step is to reach the completion of the qi refining stage. Only by achieving the completion of the qi refining stage can one prepare for the breakthrough to foundation establishment. Moreover, the energy accumulation required for breakthroughs at each stage of qi refining increases exponentially. The reason he was able to smoothly break through from the 3rd level of early qi refining to the 4th level of middle qi refining last time was likely due to the abundant Yin energy provided by Shangguan Wuqing. Therefore, Lin Mo thought that trying to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining by summoning 2 Qi refining female cultivators like before would be a bit difficult. Then, let's try summoning a foundation establishment early stage female cultivator. Lin Mo checked and found that he had just over 1,000 spirit stones, which was enough to summon a foundation establishment early stage female cultivator. So, Lin Mo rested in his room for 2 days, adjusted his condition, and operated the Yin-Yang demon art to consolidate his cultivation. After that, he called for a female disciple working at the Drunken Immortal Tower and summoned a foundation establishment early stage female cultivator. Outside the door, listening to the series of blushing sounds coming from the room, the female disciple secretly gasped, "Strange, where did this old servant get so many spirit stones? And he looks like he is almost in the grave, yet he is still so energetic." Even those young inner sect disciples don't summon female cultivators as frequently as Lin Mo does. Whatever, anyway, this old guy has provided me with quite a bit of commission. Haha, if I save up a bit more, I can buy that magical artifact. Nearly 10 hours later, Lin Mo's battle with the Foundation Establishment Female Cultivator finally ended. The Foundation Establishment Female Cultivator was indeed different. Under Lin Mo's fierce attack, her condition only showed slight decline, unlike the previous Qi refining female cultivators, who appeared completely drained afterward. TSK, almost there. Lin Mo scratched his head in confusion. He did not break through to the 7th level of Qi refining as smoothly as he had anticipated. Instead, he got stuck. He then glanced at the Foundation Establishment Female Cultivator lying on the bed resting. She looked to be in decent shape and should still be able to be drained a bit more. If he couldn't break through to the 7th level of Qi refining, wouldn't his 1,000 spirit stones go to waste? What? The Foundation Establishment Female Cultivator, who had thought it was all over, was startled. Is this really an old man who has half in the grave? Chapter 21. Encountering the Saintess. The shocked Shangguan Wuqing 2 hours later, under the abundant nourishment of Yin energy, Lin Mo finally broke through to the 7th level of Qi refining. The Foundation Establishment Female Cultivator, at this moment, lay on the bed as if her body had been hollowed out. In contrast, Lin Mo appeared radiant due to his recent breakthrough. Not only that, his arms, face, legs, and upper body seemed to have aged backward by 10 years overnight. He no longer looked as thin as before, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Feeling the fleshiness of his wrist and thigh, Lin Mo felt as if he was in a spring breeze, his mood exceptionally pleasant. Cultivating immortality is truly the greatest invention in this world. Not long ago, he was just an old man on the verge of death, with 1 foot almost in the coffin. However, when the boat reaches the bridge, there will be a way. When the willows darken, the flowers brightened, there's another village. A month ago, Lin Mo would never have dared to believe that he would have a chance to turn things around. Although he didn't have the many essential golden finger systems that other transmigrators have, the pure Yang sacred body could almost be called the strongest Qi in the Tianyuan continent. Thankfully, he had the pure Yang sacred body. Otherwise, he might have been nailed to the pillar of shame for transmigrators. Lin Mo secretly rejoiced in his heart. Although he was already over 100 years old this year, in the realm of cultivation, 100 years is precisely the age for striving. Lin Mo firmly believed that as long as he diligently practiced to improve his cultivation, even if he couldn't return to his appearance at 20, he could at least return to his appearance in middle age. That would be enough. After calming his emotions, Lin Mo left the Drunken Immortal Tower. There were still 3 days left until the 10 days Shangguan Wuqing mentioned, just enough time to return and rest a bit. Upon returning to his small wooden house, Lin Mo eagerly tried out the power of the 7th level of Qi refining. It was indeed on a different level compared to the 6th level. However, breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refining also left his pockets emptier than his face. If it weren't for that female demon Lu Zian setting a target of 5,000 spirit stones, he really wouldn't know where to get spirit stones next. Half lying on the head of the bed, Lin Mo pondered. The identity of a servant disciple has too many restrictions. Even if Lin Mo wanted to earn spirit stones, he couldn't do it. The Initial Sacred Sect has tasks to earn spirit stones, but they are only available for inner sect disciples to take. Servants are not qualified to accept sect tasks. As for sect training, don't even mention it. Do servants want to participate in sect training? Dream on. In the future, he still had to find a way to squeeze more cultivation resources from Lucian. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo suddenly had a bold idea. Rather than exhausting himself to earn cultivation resources, wouldn't it be better to take advantage of Lucian? If one were to say who is the richest in the entire Initial Sacred Sect, it would undoubtedly be Lucian, the sect master. Although this might seem a bit like living off a woman, but in the world of cultivation, there is nothing to be ashamed of. How many people want to live off Lucian, but can't even get the chance? In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the way to Shangguan Wuqing's residence, while passing through a relatively remote forest path, Lin Mo, who was idly looking at the scenery, seemed to see a graceful figure deep in the woods. At first, Lin Mo thought he was seeing things, but after rubbing his eyes and focusing, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. Just from a back view, Lin Mo had already imagined what an unparalleled beauty the front would be like. Wait a minute. This back view seems a bit familiar. In the next moment, Lin Mo suddenly realized. Isn't this the Saintess Suyu? At this moment, a flying spirit beast landed in front of Suyu. Suyu cautiously glanced around and quickly stuffed a piece of paper into the spirit beast's mouth. Seeing the scene, Lin Mo frowned. He faintly sensed something. He then withdrew his gaze and pretended nothing happened as he quickly left. After releasing the flying spirit beast, Suyu looked around once more. She initially thought nobody had noticed her until she saw Lin Mo, who was about to disappear from her line of sight. Suyu furrowed her brow slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in her clear and lively eyes. She quietly followed him until she recognized Lin Mo's identity. "Old man Lin, how'd you end up here?" Suyu was puzzled. She also couldn't determine whether Lin Mo had seen her. If he had, it would be a serious problem. If not, she might raise Lin Mo's vigilance by approaching him carelessly. But regardless of whether Lin Mo had seen her, she couldn't let it go easily. Suyu's sharp gaze fixed on Lin Mo's back until he disappeared from sight. Once he reached the crowded area, the chillingly sharp aura behind him dissipated, and Lin Mo finally let out a sigh of relief, still feeling a lingering fear. There was definitely something wrong with Suyu. Lin Mo thought to himself. Suyu must have noticed him. Now, it wasn't about whether he wanted to get involved, but whether Suyu would let him go. The answer was obviously no, at least theoretically. So what to do? If Suyu really wanted him to disappear without a trace, with Lin Mo's current cultivation, he wouldn't stand a chance to resist. Damn it, why does all this bad luck have to fall on me? It's just so unlucky. Just when he thought he was finally getting back on track, he unintentionally ran into this mess again. Unless he stayed in the small wooden house at Zitian Palace, Lin Mo couldn't think of any way to evade Suyu's assassination. For a moment, the excitement he had felt about seeking out Shangguan Wuqing to enhance his cultivation faded. He decided to take it one step at a time. Worrying was useless now. At worst, he could just hide in the small wooden house at Zitian Palace. Lin Mo truly didn't believe that Suyu would dare to kill him right under Lucian's nose. After sorting out his emotions, Lin Mo quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at Shangguan Wuqing's residence again. Shangguan Wuqing had been waiting inside for quite some time. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that there was no one else around, she opened the door to let Lin Mo in. It was still that room that was completely opaque. Shangguan Wuqing looked Lin Mo up and down, quite surprised, and said, "You're at the 7th level of qi refining? No wonder you look a lot younger." Previously, Shangguan Wuqing hadn't specifically sensed Lin Mo's cultivation aura, but she was certain that 10 days ago, at the sect's trading market, Lin Mo definitely did not have the cultivation of the 7th level of qi refining. It's just luck, Captain Wuqing. No need to be so surprised, Lin Mo said with a nonchalant expression. Indeed, this is good news for me. Shangguan Wuqing's lips curled slightly, showing no restraint in her emotions and desires. In any case, she preferred Lin Mo to be a bit younger. After all, the previous Lin Mo was so thin and frail that she didn't dare to exert too much effort, fearing that she might accidentally break his old bones. Chapter 22. Just reminding the female demon, I'm really not after her body. 2 days later. Not bad, old handyman. You've improved quite a bit compared to last time. Shangguan Wuqing leaned against the wall, panting heavily with a satisfied expression. In these 2 days, she not only felt satisfied, but also vaguely sensed that she was close to breaking through to the mid-stage of Golden Core. Originally, according to Shangguan Wuqing's estimation, she would need at least another 2 or 3 years of cultivation to break through. The last time it wasn't too obvious. This time, Shangguan Wuqing deeply experienced the benefits of combined cultivation. What she didn't guess was that her significant increase in cultivation was entirely due to Lin Mo's pure Yang sacred body. If it were anyone else, such effects would be impossible. Mainly, Lin Mo was an old man on the verge of being buried. Plus, his cultivation was still stuck in the qi refining stage. So she never considered the aspect of the pure Yang sacred body. You're overstating it. You're not bad yourself. Then Montak Chakut. Perhaps due to the experience from last time, Shangguan Wuqing's skills had noticeably improved. As soon as Lin Mo lifted his hand, Shangguan Wuqing knew what he was going to do. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was, just as expected, he successfully broke through to the 8th level of qi refining. In just half a month, he advanced from the 4th level to the 8th level of qi refining. Such a terrifying speed of cultivation could rank among the top, even in the entire Tianyuan continent. The pure Yang sacred body, the Yin-Yang Evil Demon art, and combined cultivation. All were indispensable. Without anyone to cultivate together, Lin Mo would need at least 4 to 5 months of proper cultivation to break through from the 4th to the 8th level of qi refining. During this period, he would also need sufficient spirit stones to support it. In this way, the breakthrough to foundation establishment would be just around the corner. Lin Mo felt secretly delighted. As long as he settled the matters with the handyman department and secured the 5,000 spirit stones promised by Lu Ziyan, he could enter seclusion and aim for the foundation establishment stage. 5,000 spirit stones were enough for him to advance from the 8th level of qi refining to the foundation establishment stage. However, speaking of which, if combined cultivation with Shangguan Wuqing had such obvious effects, then the effect of combined cultivation with Lu Ziyan was something Lin Mo didn't even dare to imagine. Shangguan Wuqing, as the captain of a law enforcement team, was simply incomparable to Lu Ziyan. Lin Mo neither knew what cultivation level Shangguan Wuqing was at, nor did he know Lu Ziyan's level. But he could guess with his toes that the gap in cultivation between these two was like an insurmountable chasm. However, Lu Ziyan, that female demon, had an unpredictable mood. And considering her cultivation level, 3 to 5 decades would be no different from his 3 to 5 months. Who knows when Lu Ziyan would next ask him to cultivate together? I can't just wait around. I need to find a way to remind her of the benefits of combined cultivation. Lin Mo mainly wanted to see what the effect of cultivating the Yin-Yang Evil Demon art would be when combined with a powerful individual like Lu Ziyan. It was definitely not about being after her body. Coming out of Shangguan Wuqing's residence, it was just morning. Lin Mo did not forget about the matter with Su Yu. So to avoid being ambushed by Su Yu, he chose to walk in crowded places. Carefully making his way, Lin Mo safely returned to the small wooden house at Ziqin Palace. Once back in the wooden house, Lin Mo didn't have time to rest. He immediately sat cross-legged and operated the Yin-Yang Evil Demon art to stabilize his realm. Without spirit stones, Lin Mo could only absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, although the spiritual energy was not as rich as that from spirit stones. It was the only option he had in the absence of spirit stones. Under the enhancement of the pure Yang sacred body and the Yin-Yang Evil Demon art, the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth continuously flowed into Lin Mo's body through his breath. After passing through his meridians and flesh, it eventually gathered in his dantian. The next day, a sudden knocking on the door pulled Lin Mo back from his state of cultivation. As Lin Mo expected, the person who came was indeed the new steward of the handyman department, Jose. Half a month ago, Lin Mo might have been wary, but now, Jose was no different from a defenseless child in front of him. Although there was only a 1-level difference in qi refining, it was enough to crush Jose, even to the point of killing him in seconds. Therefore, facing Jose again, Lin Mo no longer had to be cautious. He didn't even have to bow and scrape as he did before. I heard you took over as the steward of the handyman department. What do you want with me? Lin Mo spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of disdain and contempt. He, Zhou Zhe chuckled, his attitude quite friendly. Don't misunderstand, brother Lin Mo. I actually mean you no harm. When you first arrived, I might have bullied you a bit, but that was when I was young and ignorant, just playing around. I hope you can forgive me. As soon as Zhou Zhe opened his mouth, Lin Mo was taken aback. However, Lin Mo would not naively believe that Zhou Zhe had really changed his ways. Something unusual must be going on. Perhaps this kid was plotting something sinister. Since you're here as a guest, and we are old acquaintances, won't you invite me in for a sit? Zhou Zhe continued with a smile. You don't hit a smiling face. Lin Mo decided to let Zhou Zhe in. He wanted to see what kind of scheme Zhou Zhe was brewing. After sitting down, Zhou Zhe naturally draped his arm over Lin Mo's shoulder and said earnestly, speaking of which, we could be considered tough brothers. It hasn't been easy for us to get through all these years in the miscellaneous department. Lin Mo secretly rolled his eyes, thinking, who the hell is your brother? Lin Mo, you might not believe what I'm saying, but hear me out. Zhou Zhe seemed to know that Lin Mo wouldn't easily trust him. So he spoke sincerely and logically. You might think that because I'm from the same hometown as Lu Mingtong and we've been friends for so many years, I would target you after taking over the miscellaneous department. But isn't it possible that I owe you my gratitude instead? If it weren't for you taking down that old rascal Lu Mingtong, I might never have gotten this position. Am I right? Lin Mo nodded perfunctorily and then extended his hand, saying, verbal gratitude means nothing. At least give me something practical. Hey, who are we to each other? That's easy to say. Zhou Zhe seemed to have prepared for this and immediately took out a storage ring containing 500 spirit stones and handed it to Lin Mo. These spirit stones might not be a lot, but please accept them, brother Lin. Then, Zhou Zhe lowered his voice slightly and cautiously added, don't make too much noise. You know these spirit stones aren't very clean. After that, Zhou Zhe stuffed another 300 spirit stones into Lin Mo's hand, saying, consider this a small compensation for the times I've bullied you in the past, brother Lin. Please don't mind those previous matters, okay? If that's not enough, I can bring some new female miscellaneous workers to accompany you. Guaranteed original. Chapter 23. Why don't you just rob? Zhou Zhe breaks down. Lin Mo was stunned and for a moment didn't know how to react. He seriously suspected that Zhou Zhe had hit his head before coming out today. This isn't right. Despite Zhou Zhe's earnest words and tangible actions, Lin Mo still didn't believe that Zhou Zhe would lower himself to reconcile with him. Why? Because this is the ruthless magic sect, Chusheng sect. If it weren't a Taoist sect, Lin Mo might have believed it. Lin Mo placed the 300 spirit stones that Zhou Zhe had given him on the table and stared into his eyes. Manager Zhou, neither of us is new here. We can't fool each other, so let's just be direct. What do you want? I just have a simple thought, brother Lin. Zhou Zhe said solemnly. I have no intention of targeting you, nor do I have any malice towards you. I ask you, brother Lin, not to report me in the future. Moreover, from now on, you will still be responsible for the miscellaneous workers in Zetian Palace. As long as you are alive for one more day, no one can take your position. What do you think, brother Lin? Lin Mo slowly stroked his beard, lost in thought. If Zhou Zhe was worried that he would report him, then his actions today could be somewhat explained. After all, people are selfish creatures. How much does loyalty count in Chusheng sect? But Lin Mo still didn't let down his guard. Perhaps he only sensed that his cultivation was stronger than Zhou Zhe's, which is why he chose to reconcile. If he were still the useless second-level Qi refinement cultivator from before, Zhou Zhe wouldn't have bothered with him. No matter how many arguments there are, fists are the only truth in this world. If he could just have some peace. Lin Mo didn't want to turn the miscellaneous department upside down. Lin Mo accepted the compensation of 300 spirit stones and continued, as for the female miscellaneous workers, there's no need to send them over. Just convert that into spirit stones instead. Considering the Qi refinement period at Zue Xianlu, let's say it's 1,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhe's face immediately darkened. 1,000 spirit stones could buy him over 100 female miscellaneous workers. Lin Mo knew what kind of people the female miscellaneous workers in the department were, and Zhou Zhe knew too. Those who got into the miscellaneous department were either cultivation wastes or had very average looks and figures, even if someone didn't have cultivation talent. As long as they were good-looking and had a decent temperament, they would be taken back by the higher-ups of Chusheng's sect to be maids. Seeing Zhou Zei's face turn as dark as if he could drip water from it, Lin Mo smiled and said, "Manager Zhou, it's just 1,000 spirit stones. Other miscellaneous workers might not be able to come up with that, but for you, it shouldn't be too much, right?" Zhou Zei's eyelids twitched violently. 1,000 spirit stones were much? He could hire a golden core stage assassin for 1,000 spirit stones. Why don't he just rob? But considering that Lin Mo spent most of his time in this small cabin, Zhou Zei had no choice but to relent. Although Lin Mo was just a miscellaneous worker, at least in the entire Chusheng sect, no one dared to cause trouble in Ziqin Palace. It's not too much. Zhou Zei gritted his teeth and had to take out another 1,000 spirit stones to give to Lin Mo. His heart was bleeding. He could accept spending 800 spirit stones to reconcile with Lin Mo, but 1,800 spirit stones was undoubtedly like cutting his flesh. But apart from that, Zhou Zei had no other way. If he wanted to stay comfortably in his position in the miscellaneous department, Lin Mo was an unstable factor he couldn't ignore. Otherwise, Zhou Zei wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Satisfied, Lin Mo accepted the spirit stones and smiled, saying, "Manager Zhou, you truly are like a brother to me. I've always believed in you since we were young. With your broad-mindedness and generosity, you deserve to be the manager of the miscellaneous department." Hearing Lin Mo's flattery, Zhou Zei not only did not feel happy, but instead felt as if he had eaten something disgusting. This fake flattery is only good for tricking 3-year-olds. But he couldn't show it, so he could only force a smile and say, "Brother Lin, you're too polite. I won't disturb you any longer. There are still many matters in the miscellaneous department that I need to handle." After saying that, Zhou Zei didn't wait for Lin Mo's response and immediately got up to leave. The longer he stayed, the more he feared Lin Mo would strip him of his pants. "Brother Zhou, take care. I won't see you off." Lin Mo's cheerful farewell voice came from behind. Zhou Zei stumbled a bit, almost falling to the ground from anger. Fortunately, the accompanying miscellaneous disciple caught him in time. Otherwise, he would have definitely fallen flat on his face. "You can laugh all you want. I won't." In the wooden cabin, Lin Mo chuckled to himself. Originally, he thought he would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with Zhou Zei, but things went more smoothly than he had anticipated. This way, at least for a short time, he wouldn't have to worry about Zhou Zei coming after him again. And when Zhou Zei eventually wanted to deal with him, by then, in Lin Mo's eyes, Zhou Zei would be no different from an ant. The key point is that Zhou Zei also gave him 1,800 spirit stones. Lin Mo even thought about giving him the title of Timely Rain. With this, the matters of the miscellaneous department were settled, and he could go look for the female demon leader for the raw stones. But before that, recalling the last words Lu Zian said when she summoned him last time, Lin Mo felt it would be better to wash up at Yuking Pool before heading to Ziqin Palace. He certainly couldn't smell if he had any odor on him, but to be safe, to avoid any trouble from Lu Zian later, it was better to follow her suggestion and wash up at Yuking Pool. After all, it wouldn't cost too many spirit stones. Ziqin Palace, in the ethereal artificial lake. Lu Zian sat by the wooden bridge leading to the pavilion in the center of the lake, her snow-white feet soaking in the water, gently stirring the crystal-clear lake surface. Looking quite content, Suyu approached with a graceful and respectful demeanor, saying, "Master, I have good news to tell you. I have broken through to the Perfect Foundation establishment." Lu Zian only slightly nodded, her emotions seemingly without much fluctuation. Suyu's eyes turned, and she continued, "Master, don't you think I should practice more advanced techniques now? If I wait until I break through to the Golden Core stage to switch to other techniques, it might delay my cultivation progress." "That should be the case," Lu Zian asked. "There are many profound cultivation methods within the sect. Do you have any that you favor?" Suyu hesitated, seeming to find it difficult to speak. "But what is it? Just say it." Lu Zian didn't want to guess Suyu's thoughts and asked directly. Chapter 24. The sect leader can't be thinking about men, right? The female demon lord summons again. "Master, I just feel that you might not allow me to cultivate it. I want to cultivate the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique." Hearing this, Lu Ziyan stopped playing with the water and turned to look at Su Yu. Under Lu Ziyan's intense gaze, Su Yu became nervous. She clenched her little pink fists behind her back, not daring to meet Lu Ziyan's eyes. After a long pause, Lu Ziyan finally said, "Don't think that the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique is a good cultivation method. There are reasons why I won't let you cultivate it." "Master, what is the specific reason?" Su Yu seemed unwilling to give up. "You don't need to know. I won't harm you." Lu Ziyan flicked her finger, and an ancient blood-colored parchment rolled into Su Yu's hands. "Here, take this 10,000 blood pagoda technique to cultivate instead. In terms of rank, it's only slightly inferior to the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique." However, Su Yu still showed a look of grievance and unwillingness, saying, "Master, I still want." Seeing that Su Yu was still not willing to give up, Lu Ziyan's tone became a bit colder. "I already said that the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique is not a good cultivation method. Don't be misled by its popularity among countless evil cultivators. In reality, this technique has significant drawbacks. If you really want to cultivate the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, wait until you have found a suitable partner, and I will pass it on to you." From Lu Ziyan's perspective, if Su Yu were to cultivate the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique now, it would definitely be inferior to cultivating other profound techniques. Because she knew that once the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique was cultivated without a partner, it would be worse than the 10,000 Blood Pagoda Technique. And far worse. Even if she had a partner, it would only be on par with the 10,000 Blood Pagoda Technique. Unless the partner cultivated the Yang Scroll of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, only then could it be considered a top-tier evil cultivation method on the continent. "All right, then I'll go back to cultivate," Su Yu said. Since Lu Ziyan had said so, she felt she shouldn't say anything more. After Su Yu left, Lu Ziyan murmured to herself, "Young people are too impatient. It's not a good thing. I made the same mistake back in the day, when she first obtained the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique from an ancient ruin. She was dazzled by its fame across the continent and recklessly changed her original cultivation method to the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique. Otherwise, with her talent and comprehension, her current cultivation level should be much higher." Not long after Su Yu left, a tall, white-haired fairy in red came over. The red-clothed fairy, named Han Yu, was the Grand Elder of the Initial Sacred Sect. Han Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, teasingly saying, "Oh my, why do I feel that the sect leader looks so lonely? Are you perhaps thinking about men?" Lu Ziyan cast a sidelong glance, waiting for her to continue, and coldly replied, "Han Yu, you'd better have something to say. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you go back to lie down for a few more years." Han Yu is not only the Grand Elder of the Initial Sacred Sect, but also a good friend of Lu Ziyan. Otherwise, with her status as Grand Elder, she wouldn't dare to tease Lu Ziyan so recklessly. If it were someone else, they would have already met a tragic end. Hearing this, Han Yu instinctively touched her curvy backside. Last time, she teased Lu Ziyan when she was in a bad mood and ended up being whipped by Lu Ziyan, lying in bed for years before recovering. All right, you should really work on that temper of yours." Then, Han Yu sat down beside Lu Ziyan and handed her a jade slip, saying, "Here are all the accounts of the sect for the past 10 years. Take a look." Lu Ziyan didn't check the accounts immediately, but asked, "Has there been anything unusual in the sect recently?" "Unusual? Not really. Everything is proceeding as usual." However, Han Yu deliberately left a cliffhanger. 3-2. Lu Ziyan inexplicably began to count down. "Oh, you really have no sense of humor." Han Yu quickly interrupted Lu Ziyan's countdown and continued, "I'll just say it directly. According to our latest intelligence, there is an undercover agent in our sect again. Furthermore, this person holds a relatively high position and is likely able to access core secrets, but we can't pinpoint them yet." "What is their purpose?" Lu Ziyan asked. "Not yet known," Han Yu replied. "If we knew their purpose, it would be much easier to locate them. You have 3 years to find them." Lu Ziyan immediately issued a strict order. "I'll do my best, but if I can't find them, you can't blame me." Lu Ziyan didn't pay much attention to Han Yu's words because she understood Han Yu's abilities. In the past century, there have been no fewer than 20 undercover agents in the Initial Sacred Sect, but the vast majority have been uncovered by Han Yu, and this time should be no exception. She only said this to give herself a way out. "All right, if there's nothing else, you can leave. I want to be alone for a while. Then I'll be going. If you start thinking about men, remember to tell me. I'll help you find someone." Buzz. A deadly glare shot over, and Hong Yu fled like the wind from the Zetian palace. On the other side, after taking a bath in the Yuling pool, Lin Mo felt completely refreshed. The 30 spirit stones spent were worth it. When he returned to his wooden house, night had already fallen. The dazzling stars hung high in the sky, forming a brilliant galaxy across the horizon. Still need to wait. Lin Mo glanced at the gate of the Zetian palace and thought to himself, since it wasn't the cleaning time at the Zetian palace, he wanted to go find Lu Zian to collect the 5,000 original stones, but he had to wait for her to summon him. However, Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry. With Lu Zian's status, she shouldn't go back on her word. There was, however, one thing Lin Mo was still conflicted about, which was regarding Suyu. After all, Suyu was the only disciple Lu Zian had selected after hundreds of years. Moreover, he didn't have enough evidence to prove that Suyu definitely had issues. If it were someone else, it would be fine, but this time it was Suyu. Without solid evidence, Lin Mo dared not speak carelessly in front of Lu Zian. If he didn't say anything, he worried that Suyu might strike against him at some point. Just then, as Lin Mo was in a dilemma, Lu Zian's voice echoed in his mind. Get in here. Lin Mo didn't dare to be slow and immediately focused his mind, quickly entering the Zetian palace. Chapter 25. How can I have such emotions towards a servant? Servant Lin Mo, I've met the sect leader. Upon seeing Lu Zian, Lin Mo greeted her as usual. 8th layer of Qi refining? You seem to have become younger. Lu Zian looked at Lin Mo, feeling a bit curious and surprised. In just over a month, he had surged from his 2nd layer of Qi refining to the 8th layer. Such a terrifying speed was something even she couldn't match back in her day. It makes no sense. If this servant really had such monstrous talent, why would he have become a servant in the first place? But right now, Lin Mo's 8th layer of Qi refining cultivation couldn't be fake. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of some superpower, awakening only recently? Otherwise, with his talent and comprehension that were worse than a waste, how could he have smoothly cultivated the Yang scroll of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique? If Lu Mo is indeed the reincarnation of some superpower, she should be able to see some clues. However, Lu Zian looked left and right, and Lu Mo showed no signs of being a superpower at all. Sectmaster, what are you looking at? Seeing Lu Zian staring at him without speaking, Lu Mo couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Lu Zian thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, so she simply asked, You're at the 8th level of Qi refining. Explain to me how this happened. Lu Mo pondered for a moment and replied, reporting to the sect master, I don't know how it happened, I just broke through while practicing. He added, Do you think I could really be a genius? If you were a genius, then there would be no useless people in the world. Lu Zian immediately denied Lu Mo's statement. Then I wouldn't know, but sect master, it seems I'm not the mud you mentioned. I can really prop up against the wall, Lu Mo said somewhat smugly. He was testing Lu Zian's attitude towards him, but having just been stuck against the wall, what was there to be smug about? Lu Zian ruthlessly struck back, since you have cultivated the Yang volume of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique. You must have some understanding of this technique. Tell me, how deep is your understanding? Yes, sect master, Lu Mo replied earnestly. If I understand correctly, the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique is a combined cultivation technique, and, as the name suggests, it should be cultivated in conjunction to unleash its true effects. Lu Zian narrowed her beautiful eyes. Well said, but don't say it next time. What difference does it make from saying a bunch of useless words? But Lu Mo had more to say. Unfortunately, since I cultivated the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, I have been practicing alone, so I haven't been able to unleash the cultivation effects that this technique should have. Is that so? Lu Zian said in a flat tone. Feeling the chilling and terrifying aura emanating from Lu Zian, Lu Mo gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zian waved her long sleeves. Lu Mo was once again sent flying, his body like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lu Mo clutched his chest, where his qi was churning violently. Somewhat confused and a bit angry, Sectmaster, did I say something wrong? Lu Zian reprimanded expressionlessly, You wretched thing. I already knew that all men in the world are lying worms. How dare you keep lying in front of me? Last time, I mentioned that you had a terrible stench. Did you think I meant it literally? That nauseating feminine smell? I still remember it clearly. Enough is enough. If you lie again in front of me, you better hope I don't find out, or I'll make you experience the pain of 1,000 worms gnawing at your heart. Lin Mo opened his mouth, wanting to argue a little. But after thinking about it carefully, he gave up. One lie requires 100 more to cover it up. Since Lu Ziyan no longer pursued the matter, continuing to argue would be akin to courting death. Now, Lin Mo finally understood that the stench Lu Ziyan mentioned last time was actually referring to the scent of other women on him. If he remembered correctly, we came to Zetian Palace last time. He had just been released by Shangwan Wuqing. And before being released, he had just had a passionate encounter with Shangwan Wuqing. Damn, if I hadn't gone to Yuqing Pool today and Lu Ziyan smelled multiple scents of other women on me, I might have been dead by now. Looking back, Lin Mo felt a lingering fear. It seems I can't go to the Drunken Immortal Tower in the future. I should also see less of Shangwan Wuqing. Even if I have to meet her, I need to visit Yuqing Pool afterward. But doesn't this indirectly prove that Lu Ziyan actually cares about me? Lin Mo pondered in his heart. If that's the case, then getting slapped today was worth it. Regaining his senses, Lin Mo extended his sleeve and silently wiped away the blood on the ground. Watching Lin Mo, who was bowing his head to clean the bloodstains, Lu Ziyan felt a stir in her heart. In an instant, she actually felt a surge of pity for Lin Mo. What's going on? How could I have such feelings for a worthless servant? Lu Ziyan covered her chest with her jade hand, feeling very puzzled about this emotion. Yet this feeling of pity was so clear and strong. Ding! Just as Lin Mo finished wiping the bloodstains, the sound of a storage ring falling to the ground accompanied Lu Ziyan's voice, one thing at a time. You resolve the issues in the servant department by relying on your own strength. This is the spirit stones I promised you. Lin Mo picked up the storage ring and sensed the quantity of spirit stones inside. There were a full 8,000 spirit stones. In an instant, Lin Mo no longer felt sore in his waist or pain in his legs, and the incident of being slapped by Lu Ziyan seemed to have never happened. Thank you, Sect Master. Lin Mo's voice was low and hoarse, but it couldn't hide the excitement and joy in his tone. Lu Ziyan didn't speak again, but stood up and walked into the room. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Mo hurriedly followed. Based on Lin Mo's understanding of Lu Ziyan, since she hadn't explicitly given him the order to leave, she must have something else to say to him. Lin Mo followed Lu Ziyan at a distance of 10 meters. Arriving at her boudoir. Chapter 26. The Female Demon. Don't be too cheesy. Lu Ziyan elegantly crossed her legs, sitting gracefully on the soft, comfortable purple bed. The cool moonlight streamed in from the window, casting a veil of hazy light over her side profile, which seemed to make the world dim in comparison to her breathtaking beauty. Lin Mo's slightly lowered gaze perfectly captured Lu Ziyan's smooth, slender jade legs exposed beneath her purple skirt. Lead play was the best interpretation of this. If it were before, Lu Ziyan would have long since gouged out Lin Mo's eyes. But now there was no need for that. That night, when Lin Mo took advantage of her vulnerability, which part of her body hadn't been seen by him, if she brought this up again now, it would make her seem petty. Old servant, do you hate me very much? Lu Ziyan asked out of nowhere. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback, not understanding what this female demon was up to. Just a moment ago, she was all about threats, and now she suddenly seemed gentle. Reporting to the sect master, that's not the case, Lin Mo quickly replied. Is that so? Lu Ziyan's enchanting and captivating gaze was fixed on Lin Mo, as if trying to see through his thoughts. Yes, this time, Lin Mo did not shy away from Lu Ziyan's gaze, answering, for 100 years, although you have treated me harshly and punished me multiple times. Compared to being in the servant department and being bullied and oppressed by the seniors there, I find it much better. I believe that if it weren't for you promoting me back then and transferring me to Zetian Palace to handle the servant affairs here, I might have already been beaten to death by the seniors of the servant department. And how could I have survived to this day? People often say that serving a king is like serving a tiger, but compared to your punishments, the bullying from the seniors in the servant department is much more brutal and dark. In fact, I can still stand here alive today, all thanks to your mercy. Otherwise, I would have long been a corpse buried deep underground. Even if one day I make a mistake and you want to execute me, at least it would be a quick death." Lu Zian fell silent. Her expression was calm, and her beautiful eyes held little fluctuation, making it impossible to see what she was thinking. After a long time, Lu Zian's red lips parted slightly. "Enough. Your cheesiness has given me goosebumps. If I were merciful, there would be no evil in the world. However, you old slave are quite eloquent. Considering that you have been relatively honest this time, I will allow you to cross the line once more." "Master, is this true?" Lin Mo's murky eyes brightened, and his voice trembled with excitement. "Is it possible? I mean, is there a possibility that if I cultivate with Lu Zian once, it could elevate my 8th level of qi, refining directly to foundation establishment? Even cultivating with Shangwan Wuqing had such remarkable effects. Changing the partner to Lu Zian shouldn't be worse than Shangwan Wuqing, right? Do you think I am one of those stinky men who tell lies?" Lu Zian lightly flicked her skirt with her jade finger, extending her exquisite, long fingers, and said firmly, "But one thing, you need to recognize your identity as a servant and must not overstep." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo understood. "So Lu Zian actually likes this? Rest assured, Master, I am very self-aware. If you want to take the lead, I will naturally follow your arrangement." Then, Lin Mo looked at her long, jade-like legs and said, "Master, you smell so good." Lu Zian closed her eyes, completely immersed in the soothing clouds. Unlike last time, this time Lu Zian was in an extremely clear state of mind. She felt both shy and, as the one in the dominant position, the unique beauty of this different kind of cultivation made her fall deeper. At first, Lu Zian could actively guide Lin Mo's yang energy, but as the cultivation deepened, the electric-like tingling in her meridians caused her body to naturally relax. Naturally, Lin Mo took control of the direction of this cultivation. In the spiritual clouds, under the continuous nourishment of yang energy, Lu Zian could clearly feel her somewhat unstable realm continuously strengthening and solidifying at a visibly rapid pace. This terrifying speed was more than 100 times faster than her own cultivation. While Lu Zian was continuously absorbing Lin Mo's yang energy like a dragon drawing water, his pure yang sacred body began to exert its power. At the same time, the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique in his body was also continuously absorbing the Yin energy from Lu Zian. The Yin energy merged with the Yang energy in his body, ultimately forming the purest spiritual power. The surging spiritual power condensed into a torrent, flowing through the meridians and flesh, merging into the dantian. Its aura also began to rise steadily. Pleasant times are always short-lived. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed in an instant. After the battle, Lu Zian changed from the indulgent demeanor of the past 3 days back to her usual cold and lofty self. Her jade hand gently grasped, and the vast spiritual power gathered in her palm caused the space to exhibit extreme distortion. It was completely stabilized. Lu Zian clicked her tongue in surprise, feeling quite astonished. She originally thought that even if Lin Mo had cultivated the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, she would still need to cultivate with him 2 or 3 more times to fully stabilize her realm. After all, the refining void stage is not comparable to the golden core or nascent soul stages. However, the actual effect was even better than she had anticipated. In any case, this was excellent news for her. If she could continue cultivating at this speed, reaching the great ascension stage didn't seem so far away. A glimmer flashed in Lu Zian's beautiful eyes. Perhaps it was time for her to reevaluate Lin Mo's value. Then, Lu Zian's gaze shifted slightly to Lin Mo. At this moment, compared to 3 days ago, Lin Mo appeared significantly younger. His cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of qi refining, reaching the peak of the qi refining stage. He was just a step away from foundation establishment. This old servant has indeed benefited greatly. It seems that I no longer need to worry about whether he can break through to foundation establishment within the limited time of the life-prolonging pill. Watching Lin Mo's face, which was no longer as pale and emaciated as before, Lu Zian blinked, feeling that something was off. She had always looked down on all men equally, but why had her inner thoughts about Lin Mo gradually changed recently? Perhaps it was related to the secrets he held. breaking through from the 2nd to the 8th level of Qi refining in just over a month. Lu Ziyan had no doubt that Lin Mo must have some secrets she was currently unaware of. Chapter 27. Soul-Devouring Blade Technique. Eyes in the dark peak of the Qi refining stage. Feeling the surging spiritual power within him, Lin Mo was filled with excitement. With this, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage was just a matter of time. Lu Ziyan, this female demon, was indeed different from the superficial women like Shangwan Wuqing. The terrifying effects of their combined cultivation were truly astonishing. Although he had not successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, the final result was already impressive enough. Next, he just needed to quietly cultivate, condensing the Tao foundation in his body to break through to the foundation establishment stage without having to worry about time anymore. Coming back to his senses, Lin Mo looked up and saw Lu Ziyan standing elegantly by the window. The sunlight outside streamed onto her face, seemingly draping her already noble identity in a layer of golden silk. I must say, from this angle, Lu Ziyan looked absolutely breathtaking. "Master, do you have any further instructions?" After the battle, Lin Mo regained his respect for Lu Ziyan. Lu Ziyan glanced at him and said lightly, "I need to go out for a while. In a month, you must clean the Zetian Palace thoroughly. Additionally, while I am away, pay attention to who comes looking for me and who enters the Zetian Palace. You must record all of this in detail, understand?" "Yes, I will remember." Lin Mo nodded solemnly. Just remembering is not enough. If you miss anyone, I will hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately stood at attention. He suddenly realized a serious issue. Lu Ziyan was not trying to catch an undercover agent. Was she? Regardless of whether she was or not, one thing was certain, at least during Lu Ziyan's absence from the Zetian Palace. There would be no truly safe place for Lin Mo in the vast Shuxing sect if Suyu took this opportunity to eliminate him. Lin Mo believed that, at least for now, he had no power to resist in front of Suyu. "Master, shouldn't you give me some insurance?" Lin Mo forced himself to speak up. What insurance?" Lu Ziyan asked. "It's just to let you guard the door. I didn't ask you to confront those people or capture them. As a mere servant, no one would care about you." Lin Mo was momentarily left speechless. He was considering whether he should tell Lu Ziyan about Suyu, as it was related to his personal safety. "All right, I will give you a knife technique. You can cultivate and comprehend it on your own. As for a suitable weapon, you can buy one at the Lingbao Hall." Lu Ziyan thought for a moment and left Lin Mo a tattered book. Lin Mo picked up the book and saw several large, flamboyant characters written on the cover. Soul-Devouring Blade Technique. If you encounter an insurmountable predicament, go find Hong Yue in the Elder's Hall. She will handle it. Lin Mo suddenly looked up, but Lu Ziyan's graceful figure had already disappeared, leaving only a lingering fragrance and her melodious voice echoing in his ears. She left so quickly. Lin Mo pouted, saying that if he encountered difficulties, he should find Elder Hong Yue. But Lin Mo estimated that he couldn't even enter the Elder's Hall. Even if he saw Elder Hong Yue, how would he get her to help him? He had heard of Elder Hong Yue. It was said that she loved to play tricks on people and was very cunning. Lin Mo had no doubt that, with his current means, Hong Yue would probably sell him out, and he would still be happily counting her money. He would have to rely on himself. Lin Mo sighed. He then adjusted his mood and left the Zetian Palace. Returning to the wooden cabin, Lin Mo opened the soul-devouring blade technique left by Lu Ziyan. The first stance, soul hook. Flipping further, he found densely packed, obscure human-shaped diagrams that appeared to explain the cultivation method for the first stance. Lin Mo was astonished to discover that these diagrams, which were exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to comprehend, automatically began to play in his mind as soon as they entered his sight. The cultivation secrets, key points, and precautions for soul hook were all incredibly clear. After flipping through a few pages, Lin Mo immediately closed the book and left the small cabin without a word. He wanted to take advantage of the time when Lu Ziyan had just left and no one else knew about it. He needed to go to the Spirit Treasure Hall's market to buy a reliable magic weapon. Although there were magic weapons for sale in the sect's trading market, most of them were crafted by disciples who practiced weapon refining within the sect, and their quality was generally subpar. There were exceptions, of course, where some magic weapons obtained through fortuitous encounters during the disciples' training journeys appeared in the market. However, the probability of such occurrences was not just rare. It was akin to winning a 5 million lottery ticket. Those who recognized quality would either keep such valuable and powerful magic weapons for themselves or sell them to the Spirit Treasure Hall. Finding a bargain? Lin Mo didn't believe that such glitch plots from fantasy novels would happen to him. Therefore, it was safer to honestly go to the Spirit Treasure Hall's market to make a purchase, just like the first time he went to the Drunken Immortal Tower. When he saw an elderly servant unexpectedly appear in the Spirit Treasure Hall's market, the disciple in charge of watching the store immediately questioned Lin Mo. Now Lin Mo finally understood why such scenes of protagonists being mocked often appeared in novels. It turned out that inspiration came from reality. However, Lin Mo could also understand. It was like an elderly scavenger going to a luxury car dealership. Would the sales staff even look at you? Thinking from their perspective, Lin Mo felt he would probably act the same way. So, he patiently said to the store disciple, "Friend, this old man has spirit stones to buy, so please show me a few weapon magic tools." After saying this, Lin Mo tossed out a storage ring containing 1,000 spirit stones. Wow, this servant actually has so many spirit stones to afford a magic weapon. Well, today I misjudged you, and I apologize. After verifying Lin Mo's storage ring, the store disciple changed his attitude and brought out 3 weapon magic tools as Lin Mo requested. These are all around 1,000 spirit stones. Take a look. Lin Mo nodded and began to carefully examine the 3 weapon magic tools in front of him. The Tiger Soul Blade, a low-grade spiritual weapon, priced at 1,000 spirit stones. The Crimson Flame Blade, a low-grade spiritual weapon, priced at 950 spirit stones. The Earth Fiend Blade, a low-grade spiritual weapon, priced at 1,000 spirit stones. In the Tianyuan continent, magic weapons can be roughly divided into 4 tiers and 16 grades. The 4 main tiers of Spirit, Heaven, Emperor, and Saint, along with the 4 subgrades of Low, Medium, High, and Extreme. However, Lin Mo was not very fond of these 3 magic weapons. Then, Lin Mo's gaze shifted, and he noticed a long blade hanging on the wall behind the store disciple, which was entirely black. "Friend, can I take a look at that blade?" While Lin Mo was choosing a blade, he did not notice a pair of sinister, sickly eyes lurking in a hidden corner, greedily watching him like a vulture searching for prey. Chapter 28. Are the servants so wealthy now? I'll pay double for his life. Although the store disciple thought Lin Mo might not be able to afford it, he still took down the completely black long blade Lin Mo pointed to. The Black Blade, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, priced at 4,500 spirit stones. Lin Mo carefully examined the 5-foot-long black blade, his eyes filled with joy. Regardless of the blade's power, its appearance alone was hard for Lin Mo to resist. "Old servant, you have good taste. This black blade has the characteristics of plundering and eroding bodily functions. As long as it hits the enemy, the death energy attached to the blade will invade their body. In less than a quarter of an hour, they will probably be dead. It's a good blade, but it's a bit pricey. What do you think?" The store disciple succinctly introduced the black blade, looking at Lin Mo with anticipation. Being expensive is not a flaw of a good blade. It's a flaw of those who can't afford it. "I'll take it." Lin Mo didn't waste any more words and immediately added 3,500 spirit stones to pay in full for the black blade. The store disciple stared in disbelief at Lin Mo's gradually receding figure, filled with incredulity. 4,005 spirit stones was a relatively high price. Foundation establishment disciples couldn't afford it, and Golden Core disciples looked down on it. Therefore, this black blade had been hanging there for so long without being sold. If the price of the black blade had been a bit cheaper, just based on its ability to erode and plunder bodily functions, it would have sparked a frenzy of competition, not waiting for Lin Mo to come and buy it. Are the servants so rich now? Maybe I should also become a servant. On the way back, as Lin Mo hurried through a relatively secluded area, a figure suddenly sprang out from the side, blocking his path. Lin Mo's heart sank. He initially thought it was Su Yu, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a female disciple with a slightly pale complexion, emanating a sinister aura. The female disciple was named Yun Fei. She had transformed into this ghostly appearance due to long-term use of addictive pills to assist her cultivation. If he weren't in the cultivation world, Lin Mo would have thought he had encountered a ghost at first glance. Fairy, may I ask what business you have with this old man? Lin Mo's body tensed, cautiously asking. From Yun Fei, Lin Mo sensed an extremely dangerous aura. This was not an opponent he could handle. Yun Fei laughed maniacally. I heard you're quite wealthy, old servant. So I came to ask you for some spirit stones to spend. Will you willingly hand over the spirit stones, or shall I personally escort you on your way? I'm just a struggling servant. How could I have any spirit stones? Lin Mo said calmly. Fairy, could it be that you've made a mistake? Or perhaps you've got the wrong person? Sure enough, what was meant to come still came. Last time, Shangwan Wuqing helped him out, but this time he wasn't so lucky. In the Chuxing sect, if your fists aren't strong enough, you can't even keep your own spirit stones, let alone being a servant. No good deed goes unpunished. Yun Fei waved a pale hand, and a dagger shimmering with cold light instantly appeared, her tone icy. Your name is Lin Mo, right? I won't mistake the person. Zhou from your servant department personally told me that he gave you 1,008 spirit stones. In an instant, a chilling aura that was almost palpable erupted from Yun Fei, enveloping Lin Mo in an instant. A strong sense of death rushed from his feet straight to the top of his head. All right, so this is how we're playing it? I knew Zhou. That old schemer definitely had no good intentions. Lin Mo's expression darkened. This tactic of using a knife to kill someone was indeed quite clever. But to be honest, Zhou's methods were clearly much more sophisticated than Lu Mingtong's. Lin Mo did not dare to hesitate, and immediately offered Yun Fei 1,008 spirit stones, sighing, Spirit stones are mere external possessions. I wouldn't want to risk my life over them. Fairy, could you let this old man off this time? I'm just hoping to enjoy my old age in peace. Receiving the spirit stone, Yun Fei smiled in an indescribable way. You old servant are quite perceptive, but I never said I would let you off the hook. How about I let you die with your eyes closed? Zhou from your servant department offered me 500 spirit stones just to buy your life. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart felt as cold as a stagnant pool. Judging by her aura, Yun Fei's cultivation was no less than the mid-stage foundation establishment. His perfected qi refining stage cultivation was no different from that of an ant in front of Yun Fei. However, Lin Mo did not want to just sit and wait for death. Fairy wait, Lin Montauk shouted, interrupting Yun Fei's movements. Yun Fei raised an eyebrow. Her eyes filled with mockery, and said with a sneer, Do you have any last words? Delaying won't save your life. To be honest, I didn't even know my worthless life was worth 500 spirit stones. Lin Mo replied. Zhou is offering 500 spirit stones for my life, right? How about I offer double the spirit stones and you go kill him? Oh, you still have spirit stones? What a pleasant surprise. Yun Fei's pupils widened with greed. How foolish. If I kill you, won't your spirit stones belong to me as well? But don't worry, after I kill you, I'll fulfill your request and kill him too. Ha ha. Lin Mo's expression darkened immediately. Indeed, he had underestimated the greed of human nature. However, he could understand, if he were in Yun Fei's position, he might make the same choice. Or rather, this was the common style of most demonic cultivators. Buzz. In the next moment, Yun Fei moved, and the dagger in her hand transformed into a sharp cold light. Like the Grim Reaper's scythe, it slashed directly towards Lin Mo's neck. At that moment, Lin Mo felt his scalp explode. The breath of death spread, igniting his intense desire to survive. In the past, Lin Mo might have just waited for death. But now, he did not want to die. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, causing a violent wave to ripple. Lin Mo's figure was sent flying. Oh, you actually have such a treasure? You old servant, you really keep surprising me, huh? Yun Fei raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Mo with interest as if she were a cat playing with a mouse. Lin Mo had produced a completely black long knife in his hand. It was his treasure that blocked Yun Fei's deadly strike. Chapter 29. You're right, but this is the pure Yang sacred body. It actually blocked the attack worth 4,005 spirit stones. Lin Mo shook his slightly numb hand, secretly relieved. Without any hesitation, he turned to escape. Although he had a mid-grade spirit treasure on him, the gap in cultivation was too great. If he continued to entangle with her, he would die in less than 5 moves at Yin Fei's hands. Now, if he could escape to a place with more people, perhaps Yin Fei would be deterred by the presence of a law enforcement hall and give up the chase. Perhaps he was just an ordinary servant. But the Initial Sacred Sect had clear rules prohibiting disciples from killing each other, even among servant disciples. At least in front of many witnesses, everyone would be cautious. Ha ha! Where do you think you're going? Yin Fei lightly tapped her toes and transformed into a series of afterimages, chasing after Lin Mo. With her physical disadvantages and the gap in cultivation, Lin Mo had not run far before Yin Fei caught up to him like a shadow. Fairy, I have no grievances with you. Why go through all this? Lin Mo's eyes darkened as he gritted his teeth. Blame it on the fact that you were just an ant, a servant that no one would care about even if you died. Ha 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 ha. After saying this, Yin Fei formed a seal with her jade hand. A chilling wave of spiritual power erupted from her, transforming into a chain of spiritual energy that wrapped around and bound Lin Mo in the cold of hell. Yin Fei's eyes widened crazily, and then she clenched her jade hand. Zzz. The icy cold spiritual chains, like dark ice, began to invade Lin Mo's body through his pores. However, Lin Mo's expression did not change to the pale and cold one that Yin Fei expected. He did not become a cold corpse exuding chill. The endless yang energy emitted by the pure yang sacred body completely negated the cold spiritual power that invaded his body. While Yin Fei's cultivation was indeed much stronger than Lin Mo's, the pure yang sacred body was not to be underestimated. Moreover, strictly speaking, Yin Fei's cultivation was only relatively strong compared to Lin Mo. In the Initial Sacred Sect, her mid-stage foundation establishment was not at the bottom, but it was not far off. What? Yin Fei's laughter abruptly stopped. This shouldn't be happening. Lin Mo was clearly only at the perfected qi refining stage. How could he withstand her spiritual power attack? Truly worthy of the pure yang sacred body. Seizing the fleeting opportunity while Yin Fei was stunned, Lin Mo used all his strength and dashed towards the direction of the Zetian Palace. As long as he could return to the vicinity of the Zetian Palace. By the time Yin Fei came to her senses, Lin Mo had already vanished from her sight. But Yin Fei did not give up. She could follow Lin Mo's aura all the way. Feeling the relentless pursuit from behind, Lin Mo gritted his teeth, not daring to slow his pace for a moment. Before long, he arrived at the training square of the Initial Sacred Sect, where many disciples were gathered. Moreover, the Zetian Palace was not far ahead. Seeing as she had missed the best opportunity, Yin Fei had no choice but to give up and did not recklessly continue the chase. She could catch up and forcefully kill Lin Mo, but there was no need. Killing someone in front of so many people would undoubtedly attract the law enforcement hall's intervention, even if it was just a servant. Moreover, she did not necessarily need to kill Lin Mo. As for Zhou, who had commissioned her, what did it matter? A mere servant department manager was nothing to her. Consider yourself lucky, old servant. This time, I will let you off. After taking one last look at Lin Mo, Yin Fei turned and left. Once she confirmed that Yin Fei had retreated, Lin Mo finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, he could still clearly hear the intense beating of his own heart. Calming himself down, Lin Mo left the training square as if nothing had happened. Returning to the small wooden house in the Zetian Palace, he had just used the black knife to block Yin Fei's deadly strike. But the rebound force still caused him considerable injury. If it weren't for the black knife being a mid-grade spirit treasure, his injuries would have been even worse. What is Jose really? Don't sleep too soundly tonight. Lin Mo covered his chest, and in his dark, water-like eyes flashed a cold, killing intent. He knew that the opportunity to kill Jose was only tonight. Once tonight passed, and Jose realized he had not been killed by Yin Fei, it would be difficult to quietly dispose of him. Although injured, killing a qi refining 7th-stage Jose was still easy for him. Just right to test my knife. That night, in the servant department, Manager Zhou, I have been in the servant department for quite some time now. I understand many matters here. Do you think I could be promoted to the position of deputy manager? A middle-aged servant knelt before Jose, flattering him as he presented a storage ring. Jose casually accepted the storage ring and discreetly tucked it into his pocket. Xiao Wang, I have assessed you. You indeed have the qualifications and experience to be a deputy manager, but there are several other candidates who are more qualified and capable than you. Jose began, but hesitated, not finishing his sentence. The middle-aged servant, referred to as Xiao Wang, immediately presented another storage ring upon hearing Jose's words. Jose was not polite at all and once again stuffed the storage ring into his pocket. However, to be fair, although the other few had better abilities and qualifications than him, they were older and their energy had seriously declined, making them less capable of handling the position of deputy manager. So, unless something unexpected happens, the position of deputy manager is yours for sure. Thank you, Manager Zhou. Thank you, Manager Zhou. Little Wang patted his chest and vowed, as long as I can become the deputy manager, I will definitely repay your promotion. Jose chuckled, patting Little Wang on the shoulder, and said, no need for repayment. Just do your job well, and this position will eventually be yours. Upon hearing this, Little Wang was even more ecstatic, to the point that his breathing became rapid. All right, Jose then stood up, saying it was getting late and he needed to go back to rest. After having someone escort Little Wang out, Jose changed his earlier demeanor, a hint of mockery curling his lips. I said unless something unexpected happens. If something does happen, then it's not my business, Chapter 30. Are you surprised? I'm still alive. Back in his room, two fairly good-looking female servant disciples had already warmed Jose's bed. However, he was not in a hurry to rest. He sat at his desk, tallying up today's gains. A total of 2,000 spirit stones. That should cover the whole. Jose's mouth curled into a satisfied smile, thinking that tomorrow he should receive news of that kid Lin Mo being killed. As long as Yun Fei could kill Lin Mo, Jose believed that his spending of these spirit stones was worth it. At first, Jose did not want to kill Lin Mo. If it weren't for Lin Mo tricking him out of 1,000 spirit stones that day, Jose would have been willing to use 800 spirit stones to reconcile with Lin Mo and eliminate this hidden danger. Unfortunately, greed knows no bounds. People must pay the price for their greed. Without Lin Mo as a hidden danger, he could finally rest easy. At the very least, with his prestige and influence in the servant department, sitting in the position of manager there until death was not a problem. After putting away the storage ring, Jose approached the bed with a cheerful heart. The female servant who had warmed the bed kindly pulled back the covers for him, just as Jose lay down. Intending to indulge the two female servants and reward himself, a gust of cold wind suddenly arose. In the blink of an eye, two strands of spiritual power struck, and the female servants beside Jose didn't even react before losing consciousness. The moment Jose became alert, a black long knife had already pierced through his chest. He instinctively wanted to call for help, but a hand, weathered by time, covered his mouth. As he focused, a familiar face came into view. Lin Mo, Jose struggled, seemingly wanting to say something. At the same time, he could clearly feel that the long knife piercing his chest was rapidly eroding his flesh and draining his vitality. If he were to lift his shirt, Jose would see that the flesh around the knife wound was visibly rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Are you surprised? I'm still alive. Lin Mo's face was terrifyingly calm. I don't know what you want to say, but I guess it's just some boring words about sparing your life. Moreover, you will never have the chance to speak again in this life. Just like that, as his vitality was continuously drained by the black knife, Jose's struggles became smaller and smaller, until the light and spirit in his eyes completely vanished, leaving them hollow like dead ashes. Although Jose had stopped breathing, Lin Mo still felt it was not secure enough. One more stab to separate his head from his body, confirming that Jose was dead beyond doubt. Lin Mo then rummaged through all of Jose's storage rings. In the small wooden house, 8,005 spirit stones. This old Yin is still quite fat, so I guess that compensates for the injuries I suffered today. After counting all of Jose's assets, Lin Mo clicked his tongue. Don't be fooled by the position of manager in the servant department. In the eyes of inner disciples, it's worth less than a dog. But the benefits one can reap from this position are not small at all. Perhaps other servant disciples are very poor, especially those who just joined, who may not have a few spirit stones on them. But as long as they endure for a few decades, Even if they just hold a small position in the servant department, they can reap a lot of benefits. Not to mention someone like Zhou Zhe, who had been the deputy manager of the servant department for over 10 years. Moreover, Lin Mo was also clear that 8,005 spirit stones were far from Zhou Zhe's limit. Ever since Zhou Zhe became the deputy manager of the servant department, he had to go to the Drunken Immortal Tower at least once a year. If he went more frequently, he might go 3 to 4 times a year. It's clear how much this kid has actually profited. Furthermore, he had to spend quite a few spirit stones to deal with dirty business. For instance, when someone dies, spending some spirit stones to tidy things up is necessary to avoid being pursued by the enforcement hall. As for tonight's killing of Zhou Zhe during the operation, Lin Mo could be 100% sure that no one noticed him. In fact, at the moment of action, he had knocked out the 2 female servants before making his move. Even if the enforcement hall came to investigate, they wouldn't trace it back to him. Moreover, it was just a manager of the servant department. The enforcement hall wouldn't want to increase their workload for no reason. They could just find another one. The next day, the 2 female servants who woke up from their coma were scared out of their wits by Zhou Zhe's dismembered body. The enforcement hall personnel quickly arrived. They simply asked the 2 female servants if anyone had seen the person who killed Zhou Zhe. After failing to get a specific suspect, the enforcement hall personnel just dealt with Zhou Zhe's corpse and hastily closed the case. With Zhou Zhe dead, the positions of manager and deputy manager of the servant department became vacant at the same time. A day later, Shangwan Wuqing came to see him. Josha, did you kill him? Without any roundabout way, Shangwan Wuqing went straight to the point. Lin Mo did not answer, only smiled ambiguously. Shangwan Wuqing said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to investigate whether you are related to Zhou Zhe's death, although I know that Zhou Zhe's death is likely related to you. But that's not important. Every year, there are so many unnatural deaths among the servants. If we investigated every single one, the enforcement hall wouldn't have time for anything else." This result was basically within Lin Mo's expectations. He said, "Since you're not here to question me, then Captain Wuqing must have other matters to discuss." "Yes." Shangwan Wuqing nodded slightly and said, "Zhou Zhe is dead, and the large servant department has no manager. So the sect naturally needs to appoint someone to take over. This matter has fallen to me. So I came to ask you if you're interested in becoming the new manager of the servant department." Lin Mo was silent for a moment and asked, "Captain Wuqing, the servant department has thousands of people. Why should it be me? You have sufficient cultivation and seniority. You are one of the best candidates. Moreover, who told you that you have a connection with me? I will naturally prioritize you for good things. Besides, if you become the manager of the servant department, wouldn't you be relatively freer? This way, it would be more convenient for us to do things, wouldn't it?" Shangwan Wuqing provided her reasons. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, Lu Zian had gone out. Otherwise, if she had heard Shangwan Wuqing's last sentence, she would be in for a lot of trouble. At that time, Shangwan Wuqing might also find it hard to protect herself. Moreover, this last sentence was probably her real reason for coming to find him. "Sorry, Captain Wuqing, but I might have to disappoint you." Lin Mo politely declined. "To be honest, I'm not interested in the position of manager of the servant department. You should find someone else." Once he took that position, it would mean he would have to manage a lot of things. Although this position has its benefits, the numerous chores will undoubtedly delay his cultivation progress. In the past, Lin Mo might have wanted to be the steward of the miscellaneous department. However, now, the position of steward has become a burden that hinders his growth. Chapter 31, Foundation Establishment. A masterpiece from the female demon Headwell. I respect your choice. Shangwan Wuqing did not try to persuade him, as Lin Mo's answer seemed to be completely within her expectations. Immediately, Shangwan Wuqing asked about Zhou Zhe, although she did not know Lin Mo well enough. Even for demonic cultivators, with very few extreme exceptions, killing someone would at least have a prerequisite. Lin Mo silently killed Zhou Zhe, which must also have a prerequisite. Lin Mo thought for a moment and began to recount the events. "Just based on your description, I can't pinpoint exactly who it is. There are at least 80 female disciples in the sect who fit your description." Shangwan Wuqing pondered and said, "Be careful in the future." Lin Mo nodded. After this incident, he indeed needed to be more cautious. At least until his strength grew, it was better to go out as little as possible. The waters of the initial holy sect are too deep, especially for miscellaneous disciples, who could easily drown in this murky water. Take care, Captain Wuching. After Shangwan Wuching left, Lin Mo began to meditate and heal his injuries. Fortunately, the injuries he sustained were not severe, combined with the pure Yang sacred body's strong self-healing ability. After 7 days of quiet cultivation, he had basically healed. Lin Mo was not in a hurry to comprehend the soul-devouring blade technique. The most critical thing right now was to break through to the foundation establishment stage. During his closed-door cultivation, Lin Mo also paid attention to the entrance of the Ziqian Palace. Fortunately, no one had come to look for Lu Zian recently. As a result, Lin Mo's closed-door cultivation went smoothly without any forced interruptions. Over a month passed. Lin Mo's ever-growing aura finally reached a critical point. In his cultivation, Lin Mo sensed a vague obstruction. It was the shackle from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. For ordinary cultivators, this shackle was not so easy to break through. However, for Lin Mo, who possessed the pure Yang sacred body, this shackle was like a thin sheet of paper that could be easily pierced. As Lin Mo's mind stirred, vast spiritual power surged like a flood, breaking through the dam. It shattered the shackle leading to the foundation establishment stage. In an instant, the torrent of spiritual power broke through the meridians that had become clogged over the years. As his aura continued to rise, Lin Mo's body underwent earth-shattering changes. His emaciated body was filled with flesh and blood, and the wrinkles of time on his skin visibly tightened. That weathered old face also regained vitality. After breaking through the clogged meridians, the ocean-like spiritual power finally converged in his dantian. An endless stream of spiritual power gathered in his dantian, condensing into a golden foundation radiating scorching pure yang energy. At that moment, Lin Mo's aura reached its peak. Foundation Establishment Stage 1. After more than a month of closed-door cultivation, Lin Mo opened his eyes again. His once muddled and hollow eyes now had a hint of clarity. After 110 years, I have finally established my foundation, Lin Mo murmured, clenching his fist and feeling the powerful spiritual energy within him, his tone calm. Beneath the calmness, however, was Lin Mo's joy and excitement, akin to tears of happiness. After over 100 years of hardships and trials, his mindset had matured and stabilized, no longer impulsive like in his youth. After calming down from the joy of breaking through, Lin Mo also noticed changes in his body. If he previously looked like a frail old man over 100 years old, now he resembled someone in their 80s. The change was quite evident. At least he did not look as shabby as during the qi refining period. Lin Mo did not expect to regain the appearance of a 20-year-old. But being able to return to the looks of someone in their 50s or 60s was already enough. Next, he could begin practicing the soul-devouring blade technique. Lin Mo did not dare to be negligent. After only a short rest, he took out the book on the soul-devouring blade technique and began to comprehend it. As long as he mastered the soul-devouring blade technique and combined it with the Black Blade's enhancement, Lin Mo was confident that he would have the strength to protect himself against Yin Fei, unlike last time when he could only flee in panic. In the following days, Lin Mo practiced the first move of the soul-devouring blade technique, the soul hook, while using the Black Blade to assist his training. With the incredible comprehension ability of the pure Yang sacred body, Lin Mo fully mastered the soul hook in just 5 days. It was only at this moment that Lin Mo gained a general understanding of the soul-devouring blade technique. Wow, this soul-devouring blade technique is definitely not an ordinary technique. Just the soul hook, which he demonstrated during his comprehension and deduction, was enough to make Lin Mo feel a chill run down his spine. The so-called soul hook means it can seize the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the enemy. If used against a nascent soul stage expert, it could severely injure their primordial spirit, even forcibly separating the primordial spirit from the physical body. Of course, with Lin Mo's current cultivation level, it was clearly impossible to pose any threat to a nascent soul stage expert. But that was fine. Lin Mo did not expect to threaten a nascent soul stage expert with his current cultivation. At least at the same realm, if the enemy was unprepared, this soul hook would undoubtedly be lethal. Lin Mo even felt that challenging someone from small tier higher would not be difficult at all. No wonder this technique was given by the female demon head. It indeed has its merit. Whatever Lu Zian produces is bound to be a masterpiece. Lin Mo knew that something Lu Zian carried with her could not possibly be a low-grade trash technique. Thus, when he encountered Yun Fei again, it would no longer be him needing to avoid her. Rather, it would be her who needed to think about how to escape. Entering the foundation establishment stage is just the starting point of cultivation. I still need to be humble and patient, nurturing my growth. Lin Mo realized that his recent cultivation breakthrough had been too rapid. Perhaps he needed a technique to conceal his aura to hide his presence. This way, not only could he develop more smoothly, but if one day someone had their eyes on him, hiding his cultivation could lead to underestimating him, achieving a surprise effect. Techniques for concealing one's aura are not rare. He should be able to find one in the sex trading market. Speaking of which, it seemed about time to clean the Ziqian Palace. As Lin Mo stepped outside, the grand door of the Ziqian Palace came into view. He suddenly remembered Lu Zian's reminder before she left, saying she would clean the palace a month later. However, it had already been over a month and a half. Forget it. Since the female demon head is not here, there's no rush. I'll go by a technique for concealing my aura first. Chapter 32. The Saintess is shocked. Old Lin has entered the foundation establishment stage. Initial Holy Sect trading market. Sister Wuching, do you have time recently? A young man, elegant and refined, with a handsome appearance, spoke. His name was Zhuaming, the captain of the Qinglong division of the law enforcement hall. I recently discovered a red flame flower that seems to be hundreds of years old deep in the sect, but there is a fierce beast guarding it. Alone, I am no match for this beast. If we join forces, we can definitely subdue it and pick that red flame flower. Brother, thank you for remembering me for this good deed, but I'm afraid that after we obtain the red flame flower, the distribution may be unequal, which would hurt the harmony between us. Shangguan Wuqing declined gracefully. Hearing this, Zhuaming laughed generously. Ha, sister, you worry too much. The red flame flower contains pure yang energy, which is contrary to the cultivation method I practice. However, for the junior sister, it is a great tonic. If she uses the scarlet flame flower for cultivation, it should greatly help her practice. If that doesn't work, we can sell it to the Wanan Hall, which would also fetch a good amount of spirit stones. Don't you think? However, despite the good intentions of chasing fate, Shangguan Wuqing seemed to have completely ignored him. She was staring intently at an old servant who had just entered the sex trading market. Shangguan Wuqing's gaze on the old servant was almost obsessive. This servant had come to the trading market to buy a technique to conceal his aura for Lin Mo. Chasing fate was stunned. Why would she ignore a young, handsome, talented, and good-natured senior brother like me to look at a shabby old servant? Junior sister Wuqing, are you even listening to me? Chasing fate, suppressing his jealousy and anger. Said again, what? Shangguan Wuqing snapped back to attention, looking bewildered, feeling ignored. Chasing fate was instantly enraged. He had good intentions in wanting to give the rare scarlet flame flower he discovered to Shangguan Wuqing, but now she was ignoring him because of an old servant? Come with me for a moment. Chasing fate took a deep breath, forcing down his jealousy and dissatisfaction. Shangguan Wuqing raised an eyebrow, looking a bit confused. However, considering that chasing fate was still her senior brother, she followed him outside. What's wrong, senior brother? Who are you looking at just now? Chasing fate could no longer contain himself and erupted. It's just an old servant. Why are you looking at him like that? What do I lack compared to that trash? Have you considered my feelings? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wuqing finally understood. She had no intention of coddling chasing fate and retorted forcefully, senior brother chasing fate. I have the right to look at whoever I want. You seem to have no authority to interfere. Moreover, we are siblings, not partners. Do I need to consider your feelings? I know your feelings for me, senior brother chasing fate, and to avoid any misunderstandings, I want to make it clear today that you're not my type. As soon as Shangguan Wuqing said this, chasing fate felt as if the sky had fallen. So all his efforts over the past period were worthless in Shangwan Wuqing's eyes? Whether it was reluctance or fear, chasing fate trembled all over. You can't be saying you like old men, right? Don't joke with me. Chasing fate must be going crazy. Or perhaps he just couldn't accept this cruel reality. For anyone, it would be hard to accept that the girl they liked preferred old men. Thus, Shangwan Wuqing merely shot him a cold glare. She ignored him and turned to leave, unwilling to concede. Chasing fate turned around and blocked Shangwan Wuqing's path. Get out of the way. Shangwan Wuqing, no longer caring about their relationship, issued a final ultimatum. If you don't move in 3 breaths, we won't even be friends anymore. Junior sister, you. Chasing fate clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately gave way to Shangwan Wuqing. Shangwan Wuqing didn't even spare him a glance and resolutely left. This left Chasing Fate standing alone in the wind, feeling confused. Many disciples nearby pointed and whispered, watching the drama unfold. Among the crowd, a slender figure in a mix of blue and white, with a sly and playful expression on her pretty face, had witnessed the entire scene between Shangwan Wuqing and Chasing Fate. On the other side, after wandering around the trading market, Lin Mo spent 700 spirit stones and finally bought a technique to conceal his aura, called the concealment technique. Its rank was not high, but it was quite useful. Although powerful beings at the perfected golden core stage could see through the disguise of the concealment technique, it would be sufficient for Lin Mo. Upon exiting the trading market, Lin Mo immediately sensed a chilling aura of danger. Turning slightly, he discovered the deathly glare from Chasing Fate directed at him. Lin Mo looked puzzled. Wait, did I provoke this captain of a law enforcement hall's Azure Dragon Division? He initially intended to approach and clarify things. However, the terrifying look in Chasing Fate's eyes, now tinted with red, deterred him. Not daring to linger, Lin Mo hurriedly fled the scene. Foundation establishment stage? What is up with this old man? In the crowd, Suyu blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with confusion and surprise. Others might not understand, but she knew too well. She clearly remembered that over 3 months ago, when Lin Mo asked her to submit a report to Lu Zian, he was still at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, right? Impossible, could I have misjudged? In just over 3 months, he jumped from the 2nd level of Qi refinement to Foundation establishment. Even a genius like her, with a quasi-9th grade spirit vein, couldn't do that. How could Lin Mo, a mere servant, achieve it? No, there must be something more to this. Watching Lin Mo disappear in the distance, Suyu's lively and clear eyes gradually turned blood red. After leaving the sex trading market, Lin Mo felt increasingly uneasy. Why did that captain of the law enforcement hall give him such a look? As if he owed him 500,000 spirit stones. No. The unease in his heart made Lin Mo feel that there was definitely something fishy going on. It seemed he needed to find a time to ask Shangwan Wuqing for clarification to avoid any misunderstandings. Chapter 33. The Grand Elder Fishing? I want a heavenly grade treasure. Upon returning, Lin Mo immediately began to comprehend and practice the concealment technique. The technique was of low rank and not particularly profound. Lin Mo completely mastered it in just 2 hours. For now, he would control his aura at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. He'd just been out, and he didn't know who sensed him. If others noticed that he was deliberately hiding his true cultivation, wouldn't that make the concealment technique useless? Recalling his thoughts, Lin Mo entered the Zetian Palace and began cleaning. The chores in the Zetian Palace had been neglected for quite some time. And if Lu Zian suddenly returned and found that he hadn't cleaned the palace, that female demon might go crazy again. What the hell? When he was cleaning the study in the Zetian Palace, a blood-red figure startled Lin Mo, making him tremble. Hello, little servant. Am I that scary? Sitting on the soft couch in the study was none other than the Grand Elder of the Initial Holy Sect, Hong Yu. Calming his nerves, Lin Mo knelt down on both knees and respectfully said, Old servant pays respects to the Grand Elder. He hadn't interacted with the Grand Elder Hong Yu before, so it was better to be respectful. Get up, little servant. Hong Yu's gaze was charming as she stared at Lin Mo and said, Do you know why I'm here? Lin Mo shook his head, saying he didn't know and asked the Grand Elder to clarify. All right, I didn't expect you to be very clever. Before getting to the point, you couldn't help but poke fun at Lin Mo. First, answer me. Did you cultivate the Yang volume of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He clearly remembered that ever since he cultivated the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, this was the first time he faced the Grand Elder Hanyu. How did she know what techniques he was cultivating? But since Hanyu had brought it up, Lin Mo realized it was pointless to deny it any longer. So he answered truthfully, reporting to the Grand Elder, as you said, the old servant has indeed cultivated the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique. Just as I expected. There are so many talented male cultivators in the sect. I really don't understand why the sect master chose to let you, this little servant, cultivate the Yang volume. However, it seems you haven't completely disgraced the reputation of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique. Lin Mo was momentarily speechless, not knowing what the Grand Elder of the Red Moon wanted to say. All right, little servant. After a sigh, Hanyu returned to the main topic. Recently, a big fish has appeared in the sect, and I want you to act as bait to lure this big fish out. Hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes widened in protest. Grand Elder, I'm just a mere servant. What qualifications do I have? Hanyu said, the bait does not refer to you personally, but to the Yin-Yang Evil Devil art that you practice. The Yin-Yang Evil Devil art is a supreme technique that countless evil cultivators yearn for but cannot obtain, and there are countless eyes watching it from the outside. If someone comes to ask you, just answer truthfully. Lin Mo pouted. It seems that I have no room to refuse. You're quite clever. Then Lin Mo boldly asked, Grand Elder, is the person you mentioned the saintess? After thinking for a moment, he asked, Oh, Hanyu raised her eyebrows in surprise. You actually know. Confirming that the Grand Elder was thinking of the same person as him, Lin Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Suyu is the saintess of the Initial Sacred Sect, with an extraordinary status. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't dare to slander Suyu casually. Yes. Lin Mo then briefly recounted what he had seen that day. After listening, Hanyu chuckled. With this piece of information from you, I am even more certain of my suspicions. However, it's a bit incredible that you ran into the saintess and are still alive now. I suppose she also dared not confirm whether you discovered her. Otherwise, you would have long since vanished. Lin Mo did not deny Hangyu's statement. If Suyu was sure that she had been discovered by Lin Mo, he had no doubt that he would have died countless times already. Then Lin Mo asked, How did you come to suspect the saintess, Grand Elder? Hanyu said meaningfully, Since I want you to act as this bait, I will share my suspicions with you. It turns out, recently, when Hanyu went to settle accounts with Lu Zian, she happened to overhear a conversation between Lu Zian and Suyu, coupled with the recent emergence of a traitor in the sect, as well as Suyu repeatedly asking Lu Zian to allow her to practice the Yin-Yang Evil Devil art at that time. Hanyu boldly speculated, could this traitor possibly be the saintess Suyu? She must have come for the Yin-Yang Evil Devil art. This led to Hangyu's visit to Lin Mo today. Originally, I only held a few suspicions about the saintess and planned to have you test her. But after hearing your news, I can basically confirm that this big fish is indeed the saintess, Hanyu said. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Now he could also be certain that Suyu indeed had issues. Reporting to the Grand Elder, I don't quite understand. Since you can confirm that the saintess is an undercover agent, why not just capture her directly? Lin Mo pouted. I understand your concerns, little servant. Hanyu sighed. If the suspect were someone else, I could directly capture them, but this time the suspect is the saintess. Without concrete evidence, I dare not rashly convict her. Besides, in this world, benefits and risks coexist, don't you think? If you can perfectly complete the task, I will give you a satisfactory reward. Lin Mo's eyes immediately brightened. With a reward, everything could be negotiated. He wouldn't work for free. Reporting to the Grand Elder, this task is too risky. Could you tell me what the reward is first? Lin Mo asked eagerly. Hanyu said charmingly, You little servant are quite anxious. Spirit stones, techniques, magical treasures, or various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. What do you want? Lin Mo pondered for a while before stating his request. Grand Elder, I don't have high demands. I would like a heavenly grade magical treasure plus 30,000 spirit stones. How about that? Heh, you little servant. You call that a low demand? Let's not even mention 30,000 spirit stones. Just a heavenly grade magical treasure, even the lowest quality of heavenly grade treasures, would cost at least 3 to 500,000 spirit stones. Is that too high? I thought it was reasonable, Lin Mo said innocently. He certainly knew that this request was already quite high, although he didn't have a specific concept of the price of heavenly grade treasures. He at least knew that any treasure reaching the heavenly grade wouldn't be affordable for cultivators below the nascent soul stage. Stop pretending here, little servant. Han Yue was both amused and exasperated. However, the risk you are taking is indeed quite high. If you want a heavenly grade treasure, it can only be of low quality. Chapter 34. The Saintess's defense is broken. You can practice the Yin-Yang Evil Devil art, but I can't, as expected of the Grand Elder, so generous. However, regarding the type of magical treasure, I have a small request. I would like a blade-type magical treasure. How does that sound to you, Grand Elder? Lin Mo exclaimed with joy. He hadn't expected Han Yue to give him a high-grade or even a top-grade, heavenly-grade magical treasure. Humans are certainly greedy, but one shouldn't be too greedy. It's easy to choke oneself. Top-grade and supreme-grade, heavenly-grade treasures would cost at least 7 figures in spirit stones. No problem. As long as the grade doesn't change, the type of magical treasure doesn't matter much. Han Yue waved her jade hand and first gave Lin Mo a deposit of 10,000 spirit stones. This is the deposit, little servant. After the task is accomplished, I will pay you the rest. As soon as the words fell, Han Yue suddenly frowned. In just a moment, she vanished from the study, erasing all traces of her presence as if she had never been there. While Lin Mo was puzzled, a light and agile sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind him. It was Suyu. Meet the Saintess. Lin Mo quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. Suyu still wore an almost professional innocent smile and asked, Old Lin, what are you doing? As you can see, Saintess, Lin Mo gestured to the cloth in his hand and said casually, Are you here to find the sect master? Yes. Isn't she here? Suyu asked. Reporting to the Saintess, I just come to clean the chores of the Zetian Palace on time and don't know the sect master's whereabouts. Lin Mo replied with a chuckle. However, at the moment, the sect master is clearly not in the Zetian Palace. Perhaps the Saintess can wait a while and come back. I understand. Suyu had no intention of leaving. After confirming that Lu Zian was not present, she immediately asked, Old Lin, I remember you were at the second level of Qi refining not long ago. How did you reach Foundation establishment so quickly? No wonder you look so much younger. Can you tell me how you did it? I'm quite curious. Reporting to the Saintess this matter, Lin Mo hesitated, looking quite troubled. Suyu tilted her head slightly. What's wrong? Is there something you can't say? Lin Montauk nodded. There's nothing to worry about. Do you not trust me? At worst, I'll help you keep it a secret, Suyu said, blinking her clear and lively big eyes, still looking innocent. That's true. Lin Mo pondered for a while before saying, Since the Saintess helped me last time, I won't hide it from you. Actually, this is related to the technique I practice. Technique? What technique is so powerful? Reporting to the Saintess is the Yin-Yang Evil Devil art. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Old Lin, that's impossible. Master actually let you practice the Yin-Yang Evil Devil art? Last time I asked her for it, she didn't give it to me. How could she possibly give it to you? At this moment, Suyu's mindset was a bit broken. As Lu Zian's chief disciple, she couldn't obtain the Yin-Yang Evil Devil art. Why could Lin Mo, a mere servant, get it? Lin Mo smiled. Then I wouldn't know, Saintess. The technique I practice is indeed the Yin-Yang Evil Devil art. Suyu was momentarily speechless, her eyes filled with unwillingness and confusion. The Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique truly deserved its reputation as one of the top evil cultivation methods on the continent. Even a mere handyman who had only reached the second level of Qi refining after a century of practice could break through to Foundation establishment in such a short time. Suyu was secretly shocked. I still don't believe it. Suyu pouted in frustration and questioned, Then let me ask you. Clearly I am the disciple of Master. Why is she allowing you to cultivate and not me? Why is that? Lin Mo lowered his head in silence. seemingly unsure how to respond to Su Yu's words. You tell me why? Su Yu's emotions were somewhat agitated, filled with extreme reluctance. Lin Mo asked, Saintess, please forgive me for being nosy, but why are you so attached to the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique? As far as I know, the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique is not a good cultivation method. It actually has its drawbacks. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was taken aback, realizing that Lin Mo's words were almost identical to what Lu Ziyan had said. What drawbacks? You tell me. Su Yu pressed for an answer without allowing any interruption. You should know that the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique is a combined cultivation of demonic methods, right? Once you cultivate the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, if you later engage in union with a member of the opposite sex, the technique will bind the yang energy of the first person you unite with. Once the yang energy is bound, if you later attempt to cultivate with someone else, it will lead to a backlash from the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique. Among us demonic cultivators, how many people have only one partner in their lifetime? Saintess, even so, do you still insist on cultivating the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique? The sect master doesn't allow you to cultivate it for your own good. Saintess. Lin Montag ernesti ly advisit. After listening, Su Yu widened her eyes and fell silent. Now she finally understood why Lu Ziyan had told her to wait until she found a partner before cultivating the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique. It turned out to be because the technique would bind the yang energy. Then why is Master cultivating it herself? Su Yu continued to ask. This old man does not know, Saintess. Lin Mo smiled helplessly. If you ask me, who should I ask? Su Yu took a deep breath, and in the blink of an eye, her pure and slightly immature face regained its innocent smile. All right, I understand now. From what you say, it seems the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, isn't good at all, right? I'll take my leave now, old Lin. Remember to notify me when Master returns to the Ziyun Palace. Watching Su Yu leave, Lin Mo's gaze gradually became profound. Su Yu indeed had a problem. She wanted the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique too much, making it hard not to suspect that she had come for the technique. Lin Mo sat down at the tea table, brewing tea for himself while pondering quietly. After their conversation, Lin Mo reached a conclusion. Saintess Su Yu was, to a large extent, an undercover agent. He just didn't know which sect had sent her, as they had clearly invested heavily. But it made sense, as the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique was always carried by Lu Ziyan. To obtain the cultivation method for the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, one would need to invest significantly. Although he was merely a handyman, Lin Mo had some understanding of the relationship between the initial holy sect and other sections. Chapter 35. That old fuzzy hair still dares to find my junior sister? The Yin-Yang sect, also a demonic sect, could be considered a rival to the initial holy sect. Due to their competitive relationship, there were often minor frictions between the disciples of the two sections. Additionally, there was the immortal Dao sect, the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Since the territories of the two sects were adjacent, coupled with the fact that immortals and demons could not coexist, the opposition and friction between the initial holy sect and the 10,000 Sword Pavilion were even more severe. The two sects often clashed fiercely over some opportunity or a mining vein. Even minor disputes between disciples could escalate into larger conflicts. Specifically, Lin Mo believed that the possibility of the Yin-Yang sect being involved was greater. The reason was simple. The Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique was after all a demonic cultivation method, and those who prided themselves as righteous immortal sects would look down upon it, regardless of how powerful it was. On the other hand, as another demonic sect, the Yin-Yang sect would logically have a greater interest in obtaining the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique. Of course, this was just Lin Mo's preliminary guess. Although the Yin-Yang sect was the most likely, it didn't mean that Saintess Su Yu was necessarily sent by them. She could also be from another demonic sect. In any case, the suspicion that she was an undercover agent could basically be confirmed. Now it was just a matter of evidence. Lin Mo slowly savored his hot tea, muttering to himself. Obtaining evidence that Saintess Su Yu was an undercover agent would undoubtedly be difficult. Due to Su Yu's identity as a saintess, without solid evidence, it would be impossible to capture her for interrogation, unless she were too anxious or accidentally exposed herself. Otherwise, Lin Mo couldn't think of a way to obtain proof of her being an undercover agent. But it was not impossible. In the next moment, Lin Mo had a sudden inspiration. Last time, didn't he accidentally catch Suyu contacting someone outside? If he could encounter it again, that would be much easier. Before that, he still needed to continue improving his cultivation. Otherwise, even if he did run into her, it was likely he would be the one in trouble. Moreover, during this period, he had to be wary of Suyu to prevent her from taking the initiative. At present, Suyu already knew that Lu Zian was not at the Zetian Palace. The small wooden house at the entrance was no longer safe. So, before Lu Zian returned, he might need to temporarily change his hiding place. As for Lu Zian's instruction to guard the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo believed it wouldn't be a problem. Lu Zian had likely given that order to catch the undercover agent. Now that the suspect had been confirmed, the Zetian Palace no longer needed constant guarding. Thinking of this, Lin Mo didn't delay. In just one day, he thoroughly cleaned the entire Zetian Palace inside and out. After that, Lin Mo set out to find Shangwan Wuqing. He clearly couldn't go to Elder Hongyue. If Suyu found out he was looking for Elder Hongyue, she would surely be alarmed and raise her guard. Thus, within the vast initial holy sect, the only person Lin Mo could somewhat trust and rely on was probably Shangwan Wuqing, with whom he had previously had 2 in-depth friendly exchanges. Law Enforcement Hall, Vermilion Bird Division Office. Junior sister, last time I was impulsive and confused. I hope you take it to heart. In the reception room, Chasing Fate took out a brocade box from his storage ring and handed it to Shangwan Wuqing. Sincerely apologizing, this is the crimson flame flower I picked yesterday. It's my apology for losing my temper that day. Please accept it, junior sister. There's no need for the apology, senior brother. Across the table, Shangwan Wuqing pushed the brocade box back, saying, if it weren't for unavoidable circumstances, I wouldn't want things to get too ugly between us. After all, we see each other often. You should take the crimson flame flower back. Chasing Fate did not retract the brocade box, but cautiously probed. So, does this mean you forgive me? Shangwan Wuqing non-committally replied, forgive? That's not quite right. I can only say that through this incident, you have successfully changed my previous impression of you. Chasing Fate sighed, junior sister. You can't judge me entirely based on one incident, right? No one is perfect. Everyone has impulsive and irrational moments. After all these years as siblings, don't you know what kind of person I am? It was precisely because of this that Shangwan Wuqing found Chasing Fate's other side, displayed a couple of days ago, to be frightening. However, after thinking about it, she decided not to say it. From her understanding of her senior brother Chasing Fate, if she didn't relent today, he wouldn't give up easily. After pondering for a moment, Shangwan Wuqing simply said perfunctorily, all right, but I hope there won't be a next time. Otherwise, we won't even be able to remain friends. Don't worry, junior sister. I swear on my character that there will absolutely not be a next time. Hearing Shangwan Wuqing relent, Chasing Fate's expression visibly brightened. He pushed the brocade box containing the crimson flame flower toward her again, saying, junior sister, you should accept this. Consider it my small token of goodwill. I really don't need it, senior brother. You should take it back. Shangwan Wuqing refused. She understood the saying, one is short-handed when accepting gifts. The two of them exchanged refusals several times until Shangwan Wuqing issued an ultimatum. Chasing Fate had no choice but to reluctantly take back the crimson flame flower. Senior brother, I need to start working now. After the back and forth, Shangwan Wuqing immediately issued a dismissal order. Then I won't disturb you any longer, junior sister. After finally managing to appease Shangwan Wuqing, Chasing Fate dared not push his luck. Sister Wuqing, there's a servant outside insisting on seeing you. No matter how I tell him to leave, he refuses to go. Look, just as he came out of the reception room, a law enforcement disciple from the Vermilion Bird squad stepped forward to report. A servant? Shangwan Wuqing raised an eyebrow. Could it be Lin Mo? Chasing Fate beside her also frowned. Could it be that servant Shangwan Wuqing had seen 2 days ago at the sex trading market? It's just a servant. Why waste time talking to him? Just chase him away. Chasing Fate said immediately. However, the reporting law enforcement disciple did not dare to act hastily. Although Chasing Fate was also a squad leader of the law enforcement hall, his immediate superior was clearly Shangwan Wuqing. With a wave of her hand, Shangwan Wuqing quickly walked out. Junior sister, after a moment's hesitation, Chasing Fate, feeling uneasy, followed closely behind. As Shangwan Wuqing had anticipated, at the entrance of the office. An old servant was pacing back and forth. Besides Lin Mo, who else could it be? So it's this old servant, daring to come find my junior sister? Chasing Fate was furious and intended to chase Lin Mo away. Senior brother, this person is here to see me. What are you doing? Just as Chasing Fate took a step forward, Shangguan Wuqing reached out to stop him. Chapter 36 Shangguan Wuqing, don't let anyone in. At the same time, Lin Mo, waiting at the office entrance, also noticed Shangguan Wuqing and Chasing Fate appearing at the door. Before Chasing Fate could speak, Shangguan Wuqing asked, Old servant, someone just told me you were looking for me? What is it? Shangguan Wuqing's tone was flat, and her beautiful yet spirited face showed little emotion, as if she and Lin Mo were strangers. Reporting to Captain Wuqing, I originally wanted to report a case to you, but it seems you don't have time right now. I'll come back later, Lin Mo said, cupping his hands and turning to leave. Damn it, isn't that Chasing Fate? The leader of the Qinglong squad from the law enforcement hall, who stared at me with a deathly gaze 2 days ago. Lin Mo vaguely guessed some hidden truths. It would be better to leave this troublesome place quickly. If Chasing Fate held a grudge, it would be a case of a mute eating bitter gall, with no way to express the pain. Wait! A shout from Chasing Fate rang out. Lin Mo's body trembled, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. An uneasy premonition surged through him like a tide. Shangguan Wuqing also sensed something was off and spoke before Chasing Fate. Old servant, since you're here, there's no need to rush to leave. I have time. So come in and slowly explain the details of your report. Then, Shangguan Wuqing turned to Chasing Fate and said, Senior brother, you know I dislike being disturbed while working, so please head back first. Upon hearing this, Chasing Fate's eyes widened. Is there anything else you want to say, senior brother? Shangguan Wuqing asked. Chasing Fate furrowed his brow. He wanted to get angry, but thinking of how his relationship with Shangguan Wuqing had just begun to improve, he could only force a reluctant smile and shake his head, saying, It's nothing, junior sister. You can get back to work. I should head back too. Once Chasing Fate had walked far away, Shangguan Wuqing called Lin Mo into the office. What has happened, old servant? Shangguan Wuqing took the initiative to ask. Yes. Lin Mo nodded and said, I've been targeted by someone, and I don't know if Captain Wuqing can provide me with some protection in the near future. Aren't you living at the entrance of the sect master's Purple Heaven Palace? Who would dare to trouble you there? Shangguan Wuqing said, somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the Purple Heaven Palace was the safest place in the entire Initial Holy Sect. As long as you didn't offend Sect Master Lu Ziyin, no one would dare to cause trouble there. Lin Mo sighed. Captain Wuqing doesn't know, but the Sect Master is out, and I don't know when she will return. So my little wooden house is no longer safe. Is that so? Shangguan Wuqing pondered for a moment, then said, Then you might as well tell me who is targeting you, and I'll help you deal with it. Since Lin Mo was in trouble, Shangguan Wuqing certainly wouldn't stand by idly. She was also hoping to cultivate together with Lin Mo to quickly improve her own cultivation. More importantly, due to the pure Yang Sacred Body, plus the fact that Lin Mo seemed to have rejuvenated significantly after breaking through to Foundation establishment. Shangguan Wuqing found herself increasingly captivated by him. I can't say, Captain Wuqing, I can only tell you that this person is not someone you can provoke. But as long as I'm here, she won't dare to come looking for trouble with me, Lin Mo said with a bitter smile. In terms of cultivation, perhaps Su Yu is not Shangguan Wuqing's opponent. But Su Yu's status in the Initial Holy Sect was far beyond that of a mere squad leader of the law enforcement hall, like Shangguan Wuqing. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wuqing was stunned. Who have you provoked? Then Lin Mo added, Moreover, Captain Wuqing, that Chasing Fate seems to hold a great deal of hostility towards me as well. This makes my situation even more dangerous. Shangguan Wuqing nodded. I know. It's because of me that he has animosity towards you. I will take responsibility for this. In that case, you should stay with me for a while, Shangguan Wuqing said, her serious demeanor from earlier now replaced by a charming smile. She slowly got up, sitting on Lin Mo's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her fair and delicate hand slipping into Lin Mo's collar. Shangguan Wuqing gently caressed Lin Mo's chest, leaning close to his ear and whispering, Recently, I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation. You come help me break through this bottleneck. Based on their previous experiences, Shangguan Wuqing was highly confident that after cultivating together with Lin Mo again, she would likely break through the bottleneck and reach the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. If this scene were to be seen by chasing fate, his heart would probably shatter on the spot. The seemingly aloof Shangguan Wuqing in front of him was showing such a seductive and lewd demeanor in front of Lin Mo teased like this by Shangguan Wuqing. Lin Mo felt a rush of heat and found it hard to sit still. If this weren't the Vermilion Bird Squad's office, he would have truly wanted to take Shangguan Wuqing right then and there. Lin Mo's hands also wandered freely over Shangguan Wuqing's body, but he worriedly said, "Captain Wuqing, if I stay at your place, I have no objections. I'm just worried that if chasing fate discovers us, it might be a bit difficult to handle. Who can guarantee that he won't secretly follow us?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wuqing realized Lin Mo had a point. Given chasing fate's character, it was indeed possible he would follow her or Lin Mo. The next moment, Shangguan Wuqing came up with a solution. "No need to worry. Later I'll go distract him, and you can take this opportunity to head to my place first." This was indeed a good plan. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Shangguan Wuqing suddenly shivered, then pushed Lin Mo's hand away, exhaling like orchids. "Don't be so impatient, old servant. If you keep this up, I'll embarrass myself in front of so many junior brothers and sisters." Lin Mo chuckled and suddenly had a bold idea, saying, "Captain Wuqing, don't you think it's quite exciting here?" Shangguan Wuqing's face turned even redder. But to be fair, it really was thrilling in the reception room of the office. Shangguan Wuqing's heart raced even more, and she felt an impulse to give it a try. "Then let's do it here. We'll talk later when we return to my place tonight." After pondering for a moment, Shangguan Wuqing decided to go for it. At worst, she could just hold back her voice. Just as Lin Mo was a bit eager to remove Shangguan Wuqing's clothes, she stopped him in time and said seriously, "Wait a minute. Let me first instruct my junior sister outside to keep watch and not let anyone in." "All right, then." Shangguan Wuqing tidied up her somewhat disheveled clothes and her flushed face. She opened the door to the reception room and instructed briefly before closing it again and returning. "Okay, let's start." Chapter 37. I didn't expect you, old servant, to be quite naughty. After accumulating energy for more than a month, Lin Mo was full of yang energy. Although Shangguan Wuqing was trying hard to control herself and not make any sound, as the practice continued, her cultivation level clearly improved and all her pores opened up, making it hard for her to hold back. Fortunately, Lin Mo covered her mouth just in time. Otherwise, the disciples outside would have known about the situation in the reception room. About 2 hours later, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing finally announced a temporary stop after 2 months of practice. After the experience of yin and yang fusion, Shangguan Wuqing's breath became longer, and she was drenched in fragrant sweat. Perhaps due to the environment, her peak condition was still fluctuating violently. However, the expression on her face, filled with immense satisfaction from the enhanced practice, revealed her current feelings. Before meeting Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuqing had no idea she had such a side, especially the benefit of fulfilling her spiritual needs while also improving her cultivation. This made it hard for Shangguan Wuqing to resist. Not to mention her. Even any woman in the mortal realm would find it hard to refuse. "How about it, Captain Wuqing, are you satisfied?" After putting on her clothes, Lin Mo said with a faint smile, "I'm very satisfied with your performance, but I want more." Shangguan Wuqing was tidying her clothes and messy long hair. "I'll be out for a bit. Wait until dark to come my place. I'll go find brother chasing fate directly and make sure he won't know your whereabouts." Shangguan Wuqing was already looking forward to the chaotic battle with Lin Mo after returning to her place. Lin Mo nodded, indicating he understood. After Shangguan Wuqing finished tidying up, the two pretended nothing had happened and left the reception room, leaving the office of the Vermilion Bird Division to ensure their own safety. Lin Mo went straight to the martial arts square not far from the Ziqian Palace. Sitting on a stone bench at the edge of the square, Lin Mo scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision. He noticed that many eyes were watching him, and without exception, they were all female disciples. Lin Mo wasn't surprised by this. It was likely due to the pure yang sacred body's influence. If it weren't so crowded, Lin Mo had no doubt that these female disciples would pounce on him like hungry tigers. Sometimes this pure yang sacred body is also a hassle, Lin Mo sighed. holding his forehead. Not long after, the sun set in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. After night fell completely, Lin Mo took advantage of the darkness and quietly disappeared from the martial arts square. Lin Mo didn't notice that among the crowd in the square, a pair of eyes was always watching him. Shortly after Lin Mo left, the owner of those eyes followed closely behind him. On the other side, Shangguan Wuqing and Chasing Fate were handling a conflict between inner disciples. The two had fought openly in front of many people due to their disagreement, prompting the law enforcement hall to intervene and mediate. Usually, the law enforcement hall wouldn't interfere in private disputes unless they escalated to that level. After dealing with the incident, Shangguan Wuqing estimated it was about time. She then parted ways with Chasing Fate, each going back to their own homes. When Shangguan Wuqing returned to her place, Lin Mo had already been waiting inside for a while. "So, was anyone following you when you came?" Shangguan Wuqing sat down leisurely and poured herself a cup of tea. She had managed to keep Chasing Fate occupied, but she couldn't guarantee he wouldn't send someone to follow Lin Mo. "I don't feel like anyone is following me. But, Captain Wuqing, my cultivation is still too weak compared to the inner disciples. If someone really is following me and is good at hiding, I might not notice." Lin Mo shook his head, speaking conservatively. "Well, it doesn't matter," Shangguan Wuqing said. "At least here, you are safe, as long as the person isn't on the level of my master or above." Shangguan Wuqing wasn't afraid of being discovered by Chasing Fate. She was just worried about Lin Mo's safety. That's true." Lin Mo smiled and nodded. After all, he probably wouldn't stay at Shangguan Wuqing's place for long. He could return his little wooden house whenever Lu Zian came back. After chatting for a while, the two of them entered that pitch-black room again. After closing the door, Shangguan Wuqing eagerly sat in front of Lin Mo and naturally wrapped his arms around Shangguan Wuqing's slender waist, one hand wandering freely over her body. Smelling the womanly fragrance coming from Shangguan Wuqing's neck, Lin Mo grinned and said, "Captain Wuqing, if Chasing Fate finds out that you are this wild privately, what kind of expression would he have? It must be quite a sight. I never noticed before that you, old servant, could be quite naughty," Shangguan Wuqing replied, twisting her waist and posing playfully. "Haha, with his personality, if he found out, he would probably explode on the spot. But who cares? I certainly don't." Lin Mo asked intentionally, "Why not?" "Captain Wuqing, Chasing Fate, compared to me when I was young, though slightly inferior, is still quite handsome, and his cultivation talent isn't bad either. Don't you feel anything for him?" "I don't feel anything. That person is too boring. He only knows how to please me. Apart from having a decent cultivation talent, there are no other highlights in his eyes. Women are not simply pleased by flattery." Moreover, Shangguan Wuqing turned around, shared a passionate kiss with Lin Mo, and then continued, "Aren't I with you? Old servant, compared to that boring Chasing Fate, I prefer you. Old man, you can give me the true joy that belongs to a woman. Why should I go through the trouble of convincing myself to accept him? That would just be looking for trouble." Lin Mo chuckled and said, "I don't even know what is good about me that makes Captain Wuqing so fascinated. It's simple, just like I don't know why brother Chasing Fate is so devoted to me. There are certainly many sisters and seniors in the sect better than me. That's indeed the case." After saying this, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing exchanged knowing smiles. Then, Lin Mo gave Shangguan Wuqing's perky bottom a firm slap. Shangguan Wuqing immediately understood and got up to undress. Chapter 38. The junior sister can't possibly be that kind of person. In the law enforcement hall's Qinglong division office. "Are you sure you saw that old servant go to Sister Wuqing?" Chasing Fate grabbed a law enforcement disciple by the collar, his face twisted in a terrifying manner. "Yes, brother Chasing Fate, I swear on my head. I saw him go in." To get an accurate answer, Chasing Life released the collar of the law enforcement disciple. The shadowy gaze seemed almost to ooze with water. The intense aura of madness surged deep within his eyes. Immediately, Chasing Life rushed towards Shangguan Wuqing's residence. Under the cover of night, Shangguan Wuqing's home was brightly lit. Chasing Life hid in the darkness, straining his ears to listen carefully. But all he could hear was the faint rustling sound. He thought about knocking on the door, but was afraid of having another falling out with Shangguan Wuqing. However, when he considered that at this very moment, his junior sister was very likely being suppressed and humiliated by Lin Mo, Chasing Life's body trembled with anger, unable to accept such a thing. It can't be. My junior sister can't be that kind of person. Chasing Life comforted himself this way. From what he knew of Shangwan Wuqing, she truly wasn't that kind of casual woman. After pondering in the darkness for a long time, he ultimately decided to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Chasing Life gently knocked on Shangwan Wuqing's door, but there was no response from inside. Could it be that my junior sister is in seclusion? Yes, at this moment, Shangwan Wuqing was indeed in seclusion, but it was a joint cultivation. Inside the room, despite the good soundproofing, the sharp-eared Shangwan Wuqing still faintly heard a subtle knocking sound coming from outside. Huh? Suddenly, Shangwan Wuqing furrowed her brows slightly. Captain Wuqing, what's wrong? It seems someone is knocking at the door. I think it's probably brother Chasing Life, Shangwan Wuqing speculated. Then let him wait outside. You wouldn't want him to ruin the mood, would you? Lin Mo said. That makes sense. Let us continue, old man. Shangwan Wuqing thought for a moment. If she went out, it would indeed be likely that her mood would be spoiled by Chasing Life. Since that's the case, then it's better to ignore him. Even if you gave Chasing Life the courage of a bear and the guts of a leopard, Shangwan Wuqing was sure he wouldn't dare to force his way into her home. And so it was. After a series of fruitless knocks, Chasing Life retreated into the darkness once again. He waited outside until the sun was nearly setting the next day. Shangwan Wuqing still had not come out of the house. At this moment, Chasing Life was even more certain that his junior sister must be in seclusion. He really didn't believe that old man Lin Mo could have such stamina. Thinking of this, Chasing Life finally relaxed his anxious heart. He returned to the Qinglong Division office and found the law enforcement disciple he had sent to track Lin Mo, demanding, "Are your eyes not working? Should I help you dig them out and donate them?" That old servant clearly wasn't at his junior sister's place. No, that's impossible, the law enforcement disciple swore. Brother Chasing Life, I really saw him go in. If I'm lying, I'll go burn myself in the self-immolation tower right now. Chasing Life's eyes widened, and he was dumbfounded. Such a toxic vow could be made? It seemed the problem wasn't with his junior brother, but with himself. But he didn't want to admit he was wrong. So he commanded, "You said you saw him go in with your own eyes. So I'll give you a chance. Go watch at Sister Wuqing's house, and after she leaves, kill that old servant. If you really saw her wrong and don't find that old servant, you should know what to do, right?" "Yes, brother Chasing Life. If I can't find him at Sister Wuqing's house, I'll go burn myself in the self-immolation tower." Another day passed. In the pitch-black room, Shangwan Wuqing was gasping for breath, her rosy cheeks adorned with a seductive and incredibly satisfied smile. Under the nurturing of Lin Mo's pure yang energy, she had almost effortlessly broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, her cultivation skyrocketing. She gazed affectionately at Lin Mo beside her, marveling at how lucky she was to have found such a treasure. Lin Mo also made significant gains. Although he didn't break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, his spiritual power was noticeably stronger compared to 2 days ago. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. Being an evil cultivator was indeed comfortable. While satisfying the body and mind, he could also enhance his cultivation. Isn't this much more fragrant than being a celestial path cultivator? Soon, Lin Mo lay down to rest for a while. After a long time, once Shangwan Wuqing had somewhat recovered, she propped her jade hand under her chin, gazing at Lin Mo's profile, and curiously asked, "By the way, old man, how did you come to the Initial Sacred Sect? Were you captured?" "Don't make me laugh. I was sold here by my parents," Lin Mo replied candidly without avoiding the topic. "Why?" Shangwan Wuqing was puzzled. In the Initial Sacred Sect, inner disciples are still considered people, but the status of servant disciples is even worse than that of dogs. "How could your parents sell you here?" Lin Mo smiled bitterly and said, "I have more than a dozen siblings, and I'm the youngest and the one with the least talent for cultivation. My family was poor, and what else could my parents do but sell me?" As a transmigrator, Lin Mo had remembered his life since birth. Thus, he clearly remembered this life-changing event from his childhood. "Do you hate them?" the curious Shangwan Wuqing continued to ask. "Not really," Lin Mo replied in a surprisingly calm tone. "Because of them, I came to this world, but also because of them, I endured 100 years of inhumane treatment in the Initial Sacred Sect. I suppose we're even now, and we owe each other nothing. Perhaps they've long forgotten they had such a son. Old man, your mindset is pretty good. If it were me, I'd probably hate them to death, Shangwan Wuqing said, feeling inferior. Lin Mo smiled non-committally. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, what good would hating them do? Setting aside the question of whether he could even find them, even if his parents appeared before Lin Mo now, he might not even recognize them. Or perhaps, if they hadn't broken through to the foundation establishment stage to extend their lifespan, they had long since returned to the earth. Let's not talk about them. Shangwan Wuqing then changed the subject. Old man, have you ever thought about transitioning from servant-disciple to an inner disciple? With your current cultivation, you should be able to pass the inner disciple assessment. Chapter 39. Transitioning to inner disciple for convenient joint cultivation. In the Initial Sacred Sect, if servant disciples wanted to defy the odds and change their fate, there was only one way: to participate in the sect's assessment and transition to inner disciples. However, throughout the history of the Initial Sacred Sect, the number of people who transitioned from servant disciples to inner disciples could be counted on one hand. Servant disciples of the Initial Sacred Sect were placed there precisely because their cultivation aptitude was too low. Wanting to defy the odds and change their fate was easier said than done. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but whether I can participate in the sect's assessment and transition to an inner disciple depends on the will of the sect master. Lin Mo nodded and pondered. Within the Initial Sacred Sect, the identity of a servant disciple indeed had too many restrictions. Lin Mo wanted to transition to an inner disciple. The current issue was what attitude Lu Zian had regarding this. I think it should be fine, Shangwan Wuqing said, if the sect master agrees. You can come to participate in the Law Enforcement Hall's inner disciple assessment. I'll go talk to my master and pull some strings to get you assigned to our Vermilion Bird Division. That way, it'll be much more convenient for us to cultivate together in the future. Haha, thank you for your good intentions, Captain Wuqing. But this matter is still too far off. The sect master doesn't know when he'll be back, Lin Mo said ambiguously. He didn't want to be too tightly bound by Shangwan Wuqing, although Shangwan Wuqing was treating him well now. Lin Mo understood in his heart that this was all thanks to the merits of the pure Yang sacred body. If it weren't for the pure Yang sacred body, he and Shangwan Wuqing wouldn't have had too much interaction. After more than 100 years in the Initial Sacred Sect, Lin Mo knew well that he could not fully trust anyone here. What's wrong? Don't you want to come to the Law Enforcement Hall? Shangwan Wuqing clearly wasn't easy to fool. It's not that. I just think that the sect leader is unlikely to let me become an inner disciple. One shouldn't speak too absolutely. However, Shangwan Wuqing disagreed. Having one more servant in the miscellaneous department doesn't make a difference. Why would the sect leader specifically appoint you as the exclusive servant of Zetian Palace? Sighing, Lin Mo said, if the sect leader agrees, I will definitely come to the Law Enforcement Hall. Well, now that's more like it. After receiving the answer he wanted, Shangwan Wuqing smiled in satisfaction. All right, I need to go back to the office to check. If you feel unsafe outside, just stay here. If you need anything, you can come directly to find me at the Zhuke office. After properly dressing and grooming herself, Shangwan Wuqing left. Lin Mo sat cross-legged and began to circulate his Yin-Yang Evil Demon art. The mighty spiritual energy flowed through every meridian in his body, and Lin Mo could clearly feel that his cultivation had become significantly stronger. This feeling of a substantial increase in cultivation was indeed exhilarating. Lin Mo smiled with excitement. After organizing his thoughts, he began to attempt to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. He still had about 22,000 spirit stones on him, more than enough for cultivation. It was also not safe outside for him. Besides cultivation, Lin Mo had nothing else to do. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from the living room. Since Shangwan Wuqing did not close the door when she left, Lin Mo heard the footsteps clearly. At the same time, a dangerous aura entered Lin Mo's perception along with the air. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes dangerously and immediately exited his cultivation state. With a grip of his hand, the black knife flashed into existence. Soon, A figure appeared at the door of the room. Judging by the other party's clothing, it was clearly a disciple from the law enforcement hall. I was right, you are indeed here. The other party grinned, not hiding the cold, killing intent emanating from him. Mid-Foundation establishment? From the aura, this disciple from the law enforcement hall should indeed be at the Mid-Foundation establishment stage. Although he was at a higher cultivation level, Lin Mo believed that he was not without a chance. This fellow disciple from the law enforcement hall, I don't seem to know you. Why do you want to put me to death? Lin Mo squinted and asked. Just a servant. What's the need for a reason to kill? The disciple of the law enforcement hall had a mocking smile on his face and said, but I'm a person with a kind heart, so I'll let you die in a clearer manner. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have. Also, I don't want to go to the self-immolation tower, so the only option left is to ask you to die. Although the other party didn't specify a name, Lin Mo could roughly guess it, if nothing unexpected happened. The person he referred to as someone not to provoke was the captain of the Qinglong team from the law enforcement hall, chasing life. Unfortunately, I don't want to die either. Lin Mo chuckled and said calmly, that won't be up to you. Buzz. Just as the law enforcement hall disciple's voice fell, a sharp blade, intent flashing with cold light, surged toward him. Lin Mo was the first to strike, not obediently accepting death, but daring to fight back. Interesting. Since that's the case, then let this old servant teach you what it means to be at the Mid-Foundation establishment stage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Junior sister, Shangguan Wuqing had just arrived at the Zhuke office when Chasing Life's voice came from behind. Does senior brother have something to discuss with me? Shangguan Wuqing's expression was calm, her tone indifferent. For some reason, the more she looked at Chasing Life, the more displeased she felt. Perhaps it was because of Lin Mo Junior sister. Have you reached the mid-golden core stage? Congratulations. Sensing the strong aura emanating from Shangguan Wuqing, which was almost on par with his own, Chasing Life said in slight surprise. Shangguan Wuqing merely nodded slightly, showing indifference towards Chasing Life. Chasing Life felt a pang of pain in his heart. Previously, Shangguan Wuqing's attitude towards him was clearly not as cold as it was now. Shangguan Wuqing was right in front of him, yet he felt that his junior sister was continuously drifting away from him. Junior sister, to celebrate your breakthrough, how about we have a friendly spar? Just a few exchanges. Chasing Life still wore a smile, pretending as if nothing was wrong. Shangguan Wuqing was contemplating whether or not to agree to Chasing Life's sparring request. But suddenly, she realized something. Chasing Life's current words sounded so much like what she had said to restrain him a few days ago. In an instant, her sixth sense warned Shangguan Wuqing that something was wrong. Lin Mo. She glared coldly at Chasing Life and immediately used her speed to rush home. Junior sister? Chasing Life frowned and quickly pursued her, blocking her path. Junior sister, even if you don't want to spar with me, at least you should give me a clear answer, right? What's going on? Chasing Life's senior brother. I'll make it clear to you right now. Shangguan Wuqing glared at Chasing Life with icy coldness and said sternly, if your people invade my house, then just wait to face the consequences from our master. Chapter 40. Chasing Life's defense breached. Am I not even as good as a servant? When Shangguan Wuqing and Chasing Life returned, they saw that the house had several large holes, and a figure lay in the open space at the door, barely breathing. This person was not Lin Mo, but rather a disciple from the law enforcement hall sent by Chasing Life. Ugh. Shangguan Wuqing and the others approached. They saw the law enforcement hall disciple lying on the ground with a vacant expression, his whole body twitching, as if he had lost his 3 souls and 7 spirits. On his upper body, a long knife wound at a 45-degree angle, extended from his shoulder down to his waist. The wound was not red with blood, but presented a withered, pitch-black color, continuously spreading outward, damaging his bodily functions while also robbing him of his life force. Shangguan Wuqing recognized this person. He was indeed a disciple from the law enforcement hall's Qinglong team, Zhu Fan. Shangguan Wuqing did not know why Zhu Fan had ended up in such a state, nor did she care. She glared fiercely at Chasing Life and coldly said, Chasing Life senior brother, you should prepare to face the master's punishment. Immediately after, Shangguan Wuqing ignored the critically injured Zhu Fan and quickly returned to the house. The inside was in complete disarray, filled with traces of a fight. She searched for Lin Mo's figure, but found nothing. Little old man, Shangwan Wuqing suddenly panicked. Even after expanding her search range, she still couldn't find any trace of Lin Mo. Now, there are only two possibilities. Either Lin Mo had been crushed to dust by Zhu Fan, or he had escaped, based on a fight scene and Zhu Fan's injuries. Shangwan Wuqing leaned more towards the latter. Subsequently, Shangwan Wuqing returned to the open space, her eyes burning with rage. She stepped forward and slapped Chasing Life, sending him spinning like a top, making several rotations before he steadied himself. Chasing Life, I respected you as my senior brother before, so I gave you some face. But I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and dare to send someone to forcefully invade my home. From now on, unless necessary, never appear in front of me again. Chasing Life covered his reddened half face, his pupils constricted, his chest heaving violently, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He never expected that Shangwan Wuqing would actually tear her face apart with him for a servant. Shangwan Wuqing's words were like the sharpest blade, piercing deeply into Chasing Life's heart. His psychological defenses were instantly shattered, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Very well. Good indeed, junior sister. Chasing Life's face was as dark as water. Suppressing the emotions about to erupt, he said in a deep voice, "In your eyes. I'm not even as good as a mere servant, right? Good, I remember this." After saying that, Chasing Life carried Zhu Fan and left. Regarding the harsh words from Chasing Fate, Shangwan Wuqing seemed to have not heard them at all. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Lin Mo and what had happened to him. Zhu Fan had a mid-foundation period cultivation, while the old man was only at the early foundation period. Yet he managed to win. From Zhu Fan's condition, it seemed he might not survive. However, Lin Mo might still have a chance. Since he still had the strength to escape, it should mean he hadn't suffered a fatal injury. Therefore, the urgent matter was to find Lin Mo's whereabouts. Otherwise, if his injuries worsened and threatened his life, it would be dire. On another note, Lin Mo was fleeing and gradually moved away from the center of the Initial Sacred Sect, delving deeper into its interior. Eventually, he arrived by a small stream, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. Damn it! Lin Mo clutched his chest, his breath extremely chaotic. The scene of his fierce battle with Zhu Fan kept replaying in his mind. At that moment, Zhu Fan had unleashed a powerful technique. However, Lin Mo had also cast Soul Snatching. Soul Snatching had taken away Zhu Fan's 3 souls and 7 spirits, but Lin Mo had also been injured by Zhu Fan's technique. If it weren't for the pure Yang sacred body, Zhu Fan's move would have killed him. Yet even so, Lin Mo's injuries were still quite severe. He lay by the stream, feeling increasingly weak and fatigued. His vision gradually blurred. His combat experience was still too lacking. Otherwise, dealing with a mid-foundation period opponent wouldn't have left him in such a state. It could even be said that before this, he hadn't had any decent combat experience. The last time he was ambushed by Yun Fei, it was more accurate to say he was unilaterally beaten rather than having an actual battle. With his current cultivation, using soul snatching could indeed kill a mid-foundation period cultivator. But due to his lack of combat experience, it was difficult for Lin Mo to evade his opponent's attacks, especially those large-scale techniques. Suddenly, a buzzing sound echoed in his mind, and Lin Mo's vision went dark as he lost consciousness and collapsed. In that fleeting moment before he lost consciousness, Lin Mo felt as if a hand had grabbed him from behind. After an unknown amount of time, when Lin Mo awoke again, he found himself in a room with an ancient and fragrant decor. Who saved me? Lin Mo supported his forehead, recalling the moment before he lost consciousness. Combining that with the current scene, he could basically confirm that someone must have rescued him. However, he still didn't know who his savior was. His internal injuries seemed to have recovered considerably, not as severe as before he fainted. This was partly due to the pure Yang sacred body. Strictly speaking, while the pure Yang sacred body is a special physique that attracts female cultivators, it also possesses a certain degree of self-healing ability. However, compared to special physiques focused solely on healing, it wasn't that remarkable. Of course, Lin Mo believed that the person who saved him might also have played a role in this. Just as Lin Mo pondered who had saved him, the door suddenly creaked open. A graceful figure in red slowly walked in. It was the Grand Elder of the Initial Sacred Sect, Hong Yu. At the moment he saw Grand Elder Hong Yu, the weight on Lin Mo's chest finally lifted. He wanted to get out of bed to pay his respects to Hong Yu, but she waved her delicate hand, her enchanting red lips slightly parted. You have injuries, so there's no need for these cumbersome formalities. Thank you, Grand Elder, for saving my life. Lin Mo still sincerely expressed his gratitude. Grand Elder Hong Yu smiled seductively and teased. Oh, you were almost about to enter the forbidden area of the sect. If I hadn't brought you back, I might not have been able to protect you either. On another note, I still need you to fish out the Saintess so you can't die so quickly. Otherwise, my deposit of 10,000 spirit stones would be wasted. Lin Mo, your recovery is faster than I expected. As she spoke, Hong Yu swayed her snake-like waist and approached the bedside. Her long jade fingers reached out and gently lifted Lin Mo's chin. Her deep crimson eyes carefully scrutinized Lin Mo's weathered face, and she remarked with slight confusion, it doesn't seem to reveal much. The clear spirit pill I gave you has healing properties for internal injuries, but clearly hasn't met expectations. How strange. Hong Yu was not just puzzled by Lin Mo's recovery surpassing expectations. What was even stranger was that she found Lin Mo's face, marked by the traces of time, to be so attractive. At the Purple Heaven Palace last time, she thought it was just a delusion caused by her long solitude. But now, gazing closely at Lin Mo's old face, she was convinced it wasn't a mere illusion. Little servant, tell me what's going on? Hong Yu asked. To answer the Grand Elder, perhaps it's just that this old servant's life isn't meant to end yet. Lin Mo casually found an excuse to deflect, seeing Grand Elder Hong Yu's fox-like, charming demeanor. He dared not let her know he was the pure yang sacred body. If he were caught by her to become a furnace, it wouldn't be worth it. Is that so? Hong Yu smiled mischievously. Such a statement clearly wouldn't fool her. All right. After a moment, Hong Yu released Lin Mo's chin, saying, Little servant, since you're awake, you should leave. You've been missing too long, and it might raise the Saintess's suspicion. But Grand Elder, this old servant's injuries haven't fully healed yet. If I go back now and the Saintess attacks me, I may have no power to resist, Lin Mo said. Sounds like you think you can withstand the Saintess with your early foundation period cultivation once your injuries are healed, Hong Yu said meaningfully. What you need to do is never confront the Saintess head-on. Use your brain, play to your survival instincts. I believe you can do it, right? Besides, 30,000 spirit stones and a heavenly grade treasure aren't so easy to come by. Oh, and let me remind you, don't expect me to save you every time. Unless you have solid evidence that the Saintess is an undercover agent, I won't intervene before that. All right, Lin Mo pouted. For now, he indeed had to rely on himself. If Hong Yu could intervene, she wouldn't need to find him as bait. It would be simpler to capture the Saintess, sue you directly, right? Then, under Hong Yu's arrangement, Lin Mo left through the back door of the Elder's courtyard. He didn't immediately return to the Initial Sacred Sect's main gate, but found a hidden cave on a nearby mountain peak to recuperate. At least Lin Mo could confirm that the Saintess Su Yu absolutely did not know his whereabouts now. Therefore, during his recovery period, he didn't need to worry about Su Yu coming after him. The captain of the Azure Dragon team, chasing fate, sat cross-legged on a large rock in the cave, and a fierce light burst forth from Lin Mo's eyes. Originally, he didn't want to provoke chasing fate, but since the other party wanted him dead, then he cannot be blamed. This enmity must be avenged. However, with his current cultivation, he was far from being chasing fate's opponent. His foundation period cultivation was still too weak. To establish a foothold in the Initial Sacred Sect, Lin Mo estimated that he needed at least a golden core period cultivation. Too weak. Lin Mo's heart had never yearned so much for stronger power. Just dealing with the Saintess, Su Yu was almost suffocating him. Now, there was another chasing fate. These two were like two mountains pressing down on Lin Mo's shoulders, making him dare not relax in the slightest. Soon, Lin Mo no longer hesitated and focused his mind, starting to operate the Yin-Yang Evil Spirit Technique. Lin Mo mobilized the pure yang energy within his body to begin healing his injuries. Coupled with the residual effects of the Qingling pill, Lin Mo's wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Thus, more than half a month passed. Lin Mo opened his eyes again, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. After bouncing a few times from the giant rock to confirm that his body was fine, Lin Mo finally revealed a relieved smile. Lin Mo, old man. At that moment, a familiar call suddenly came from outside the cave. Recognizing it was Shangguan Wuqing's voice, Lin Mo's tense body and mind relaxed again. Lin Mo walked out of the cave, looking in the direction of the sound, and indeed saw Shangguan Wuqing not far away. "Captain Wuqing, over here," Lin Mo called out, and the confused and anxious Shangguan Wuqing finally spotted him. "Old man, great." Seeing that Lin Mo seemed safe and sound, the worried heart of Shangguan Wuqing finally relaxed, and she joyfully rushed towards Lin Mo, leaping into his embrace like long-lost lovers. "Cough, cough, Captain Wuqing, I'm fine, just calm down." After a while, Shangguan Wuqing's emotions finally calmed down a bit. She asked Lin Mo about what happened that day, and Lin Mo did not hide it, recounting everything to her in detail. However, he concealed the fact that Elder Hong Yue had saved him. The fewer people who knew about the fishing incident with Hong Yue, the better. "You're still smiling. Zhu Fan's cultivation level is higher than yours. Do you know how dangerous that is?" Shangguan Wuqing said a bit angrily. "This was unavoidable," Lin Mo chuckled lightly. "In that situation, I had no choice but to fight back." "That's true," Shangguan Wuqing said self-reproachfully. "It's all my fault. I didn't expect that Chasing Life would be so bold as to send his people to break into my home. But you don't have to worry anymore. My master, the head of the law enforcement hall, has already punished Chasing Life and sent him away from the sect for training." Since then, Shangguan Wuqing had been looking for Lin Mo. She had almost turned the entire Chuxing sect upside down before finally finding him. "That's great." Lin Mo sighed in relief and said, "Captain Wuqing, you don't have to blame yourself. It's me who caused you trouble." Originally, Lin Mo did not expect the head of the law enforcement hall to punish Chasing Life so severely for just a mere servant. But at least, Chasing Life leaving the sect for training was undoubtedly good news for Lin Mo. At least one less enemy was watching him. Next, he only needed to focus on negotiating with the Saintess Suyu. Chapter 42. The Meditation Cultivation Method. "I am terrifyingly strong now. No trouble at all. It's what I should do for you." Shangguan Wuqing smiled lightly. She would not deny that she had relied on her joint cultivation with Lin Mo to break through to the mid-stage of Golden Core in such a short time. Otherwise, with her cultivation talent, it would take at least 3 to 5 years of normal cultivation to reach the mid-stage of Golden Core. Lin Mo smiled non-committally and said, "Captain Wuqing, we should head back." Since Chasing Life was no longer in the sect, Lin Mo could return boldly, as long as he had Shangguan Wuqing accompanying him. Lin Mo believed he was absolutely safe. After all, the Saintess Suyu would never dare to attack him in front of Shangguan Wuqing. Returning to Shangguan Wuqing's residence, the two engaged in a passionate battle for 2 days and nights. After this battle, Lin Mo faintly felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Thus, taking advantage of Shangguan Wuqing's absence, he gathered his energy and, after absorbing the spiritual energy contained in 3,000 spirit stones, officially broke through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. After the breakthrough, Lin Mo's consciousness unexpectedly entered a mysterious state, one that felt dreamlike yet also real. In this mysterious state, Lin Mo's awareness arrived on a desolate land. Amidst the howling evil winds, he could see white bones exposed on the ground. Lin Mo suddenly looked up and saw a shadow resembling him, standing right in front of him, holding a 5-foot black knife. Lin Mo seemed to realize something. He gently clenched his hand, and the black knife appeared in his grasp. Whoosh! A gust of sinister wind came, seemingly igniting a fuse. The shadow launched the first attack against Lin Mo, aiming the black knife directly at his heart. Lin Mo instinctively raised the black knife to block it, but the recoil force still pushed him back over 1,000 meters. Just as Lin Mo stabilized himself, the shadow was already upon him, and the long knife pierced through his chest. Clang! Lin Mo's eyes widened, and the black knife fell from his hand. He could clearly feel his life force rapidly fading away. Before long, Lin Mo completely closed his eyes. He was dead. In a daze, Lin Mo's consciousness opened its eyes once again. He instinctively looked ahead, and that shadow resembling him still stood there. So that is how it is. Lin Mo's mouth curled into a slight smile as he gradually understood everything. This time, Lin Mo took the initiative and launched the first attack against the shadow. However, after just a few exchanges, Lin Mo found it hard to withstand the shadow's fierce offensive and was struck down by a move called Soul Hook. Returning to the battlefield again, Lin Mo summarized his previous experience and improved his tactical approach. This time, he fought fiercely with the shadow for a dozen exchanges before finally being defeated. He could sense that this shadow seemed to be his own shadow, with cultivation at a level comparable to his own. The shadow's advantage lay in its rich combat experience and tactics. That's why Lin Mo had been defeated so quickly in the first 2 rounds. Here, time seemed meaningless to Lin Mo. He was repeatedly defeated by the shadow, only to stand up again and continue the fight. Lin Mo had lost track of how many times he had been defeated by the shadow. 10 times, 100 times, or perhaps 1,000 times. After being knocked down once more, Lin Mo resurrected fully and stood up again. Holding the black knife, Lin Mo's gaze became deep and calm as water. The countless battles of the past had allowed Lin Mo to accumulate a wealth of combat experience. All of this was thanks to the shadow's tactics, which were not unchanging. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that after hundreds or thousands of battles with the shadow, its tactics had never repeated even once. It countered every move and always managed to exploit Lin Mo's offensive and defensive weaknesses, striking to win. Because of this, Lin Mo's progress was rapid. In the next moment, Lin Mo's eyelids lifted slightly, and a confident arc formed at the corner of his mouth. He then beckoned the shadow to take the lead in the attack. The shadow wasted no time, its black knife swinging and leaving behind trails of afterimages. Advancing like a ghost, buzz. As the sharp knife intent buzzed, a series of fierce attacks flashing with cold light enveloped Lin Mo like a storm. Facing such a fierce and dense assault from the shadow, Lin Mo made subtle adjustments to his position, moving his feet slightly. The shadow's attacks seemed to hit Lin Mo every time, yet he perfectly avoided them at extreme angles each time. At a certain moment, when the shadow's assault reached its peak, Lin Mo, who had been defending all along, gently deflected the black knife, suddenly thrusting it backward. Puffed. A muffled sound rang out, and the shadow's attack came to a halt, as if even time had stopped. Lin Mo's black knife pierced straight through the shadow's chest. Moments later, with a graceful motion, Lin Mo's hand knife caused the shadow to gradually dissipate with the wind. He had won. At the moment the shadow disappeared, this dreamlike space shattered. Lin Mo opened his eyes and returned to reality. Only then did he realize, to his surprise, that he was drenched in sweat. The battle experiences accumulated from fighting the shadow hundreds or thousands of times were vividly recorded in his mind. A smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. I feel incredibly strong right now. At this moment, his heart was undoubtedly filled with joy. The area of battle experience had previously been his biggest weakness, but now it had become his greatest strength. The situation just now was somewhat akin to meditation training. Let's just call it the meditation training method. Of course, the insight gained during the breakthrough to the mid-foundation stage was not coincidental, but inevitable. One of the characteristics of the pure Yang sacred body is its exceptional talent and comprehension. In his battle against Zhu Fan, Lin Mo had won, but was severely injured. Frustrated by his lack of battle experience, he longed to enhance his combat skills, which led to the epiphany during his recent breakthrough. What are you doing hiding here? This won't do. A sultry voice unexpectedly echoed from the void. Lin Mo's body jolted, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw the Grand Elder of the Red Moon, who had appeared behind him at some unknown time. Grand Elder, what brings you here? If I don't come, the plan will fail, the Grand Elder said sternly. It's safe for you to hide here, but if you stay out of sight for too long, what do you think the Saintess will think? Is that old man hiding from me? Has he discovered that I've been watching him? Lin Mo was momentarily speechless. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, he realized there was indeed some truth to them. Little servant, I don't mind you hiding here for safety, but if you stay hidden like this, how can we proceed with our plan? So you need to show yourself in front of the Saintess from time to time. Chapter 43. Extreme Tug of War with the Saintess. Understood? Old servant, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Indeed, Staying away from his small wooden house in the Zetian Palace for an extended period was quite unusual from the perspective of the saintess, Su. Currently, Su only suspected that Lin Mo had noticed her abnormal behavior, but had not confirmed it. If Lin Mo were to hide from her, she would basically be able to ascertain that he knew she was up to something. Consequently, this would be extremely detrimental to the Grand Elder's plan of fishing for information. What are you still doing here? Hurry back. Lin Mo didn't dare to delay, quickly bidding farewell and leaving. On the rooftop, the Grand Elder, the Red Moon, crossed her arms and gazed at Lin Mo's gradually receding figure, a playful smile curving her alluring red lips. So this is the mid-foundation stage? With such a training speed, I'm afraid even the unparalleled geniuses with 9th grade spirit veins wouldn't be much different. Although Lin Mo had the concealment technique to hide his true aura, it was evident he couldn't fool a powerhouse of the Grand Elder's caliber. She could almost immediately see through Lin Mo's actual cultivation level. The Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique was indeed an exceptional skill, but it was clear it hadn't yet reached such an astonishing level, especially with that little servant's incredible self-healing ability. Perhaps he was hiding some unknown secrets. I need to go back and investigate. In the Tianyuan continent, there are countless cultivators. There are examples of people born with low cultivation aptitude who only activate a special physique or bloodline when their lifespans are nearing their end and then rapidly rise to prominence. Although rare, such occurrences are not without precedent. Therefore, the Grand Elder had reason to suspect whether Lin Mo was also one of those extraordinarily lucky individuals who appear only once in a millennium. On the other side, Lin Mo had not yet returned to the Zetian Palace. He encountered the saintess Su on his way. Lin Mo believed this was not a coincidence, but that the saintess was deliberately waiting for him there. "Old man, you're still alive?" Upon seeing Lin Mo, Su seemed quite surprised. Lin Mo cleared his throat and tactically coughed. "Cough, saintess, what do you mean? Are you hoping for my demise?" No. Su waved her small hand, explaining with a smile, "How could I wish for your death? I heard that you had a conflict with a disciple from the law enforcement hall some time ago. That disciple reportedly died 2 hours later, and you seem to have vanished. Since it's been a while, I thought you might have already died. I'm just glad to see you back." Lin Montak chuckled, feeling a mix of alarm and flattery. I didn't expect that an old servant like me would receive such concern from the saintess. It is truly an honor. Su smiled brightly. Status doesn't matter to me. Although our interactions have been few, I actually consider you a friend. Friends care for each other, right? If it were someone else, I wouldn't bother. If there were still naive people around, they might genuinely believe Su's words. The difference in status between a saintess and a servant could be likened to heaven and hell. The saintess considers a servant a friend? Still in the Initial Sacred Sect? If this were to be spread, even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe it. Naturally, Lin Mo didn't believe it either, even though Su consistently presented herself as innocent and harmless in front of him. The more someone appears to be unafraid of any threat, the more cautious one should be, because you never know when she might stab you in the back. I've been in the Initial Sacred Sect for over 100 years, accustomed to being treated like a beast of burden. Never has anyone regarded me as a person like the saintess does. Lin Mo wiped away 2 tears. Moved to the core. With his acting skills, Lin Mo felt the Oscars owed him a Golden Horse Award. All right, don't cry. Su comforted. We may have different statuses, but we are all human, and who can truly claim superiority over another? Don't you think? At least I believe I won't be so inhumane as to lack the basic moral standards of being human. Lin Mo nodded seriously. In my eyes, saintess, you're like a blue lotus that rises untouched from the mud. I sincerely hope you can maintain this pure heart. Su nodded lightly, smiling innocently. Don't worry. Old Lin, I will. By the way, what happened after your conflict with the disciple from the law enforcement hall? Can you tell me about it? The saintess asked curiously. Of course, I can tell you, but Lin Mo will be sharing a different version. In this version, Lin Mo stated that he was injured in the encounter with Zhu Fan and had hidden in a dark cave for a long time to recuperate, gradually improving his condition. It wasn't until 2 days ago that he was found by Shangguan Wuqing, who had heard that the leader of the Qinglong squad was out training, that he returned to the sect. This version was a mix of truth and falsehood. Even if Su didn't believe it, it would be difficult for her to discern which parts were real and which were fake. After hearing it, Suyu merely nodded thoughtfully, without questioning Lin Mo's account. She asked from another angle, "Regardless, it's good that you're fine. I just find it hard to understand the relationship between you and Shangguan Wuqing from the law enforcement hall." Lin Mo hesitated. "Saintess, I'm not unwilling to tell you, but can you keep it a secret for me?" "Of course. I'm not the type to go around spreading rumors." "Well, since the Saintess says so, I trust you." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo finally spoke honestly. "You might not believe it, but the Saintess, the leader of the Wuqing squad, has taken a liking to me and invited me to her home to cultivate together." "Ah." Suyu's delicate face instantly flushed with a hint of crimson. "Shock, this is too." "Shoo." Lin Mo made a gesture to silence her. And only then did Suyu lower her voice, incredulously asking, "Why? How could the Suake squad Shangguan Wuqing be interested in you?" If that's the case, from Suyu's perspective, the situation at that time would make sense. It was common knowledge that Chasing Fate liked Shangguan Wuqing, and Suyu is no exception. If Shangguan Wuqing really invited Lin Mo to her home for joint cultivation, Chasing Fate would definitely not be able to tolerate it if he found out. Who knows? Lin Mo chuckled and said, "Maybe it's because I'm quite handsome, Sai. Although I'm old, my personal charm seems to be as strong as ever." Suyu was momentarily speechless. Not because she was at a loss for words, but because she couldn't refute him, although it didn't show on her face. Suyu indeed felt that Lin Mo had a unique charm that belonged to the elderly. She had felt this way since a few months ago when Lin Mo asked her to deliver a letter of accusation to Lu Zian. Chapter 44. The Fox Girl. Dugu Liuli even stranger was that she didn't feel this way about other elderly servants, inner sect disciples, or even deacons and guest elders. Only Lin Mo. It felt as if Lin Mo possessed a unique magic that was attracting her. Coming back to her senses, Suyu laughed heartily and said, "No wonder Chasing Fate sent someone to kill you. You stole his beloved? He must be furious." Lin Mo sighed. "Oh, let's not talk about it. Holy Maiden, please keep this a secret for me and Captain Wuqing. Don't spread it outside." "Don't worry, old man Lin. I'm the tightest-lipped person." Suyu patted her chest and assured him. "That's great. If the Holy Maiden has no other business, I'll take my leave. Go ahead." After parting with Lin Mo, Suyu went straight to the Baihu Division office of the law enforcement hall. "Holy Maiden, what brings you here?" As soon as Suyu appeared, the disciple on guard at the office quickly welcomed her respectfully. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm here to find her, Captain Lioli." "Is she in?" Suyu asked with a smile. "Yes, Holy Maiden, Captain Lioli happens to be in the office. I'll take you in." Not long after, Suyu met Dugu Lioli, the captain of the Baihu Division of the law enforcement hall, in the reception room. She was a pure and cute-looking girl with a lively demeanor. The girl had long, smooth black hair that flowed down like silk, and sunlight streaming through the window reflected a gradient of colors at the tips of her hair. Unlike humans, she had a pair of fluffy white animal ears on her head, which added to her already adorable face. She also had a pair of heart-shaped purple eyes with a hint of allure and a fluffy white tail that swayed behind her, showcasing her differences from humans. Yes, this charming and lively girl was indeed Dugu Lioli, the captain of the Baihu Division of the law enforcement hall. "What brings you to the Baihu office, Holy Maiden?" Dugu Lioli leisurely sat across from Suyu, squinting her eyes and asking. "I can't say it's an instruction. I'm just here to provide you with some information." Suyu said seriously, "Do you remember the conflict that happened at Shangguan Wuqing's house a month ago?" "Oh, you mean that incident, Holy Maiden?" "Of course. I've heard about it," Dugu Lioli said, a hint of sorrow flashing in her eyes as she lamented. "It's a pity that the conflict between Chasing Fate and Wuqing caused an innocent junior brother to pay the price with his life." So you continued, "Yes. The culprit who killed that law enforcement hall disciple has returned. Logically, the law enforcement hall should apprehend him for trial, right? After all, the victim was a disciple of the law enforcement hall. It can't just end like this, can it?" Upon hearing this, Dugu Lioli fell silent for a long time, then looked up at Suyu and pondered. "What the Holy Maiden said is indeed true. I heard that the culprit is a servant. Where is he?" She initially didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, the head of the law enforcement hall hadn't ordered to capture the culprit. But today, since the Holy Maiden came to talk to her about it, she felt she couldn't ignore her. although the Holy Maiden's current cultivation was still below hers. The fact that Suyu could become the Holy Maiden meant she was very likely to inherit Lu Xian's position as the sect leader in the future. She, as a mere captain of a division, couldn't afford to offend the Holy Maiden. His name is Lin Mo, the designated servant of the Zetian Palace. He should be in the house at the entrance of the Zetian Palace now, Suyu said succinctly. The Zetian Palace? That's a bit troublesome, Dugu Liuli said with a frown. After all, that's the leader's personal quarters. I can't just go there to arrest someone recklessly. Suyu reassured her, Captain Liuli, you don't need to worry. The master isn't at the Zetian Palace right now, so you can go to arrest him without any issues. Oh, I see. Then I understand. I'll take people to bring that old servant back for you to handle, Holy Maiden, Dugu Liuli said, passing the buck to Suyu. Even if Shangguan Wuqing came to question her later, she could easily shift the blame onto Suyu. No. However, Suyu was not some naive little girl. She quickly waved her hand and said, handling a murderer is your law enforcement hall's responsibility. I'm just providing you with information. You can capture him and handle it as you see fit. All right then, I understand, Dugu Liuli said somewhat helplessly. Well, if it offends Wuqing, it's worth it. I have long found her displeasing. Why should everyone revolve around her? Clearly, I'm not any worse than her, humph. On the other side, on the way back to the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo vaguely felt a malicious gaze watching him from the shadows. Lin Mo frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart, and he immediately quickened his pace. Fortunately, he was taking routes with more people, which allowed him to return safely to the small wooden house in the Zetian Palace. Although Lu Xian was not there, it was enough to deter that person from acting recklessly. That lingering spirit. Lin Mo brushed off the dust from the chair and said in a low voice. He could guess who had been watching him from the shadows, as it was definitely someone chasing fate had specifically instructed before going out to train. The other party's cultivation was not weak. He could even sense a dangerous aura. Lin Mo conservatively estimated that this person was at least at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. With my current strength, I can handle someone at the late Foundation establishment stage, but someone at the peak might be a bit challenging. He decided not to worry about him for now. At least here, he wouldn't dare to act. Lin Mo was completely sure of that, unless Suyu leaked information that Lu Xian was not in the Zetian Palace. However, Lin Mo didn't intend to stay in the small wooden house for long. He only needed 2 or 3 days to dispel Suyu's suspicions. During these 2 or 3 days, he should be more wary of Suyu rather than the person sent by chasing fate. Not long after, night fell. Lin Mo dared not rest or enter a cultivation state. He sat cross-legged on the bed, constantly sensing the slightest movements around him. At one moment, a series of dense footsteps approached. Judging by the footsteps, there were at least 7 or 8 people. It's not Suyu, then who is it? Bang! Just as Lin Mo was still guessing, the door of the wooden house was violently kicked open. Several disciples dressed in law enforcement hall attire rushed in, surrounding Lin Mo heavily. Soon after, a special fragrance of a woman wafted in. Lin Mo looked up and saw a pure and lively-looking fox girl step over the law enforcement disciples and approach him. Those purple eyes, which seemed to exude a hint of allure, were scanning him up and down. Chapter 45. Why choose? I want them all. You're Lin Mo, right? After a simple glance at Lin Mo, Dugu Liuli's eyes shifted slightly. That ethereal and enchanting voice, which was captivating yet alluring, made Lin Mo shiver. What a fairy! Lin Mo inwardly mocked, then replied yes. Dugu Liuli chuckled. Maybe you don't know me, but that's okay. I can introduce myself. My name is Dugu Liuli, captain of the White Tiger Division of the Law Enforcement Hall. Do you know why I'm here today? Lin Mo pretended to be confused and shook his head. Pretending to be dumb in front of me won't work, Dugu Liuli said. About a month ago, you killed Zhu Fan of the Green Dragon Division, right? I'm here for that matter. Killing an inner sect disciple, especially one from the Law Enforcement Hall, is no small matter. If we don't handle this seriously, won't you miscellaneous disciples cause a riot in the future? Facing Dugu Liuli's accusation, Lin Mo took a deep breath and responded, Captain Liuli, you say I killed a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall? Then may I dare to ask, do you have conclusive evidence? Or is there anyone who witnessed this scene? Dugu Liuli smiled playfully, then leaned closer, her long fingernail tracing Lin Mo's face. Oh, so you're saying I wronged you? But it's okay for miscellaneous disciples. We don't need evidence. Lin Mo was left speechless, unable to respond. Dugu Lioli then waved her delicate hand and ordered, "Take this old miscellaneous disciple back to the office's interrogation room. I want to interrogate him properly and see if his mouth is really that tough." "Yes, Sister Lioli." Lin Mo thought for a moment and ultimately chose not to resist. He knew that with his mid-foundation cultivation, he had no ability to resist in front of Dugu Lioli and her people. Rather than struggle uselessly, it was better to conserve his strength. Most importantly, as long as Shangwan Wuqing could come to rescue him. Going to the White Tiger Division's office with Dugu Lioli would certainly be much safer than staying in his little nest. And so, Lin Mo was escorted back to the White Tiger Division's office by Dugu Lioli's people. On the way back, Dugu Lioli deliberately avoided the people from the Vermilion Bird Division. Dugu Lioli knew very well that if her senior sister Shangwan Wuqing found out she had captured Lin Mo, Shangwan Wuqing would probably rush to the White Tiger Division's office to rescue him. In the interrogation room of the White Tiger Division's office, Lin Mo sat in a chair, his hands and feet bound with ropes fixed to the chair. Although it was of little use, at least it served a decorative purpose. "Now that you're here, do you have anything to say?" Dugu Lioli circled around Lin Mo, saying, "Yes. Are you going to admit that you killed Zhu Fan of the Green Dragon Division? I request to see Captain Shangwan Wuqing of the Vermilion Bird Division." Upon hearing this, Dugu Lioli immediately turned to face Lin Mo, her long fingernail lifting his chin, playfully saying, "You want senior sister Wuqing to come and rescue you? Dream on. Look at me. Listen to what I say." Dugu Lioli gently exhaled, and Lin Mo instinctively looked into her heart-shaped, purple, beautiful eyes. Immediately, a faint pink glow appeared in Dugu Lioli's beautiful eyes. As the pink light flickered, Lin Mo's consciousness fell into a momentary daze, as if floating in the clouds, half dreaming and half awake. In the next moment, a scorching pure yang energy instantly flowed through Lin Mo's entire body. Lin Mo's sturdy body trembled, and he immediately snapped back to reality. Dugu Lioli, who was casting her charm, had not yet noticed. She proceeded to question Lin Mo as planned. "Tell me, what is your relationship with senior sister Wuqing?" "Father-daughter relationship." "Father-daughter? Wait, father-daughter." Dugu Lioli was slightly stunned, then immediately reacted. She saw Lin Mo looking at her with a playful expression, seemingly mocking her charm as clumsy. How could this be? Dugu Lioli's pupils dilated, her face filled with disbelief. With her cultivation, how could she not charm a mere Lin Mo? But to cover up her embarrassment, she could only refrain from mentioning it, and instead said, "Humph, even if you don't say it, I still know. You and senior sister Wuqing have a cultivation relationship, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo realized that Dugu Lioli was guessing, and although she wasn't wrong, he chose not to respond, remaining silent. "Don't want to admit it? That's fine. Tomorrow, I'll publicly announce your relationship with senior sister Wuqing. Do you think those brothers who have feelings for her will react? Even if I don't kill you, I guess you won't survive to see the next day." "No." Lin Mo's expression darkened. "Why are you such a bad woman?" "Captain Lioli, what do you want from me?" Lin Mo had no choice but to compromise. If Dugu Lioli's claims about his relationship with Shangwan Wuqing were publicized, he feared he wouldn't even know how he would die. "Have you admitted it?" Dugu Lioli said triumphantly. "Yes, I admit it. It is as you said." Lin Mo could only nod in acknowledgement. "Isn't that better?" Dugu Lioli's delicate hand brushed across Lin Mo's face. According to sect rules, miscellaneous disciples who kill inner sect disciples are to be sent to the self-burning tower. But I can give you a chance to live. As long as you agree to sever all ties with senior sister Wuqing and cultivate with me, I'll let you go. How about it? This way you won't lose out. Dugu Lioli might not have realized it herself. Her charm not only failed to enchant Lin Mo, but instead, she herself was enchanted by Lin Mo's pure, yang holy body. During the day, when Saintess Suyu came to talk to her, she indeed planned to capture Lin Mo to execute him. However, the moment she laid eyes on Lin Mo, she immediately dismissed that idea. Dugu Lioli's words were unexpected for Lin Mo, yet they were within reason. All right. Even when facing a fox girl adept at charm like Dugu Lioli, the pure yang holy body was still at work. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo did not immediately agree to Dugu Liuli's request, but instead asked in return, Captain Liuli, do you have some grievances with Captain Wuqing? In Lin Mo's view, why should he choose between Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli? Can I have them both? Chapter 46 Dugu Liuli is cute, and I haven't repaid Captain Wuqing's favor. I have no grievances with senior sister Wuqing. I just think you suit my taste better. So I want to compete with her, Dugu Liuli replied. This was the truth, but not the whole story. Aside from the reason of the pure, yang holy body, Dugu Liuli also looked down on Shangguan Wuqing and wanted to avoid everything that belonged to her. The interrogation room fell silent for a moment. A hint of grievance and dissatisfaction appeared in Dugu Liuli's eyes. Look, senior sister Wuqing isn't that great either. She always has a stern face and thinks she's quite handsome. I really don't understand why the brothers from the law enforcement hall like her. Brother Chasing Life is like this. Brother Iron Hand is like this. Why is that? After hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. Now he understood. It turned out that Dugu Liuli was overshadowed by Shangguan Wuqing's dazzling brilliance, which led to her jealousy. That's why she would belittle Shangguan Wuqing in front of him, and even want to take everything that originally belonged to Shangguan Wuqing. How cute. All right, hurry up and choose. Dugu Liuli pouted, not allowing any objections. Do you want me to send you to the self-burning tower? Or do you choose to sever all ties with senior sister Wuqing? Lin Mo shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Captain Liuli, whether or not I can sever all ties with Captain Wuqing is not something I can control. Her cultivation is far above mine. If she takes strong measures against me, I have no room to resist. That's simple enough. I'll cover for you, don't worry. Dugu Liuli also provided her solution. In fact, Lin Mo wanted to say that he didn't want to become a tool in the conflict between Dugu Liuli and Shangguan Wuqing. But with his current cultivation, he clearly didn't have the right to say that. At this moment, Lin Mo had a deeper understanding of the term helplessness. Captain Liuli, may I boldly ask, between you and Captain Wuqing, whose cultivation is stronger? Lin Mo asked a crucial question. Oh well, Dugu Liuli pouted slightly, looking a bit awkward for now. She is indeed a bit stronger than me, but I will catch up to her sooner or later. Originally, her cultivation was on par with Shangguan Wuqing's. However, Dugu Liuli was unaware of what kind of opportunity or fortuitous encounter Shangguan Wuqing had encountered that allowed her to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core so quickly, leaving Dugu Liuli behind. After receiving this answer from Dugu Liuli, Lin Mo finally seized the flaw and said seriously, in that case, Captain Liuli, how can you cover for me in the face of a stronger opponent like Captain Wuqing? I understand your feelings, but many times one cannot act solely on impulse. One must consider the reality. Just as Dugu Liuli was pondering how to answer this question, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the interrogation room. Lin Mo vaguely seemed to hear Shangguan Wuqing's voice. Dugu Liuli frowned, clearly having heard it too. Sister Wuqing? Haven't I already avoided her? How'd she find me? Dugu Liuli thought to herself, puzzled. Then, the door to the interrogation room was violently pushed open. Shangguan Wuqing strode in, followed by several disciples from the White Tiger Team's law enforcement hall. Clearly, Dugu Liuli's people had been unable to stop Shangguan Wuqing. Sister Liuli. The disciples of the White Tiger Team exchanged glances, unsure how to explain to Dugu Liuli. Dugu Liuli merely waved her hand, signaling them to leave. Although she had instructed them not to let anyone into the interrogation room, it was evident that they lacked the strength to stop Shangguan Wuqing. Once the disciples of the White Tiger Team had all exited, Shangguan Wuqing turned to Dugu Liuli and questioned, Sister Liuli, what do you mean by this? Dugu Liuli innocently replied, Sister Wuqing, I don't quite understand your meaning. Are you asking me why I captured this old servant? What else could it be? Shangguan Wuqing crossed her arms and retorted, Calm down, sister. Dugu Liuli reasoned, I just caught a servant. There is no need for you to barge in so impulsively, right? Besides, he killed junior brother Zhu Fan from the Qinglong team. According to sect rules, the law enforcement hall should indeed detain him for handling. Sister, I shouldn't have done anything wrong, right? Shangguan Wuqing said assertively, if you have evidence proving that junior brother Zhu Fan was killed by him, I have no objections. Where's the evidence? Show it to me. I don't have any. Dugu Liuli was indignant yet firm. After all, The law enforcement hall only needed to have suspicions about a servant to detain them. There was no requirement for conclusive evidence. Unless, of course, someone wanted to protect the captured servant. Just like the current situation, Dugul had to provide conclusive evidence that Lin Mo killed Zhu Fan. Otherwise, she would have to release him. Then wouldn't you just release him? You wouldn't want to go out and train like senior brother chasing life, would you, Sister Liuli? Shangwan Wuqing's tone had already taken on a warning note. All right. Since it's Sister Wuqing here to protect him, I'll certainly give you face. Dugul paused, lowered her voice slightly, and quietly asked, but, Sister Wuqing, I'm quite curious. What kind of relationship do you have with this old servant? I've never seen you pity a servant enough to want to protect him. It's none of your business. Shangwan Wuqing did not answer Dugul question. She would fall for Dugul trick. If she answered directly, there was no way to respond correctly. Then, Shangwan Wuqing untied Lin Mo and said, You can leave now, old servant. Thank you. Lin Mo said seriously, Thank you, Captain Wuqing. Your kindness is something I can never repay in this lifetime. After expressing his thanks to Shangwan Wuqing, Lin Mo left the White Tiger team's office first. Sister Wuqing, just as Shangwan Wuqing was about to follow Lin Mo out, Dugul suddenly called out to her. Shangwan Wuqing turned back and asked, Does Sister Liuli have something else? Dugul revealed a meaningful smile and said, It's nothing much, just wanted to inform you of a fact. Even if you don't say it, I already know your relationship with that old servant. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wuqing frowned. So, Sister Liuli, what are you trying to express? It's nothing. I just feel sorry for those junior brothers who admire you. They probably never expected that the Shangwan Wuqing they see as their white moonlight would actually be taken advantage of by an old servant. How pitiful. Chapter 47. Luring the snake out of its hole. Should be called Little Ching Ching. Captain Wuqing, can your law enforcement hall usually go to Zitian Palace to enforce the law and capture people? After leaving the White Tiger team's office, Lin Mo inquired. Shangwan Wuqing replied, According to sect rules, as long as it's not inside Zitian Palace, it falls under the jurisdiction of the law enforcement hall. However, the specific execution may vary slightly. Generally speaking, regardless of which division leader of the law enforcement hall it is, they will avoid the area around Zitian Palace during enforcement. The reason is simple. No division leader wants to provoke the displeasure of the sect leader, Lu Zian, unless it's a special situation. I see. Shangwan Wuqing's answer confirmed Lin Mo's speculation. Just now, Dugul dared to lead a group to the small wooden house in front of Zitian Palace to capture him, likely because Suyu provided Dugul with information that the sect leader Lu Zian was not at Zitian Palace. Thus, Dugul didn't have to worry about provoking Lu Zian's displeasure. What's wrong? Shangwan Wuqing was taken aback, then suddenly realized, right? How could Sister Liuli be so bold as to go to Zitian Palace to capture you? Does she know that the sect leader is not around? Lu Zian being away was something Lin Mo had told her, and that was how she knew. But how did Dugul find out? It's impossible that Lin Mo told her the sect leader is not around. You should come and catch me. Let's not discuss that. Anyway, the matter has passed. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile, not wanting to mention the saintess Su Yu to Shangwan Wuqing. If she got involved, there would inevitably be many variables. Shangwan Wuqing had also vaguely guessed something. Previously, when Lin Mo came to her seeking protection, he mentioned that someone was targeting him. Moreover, this person was far beyond what she could contend with. This time, perhaps it was the person Lin Mo had mentioned previously who had leaked information to Dugul. Lin Mo probably didn't want to involve her. Just what kind of person did the old man provoke? Shangwan Wuqing thought to herself. Within the initial holy sect, there were too many people she couldn't afford to offend. So it was hard for Shangwan Wuqing to deduce who was targeting Lin Mo. Captain Wuqing, could you help me with one more thing? Lin Mo's voice pulled Shangwan Wuqing back from her thoughts. She nodded and asked, What is it? Lin Mo leaned close to her ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, a fierce and cold glint flashed in Shangwan Wuqing's beautiful eyes, quickly vanishing. She did not speak, only solemnly nodded. Then, the two of them went their separate ways. Lin Mo did not return directly to the small cabin in Zitian Palace. After wandering around, he arrived at a secluded valley outside the gate of Chuxing sect. Sensing the constant danger in the air, Lin Mo placed his hands behind his back, slowly closed his eyes, and said to the surrounding night, "Since I'm here, why hide and not show yourself? I will only give you this one chance. If you miss it, you will not have another opportunity to strike at me." Silence. The only response to Lin Mo came from the rustling sounds in the dark night. Lin Mo patiently waited for 2 hours until deep into the night. Seeing that the other party still did not show up, he decided not to wait any longer and began to walk back to the gate. Whoosh! Just as he had taken a few steps, a chilling sound of breaking wind suddenly echoed. Under the cool moonlight, a tall figure blocked Lin Mo's path. Due to the cover of night, Lin Mo could not make out the person's face. However, from the aura, he could determine that the person before him was the Foundation Establishment perfected cultivator who had been secretly watching him earlier when he returned to Zetian Palace. "How dare you provoke me to show up? I cannot understand where your confidence comes from with your early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivation." The other party spoke. This person was named Lu Tai, an inner disciple under the Qinglong division of the Law Enforcement Hall. It was precisely because of Lin Mo's illogical actions that he had been hiding in the dark, fearing that Lin Mo was setting a trap for him. He did not know whether Shangwan Wuqing had followed him, but he knew that if he missed tonight, he might never have another chance to take action against Lin Mo. Thus, out of desperation, he had to reveal himself to test the waters. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the one who has the thief in mind. Lin Mo stood with his hands behind his back and said leisurely, "You have been watching me in secret, and I feel quite uncomfortable. So it is better to resolve this early. I have no grievances with you, and we have never met before. I suppose you were sent by the captain of the Qinglong division." Lu Tai did not deny it. "You old servant have some brains, but servants should understand their place and be good dogs. Why provoke someone you can't afford to offend? You must not know how to write the word death. Then tonight, I will send you on your way." After finishing his words, Lu Tai gripped a giant axe that suddenly appeared. The sharp cold light cut through the night sky and rushed toward Lin Mo, causing a stinging pain on his cheek. Lin Mo remained calm, saying, "You use the term dog well. In my view, you are more suited to be a dog. I have no enmity with you, but just because the captain of the pursuit team said a word, you came running to find me. Who is the obedient dog if not you?" Hearing this, Lu Tai's eyelids twitched violently, and he said coldly, "Go ahead and flaunt your tongue, because you will soon be forever silenced." Hee. Lin Mo chuckled, and a gust of ominous wind suddenly rose. Just as Lu Tai was about to make a move, a strong aura of death unexpectedly surged toward him, causing every pore in his body to explode. Puff! Lu Tai could not even react before a long sword came from behind and pierced straight through his heart. His tall body suddenly stiffened. He glanced down slightly, and the blood-stained sword tip entered his vision. Then, a voice as cold as eternal ice sounded from behind. "Junior brother, the one who should be forever silenced is you." "Senior sister, why?" Lu Tai's pupils contracted, his voice trembling. He could not believe that the one who had stabbed him from behind was Shangwan Wuqing. Shangwan Wuqing did not respond further, twisting the sword hilt slightly. A massive surge of spiritual power invaded Lu Tai's body along the sword's edge. In the next moment, boom! Lu Tai's body suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of blood that stained the moonlight red. Having resolved the hidden danger of Lu Tai, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance and smile at Shangwan Wuqing. "Thank you, Captain Wuqing." Shangwan Wuqing sheathed her sword, a teasing smile forming at the corners of her lips. "What do you call me?" Lin Mo was taken aback and had to muster his courage to change how he addressed Shangwan Wuqing. "I misspoke. It should be Xiao Qingxing." Chapter 48. Re-entering the palace, Dugu Liuli's heart demon hoof. That's more like it. Shangwan Wuqing smiled, her face full of joy. However, for Lin Mo, this so-called pet name felt a bit cheesy. This was something Shangwan Wuqing had specifically requested during their last joint cultivation, saying that Lin Mo should use a different affectionate name for her in private. Cough, cough. Lin Mo cleared his throat to ease the slightly awkward cheesiness and asked, "Will there be any trouble with this disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall dying here?" "No." Shangwan Wuqing replied confidently. "Without a body, it can only be counted as missing. The Qinglong division may investigate a bit, but the final result will surely be inconclusive." That's good. Lin Mo nodded. He was worried that Lu Tai's death would bring endless trouble. Do you still need to return to Zetian Palace? Shangguan Wuqing immediately asked. Lin Mo nodded. I still need to stay for 2 or 3 days, then I will find you again. Originally, Lin Mo had planned to stay at the White Tiger Division's office for 2 or 3 days, but plans could not keep up with changes. He had no choice but to return to the small cabin in Zetian Palace for a few days. Be careful. I will also send someone to keep an eye on you. Meanwhile, in the night, a pair of blood-red eyes were watching Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing. The presence of Shangguan Wuqing from the Zhuke Division was indeed a nuisance. 2 days later, Shangguan Wuqing received a summons from the head of the Law Enforcement Hall and returned to the Law Enforcement Peak for an audience. Master, your disciple has returned. Shangguan Wuqing knelt on one knee and respectfully clasped her hands. The head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Su Meiyu, was still seated on the mat in the Great Hall. Dignified and elegant, still possessing her charm. Su Meiyu raised her phoenix eyes slightly and spoke softly. Lu Tai from the Qinglong Division has gone missing. Wuqing, you killed him, didn't you? Shangguan Wuqing's pupils immediately constricted, her heart shaken. This matter should only be known to her and Lin Mo. How did her master find out? The expression on Shangguan Wuqing's face had already revealed the answer to Su Meiyu. She continued, Wuqing, your weight in my heart is far beyond that of mere Lu Tai, but you need to lay low for a while. I will suppress this matter for you. The ninth mind of the sect has been continually disturbed by the Yin-Yang sect, and their harassment has intensified recently. You should lead the Zhuke Division's disciples to clean it up, and you can return once it's done. All right, Master, I will go at once. After a moment of silence, Shangguan Wuqing had no choice but to agree. As she stepped out of the Great Hall, Shangguan Wuqing paused, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Her instincts told her that something was off. The fact that Su Meiyu knew she had killed Lu Tai was already suspicious. She could not tell Su Meiyu, and even less could she tell Lin Mo. This meant that someone must have seen her and Lin Mo ambush and kill Lu Tai the night before. Furthermore, Su Meiyu was now sending her out to deal with the disturbances of the ninth mind caused by the Yin-Yang sect. It felt like an invisible hand was maneuvering her from behind. Could it be, perhaps that invisible hand was the one targeting Lin Mo? She rubbed her forehead in frustration, wanting to help Lin Mo, but feeling powerless. With her current identity and status in Chuxing sect, she could not go against that invisible hand. If it could influence even her master, what could a mere division captain like her do? Little old man, I hope you can get through this ordeal on your own. Right now, besides praying for Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuqing could not help anymore. On the other side, in the small wooden house of the Purple Sky Palace, Lin Mo had been holed up inside for the past few days, unaware that Shangguan Wuqing had already left the sect. That evening, Lin Mo felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding growing stronger within him. I can't just sit here and wait. Lin Mo, disregarding everything else, immediately left the small wooden house, intending to find Shangguan Wuqing. However, just as he stepped out, several figures in the attire of the law enforcement hall approached him. The leader was Dugu Liuli. The moment Lin Mo saw Dugu Liuli, his tense heart relaxed a bit. Fortunately, it wasn't Su Yu or the captain of the law enforcement hall's Xuanwu team. Dugu Liuli had a playful, almost predatory smile on her lips. It's been a few days, old servant. Where are you off to? Oh, I'm just taking a stroll, Lin Mo replied. I wasn't aware Captain Liuli was looking for me. What can I do for you? I'm afraid you can't just stroll around tonight, old servant. You have to come with me first. If you want to know why, it's a course about junior brother Zhu Fan, Dugu Liuli said, waving her elegant fingers. The several disciples of the law enforcement hall immediately surrounded Lin Mo. Lin Mo could only smile wryly. Since Dugu Liuli was still using Zhu Fan to catch him, it meant something had happened to Shangguan Wuqing. Captain Liuli, I can go with you, but before that, could you answer one question for me? You want to ask about Sister Wuqing? Dugu Liuli seemed to have guessed what Lin Mo was about to ask and coldly snorted, at this point, you're still concerned about Sister Wuqing? If that's the case, you don't need to ask. I won't answer you. Lin Mo shrugged and chose to remain silent. It was clear that something had indeed happened to Shangguan Wuqing. Otherwise, Dugu Liuli wouldn't be using Zhu Fan to pressure him. Thus, Lin Mo was taken back into the palace and brought to the interrogation room of the White Tiger team office. Liuli did not question Lin Mo immediately, but waited until late at night before entering. She heavily locked the interrogation room door, swaying her alluring waist as she approached Lin Mo. She lifted his chin, her eyes seductive, and said, "Old servant, have you thought about what I told you last time? This time, you can't expect Sister Wuching to save you." Lin Mo did not answer Liuli directly. Instead, he said, "Captain Liuli, your jealousy is too strong. Sister Wuching has never thought about competing with you. If you insist on proving yourself better than her, you might end up suffering from heart demons." He continued, "You should know how terrifying heart demons are for cultivators like us." Chapter 49. Are you capable, old servant? Liuli broke into a cold sweat, stubbornly saying, "What heart demon? I'm not jealous of her. We're heart demons. They are when a person's obsession runs too deep, or when something blocks their heart, making it hard for them to let go. This can easily lead to heart demons. Once plagued by heart demons, whether a person is a waste or a genius, their path of cultivation is essentially at an end, unless they can overcome the heart demon and bask in the warm sunlight again. But among all the cultivators tormented by heart demons in the world, how many can ultimately overcome them? Whether it's true or not, you know better than I do. Everyone has a naive and immature period. The key lies in how far the road to growth is. If you're bound by something halfway, your journey to maturity will be infinitely prolonged, and you might even perish on the way. If it comes to that, it wouldn't be worth it. Everyone is special, and there's no need to compare yourself to others. If you think Sister Wuching is better than you and everyone likes to be around her, it's just because you haven't seen anyone better than her. It's just that she happens to be by your side, so you compare yourself to her. Just like your junior sisters, aren't you better than them? Captain Liuli, if you truly want to prove that you are better than Sister Wuching, what you should do is work hard to improve yourself and let your brilliance overshadow hers, rather than slandering her, denying her, or even try to take everything from her. Lin Mo spoke calmly, but every word struck Liuli like thunder. She lowered her eyelashes, falling into silence. Even her fluffy fox ears drooped down. Lin Mo's words were like the sound of a sage or the blazing sun at noon, illuminating the darkness in her heart. After an unknown amount of time, the fog in Liuli's eyes cleared, and she seemed to awaken. "Get up, come with me," Liuli said without any further words, directly grabbing Lin Mo's hand and pulling him outside. "Captain Liuli, where are you taking me?" Liuli didn't answer, just firmly dragged him out. By now, it was late at night, and there were not many people left in the White Tiger team office. That's why Liuli was so bold in holding Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo did not resist, as resistance would be futile. He could also guess that Liuli had likely been persuaded by his words. Half an hour later, Lin Mo followed Liuli to her residence. Once inside her room, Liuli tossed Lin Mo onto the bed and then heavily closed the door. "Hey, were you just afraid I would send you to the self-cultivation and self-immolation tower?" Lin Mo remained silent. In truth, he didn't feel afraid at all. If Liuli really wanted to send him to the self-cultivation and self-immolation tower, she would have done so the first time she caught him at the small wooden house, rather than taking him to the interrogation room of the White Tiger team office. "All right, I won't scare you anymore," Liuli continued. "Actually, what you said just now was very right. I should work on improving myself, rather than being jealous of Sister Wuching. I don't know why, but I genuinely feel that even though you are a bit old, you have a unique charm that attracts me. So, to repay your guidance, I'll reluctantly let you cultivate with me just this once. You would mind, would you?" Lin Mo chuckled. "My intuition tells me that I seem to have no room to refuse. Who could say no to a pretty fox girl?" Lin Mo asked himself. At least he couldn't refuse. Besides, he had never cultivated with a fox girl before. Perhaps this would be a brand new experience. "You know your place." Liuli then leaned over, her collar falling open, revealing a tempting sight. Liuli stared intently at Lin Mo's face, teasingly saying, "So, can you handle it, old servant? This is my first time cultivating with someone, so don't let me down." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo laughed. "Captain Liuli, you worry too much. I'm more concerned that you might not be able to handle it." "Really?" Liuli raised an eyebrow, half in disbelief. "If afterwards Captain Liuli is dissatisfied with my performance, I'll accept any punishment, Lin Mo said confidently. What are you joking about? In terms of cultivation, I might not be as good as Dugul, but to doubt that I, possessing the pure yang sacred body, am lacking in that aspect would indeed be underestimating me. As a fox girl, Dugul desires might be stronger than Shangwan Wuqing's. But before the pure yang sacred body, all beings are equal. This is what you said. If you can't satisfy me, just wait to accept my punishment. With that, Dugul began to remove Lin Mo's clothes, and then she herself started to undress. When Dugul revealed all of herself, Lin Mo took a deep breath. This Liuli captain of the White Tiger Squad was indeed something. Dugul pretty face turned slightly red as she shyly said, "That was my first time doing this. I'm not very skilled. Should we just start directly? Since you're not experienced, Captain Liuli, why don't you let me take the lead?" Lin Mo was a bit amused. Before this, he thought Dugul was quite experienced, but it turned out she was still a blank slate. All right then. Dugul consciously lay down. Lin Mo turned over and kissed her tightly. Directly starting was fine, but it felt like eating dumplings without dipping sauce. Something felt missing. So, for the experienced Lin Mo, before formally beginning, Dugul eyes became tender. Her heart towards the Tao elevated. Before long, Dugul fox-like nature was unleashed, and she gradually became proactive and skilled. After about half an hour, their bodies radiated light, and Lin Mo's Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique began to operate, greedily absorbing the Yin energy from Dugul, then harmonizing it with the pure Yang sacred body. Ultimately, it merged into the foundation of the Tao in his Dantian. Lin Mo's breath was also rising steadily, although not comparable to Lin Mo. Under the nourishment of the pure Yang sacred body, Dugul could clearly feel her cultivation level rising at a visible speed. At that moment, Dugul finally understood why her senior sister, Shangwan Wuqing, could break through to the mid-stage golden core in such a short time. The yin-yang unity allowed for the elevation of both body and soul, while also increasing cultivation. Dugul seemed to have discovered a new world, quickly controlling the yin energy to entangle with the yang energy in her meridians, harmonizing and operating. After 3 days of cultivation, even with the enhancement of her fox-like nature, Dugul reached her cultivation limit. "You old man, I underestimated you before. You're quite something." Dugul half lay in Lin Mo's arms, speaking softly. Her face was like a peach, full of satisfaction and disbelief after her cultivation improvement. If she continued to cultivate, Dugul had no doubt that reaching her limit would ensure her body couldn't handle it. But how should she put it? The 3 days of cultivation felt like the happiest days of her cultivation life. Thanks to Lin Mo's vigorous performance, she deeply experienced the joy of combined cultivation. "Looks like I want to be punished after all," Lin Mo said, playing with Dugul fox ears, smiling. To be fair, compared to Shangwan Wuqing, Dugul, as a fox person, indeed had a unique charm, especially with her fluffy tail acting as a spice. Your performance exceeded my expectations, so I want to punish you." Then, Lin Mo picked up Dugul, sitting her on his lap, and said with a mischievous smile, "Captain Liuli, please answer me one question, or else I might have to punish you." "Huh? No, I really can't take it anymore." Dugul panicked and begged. "You just want to ask about Witcher, right? I'll tell you. She was just sent by the master to the number 9 mine of the sect to deal with the disturbances from the Yin-Yang sect. She should be back soon, right? Is that so?" Lin Mo frowned slightly. If nothing unexpected happened, it was still the Saintess Su Yu behind this. As soon as Shangwan Wuqing left, Dugul came to find him. He would believe it, if Su Yu wasn't scheming behind it. However, Su Yu probably didn't expect this. She wanted to use Dugul against him, but ended up being captivated by his pure yang sacred body. From this matter, Lin Mo could draw a rough conclusion. Su Yu probably didn't want to take risks and confront him directly, but instead used her identity, status, and power as the holy maiden to instruct others to deal with him. This made things even more complicated. For a moment, Lin Mo felt overwhelmed. Not only was it harder to catch Su Yu's weaknesses, but he was also more defenseless, because he could never know how strong the next person Su Yu would send using her holy maiden status would be. Logically speaking, at her age as a holy maiden, she shouldn't have such schemes and calculations. Could it be that someone was guiding her behind the scenes? Of course, this was just Lin Mo's speculation. Maybe Su Yu's schemes and calculations were naturally strong, which was also possible. Seeing Lin Mo furrowed his brows, Liuli became somewhat displeased and said, "What's wrong? You seem to care a lot about Wuching. Captain Wuching has given me a lot of help. It's normal for me to be concerned about her." Lin Mo said frankly, "All right, that's indeed how it should be." Liuli wrapped her arms around Lin Mo's neck and said playfully, "Please take care of me too. I can help you just as much as she can." Then I'll rely on you more in the future, Captain Liuli," Lin Mo said with a calm smile. "In exchange, you just need to satisfy me more from now on." That was simple. As long as Captain Liuli had needs, he would be at her service anytime. This was exactly what Lin Mo needed. However, once Lu Zian returned, he would have to be careful and try to avoid messing around with Shangwan Wuching and Liuli too much. Very good, I'll reward you with a kiss." Just as they were kissing passionately, Liuli's body suddenly trembled. She widened her eyes. "What are you doing?" "No way." Protests were ineffective. Liuli extinguished the fire she had ignited herself. "Several hours later, you go back first. I need to cultivate for a bit." Lin Mo's vigor far exceeded Liuli's imagination. She was a bit scared. If they went again, she feared she might be done for. Captain Liuli. You should rest well. I'll take my leave first." Looking at Liuli's face, which was clearly overwhelmed, Lin Mo finally let her go. How can I not conquer a mere fox girl? After bidding farewell to Liuli, Lin Mo went to the office of the Zhuke squad. Seeing that Shangwan Wuching hadn't returned yet, he had to return to the small wooden house in Zitian Palace. When would that female demon return? For some reason, Lin Mo began to miss Lu Zian a bit. But thinking too much was useless. He should seize the time to cultivate and improve his cultivation. Withdrawing his mind, Lin Mo immediately sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. After finishing combined cultivation with Liuli, his cultivation had improved quite a bit. With the pure Yang Sacred Body and the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, Lin Mo felt that reaching the late stage of foundation establishment was no longer so far away. Moreover, he still had about 19,000 spirit stones in reserve. Attempting to break through to the late stage of foundation establishment didn't seem impossible. As for Su Yu, after concluding that she didn't want to take action herself, Lin Mo felt much less pressure. As long as he stayed in this small wooden house, it would be easy for Su Yu to use others to deal with him. If she acted herself, there would be a chance to catch her weaknesses. Su Yu was only at the peak of foundation establishment. Lin Mo still had some confidence. At least he could ensure he wouldn't be instantly killed by her, unless Su Yu used someone else to assassinate him. If they were below the golden core stage, even if it was a sneak attack, Lin Mo still had a chance to escape. But if it was someone above the golden core stage, then if they dared to come, they would dare to die. In summary, what difference did it make to defend or not? So instead of worrying so much, it's better to focus on improving my cultivation. As long as I break through to the late foundation establishment stage, Lin Mo will have the confidence to confront Su Yu head-on. 7 days later, at the White Tiger Squad office in the reception room, "Captain Liuli, you captured Lin Mo? Didn't you interrogate him?" Su Yu said with a hint of questioning in her tone. Liuli feigned a confused expression and innocently replied, "Holy Maiden, at first I said I would bring him back for you to handle, but you said it wasn't necessary. Since I captured him, whether to interrogate him is my own choice. Moreover, there isn't enough evidence to prove that junior brother Zhu Fan from the Azure Dragon Squad was killed by him." Su Yu was speechless. For the servant disciples, the so-called evidence was not important at all. The key point was that Liuli did not want to interrogate Lin Mo anymore. Clearly, at the beginning, Liuli had vowed to capture Lin Mo for interrogation. Where did it go wrong? Su Yu was filled with confusion. After a moment, Su Yu came back to her senses, displaying a faint smile as she said, "I understand now, Captain Liuli. It's indeed difficult to interrogate without evidence, so I won't disturb you any longer. Holy Maiden, let me escort you." "Thanks, but I can walk by myself. You carry on with your work." "Then, Holy Maiden, take care." Watching Su Yu leave, Liuli sat back down, a playful curve appearing at the corner of her lips. If I'm not mistaken, it seems the Holy Maiden wants to put Lin Mo to death. Though I don't know why, I must help that old man. On the other side, calculating the time, Shangwan Wuqing had been out for quite a while. She should be returning to the sect soon. Back at Ziyun Palace, Suyu sat down with a headache. After a long while, Suyu raised her gaze again, a trace of killing intent flashing in her clear eyes. No. If my identity is exposed, I can't escape death. Suyu had no doubt that, with the style of the initial holy sect, even if she was a peerless genius with a quasi-ninth grade spiritual vein, it wouldn't matter. Just her identity as an undercover agent was enough for Lu Ziyan to kill her 100 times. Moreover, if she couldn't obtain the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, she would also face punishment upon returning. Wait. Suddenly, Suyu realized a very important question. Could it be possible that I can actually incite that old man Lin? Although she had only been at the initial holy sect for a few years, she understood the inhumane treatment Lin Mo had faced as a servant disciple during his century at the initial holy sect. It's no exaggeration to say that among the thousands of servant disciples in the initial holy sect, aside from a few administrators, the rest had no basic dignity as humans. Many servants had even been oppressed to the point of becoming subservient. While Lin Mo's situation wasn't as bad, it wasn't much better either. Inciting him is indeed possible. That night, while Lin Mo was cultivating, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching the small wooden house. Holy Maiden? Lin Mo exited his cultivation state, his eyes narrowing dangerously. This aura was indeed that of Holy Maiden Suyu. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking followed, and the visitor was indeed Suyu. However, why was she swaggering over to look for him? Lin Montag was momentarily perplexed. Is it because the Holy Maiden is visiting? I didn't expect you to have business with me so late, Lin Mo said with a tactical smile. Suyu is youthful. Delicate face still wore her usual innocent smile as she said, "It's nothing, my master ISNT here. And I've recently encountered some problems in my cultivation that I can't figure out, so I came to see how your injuries from last time are healing." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately clasped his hands together, tears of gratitude welling up as he said, "I've fully recovered. Thank you for your concern, Holy Maiden. I've been in the initial holy sect for 100 years, and this is the first time someone has cared for me like this." "I already said, I consider you a friend, so you don't need to be so polite," Suyu replied with a beaming smile. "By the way, aren't you going to invite me in to sit?" "Oh, right. I'm old and my mind isn't working well. Please forgive me, Holy Maiden. Please come in." Lin Mo kindly wiped the chair clean for Suyu and poured her a cup of hot tea. Suyu didn't drink Lin Mo's tea, but casually remarked, "Old Lin, you've been at the initial holy sect for many years, haven't you?" Lin Mo revealed a bitter smile and nodded, saying, "Hee, for me, it's indeed been a long time." "Well, I've been at the initial holy sect for several years, and I've never shared my true feelings with anyone. Don't laugh at me when I do. Hee, I definitely want tea. Please go ahead, Holy Maiden. Although I'm indeed the Holy Maiden of the initial holy sect, I feel that you servant disciples are quite pitiful. Clearly, we are all human. Why do servant disciples have no rights at all?" Suyu frowned, seemingly genuinely fighting for the rights of the servant disciples. Lin Mo shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, "Because that's the nature of the world. After being a servant disciple for 100 years in the initial holy sect, I've deeply understood one principle. Although we are all human, fate is not fair. Some people's starting point is a destination that countless others cannot reach even after a lifetime of striving. Just like you, Holy Maiden, you naturally have outstanding cultivation talent. So you became the Holy Maiden of the initial holy sect at a young age. Within the sect, how many female disciples want to be the Holy Maiden but aren't even qualified? So, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck." Suyu nodded thoughtfully. She agreed with Lin Mo's words, but she didn't come to discuss life philosophy with him today. So you turned and asked, "Then, old Lin, have you never thought about escaping this place? It clearly holds many painful memories for you. For you, the initial holy sect should be hell, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was dumbfounded. What exactly did Suyu want to do? Did she want to incite him? In his youth, Lin Mo indeed thought about escaping the initial holy sect, but that was impossible. As he grew older, he gradually abandoned that idea. Even if he did escape, what then? Leaving the initial holy sect, the world is vast, and there would be no place for him to stand. It would be better to spend his life in the initial holy sect. As for now, Lin Mo had completely abandoned that thought. The reason was simple. For him now, the initial holy sect was not hell, but heaven. These words, Lin Mo clearly wouldn't say to Suyu. Holy maiden, you mustn't say such things. Lin Mo stood up in a panic. Don't you know what happens to any servant disciple who wants to escape the initial holy sect? Seeing Lin Mo react so strongly, Suyu frowned as well. She gently persuaded, Old Lin, there's no need to be so afraid, my master isn't here. I'm saying this because I consider you a friend. I see you as quite pitiful, and if you want, I can help you leave here. I guarantee no one will know. What do you think? Chapter 51, Battle the Holy Maiden. I really underestimated myself. Once Suyu said this, Lin Mo could basically confirm that she indeed wanted to incite him. But unfortunately, Lin Mo was not a naive rookie who would easily believe others. Lin Mo deliberately lowered his voice and said cautiously, Holy Maiden, it would be fine to discuss this privately, but please don't let others hear. Since you consider me a friend, I want to speak of it outside. As for leaving the initial holy sect, after a brief pause, Lin Mo shook his head and smiled. In my youth, I had such thoughts, but now for this old bone of mine, stability is the most important. I appreciate your kindness, Holy Maiden. All right, Old Lin, since you don't want to leave, I want to force you, Suyu sighed lightly, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. In the future, if I can inherit the mantle of my master and become the next leader of the Initial Sacred Sect, I will definitely reform the Miscellaneous Affairs Department. To keep up the pretense, Suyu immediately added with ambition. Lin Mo echoed, hee hee. I hope I can wait for that day in my lifetime. After chatting with Lin Mo for a bit, Suyu found an excuse to leave. After closing the door, Lin Mo had no time to think about anything else and immediately sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. He entered a state of meditation and cultivation that was both mysterious and dreamlike. Based on the information about Suyu he had just captured at close range, a graceful and slender black silhouette instantly condensed and stood in front of Lin Mo. He had only mimicked Suyu's level of cultivation, but her combat style, the weapons she used, and her techniques were still unclear. Well, at least it was a shadow at the perfected foundation establishment level. As for what combat style Suyu's shadow would exhibit, that was beyond Lin Mo's control. After all, he had no information about Suyu in that regard. He could only let Suyu's shadow act freely. Let's try it out with my current cultivation and combat experience. How many moves can I exchange with a perfected foundation establishment? Then, Lin Mo flipped his palm, and the black knife appeared. Whoosh! In the next moment, a sound of breaking wind echoed. Lin Mo's pupils suddenly constricted as he saw Suyu's shadow transform into several blurred black lines, dashing towards him like lightning. With no time to think, Lin Mo reflexively raised the black knife in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and a terrifying force surged through the blade, invading his body. Lin Mo was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, and blood spurted out. When he shakily got up, he saw the shadow holding a shadow-long sword. With a horizontal slash, it lightly waved. In an instant, a tremendous wave of spiritual power surged forth like a tsunami, pressing down on Lin Mo like Mount Tai. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo's mind stirred, and the scorching spiritual power infused with pure yang clung to the black knife, as if flames were burning on the blade. Facing the oppressive wave of spiritual power, Lin Mo was undaunted. Instead, a spark of eagerness ignited in his eyes. Boom! The Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique operated at full force, and an endless stream of spiritual power surged onto the black knife, causing the flames on the blade to rise even higher. Then, as the wave of spiritual power crashed down, Lin Mo tightened his grip on the black knife and slashed down in midair with fury. The immense pure yang spiritual power immediately detached from the blade and surged forth, transforming into a massive phoenix of spiritual power, burning with fierce flames, fearlessly charging up. Although the disparity in cultivation levels was vast, the flaming phoenix momentarily formed a confrontation with the wave of spiritual power. The pure yang spiritual power burning atop the phoenix was rapidly evaporating the wave of spiritual power. If it weren't for the enormous difference in magnitude between the two streams of spiritual power, Lin Mo had no doubt he could even suppress the opponent. After a long while, having evaporated most of the wave of spiritual power, the flaming phoenix finally dissipated due to energy exhaustion. Seeing this, a satisfied expression surfaced on Lin Mo's weathered face. That was enough. After all, there was a gap of 2 small realms, and to achieve such performance with a casual slash was more than enough. Subsequently, the remaining wave of spiritual power, less than 300 feet tall, surged forward. Lin Mo did not resist and allowed himself to be engulfed by the wave of spiritual power, choosing to restart the game. He already had a general understanding of the gap between himself and the perfected foundation establishment. Next, Lin Mo planned to try and see if he could kill Su Yu's shadow with the soul snatch when it hit. However, time and time again, as he fell and restarted, Lin Mo never had the chance to use soul snatch. Occasionally, when he did, Su Yu's shadow would narrowly evade it. Eventually, after over 1,000 restarts, Lin Mo finally seized the opportunity during an offensive from the shadow to unleash Soul Snatch, choosing to go down with it. The Soul Snatch blade swept past the shadow, which immediately let out a piercing and mournful scream. In just a moment, it dissipated like light smoke brushed by a gentle wind. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Mo's consciousness returned to reality. Everything that had transpired during his meditation and battle with Su Yu's shadow was vividly etched in his mind and body. Although his cultivation had not actually improved, Lin Mo could distinctly feel that his actual combat power had increased a few notches compared to before the meditation. Taking a deep breath to settle his mind, Lin Mo murmured to himself, "The facts prove that as long as it hits, Soul Snatch can indeed kill perfected foundation establishment experts." The first practical use of the Soul Snatch blade. When Zhu Fan was hit, he was immediately stripped of his 3 souls and 7 spirits, becoming a mindless husk. He himself was not instantly killed. But why did Su Yu's shadow get killed in one blow? It must be because it was merely a shadow. Initially, during the clash of spiritual powers, Lin Mo stroked the few centimeters of beard on his chin and unconsciously smiled with joy. He had not anticipated that, with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, he could achieve such impressive results against a perfected foundation establishment shadow in a contest of spiritual powers. It seemed that I underestimated the strength of the spiritual power infused with pure yang energy from the beginning. That's why during the last encounter with Zhu Fan, Lin Mo was always looking for an opportunity to use Soul Snatch, and hence he really engaged in combat with spiritual power. From what he just displayed, Lin Mo had no doubt that with the enhancement of the pure yang sacred body and the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, his own spiritual power strength was likely enough to rival or even suppress perfected foundation establishment experts. Chapter 52. The Terrifying Tying Technique. Shangguan Wuqing is on the brink of death. In the following month, Lin Mo remained in the small wooden house for cultivation. With the dual enhancement of the pure yang sacred body and the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, he absorbed spirit stones at a rapid pace. 5,000 spirit stones seemed to flow like water. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo had absorbed them all. Naturally, his cultivation rose accordingly. There were faint signs that he was about to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. At the same time, hundreds of miles southeast of the Initial Sacred Sect's mountain gate, at the number 9 mine, for some reason, the disturbances from the Yin-Yang sect had become increasingly frequent, and each time the incoming practitioners were more formidable. Initially thinking it was just a short-term mission, Shangguan Wuqing had been stuck there for a long time without being able to return to the Initial Sacred Sect. Finally, after 7 days, the Yin-Yang sect launched another large-scale attack. This time, the leader of the attack was a guest elder of the Yin-Yang sect who had reached the perfected Golden Core stage. The number 9 mine fell, and Shangguan Wuqing, surrounded and attacked by 2 mid-Golden Core experts, ultimately sustained injuries and fled. When he had escaped to a distance still 100 miles from the Initial Sacred Sect's mountain gate, the 2 mid-Golden Core experts gave up the chase, because pursuing further would put them in danger. Finally, he broke through, after several more days, and consuming 9,000 spirit stones. Lin Mo finally broke through to the late foundation establishment stage, experiencing a significant boost in cultivation, feeling the vast and powerful spiritual power within him, which was several times more robust than when he was at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile widely. With this, perhaps I no longer need to avoid the saintess as if she were a plague. Of course, this was under the premise that Suyu had not yet broken through to the golden core stage and remained at the perfected foundation establishment level. As his cultivation progressed, Suyu could not remain stagnant either. No matter how you put it, Suyu is an extremely rare, top-notch genius with a quasi-ninth grade spiritual vein. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Mo left the house. Having been in seclusion for more than a month, Lin Mo guessed that no matter what, Shangguan Wuqing should have returned by now. However, when he stepped out of the small wooden house at Zetian Palace, he sensed that the atmosphere around the mountain gate was not right. The air seemed to be filled with a repressive aura, as if a mountain storm was about to come. After inquiring, he learned that the nine mind of the Initial Holy Sect had been attacked and captured by the Yin-Yang Sect. Aside from the fortunate return of Shangguan Wuqing, dozens of disciples from the Zhuke squad who accompanied her, the stewards stationed at the number 9 mine, other managers, and hundreds of outer disciples and miners were all wiped out. The Elder Council was organizing personnel to counterattack the Yin-Yang Sect, planning to reclaim the number 9 mine. For the Initial Holy Sect, the loss of life was minor, but losing a mine was a major issue. After understanding the situation, Lin Mo hurried to the Zhuke squad office. He was told by the disciple on duty at the door that Shangguan Wuqing was severely injured and was recuperating at home. So, Lin Mo then went to Shangguan Wuqing's house. When he naturally pushed open the door, as usual, a plump and beautiful woman in palace attire blocked his way at the entrance. The beautiful woman had a baby-fat face, still charming. Having been in the Initial Holy Sect for over 100 years, Lin Mo certainly recognized the person in front of him. I am Lin Mo from the miscellaneous department. I have met the head of the law enforcement hall. Lin Mo bowed respectfully and clasped his hands in greeting. You are Lin Mo? Sumiyu glanced at Lin Mo and raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Lin Mo replied respectfully. I did not expect the head of the law enforcement hall would recognize a nameless servant like me. Nameless servant? Sumiyu did not think so. Perhaps Lin Mo's identity was indeed that of a nameless servant, but she clearly remembered that not long ago. The Elder Council specifically requested her law enforcement hall to find the missing Lin Mo. As for why the Elder Council would give such an order for a mere servant, Sumiyu did not know. She did not need to know. However, she had some understanding of why Lin Mo appeared at Shangguan Wuqing's home. Recently, the conflict between Shangguan Wuqing and Chasing Fate seemed to have arisen due to Lin Mo. After that incident, she could guess that her proud disciple Shangguan Wuqing seemed to have some involvement with the servant Lin Mo. At first, she found it hard to understand why her disciple, whom even her brother Chasing Fate looked down upon, would have anything to do with a servant like Lin Mo. But now that she saw Lin Mo in person, she seemed to understand a little. What brings you here? Although she already knew, Sumiyu still asked. Lin Mo answered truthfully, Head, I heard that Captain Wuqing seems to be injured, so I came to visit. Since the head is here, I will take my leave. Master, let him in. At that moment, Shangguan Wuqing's trembling voice came from inside. Sumiyu pondered for a moment and then decided to let Lin Mo in. Inside the room, Shangguan Wuqing lay on the bed, her face pale and lips purple. Surrounding the bed were several red stones emitting a hot aura, and Lin Mo did not know what they were. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuqing's weak eyes seemed to brighten a little. Lin Mo frowned and asked, May I ask, Head, what kind of injury did Captain Wuqing sustain? From Shangguan Wuqing's appearance, Lin Mo could guess some things. However, he did not know exactly what kind of technique had caused her to end up like this. The Yin-Yang Sect's tying technique, Sumiyu succinctly introduced to Lin Mo. This is a technique of extreme yin and extreme cold. Those afflicted by this technique will suffer from overwhelming yin energy. Within 3 days, they will turn into a rigid corpse as hard as stone due to endless pain. Fortunately, Wuqing returned in time. Otherwise, once the cold energy from the tying technique spreads in her body, blocking her blood vessels and freezing her blood, unless a celestial being appears, there will be no hope of recovery. After hearing this, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. What is Captain Wuqing's current condition? I have given her a Yang Xiandan and dispelled some of the cold energy. The cold energy hidden deep within her body can only be expelled and evaporated by the effects of the Yang Xiandan. Sumeyu looked at Shangguan Wuqing with concern in her eyes. But the reason the Yin-Yang Sect's tying technique is feared is that the cold energy is very cunning. Some of the cold energy hides deep within the human body, making it extremely difficult to clean out. When it erupts later, it will be a significant hidden danger. The effect of the Yang Xiandan may not be able to completely eliminate the cold energy from the tying technique unless it is a higher grade Yang Xiandan. Only the Saint grade Tai Chuyang Xiandan can completely eliminate the cold energy from the tying technique. But Saint grade pills are too expensive and rare, and I have no way to obtain them. By the end, Sumeyu's tone had grown more sorrowful and helpless. Chapter 53, How sure are you? 10 out of 10. If the cold energy from the tying technique cannot be completely eliminated, then those hidden deep within the body will erupt when Shangguan Wuqing attempts to break through her realm in the future, which would be fatal. In my opinion, it is not necessarily required to have the Saint grade Tai Chuyang Xiandan to completely eliminate the cold energy within Captain Wuqing. Perhaps I can eliminate the cold energy in her body completely. After careful consideration, Lin Mo mustered his courage to say, according to Sumeyu, the Yin-Yang Sect's tying technique is a technique of extreme yin and extreme cold. Perhaps the term extreme yin and extreme cold is somewhat exaggerated, but it can make even the head of the law enforcement hall, Sumeyu, feel such a headache. It stands to reason that the tying technique is not without merit. From Sumeyu's description, it seems that the tying technique is not very strong in terms of instantaneous lethality. It is mainly known for the cold energy hidden deep within the human body. After all, no one would want a ticking time bomb buried within their body, which could explode at any moment. Coincidentally, while Lin Mo was unsure whether the tying technique was indeed extreme yin and extreme cold, he was very clear that his pure yang sacred body was absolutely extreme yang and extreme solid, perfectly restraining all the yin and cold things in the world. Without a doubt, his pure yang sacred body could completely eliminate the yin and cold energy within Shangguan Wuqing. But Sumeyu did not know these things. With a hint of skepticism in her tone, she asked, I do not want to doubt you, old servant. You say you can completely eliminate the cold energy within Wuqing. Why don't you tell me what method you will use to clean it? Considering Shangguan Wuqing, Sumeyu had already given Lin Mo a lot of face. The tying technique is, after all, a demonic technique that even she felt helpless against. A mere foundation-building servant claims to have a way to completely eliminate the cold energy from the tying technique? Who would find that believable? I hope the head will understand. My method is not very convenient to disclose, Lin Mo said seriously. If you trust me, allow me to give it a try. Sumeyu slightly parted her red lips, about to reprimand him when Shangguan Wuqing suddenly spoke. Master, I believe him. Let him try. Wuqing, do you know what you're saying? Sumeyu frowned. She could allow Lin Mo to try, but she needed to know what method Lin Mo would use to eliminate the cold energy. It was impossible for her to just take Lin Mo's word for it and hand over her proud disciple for him to treat, right? Shangguan Wuqing was having some difficulty speaking, so Lin Mo had to continue. Head, don't you have no other way right now? How could I play tricks in front of you? Captain Wuqing has helped me a lot, and right now, I just want to repay her kindness. If you can bring the Taichu Yang Xiandan to Captain Wuqing, I will have nothing to say. Sumeyu wanted to say something more, but looking at Shangguan Wuqing's pleading gaze, she could only turn to Lin Mo and ask, Old servant, tell me, how confident are you? 10 out of 10. Lin Mo's calm tone was filled with absolute confidence. Sumeyu was slightly taken aback, surprised by Lin Mo's unwavering confidence. Regardless of whether Lin Mo truly had that level of confidence, at least his assurance eased Sumeyu's worries significantly. All right, what a 10 out of 10 confidence. Old servant, I will give you 7 days. If you cannot eliminate Wuqing's coldness, I won't blame you. But if anything happens to her, you will take responsibility. After saying this, Sumeyu exited the room to avoid causing any disturbance to Lin Mo. Lin Mo wasted no time and immediately helped Shangguan Wuqing up. The moment his hand touched Shangguan Wuqing, he felt a bone-chilling coldness, as if he were holding a block of ice. He placed Shangguan Wuqing at the head of the bed and immediately began to operate the Yin-Yang Evil Magic Technique, channeling pure Yang energy from within his body. Through mouth-to-mouth contact, he continuously infused pure Yang energy into Shangguan Wuqing's body. The scorching pure Yang energy entered her body, and Shangguan Wuqing immediately felt an incredibly comfortable warmth. Moreover, driven by this warm current, the cold Yin energy that had spread throughout her meridians, flesh, and bones began to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. About 2 hours later, her complexion started to show a gradual rosy hue. Her body, which had been as cold as ancient ice, began to warm up. Thus, after 2 days, Lin Mo felt it was about time to stop the infusion of pure Yang energy and separated his lips from Shangguan Wuqing's. Shangguan Wuqing's face came into view again. Her stunning features had regained their rosy color, and she looked even more radiant and spirited. However, Lin Mo, having infused too much pure Yang energy into Shangguan Wuqing, felt somewhat weak, and his complexion appeared slightly pale. Your spiritual power, why? After 2 days, Shangguan Wuqing had realized that Lin Mo was simply infusing her with scorching spiritual power. But why was Lin Mo's spiritual power so hot? And why did it have such a significant restraining effect on the cold Yin energy of the tying technique? Captain Wuqing, don't ask. Lin Mo made a silencing gesture and did not elaborate. Shangguan Wuqing probably understood his implication. If he could speak, he would have made it clear to her 2 days prior. Then, Shangguan Wuqing tightly hugged Lin Mo and whispered in his ear, "Thank you, old man. It's just a small effort. Captain Wuqing need not be so polite. Have all the cold Yin energy in my body been cleared?" Shangguan Wuqing felt warm in her heart, and her tone had never been so gentle. "There should still be a little left. Shall I infuse you a bit more?" "Okay." Thus, Lin Mo once again pressed his lips against Shangguan Wuqing's. An hour later, when the pure Yang energy smoothly flowed through every corner of Shangguan Wuqing's body and then returned to himself, Lin Mo could confirm that the cold Yin energy within her had been completely cleared. "It's all good now, completely cleared." Shangguan Wuqing did not speak, but presented Lin Mo with a deep kiss. Chapter 54, Another Breakthrough. The Golden Core Stage approaches. Apart from the cold Yin energy in her body being completely cleared, Shangguan Wuqing could also clearly feel that her cultivation seemed to have improved. Could it be due to the old man's special spiritual power? His scorching spiritual power seemed to have an extraordinary effect on her. A person affected by the tying technique, even after having the cold Yin energy cleared, would still be in a weakened state for a short period. It was even more impossible for their cultivation to increase. Therefore, apart from this explanation, Shangguan Wuqing could not think of any other possibilities. In the living room, when Su Meiyu saw Lin Mo and the fully restored Shangguan Wuqing coming out of the room side by side, a hint of disbelief appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Wuqing, how do you feel?" Su Meiyu stepped forward to ask. Shangguan Wuqing smiled slightly and said, "I feel fine now, master." Su Meiyu was still a bit skeptical. In just 2 days, had Lin Mo really cleared all the cold Yin energy from Shangguan Wuqing's body? So, she used her spiritual power to probe Shangguan Wuqing's physical condition. As expected, everything was fine within Shangguan Wuqing, completely unlike how terrible it had been before Lin Mo came. Su Meiyu took a deep breath, a gentle smile appearing on her elegant face as she said, "Lin Mo, I indeed underestimated you earlier. Regardless of what method you used, the cold Yin energy in Wuqing's body has truly been completely cleared. As Wuqing's master, I should thank you." Saying this, Su Meiyu handed Lin Mo a beautifully decorated wooden box and said, "This is a foundation establishment pill, worth 50,000 spirit stones. After taking it, it can directly elevate a foundation establishment stage cultivator by 1 rank. You can take it now or wait until you break through to the late foundation establishment stage to take it and directly achieve the perfect foundation establishment stage. When to take it is entirely up to you." Hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes instantly lit up. In serious cultivation, even breaking through from the late foundation establishment stage to the perfect foundation establishment stage would likely not cost 50,000 spirit stones. However, the advantage of the foundation establishment pill is that it can shorten the time required to break through a realm, especially for cultivators whose spiritual vein quality is not high. A single foundation establishment pill could even save them 10 to 20 years, or even decades to hundreds of years. This is the value of the foundation establishment pill. However, the high price of 50,000 spirit stones is not something an average foundation establishment stage cultivator can afford. The Hall Master is too polite. It's just a small effort on my part. While saying this, Lin Mo's hands were not at all hesitant. He quickly took the wooden box from Su Meiyu's hand with lightning speed and placed it in his storage ring. Although, given Lin Mo a few months to half a year, he could also normally break through to the late foundation establishment stage. But right now was the time he needed power the most. A foundation establishment pill was undoubtedly a great help. Compared to Wuqing, 50,000 spirit stones are nothing. Su Meiyu said. Afterward, Su Meiyu took Shangwan Wuqing and left. Due to the loss of a number 9 mine, the law enforcement hall had to participate in the action against the Yin-Yang sect to reclaim the number 9 mine. For Shangwan Wuqing, since she had been affected by the Taiyin technique last time, she naturally needed to seek revenge. Strictly speaking, Lin Mo could also be considered part of the Chuxing sect. But how was this kind of matter related to him as a mere servant disciple? Unless one day, the Chuxing sect faced a disaster. At that time, it might be related to him as a servant disciple. After 7 days of rest, the Chuxing sect began to launch a counterattack against the Yin-Yang sect. During these 7 days, Lin Mo successfully broke through to the perfect foundation establishment stage using the foundation establishment pill. Using a pill to break through. The realm always felt a bit unstable. Lin Mo spent a few more days and 1,000 spirit stones to solidify his realm. Thus, Lin Mo's perfect foundation establishment stage was finally solid enough. Taking a deep breath after exiting the cultivation state, Lin Mo let out a long sigh of turbid air. A spark of brilliance burst forth from his eyes as he confidently muttered to himself, "Saintess, it's now time for me to make my move." Previously, due to his weak cultivation, faced with the threat from the Saintess Su Yu, Lin Mo could only choose to passively defend himself, responding to changes with an unchanging strategy. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he might be able to start fighting back. For the past 2 months, Su Yu had been quiet. If he continued to respond to changes with an unchanging approach, he would undoubtedly be extremely passive. Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind breaking rushed into Lin Mo's ears. An unmatched killing intent also surged towards him. In an instant, Lin Mo's hair stood on end. Without time for extra thought, his body suddenly broke through the ceiling of the small wooden house and shot out. Bang! At that very moment, a long sword flashing with cold light pierced through the small wooden house, creating a huge hole in the outer wall of the Ziqian palace. Who dares to attack? Lin Mo's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he scanned his surroundings with extreme vigilance, sensing every movement of the wind and grass around him. In the next breath, a shadow rushed in from the darkness at an astonishing speed. Fortunately, he had accumulated enough combat experience through meditation and training, and before the opponent's attack arrived, Lin Mo drew out his black knife and held it in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and sparks flew. A terrifying force penetrated through the handle of the knife into his body, causing Lin Mo's hand to momentarily go numb. This force also sent him flying. He flew backward for several thousand meters until he finally stabilized his form far from the Ziqian palace. Looking up, he saw a shadow rushing towards him in the night, holding a sword that gleamed coldly. Golden Core Stage, Lin Muskauza Dockent. From the opponent's aura and the 2 attacks just now, he could tell that the person who attacked him was at least at the Golden Core Stage. Then let me see what is so great about the Golden Core Stage. The opponent was clearly aiming to take his life. Lin Mo knew that in terms of speed, he couldn't match a Golden Core expert. Right now, all he could do was face it head-on. Bang! As he focused his mind, a blazing red spiritual power clung to the blade of his knife. Facing the shadow's direct attack, Lin Mo did not dodge, but instead swung the black knife, engulfed in roaring flames, downwards to cut through the night sky. Clang! After just a few moments of holding off the shadow's attack, Lin Mo was once again sent flying. However, this time, he clearly saw the person who attacked him. The opponent was dressed in a dark outfit, with even their face covered in black gauze, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. But from the slender and delicate figure, Lin Mo concluded that the attacker was definitely a female cultivator. Suyu? Chapter 55, such a big commotion just to deal with me? Buzz. The sound of wind breaking echoed. The opponent seemed unwilling to give Lin Mo any chance to catch his breath, launching a fierce assault like a violent storm once again. Faced with the huge disparity in strength, Lin Mo fought while retreating from the opponent's slightly inexperienced and sluggish attack movements. Lin Mo judged that this person's combat experience was definitely average. But alas, the gap between the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage and the Golden Core stage was simply too great. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Foundation Establishment stage is just one step away from the Golden Core stage. The difference between the two is even greater than the difference between the early Foundation Establishment stage and the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. The breakthrough of the small realm in the Foundation Establishment stage is merely a quantitative change, while the leap to the Golden Core stage is a qualitative change. There is no comparison between the two, if not for the opponent's relatively inexperienced combat experience, coupled with the overwhelming pure yang energy. Lin Mo would have probably been killed by now. At this rate, I will eventually die at her hands. While defending, Lin Mo's mind raced. The Golden Core stage is still too strong, and the opponent is not just any Golden Core expert. Soon, Lin Mo came up with a strategy. After taking the opponent's frontal attack, he quickly retreated a distance using the inertia from the rebound force. Then, he raised his black knife high, the blazing flames of spiritual power clinging to it. Following this, he slashed downwards into the air. A vast fire phoenix of 500 feet formed instantly from the overwhelming fire spiritual power. The light of the fire phoenix illuminated the night. Upon seeing this, the opponent seemed to realize what Lin Mo was trying to do. He wants to create a big commotion to attract attention. As long as someone comes over, she will have to retreat. Immediately, she swung her sword. A cold aura emanated from the sword, and a sword light flew out from the blade. Although it was restrained in spiritual power attributes, relying on sheer quantity, the sword light still annihilated Lin Mo's fire phoenix, both vanishing in the process. However, the collision of the two spiritual powers still created a terrifying wave of energy that spread out, causing quite a commotion. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Mo. He didn't believe that all the people from the Initial Sacred Sect were blind. How could they not see such a big commotion here? However, right now, they were all attracted by the Yin-Yang sect, so there was no hope of anyone coming to save him. The opponent pointed her long sword at Lin Mo from a distance, and a hoarse, deep voice that sounded strangely dual-toned, neither male nor female, came through. Submit and die, and I will leave your whole corpse. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression darkened. So the sudden attack on the Nine Mind was to attract the attention of the Initial Sacred Sect. Although the opponent used some means to temporarily change her voice and alter her tone, Lin Mo was no fool. He could think of no one else besides the saintess Suyu to eliminate him as an uncertain factor. She really was willing to go to great lengths. Thinking about it, it made sense. Suyu was after all a top genius with a quasi-ninth grade spiritual vein. And given the importance of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, using these means was not too exaggerated. Playing tricks. Despite feeling panicked inside, Lin Mo remained calm on the surface. I want to see how you're going to kill me today. After saying this, Lin Mo focused his mind, and the fire spiritual power clinging to the blade of the black knife dissipated. In its place was a deep, pitch-black aura emanating a breath of death. Under the cover of the night, it was undetectable to the naked eye. This was the precursor to the impending use of the soul hook technique. Lin Mo currently had very few powerful means, and to escape from the hands of a Golden Core expert, he could only rely on the soul hook to win by surprise. Then, Lin Mo took the initiative to attack. With a light step, he shot out like a cannonball. When he advanced to within 10 zhong, he suddenly slashed out the soul hook. Buzz! As the knife intent resonated under the cover of the night, an invisible blade light cut through the night sky, heading straight for the black figure. Sur-Devouring Knife Technique. The opponent recognized Lin Mo's technique, and a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. In shock, she swiftly dodged Lin Mo's soul hook in a flash. Enough. It's time for you to say goodbye to this world. At this moment, the killing intent in the shadow's eyes surged even higher. As a golden core cultivator, she found it utterly frustrating that a mere peak foundation establishment cultivator like Lin Mo had dragged this out for so long without being able to win. The soul-devouring knife technique that Lin Mo had just used deepened her killing intent. Then, the shadow held the long sword upright in midair, and her hands began to rapidly form intricate and obscure hand seals. Immediately, Lin Mo saw that the long sword standing before the shadow had split into hundreds and thousands of swords. Under the shadow's command, they densely filled the sky, shooting towards him from all directions. Just like this, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he focused all his attention, concentrating his mind. Facing the onslaught of hundreds and thousands of sharp swords, Lin Mo shifted his steps, making extremely subtle adjustments to his body. The long swords seemed poised to pierce his body, but each time they were narrowly avoided by Lin Mo. This was the result of Lin Mo's meditation and training. He indeed had some skills, but it ended there. Taking advantage of Lin Mo being entangled by the sword formation, the shadow once again wielded a long sword. In the darkness, it transformed into a shadow and directly stabbed towards Lin Mo's heart. In an instant, an incredibly strong aura of death surged to his mind. Lin Mo, unable to escape due to being ensnared by the swords, could only watch as the shadow approached with its sword. Just then, a powerful spiritual energy surged from the darkness below, like a shooting star, crashing towards the shadow that was attacking Lin Mo. The spiritual energy anticipated the shadow's path. If she insisted on stabbing Lin Mo, she would undoubtedly be hit by this spiritual energy as well. After a brief moment of contemplation, the shadow's expression hardened, and she ultimately chose to abandon her attack on Lin Mo, evading the spiritual energy. Then, a graceful figure with 3 fox tails emerged from the darkness, launching an attack on the shadow. It was the leader of the law enforcement hall's White Tiger team, Liuli. Oof. After a few exchanges with Liuli, the shadow snorted in anger. She immediately chose to retreat, disappearing into the night. After driving the shadow back, Liuli did not pursue but instead rescued Lin Mo. Old man, are you all right? Are you hurt? Chapter 56. Teach me a lesson. The female demon lord is back? Lin Mo forced a relaxed smile and shook his head, saying, I'm fine. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Liuli. Although Lin Mo did not suffer any obvious injuries during the battle, the recoil from each clash with the shadow had affected his body somewhat. Accumulated over time, it caused some turbulence in his internal energy. It wasn't a big problem. A few days of rest would suffice. That's good to hear. I'm glad I arrived in time. Let's head back and talk. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Back at Liuli's residence, she lowered her voice and quietly asked, Old man, was the one who attacked you just now the Holy Maiden? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Although she didn't reveal her true face, I guess I shouldn't be wrong. But Captain Liuli, how did you know it was the Holy Maiden? It's not that complicated. Liuli proudly explained her reasoning. I see. After listening, Lin Mo no longer found it strange. Suyu had twice sent Liuli to capture him for judgment, clearly targeting him. Anyone who wasn't foolish could see that. The Holy Maiden, Suyu wanted Lin Mo dead. I just don't understand why the Holy Maiden wants to kill you, Liuli said, quite confused. Lin Mo merely smiled and did not answer a question. Well, if you don't want to say, I won't ask. Liuli tactfully stopped her inquiries. Lin Mo then shifted the topic, asking, Captain Liuli, didn't you participate in the crusade against the Yin-Yang Sect? Senior sister Wuqing and senior brother Tai's Ho both went. And senior brother chasing fate is out training. The law enforcement hall can't be without a captain in the sect, right? If I hadn't stayed in the sect, you probably wouldn't have escaped death tonight, old man, Liuli chuckled. So, how do you plan to repay me? Lin Mo coughed lightly, feigning ignorance, and asked, what does Captain Liuli want me to repay you with? Liuli showed a mischievous smile. Then, she hugged Lin Mo from behind and said seductively, what do you think? Old man, it's been 2 months since we last cultivated together, right? I've really missed you during this time. As she spoke, Liuli's hands are not very clean either. Suddenly, Lin Mo's body shook. It was evident that Liuli was feeling a bit needy, feeling uncomfortable with Liuli's advances. Lin Mo couldn't take it anymore and immediately picked her up at a Princess Carrie and returned to the room. After being thrown onto the bed by Lin Mo, Liuli twisted her seductive waist, her eyes sparkling, and eagerly said, "Old man, come quickly. Teach me a lesson. Don't hold back." Lin Mo had never heard such a request in his life, so he naturally intended to teach this little demoness a good lesson. They fought for several days. Only after Liuli repeatedly begged for mercy did Lin Mo finally let her off the hook. "Captain Liuli, I have to head back now." Seeing Liuli's satisfied expression, Lin Mo decided it was time to leave. If he remembered correctly, that night the Purple Sky Palace had been left with a hole by Yu. Although his little wooden house was also severely damaged, it was still more important to repair the Purple Sky Palace. If Lu Zian suddenly returned and saw a hole in the outer wall of the Purple Sky Palace, Lin Mo would have no way to explain it. "Okay, I'll come find you next time, dear old man." Liuli was also afraid that, like last time, Lin Mo would suddenly go wild again. That would be a bit hard for her to handle. Before returning, Lin Mo, as usual, went to the Yuqing pool first. He didn't want Lu Zian to suddenly return and smell the scent of other women on him. That would be troublesome. After spending a few days, Lin Mo finally repaired the outer wall of the Purple Sky Palace. However, his little wooden house had 2 large holes on either side, and the ceiling had also been broken by himself, looking precarious as if it would collapse with another kick. "Old buddy, you've suffered." For this little wooden house that had accompanied him for 100 years, even though it was so dilapidated, Lin Mo was unwilling to let it just be destroyed. Therefore, he spent half a day repairing the little wooden house as well. Back in the house, Lin Mo sat down slowly. The Holy Maiden has indeed reached the golden core stage. Lin Mo's gaze deepened as he muttered to himself. He had originally thought that after breaking through to the perfected foundation establishment stage, he could finally turn passive into active. But from a situation during that night-S battle with Yu, he seemed to still be at a disadvantage. The gap between perfected foundation establishment and golden core was indeed too great. If it weren't for the dual enhancement of the pure Yang Sacred Body and the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, he know how many times he would have died that night. Previously, Lin Mo speculated that Yu didn't want to act personally, but now it seemed that it wasn't so absolute. Moreover, before taking action, Yu had attracted the attention of the initial holy sect with the matter of the number 9 mine, which was why she targeted him. This showed that Yu was not just cautious. But if she weren't so cautious, I wouldn't have had such ample time to grow, Lin Mo smiled. From Yu's perspective, she was indeed deep in the tiger's den, so being cautious was not wrong. It was just that Yu did not anticipate Lin Mo's growth speed would be so fast. Next, the Holy Maiden should not dare to act rashly in the short term. Even if she were to act again, it would definitely be through the means of using others. Lin Mo stroked his pale beard and speculated. At the very least, if it were me, after failing once, I would definitely hide myself deeper. If his speculation was correct, he could continue to conserve energy for a while longer and strive to break through to the golden core stage as soon as possible. "Old servant, come in and see this palace." Just as Lin Mo was about to continue his cultivation, a familiar cold voice of a domineering lady echoed by his ear after a long absence. "The Demon Lore Master?" Hearing Lu Zian's voice again, Lin Mo was filled with wild joy. For some reason, the Lu Zian, who used to scare him to death, now sounded so reassuring. After the joy, Lin Mo hurriedly entered the Zetian Palace in 3 steps. In the study, Lu Zian was reclining on a soft couch, exuding a sensual charm that captivated all beings. Beneath the couch lay a double-tailed black cat, cute and obedient, with a hint of danger emanating from it. Old servant pays respects to the master. After entering, Lin Mo knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Lu Zian lifted her eyelashes slightly and casually said, "Old servant, tell me who has come to visit during my absence." Chapter 57. All of it is the effort and sweat of this old man. Demoness, is it difficult? Reporting to the master, 2 people have come. One is the great elder Hongyue, and the other is the Saintess Suyu. At that time, I was cleaning Zetian Palace, and Great Elder Hanyue came to ask me to cooperate with her to catch ghosts. As for the Saintess, I only know that she came to see the Master, but she did not mention the reason for her visit. She left after learning that the Master was not here. Lin Mo, with a serious expression, conveyed all the information he knew to Lu Ziyan. Hanyue is looking for your cooperation to catch ghosts? Lu Ziyan raised her beautiful eyes slightly, seemingly surprised. She did not expect Hanyue to seek Lin Mo's help to catch an undercover agent. Then, Lu Ziyan asked, is there any clue? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo cautiously said, there are some clues. The Great Elder and I both suspect that this big fish is the Saintess. But we have not yet obtained conclusive evidence to prove that the Saintess is indeed the ghost of our sect. Lu Ziyan's expression froze upon hearing this. In an instant, Lin Mo could clearly feel the temperature in the entire study plummet, as if covered by a thick layer of eternal ice, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Lin Mo couldn't help but shiver. Suyu, Lu Ziyan murmured, not knowing what she was thinking. Lin Mo couldn't gauge Lu Ziyan's attitude toward Suyu, so he cautiously asked, Master, this matter involves the Saintess. I wonder if... Lu Ziyan said firmly, catching ghosts does not distinguish identity. Even if it is the Saintess, do you understand? If there is sufficient evidence to prove that Suyu is the ghost of our Chuxing sect, I will not let her go. However, after saying this, a trace of sadness and regret flashed in the depths of Lu Ziyan's eyes. After all, Suyu was a disciple with outstanding talent that she had sought for hundreds of years. But now she was being told that this talented disciple might very well be an undercover agent. Who wouldn't feel heartache and regret in such a situation? I understand, Master. With Lu Ziyan's words, Lin Mo felt relieved. Now let's talk about you, old servant. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ziyan returned to normal and shifted the topic to Lin Mo. It has only been a little over half a year since I left the sect. Why has your cultivation improved so dramatically? Lin Mo had a breath-holding technique to conceal his true cultivation, but who was Lu Ziyan? The disguise of the breath-holding technique couldn't even fool Great Elder Hanyue, let alone Lu Ziyan. With just one glance, Lu Ziyan saw through Lin Mo's true cultivation. Foundation establishment stage full. She clearly remembered that when she left the sect, Lin Mo was only at the peak of the Qi refinement stage. How did he seem to have soared to the foundation establishment stage, full in the blink of an eye? Lin Mo said proudly, it's all thanks to my extraordinary talent. Hard work and a bit of luck, that's all. Lu Ziyan rolled her eyes at this. There are plenty of people in Chuxing sect with extraordinary talent and hard work, yet their cultivation hasn't improved as quickly as yours. However, Lu Ziyan did notice some clues. Just relying on the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, based on Lin Mo's past talent. No matter how hard he practiced, it would be impossible for him to achieve such remarkable progress in such a short time. Perhaps this old man harbored an unknown shocking secret within him. It seems I need to find an opportunity to clarify this matter. Coming back to her senses, Lu Ziyan said sarcastically, so it seems I misunderstood you. Could it be that you really are a genius? Lin Mo, completely unconcerned about Lu Ziyan's sarcasm, smiled proudly and said, Master, I think you might as well be bold and remove the could it be. Lu Ziyan wanted to refute, but didn't know how to start. Given Lin Mo's speed of cultivation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yet, considering Lin Mo's past, where he had been stuck at the second level of the Qi refinement stage for 100 years, things were certainly not as simple as they appeared. Impatience is a major taboo for cultivators. Lu Ziyan admonished, the foundation establishment stage is merely the starting point of the cultivation path. How many geniuses in the world have perished because of impatience and arrogance? You are merely at the starting point of your cultivation journey. What is there to be proud of? Before you have grown up, any genius in my eyes is no different from other cultivators. Compared to cultivators of average talent, geniuses are often more prone to premature demise. In her lifetime, Lu Ziyan had seen countless geniuses, but very few had truly grown up. Do you think you can earn my recognition with just the foundation establishment stage? You might be overestimating yourself. Yes, I will heed the master's teachings. Lin Mo nodded earnestly. Lu Xian's admonition was not out of pride, but rather a reflection of the truth. Many geniuses in the world, relying on their extraordinary talent, displayed arrogance and pride from a young age, leading to their premature demise on the path of growth. As a time traveler, Lin Mo was well aware of this principle. He was just being a bit proud in front of Lu Xian. In front of others, Lin Mo had always been low-key. Take the pure Yang Sacred Body as an example. If it were someone else who activated the pure Yang Sacred Body, they would probably be eager to let the whole world know that they were a rare pure Yang Sacred Body. But Lin Mo, since activating the pure Yang Sacred Body, only he knew that he was one. Perhaps Lu Xian would discover this herself in the near future. At least for now, Lin Mo was basically certain that Lu Xian did not know that his rapid progress in cultivation was due to the activation of the pure Yang Sacred Body. Then, Lin Mo boldly asked, "Master, I dare to ask, what level of breakthrough would be considered true growth?" Lu Xian looked at Lin Mo, who was kneeling on one knee, and said lightly, "In the path of cultivation, anyone below the nascent soul is an ant. But my standards are higher. To gain my recognition, the transformation stage is the baseline." The transformation stage refers to a realm where one is capable of holding positions such as the master or even the supreme elder of many major sections. Given Lu Xian's cultivation level, she indeed had the qualifications to say this. For ordinary cultivators, let alone the transformation stage, even a nascent soul and golden core stages were the realms they aspired to. As for the transformation stage above the nascent soul, it was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. However, while the transformation stage might sound distant for Lin Mo, who possessed the pure Yang Sacred Body and the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, it was not so unreachable. In fact, one could say that as long as nothing unexpected happened, the transformation stage was within reach. Reporting to the master, the mere transformation stage does not seem like a difficult task for me. Chapter 58, A Bet. The master is exceptionally intelligent and unparalleled in beauty. Not much ability, but quite a big mouth. Just a foundation establishment stage, Ant dares to claim that the transformation stage is not difficult? I just warned you that impatience is a major taboo for cultivators. And it seems you didn't listen at all. Lu Xian sneered. What is cultivation? The rank of one's spiritual vein only determines the speed at which one can absorb spiritual energy and break through small realms compared to cultivators of lower ranks. After reaching the golden core stage, each breakthrough to a higher realm presents a significant challenge and self-transcendence for the cultivator. It's not that having a high rank in spiritual veins makes breakthroughs as easy as drinking water. One's comprehension also plays a crucial role. If comprehension is lacking, what does it matter if the spiritual vein rank is higher? How many geniuses with 7th or 8th grade spiritual veins have remained stuck at the nascent soul or transformation stage? They may never cross that hurdle in their lifetime, ultimately regretting it. Not at all. Lin Mo smiled faintly, full of confidence, and said, "Master, your advice has been firmly noted, but for me, the transformation stage is indeed not that far out of reach." If Lu Xian were to question whether he could break through to the integration stage or above, Lin Mo would still hesitate to respond. However, to doubt his ability to reach the transformation stage seemed somewhat underestimating of the pure Yang Sacred Body. Good. Seeing Lin Mo remain so stubborn, Lu Xian suddenly became interested. You say the transformation stage is not difficult. Then prove it to me, old servant. Lin Mo raised his gaze, his dark eyes fixed on Lu Xian sitting on the soft couch. Dare I ask, Master, if I reach the transformation stage, does that mean you will have recognized me? Give you 200 years, old servant. Lu Xian said seriously, if within 200 years you attain the transformation stage, I will reserve a place for you in the Purple Sky Palace. If you fail, then you shall remain a furnace for life, unworthy of standing on equal footing with me. 200 years to reach the transformation stage is indeed an achievement Lu Xian has set for herself. She equally despises all male cultivators in the world. If one wishes to become her partner, they must at least match her, if not surpass her. Otherwise, why do they have to be with her? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up with confidence. Master, What if I attain the transformation stage within 100 years? Humph. Lu Ziyan seemed to be both amused and angered by Lin Mo's arrogant words. 100 years to reach the transformation stage? It seems you truly lack a clear understanding of it. Very well, since you mentioned it. If you really attain the transformation stage within 100 years, I shall acknowledge that you have conquered me. 100 years to reach the transformation stage. How many people throughout the entire Tianyuan continent have ever achieved such a miraculous feat? Yet, for some reason, deep down, Lu Ziyan felt a bit of anticipation. She hoped Lin Mo could indeed reach the transformation stage within 100 years. If that were the case, with their combined strength, they could surely lead the initial holy sect to new heights. Good, Lin Mo said excitedly. I hope Master does not forget today's words. He initially wanted to add that if he could not reach the transformation stage in 100 years, he would willingly be a furnace for life. However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, sometimes it was better not to speak too grandly. Moreover, saying too much did not yield any additional benefits. Lu Ziyan lightly snorted, seemingly expressing her skepticism towards Lin Mo. I didn't take care and immediately asked, Master, do you think, with my current cultivation, I can participate in the sect assessment and be promoted from a miscellaneous disciple to an inner disciple? What? Are you tired of being a miscellaneous disciple in the Purple Sky Palace? Or are you afraid I might torment you again? Lu Ziyan replied sharply. Lin Mo rolled his eyes in amusement and explained, Master, you worry too much. I just feel that being a miscellaneous disciple comes with many inconveniences. For example, I cannot participate in sect training or take on sect missions, etc. Lin Mo's reasoning was quite reasonable. Thus, Lu Ziyan said, that's simple enough. I will instruct Hong Yue to grant you all the rights of an inner disciple. All right, Lin Mo sighed. Since Lu Ziyan had said so, what else could he say? However, Lin Mo's sigh raised Lu Ziyan's alertness again, and she coldly said, you seem quite disappointed. Are you trying to use the identity of an inner disciple to flirt with the female disciples in the sect? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo panicked and quickly retorted, Master, I didn't mean that. I just didn't know you could operate like this. You better not. Lu Ziyan shot him a death glare, seemingly quite concerned about it. Lin Mo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and then flattered, Master, you are incredibly intelligent, stunningly beautiful, and possess heavenly cultivation. How could those superficial female disciples in the sect compare to you? Although Lin Mo's flattery was obvious, Lu Ziyan still felt quite pleased inside. There are hardly any women in the world who can refuse compliments about themselves. Use less of that flowery talk in front of me from now on. Although she felt pleased, Lu Ziyan said haughtily, Yes. Lin Mo smiled knowingly, understanding the meaning behind Lu Ziyan's words. Say more. I like to hear it. Then, Lu Ziyan changed the subject again. Did you manage to master the soul-devouring blade technique I gave you last time? Reporting to Master, I have mastered it. The first move, Soul Hook, indeed possesses powerful lethality, but hitting the target is quite difficult, Lin Mo replied. The Soul Hook blade can indeed capture the target's 3 souls and 7 spirits, as well as severely injure their primordial spirit. Its biggest drawback is its limited killing range. Unless caught off guard, hitting the enemy head-on is still quite challenging. Lu Ziyan did not deny this point. It depends on how you use it. Following that, she handed Lin Mo a book. The book had the words Soul-Devouring Blade Technique written on it. This is the second move, which can make up for the shortcomings of the first move. You should comprehend it on your own. Thank you, Master. Lin Mo said seriously as he accepted the book. Go to Ziyan Palace and call Suyu for me. Lu Ziyan then ordered. Master Yu. Lin Mo was taken aback. If Lu Ziyan summoned Suyu now, it might ruin his fishing plan with Hong Yue, which would not be good. Worry about what? Lu Ziyan, of course, knew what Lin Mo was concerned about and replied dismissively. I am summoning her in the capacity of a master. It will not interfere with your plan with Hong Yue. Yes, Master. Chapter 59, Severing the Soul. Did the Great Elder discover Lin Mo's secret? Ziyan Palace. Fairy, please announce that Lin Mo from the Miscellaneous Department requests to see the Saintess. At the entrance of Ziyan Palace, Lin Mo said to the maid standing guard, Please wait. Before long, A figure dressed in a blue gauze dress, with a pure white thin veil over it, appeared. With an innocent and cheerful smile, she looked like a fairy descended from the heavens, Suyu. Although they had just had a confrontation a few nights ago, upon seeing each other now, Lin Mo and Suyu seemed to share a tacit understanding, as if the events of that night had never happened. "Old man Lin, what brings you to find me?" Suyu spoke first. Lin Mo chuckled. "Didn't the saintess say before that if Master returns one day, to let you know? Master has returned and wishes to see you. So please go to the Purple Sky Palace." "Really? That's great." Upon hearing this, Suyu's beautiful eyes lit up, seemingly very happy. On the way to the Purple Sky Palace, Suyu casually asked, "By the way, old man Lin, I heard you were attacked a few days ago. Are you all right?" "Thanks to the saintess, I'm fine," Lin Mo replied, frowning in confusion, "but I just can't understand. The person who attacked me that night was a Golden Core stage expert. Aside from the Qinglong team leader from the law enforcement hall, I don't seem to have provoked any other Golden Core stage experts. Moreover, that person dared to attack me in the Purple Sky Palace, truly audacious." After saying this, Lin Mo deliberately glanced at Suyu beside him. Suyu's eyelids twitched subtly, and she pretended to be nonchalant as she said, "How would I know about your own matters? Speaking of which, the person who attacked you was indeed a bit too bold. So, old man Lin, you should be more careful in the future. That person might even be someone sent by the Law Enforcement Hall's Pursuit Division. He maybe." Lin Mo smiled ambiguously and said, "Thank you for the reminder, saintess. I will be more cautious in the future. If I have time, I'll help you investigate and see who is so bold." Then I thanked the saintess here. Back at the entrance of the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo bid farewell to Suyu. Returning to the wooden house, Lin Mo didn't think much about Suyu but took out the second form of the soul-devouring blade technique to begin his comprehension. The second form of the soul-devouring blade technique is called soul severing. Unlike the first form, soul hook, which is more about precision, soul severing leans toward being a powerful, large-scale destructive move. Under full force, soul severing can unleash a terrifying destructive power several times to even hundreds of times stronger than its wielder's cultivation. The strength of a soul-severing strike depends on how deeply one understands soul severing and the quality of the magical artifact used during its execution. Wow, if I can master soul severing to the extreme with one strike, even a Golden Core stage expert would have to avoid its sharpness. After understanding the basic information of the second form of the soul-devouring blade technique, soul severing, Lin Mo was stunned. He still remembered that night when he was almost completely suppressed by Suyu, who was at the early Golden Core stage with no chance to fight back. If he had this move, soul severing, at that time, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Without further ado, Lin Mo immediately entered a meditative state and began to comprehend and practice the second form of the soul-devouring blade technique, soul severing. In the Zetian Palace, Suyu nervously came to see Lu Zian. She thought she had already exposed herself, but it turned out she was overthinking. Lu Zian only chatted with her about cultivation, asking if she had any questions. Suyu also took the opportunity to ask Lu Zian a few questions she had prepared. Lu Zian patiently answered each one. Finally, when Suyu returned the sheepskin scroll that recorded the method of cultivating the 10,000 blood-floating pagoda, she was about to leave when Lu Zian suddenly said, "Suyu, you've been my disciple for over 6 years now. How have I treated you? Being recognized by you, Master, is the fortune I have earned over 3 lifetimes." Suyu knelt on both knees, sincerely and fearfully saying, "Since I arrived at the Initial Holy Sect, Master has been vigorously nurturing me, guiding me through the confusion of cultivation. It is thanks to you that I was able to break through to the Golden Core stage at this age." Lu Zian nodded thoughtfully and said, "Go back and cultivate well, do not be slack. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. With your talent and comprehension, the position of Master could also be yours in the future." "Yes, Master, I will remember." You may go." After turning to leave, 2 lines of tears uncontrollably streamed down Suyu's cheeks. She didn't dare to look back, fearing Lu Zian would see. Lu Zian watched Suyu's somewhat disheveled back, her beautiful eyes gradually deepening. After a long time, Lu Zian spoke to the void. Hongwa. Whoosh. After a few breaths, a red figure suddenly appeared. "Oh, our sect leader is back," Hongwei teased as soon as she appeared. Lu Zian rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay attention to her, and directly spoke about business. "I heard you teamed up with that old servant Lin Mo to catch the ghost lurking in the sect." Hongwei raised an eyebrow and said, "You know about it, huh? But if you want to ask me about the progress, I wouldn't know. You should ask that Lin Mo." However, Lu Zian replied, "I called you here not to ask about the ghost-catching progress, but about Lin Mo. You've interacted with him. Have you noticed anything unusual about him?" Hongwei pondered and said, "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. Not long ago, he had a conflict with a disciple from the law enforcement hall and got seriously injured. I intervened to save him. I gave him a healing pill for internal injuries, but strangely, his recovery speed far exceeded the expected effect of the healing pill. Moreover, his cultivation speed is somewhat beyond normal. Combining these factors, I became curious about him. Logically speaking, a person like him shouldn't possess such strong self-healing abilities and such astonishing cultivation speed." Then she suddenly paused. "What conclusion?" Lu Zian's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. "Why don't you guess first?" "It will definitely exceed your imagination," Hongwei said with a smile. 3-2. Chapter 60. To imprison Lin Mo as a furnace cauldron? The choice of the female demon. Stop. Hongwei raised her jade hand, interrupting Lu Zian's spellcasting. "You really don't understand humor at all. All right, I'll just say my conclusion directly. That Lin Mo might possess a special physique known as the Undying Sacred Body. The Undying Sacred Body is an extremely rare special physique. It has astonishing self-healing capabilities and can also enhance the holder's cultivation talent. If the Undying Sacred Body reaches its peak, it can almost be said to be immortal. Unless his physical body, primordial spirit, and consciousness are completely erased at once, he cannot be killed. This kind of special physique is extremely rare." Hongwei initially didn't believe that Lin Mo possessed the Undying Sacred Body, but his situation indeed resembled it closely. "The Undying Sacred Body? I don't think so." Lu Zian shook her head and said, "The Undying Sacred Body is an innate special physique. If Lin Mo truly had the Undying Sacred Body, how could he have fallen to the level of a mere servant disciple in the Initial Holy Sect? In his youth, I have abused him more than once, and each time he needed a long time to recover. He showed no signs of having the Undying Sacred Body at all." Hongwei nodded thoughtfully. If what Lu Zian said is true, then Lin Mo indeed doesn't seem to possess the Undying Sacred Body. So she countered that Lin Mo, anyone can see that he has undergone significant changes compared to the past 100 years. Something extraordinary must have happened to him. "My dear sect leader, what is your understanding then?" Lu Zian did not answer, but stood up to search through the bookshelf, finding the book she wanted. Records of special physiques in the Tianyuan continent. So far, there have not been many types of special physiques that appeared in the Tianyuan continent, only 9 kinds. Therefore, Lu Zian quickly found a type of special physique that, compared to the Undying Sacred Body, more closely matched Lin Mo's situation, the pure Yang Sacred Body. The pure Yang Sacred Body? That seems unlikely. Seeing Lu Zian stop at the introduction page of the pure Yang Sacred Body, Hongwei couldn't help but click her tongue. Other than that, there is no other explanation, Lu Zian said firmly. Hongwei, having never cultivated with Lin Mo, naturally didn't know much about him. But Lu Zian was very clear. According to the book's description, the pure Yang Sacred Body is a postnatal special physique. It can only be activated under specific circumstances after having intercourse with a woman for the first time, after which a small probability of activation exists. From this point alone, Lin Mo meets the prerequisite for activating the pure Yang Sacred Body. In the Initial Holy Sect for over 100 years, let alone having intercourse with a woman, Lin Mo hadn't even touched a woman's hand. Not long ago that night, as the deadline approached, Lin Mo, feeling desperate, threw caution to the wind and took advantage of the situation. Under the coercive influence of the Yin and Yang evil magic, Lu Zian half-heartedly engaged with Lin Mo. With her full cultivation at the divine transformation stage, the Yin energy was more than sufficient for Lin Mo, who was at the second level of Qi refinement. Moreover, the book clearly stated that the pure Yang Sacred Body indeed possesses strong self-healing capabilities, although it cannot compare to the undying sacred body, which specializes in self-healing. Additionally, with the pure Yang sacred body's super succubus attribute, it was no wonder that the more the palace looked at Lin Mo, the more pleasing he seemed. It turned out to be the pure Yang sacred body at work. Lu Ziyan let out a long breath. At first, she thought her feelings toward Lin Mo had changed because he had taken possession of her body, making her less disdainful than before. It turned out to be this reason. Furthermore, the pure Yang sacred body was of great benefit to female cultivators, being nothing less than a complete tonic. Therefore, during the second time they cultivated together, the effects Lu Ziyan achieved exceeded her expectations. "All right, since you are so sure, I will believe you," she said. Han Yu then asked, "What should we do next?" Based on his early experiences in the Initial Sacred Sect, he might seek revenge on us after he grows stronger, or he might escape from the Initial Sacred Sect. If that happens, all our efforts in cultivating him would be wasted. Lu Ziyan fell into thought. Suddenly, Han Yu's eyes twinkled as she suggested, "Why don't we take advantage of the fact that he hasn't grown strong yet and imprison him, using him as our furnace for cultivation?" "No." Lu Ziyan pondered for a while before expressing her stance. If it had been at the beginning, she might have chosen to do so. But now, it was no longer necessary. "Why?" Han Yu asked, puzzled. "Can you guarantee that after he grows stronger, he won't seek revenge or escape from the Initial Sacred Sect?" Lu Ziyan lightly nodded her head. "I will handle it, Han Yu. Isn't the purpose of cultivating immortality to become an immortal? If I just imprison him as a furnace, with my qualifications, I have no hope of becoming an immortal. The only way to achieve immortality is to rely on Lin Mo after he grows stronger to assist me." Thinking of the scene of becoming an immortal, Lu Ziyan couldn't help but smile. When she had just been possessed by Lin Mo, she regretted not finding a better furnace in advance and ended up binding herself to Lin Mo, a mere servant. Now, it seemed she had struck a great deal. In the Tianyuan continent, with countless cultivators, it was rare to find a pure Yang sacred body even after thousands of years. Such a tremendous opportunity had surprisingly come her way. What she needed to do next was to secretly cultivate Lin Mo and find a way to make him forgive her for her past actions against him. Finally, she aimed to win Lin Mo's heart and make him her Dao partner, before discovering that Lin Mo was a pure Yang sacred body. Lu Ziyan felt that her swan meat had been eaten by this toad. Now, it seemed she had climbed high to be with Lin Mo. Upon hearing about becoming an immortal, Han Yu's eyes brightened. "My good sister, you can't forget about me when it comes to becoming an immortal." Han Yu pouted while holding Lu Ziyan's arm. "I won't forget you," Lu Ziyan replied, "but it's still too far to talk about becoming an immortal. What we need to do now is to cultivate him and remove his grievances against the Initial Sacred Sect." This task, while it might seem difficult, was not overly challenging. Conversely, it wasn't simple either. Lin Mo was no longer a naive 20-year-old. At over 100 years old, he had seen too much darkness in the Initial Sacred Sect, and his mind had matured beyond measure. The usual carrot and stick approach would not work. So, they needed to think carefully about how to help Lin Mo let go of his grievances against the Initial Sacred Sect. Chapter 61. The Restraint of the Female Demon Lord. Your performance has satisfied this palace after spending a few days. Lin Mo had completely mastered the essence of the second form of the soul-devouring blade technique, Soul Sever. Exhaling a long breath after exiting meditation, Lin Mo smiled and said, "Now I just need a good knife." The black knife was indeed good, but its grade was too low. If he encountered a high-grade magic weapon, it might break in an instant. Buying a high-grade knife himself was too expensive. It seemed he could only wait for the low-grade heavenly tier magic weapon from Elder Han Yu. Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry, as there was no immediate threat. As for Su Yu, with this Soul Sever technique, even if he still used a mid-grade spirit tier magic weapon against her, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. Just then, Lu Ziyan's voice rang in his ear again. Lin Mo tidied up and returned to the Purple Sky Palace. He thought Lu Ziyan had some instructions for him again, but instead, she said, "Old servant, I need your Yang energy to assist my cultivation." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately became interested. Although he had made some progress in his cultivation after the last joint cultivation with Du Gu Liuli, it was still limited. Perhaps, as her cultivation increased, The yin energy of a female cultivator at the golden core stage was no longer sufficient. As the leader of the Initial Sacred Sect, Lu Ziyan was, without a doubt, a complete tonic for Lin Mo. If he could take this opportunity to break through to the golden core stage, that would be fantastic. Filled with yearning for the golden core stage, Lin Mo immediately lunged at Lu Ziyan. Initially, he was somewhat cautious, but as they practiced, he gradually became bolder. Seeing that Lu Ziyan still didn't speak to stop him, Lin Mo took the initiative to guide the cultivation. The usually aloof and icy female demon, Lord now, appeared like a shy little woman due to the improvement in her cultivation. "Master, may I kiss you?" In the previous 2 times, Lin Mo had thought about it, but was always dodged by her. The more Lu Ziyan acted this way, the more Lin Mo wanted to control everything about her. Oh. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but then understood. Moments later, their lips met like honey, and Lin Mo felt the beauty of cultivation. In the study of the Purple Sky Palace, the atmosphere was intoxicating. Under the nourishment of Lin Mo's pure yang energy, Lu Ziyan could clearly feel her cultivation significantly improving. What was described in the books was indeed true. The pure yang energy of the pure yang sacred body was the most precious remedy in the world for female cultivators, and it was inexhaustible. Furthermore, since both she and Lin Mo practiced the yin and yang evil magic, the results of their joint cultivation multiplied. This time, Lin Mo and Lu Ziyan's joint cultivation broke previous records. It continued for a full 7 days before coming to a close. Fortunately, it was Lu Ziyan whose cultivation was far above Lin Mo's. If it had been Du Gu Liuli or Shangwan Wuqing, they would have collapsed long ago. In fact, they almost did. After the battle, Lin Mo sensed the power within him and couldn't help but frown. His cultivation had indeed seen a huge improvement from this joint cultivation, but he was still 1 step away from breaking through to the golden core stage. Before starting, he had wondered if he could directly break through to the golden core stage. That would be fine. He could always push for the golden core stage later. As long as his cultivation improved from the joint practice, Lin Mo wasn't greedy. He also understood the principle that haste makes waste. Based on his experience from reading numerous web novels in his previous life, directly breaking through to the golden core stage during joint cultivation might lead to an unstable foundation. Therefore, for such a significant breakthrough, it was best to rely on comprehending the Tao to solidify it. When Lin Mo came back to his senses, he saw Lu Ziyan had already put on her gauzy robe and was tidying her somewhat disheveled hair. In this scene, Lu Ziyan has a unique charm. "I am very satisfied with your performance. In the future, when you see me, you need not bow as long as there are no outsiders present," Lu Ziyan said while tidying her hair. "All right, master." Lin Mo smiled slightly. It seems that Lu Ziyan is gradually being conquered by him. This is a good sign. It's quite normal. Lin Mo truly doesn't believe that many normal women can withstand the conquest of the pure yang sacred body. "Lin Mo, do you still hold a grudge against me for the many torments I inflicted on you in your early years?" "Answer me honestly," Lu Ziyan asked immediately after. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. "What do you mean?" This was the first time Lu Ziyan directly called him by his name. Previously, she referred to him as either a servant or a worthless scum. Such a change in address, as long as one is not a fool, could easily indicate Lu Ziyan's shift in attitude towards him. Lin Mo did not answer directly, but cautiously said, "Master, can you guarantee me that you won't get angry if I tell you the truth?" "Well, go ahead," Lu Ziyan nodded. "Okay." Lin Mo organized his thoughts in his mind. After a long while, he finally said solemnly, "To report to you, Master, physical scars can be erased by time, but the shadows of psychological and mental trauma may accompany one for a lifetime. I was abandoned by my parents as a child and sold to the Initial Sacred Sect to be a servant. Before coming to the Ziqian Palace, I was bullied and suppressed by many seniors in the servant department. They would hit me when they were in a bad mood, hit me when they found me displeasing, and I often woke up from sleep due to being beaten. At that time, I often cried at night, hating each of them, and also hating myself for being so useless. There were several times when I almost couldn't hold on any longer. What was the meaning of my existence in this world as such a coward and useless person? I might as well just die." but I lacked the courage to end my own life. I was afraid of being bullied, and even more afraid of death. Moreover, dying like that would be too pathetic. So, I used all my strength just to survive, hoping that one day I could take revenge on those who had bullied me. Later, with your support, I was able to come to the Zetian Palace as a servant, far away from the dark and hopeless servant department. At that time, I was very grateful to you for bringing me out of the sea of suffering in the servant department. As it turns out, I thanked you too early back then. At this point, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and continued, in 100 years as a servant in the Zetian Palace. Although you have tormented me dozens of times, it is undoubtedly much better compared to those years in the servant department. At least I don't have to worry about being inexplicably beaten awake every night. If we talk about hate, I do have some hatred towards you, but my hatred for you is far less than for those who bullied me in the servant department. As for you, Master, I feel more fear. Master, that is my heartfelt truth. After listening to Lin Mo's recounting, Lu Zian did not speak. She just stared at Lin Mo, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, when the atmosphere in the study became somewhat awkward, Lu Zian finally broke the silence. It is normal to be afraid of me. In the Initial Sacred Sect, except for a very few individuals, everyone fears me. In your eyes, I am indeed that kind of unpredictable demon who tortures, mistreats, and slaughters others at will. I do not deny this, but I want to say that no one is born a demon, except for specific groups. Lin Mo did not deny this. Indeed, as Lu Zian said, no one is born with a penchant for torturing and killing others. The way Lu Zian has become is likely related to some of her past experiences. It's just that Lin Mo is unaware of them. But no matter what kind of past Lu Zian has, to Lin Mo, she is still the demoness. If you want to know about me, then work hard to cultivate. Once I recognize you, I will tell you whatever you want to know. As for now, if you want to hate me, go ahead. After all, I have indeed hurt you. After a brief pause, Lu Zian added, but don't forget, you have also hurt me. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled in relief and said, yes, Master, I will not deny that. Lu Zian's status is noble. She has kept her chastity for hundreds of years. Yet that night, he took advantage of the situation and took her purity from her. For someone like Lu Zian, who has maintained her chastity for hundreds of years, her purity is almost more important than her life. Therefore, Lu Zian saying that Lin Mo has hurt her is indeed not wrong at all. Lu Zian said no more, just waved her hand, signaling that he could leave. Back in the small wooden house, Lin Mo recalled his conversation with Lu Zian and the shift in her attitude towards him. Has this demoness Lu Zian discovered that I possess the pure Yang sacred body? Lin Mo's eyes deepened as he pondered. If not, Lu Zian's attitude towards him could not have undergone such a drastic change. One must admit, the possibility is quite high. The reason he had been concealing the fact that he possessed the pure Yang sacred body was that he was worried Lu Zian would imprison him and use him as a furnace for cultivation. While this would be a physical enjoyment for Lin Mo, psychologically, it would be the most painful torture. If his speculation is correct, it seems he need not worry about that anymore. In any case, this is at least good news for me. Although there is also the possibility that Lu Zian is trying to deceive him. But given Lin Mo's current cultivation level and the gap between him and Lu Zian's cultivation, he couldn't figure out why Lu Zian would need to go to such lengths and take such a roundabout way. It would be more straightforward for her to just imprison him and use him directly as a furnace, wouldn't it? Just as Lin Mo was regaining his focus and preparing to break through to the golden core stage, Shangguan Wuqing arrived. She brought a token that would allow him, as a servant disciple, to have all the rights of an inner disciple. After handing the token to Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuqing asked in confusion, why didn't the master let you participate in the inner disciple assessment and instead had the Elder Hall give you this token? I don't understand. After putting away the token, Lin Mo chuckled and said, the master means that she is too lazy to find another servant disciple who meets her satisfaction to handle the servant affairs of the Zetian Palace. Oh, I see. Well then, Shangguan Wuqing sighed a little regretfully. Although with this token, Lin Mo has the rights of an inner disciple, it still feels quite inconvenient for her. Since Lu Zian is right in the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo dared not say too much on this topic and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Captain Wuqing, has the number 9 mind been recaptured? Yes. Shangguan Wuqing succinctly recounted the process to Lin Mo. After the number 9 mind was lost, the Yin-Yang Sect took the opportunity to mine a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, after the support from the Initial Sacred Sect arrived, the people from the Yin-Yang Sect were even unwilling to engage in a fight with them and decisively retreated. Thus, the number 9 mind was smoothly recaptured. After hearing this, Lin Mo was even more certain that the sudden large-scale attack on the number 9 mind by the Yin-Yang Sect was indeed arranged by the Saint Suyu. The purpose was to attract the attention of the Initial Sacred Sect, giving her a chance to assassinate Lin Mo without drawing attention from others. However, Suyu's careful calculations did not account for the fact that the once-used pawn against Lin Mo, Dugulioli, would unexpectedly stand on Lin Mo's side. The actions of the Yin-Yang Sect this time are very strange, but I cannot pinpoint what is strange about them. Shangguan Wuqing's small eyes were filled with great confusion. This kind of action, hitting you once, taking a little advantage, and then running away, was truly abnormal. Whatever anyway, with the sect leader and the elder council supporting us. Worrying too much is unnecessary. Indeed, after hearing Lin Mo's words, Shangguan Wuqing simply decided to throw these worries aside. Rather than fretting so much, it would be better to seize the time to enhance her own cultivation. If you have time, Shangguan Wuqing hadn't finished her sentence when Lin Mo suddenly covered her mouth. Lin Mo almost broke out in a cold sweat. He could probably guess what Shangguan Wuqing was about to say. If Lu Zian heard this, thinking that he and Shangguan Wuqing were involved, he would probably be lectured harshly by Lu Zian again. Immediately, Lin Mo made a gesture for silence and casually said, "Captain Wuqing, if there's nothing else, I plan to go into seclusion for a while to see if I can improve my cultivation." Chapter 63. Shangguan Wuqing is shocked. The old man has reached the golden core? In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. The transition from the perfect foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, a step away, had become a nightmare for countless cultivators. Those lacking in understanding might find it insurmountable for a lifetime, ultimately only able to sigh at the heavens as their time drew near. But this was only in comparison to those cultivators with insufficient understanding. For Lin Mo, who possessed the pure yang sacred body and had top-notch comprehension, breaking through to the golden core was as easy as drinking water. After 2 months of silence, the golden light radiating from Lin Mo's dantian suddenly transformed into a surging ocean of overwhelming spiritual power, churning and flowing in his dantian. Subsequently, this immense spiritual power burst forth from the dantian, washing over Lin Mo's meridians, flesh, and bones. With a torrent of spiritual power passed, the meridians and limbs underwent earth-shattering changes. Along with the changes, Lin Mo's outward appearance also transformed. Gurgle gurgle, Lin Mo's skin, once filled with wrinkles from years, was once again filled with flesh. Especially his face, which had looked like that of an 80-year-old, now seemed to reverse time. The continuously filling flesh gradually made Lin Mo's weathered face rounder and firmer. Even the small dark spots left by time were being erased at a visible speed. After the vast spiritual power washed over every corner of his body, it finally surged into his dantian like rivers flowing into the sea, beginning to compress and condense. This process lasted several days. Under the constant pressure of the vast spiritual power, a golden core had begun to take shape. However, there was still much dissipated spiritual power wandering within the dantian, unable to merge with the golden core for a long time. Lin Mo's mind stirred as he fully operated the Yin-Yang Evil Magic Technique. In an instant, the embryonic form of the golden core emitted a terrifying sucking force. The dissipated spiritual power had nowhere to escape and was ultimately absorbed by the golden core. When all the dissipated spiritual power was absorbed, a complete golden core, burning with hot flames like the sun, had already suspended in the dantian. At this moment, Lin Mo's aura completely broke through the shackles of the foundation establishment stage. Officially stepping into the golden core realm, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, which had been closed for over 2 months. His dark and deep pupils seemed to shimmer with a golden edge before dissipating. Is this the golden core? There truly is a world of difference between it and foundation establishment. Feeling the vast power within him, Lin Mo's heart surged. Only after advancing to the golden core did he deeply understand the terrifying gap between the golden core and foundation establishment. Looking back now, it truly felt dreamlike that he could hold out for so long against Suyu. Perhaps this is the terrifying aspect of the pure, yang, sacred body. Now, the roles of offense and defense had changed. After being targeted by Suyu for so long, until this moment, Lin Mo finally had enough confidence and assurance to confront Suyu head-on. Even if Suyu had broken through to the mid-golden core during his seclusion, it didn't matter. Lin Mo had absolute confidence that with his current cultivation and means, overcoming a small realm to deal with a mid-golden core should not be a problem. It seems I need to earn some spirit stones since I have none left. During the breakthrough to the golden core, Lin Mo absorbed 6,000 spirit stones. There were only 3,000 spirit stones left in his storage ring. 3,000 spirit stones were still quite a lot for the foundation establishment stage, but for the golden core stage, it was like being broke. Just a bit of training could deplete 3,000 spirit stones completely. Within the sect, there are many ways to earn spirit stones. For instance, working in various departments of the sect, or refining pills or chi to sell. If we talk about the fastest way to earn spirit stones, it would naturally be to take on sect missions. Generally speaking, the tasks issued by the sect are relatively difficult, but the rewards are indeed generous. So, Lin Mo decided to challenge a sect mission, mainly because he neither knew how to refine tools nor pills. Working would be too slow for earning spirit stones. With a decision made, Lin Mo set off for the law enforcement peak. When he arrived at the celestial bridge leading to the law enforcement peak, Shangguan Wuqing came toward him with several law enforcement disciples from the Vermilion Bird Division. Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuqing looked at him several times, almost not recognizing him. After breaking through to the golden core, Lin Mo had changed tremendously. From the appearance of an 80-year-old man, he had seemingly transformed into a middle-aged man in his 60s. If he were to shed his coarse linen robes and change into a white Taoist robe, holding a whisk, he would exude an aura of a celestial being. Captain Wuqing, long time no see. How have you been recently? Lin Mo greeted with a smile. It really is you. I almost didn't recognize you. You look much younger than before. As soon as Lin Mo spoke, Shangguan Wuqing knew she had not mistaken him, her face filled with joy. It had only been a little over 2 months, and Lin Mo had undergone such a huge transformation. It seemed he had successfully broken through. Have I changed that much? Lin Mo said cheerfully. You have. Shangguan Wuqing nodded, liking Lin Mo more the more she looked at him. Are you going to the law enforcement peak? Lin Mo nodded and shared his plan to take on a sect mission. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wuqing immediately said, This is your first time taking a sect mission, right? Let me guide you. All right. Just right. Since it was Lin Mo's first time taking a sect mission, he wasn't too familiar with the process. With Shangguan Wuqing guiding him, he could avoid many detours. Thus, Shangguan Wuqing sent her fellow disciples away and led Lin Mo to the sect mission hall at the law enforcement peak. Inside the mission hall, there were inner disciples from various departments of the Initial Sacred Sect, or direct disciples filtering and taking sect missions. The crowd was bustling and lively. Old man, what level of mission do you want to take? Shangguan Wuqing inquired. Sect missions are also divided into levels. According to the realms of cultivation, the higher the mission level, the greater the risk, and the more generous the reward. Judging by his aura, Lin Mo's cultivation was only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. But Shangguan Wuqing knew that just by looking at Lin Mo, who seemed to have aged 20 years overnight, his cultivation was far more than just mid-foundation establishment. Golden core. Golden core. Lin Mo's calm words caused a great shock to Shangguan Wuqing's mind. She had thought Lin Mo's cultivation exceeded mid-foundation establishment, but she never expected that he had already reached the golden core stage. Doesn't that mean Lin Mo was almost catching up to her? Shangguan Wuqing couldn't help but take a sharp breath. What a terrifying speed of cultivation. Chapter 64. Shangguan Wuqing is shocked for an entire year. You could easily be a saint's son. Follow me. Recovering from the shock, Shangwan Wuqing led Lin Mo to the Golden Core task area. Compared to the Qi refining and foundation establishment task areas, there were significantly fewer disciples gathered around the Golden Core task area. These individuals were either direct disciples from various halls or seasoned inner disciples. Lin Mo, dressed in coarse linen clothing, attracted quite a bit of attention. However, upon seeing Shangwan Wuqing accompanying him, everyone tactfully refrained from provoking Lin Mo. In the eyes of those Golden Core late-stage and even fully realized Golden Core disciples, Shangwan Wuqing's cultivation might be considered average. However, due to her position as the captain of the Zhuke division of the Law Enforcement Hall, ordinary disciples, unless they were foolish, would not dare to deliberately provoke her. After all, attracting the attention of the Law Enforcement Hall could be quite troublesome. Some female Golden Core disciples, however, cast infatuated glances at Lin Mo Jr.'s sister. What are you looking at? One flamboyantly dressed fairy stared dreamily at Lin Mo, her mind even starting to conjure up fantasies with him. It was not until her senior brother waved his hand in front of her that she snapped back to reality. She hurriedly withdrew her gaze and awkwardly said, I wasn't looking at anything, senior brother. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but sneak another glance at Lin Mo. That old servant is so handsome and has such masculine charm. Turns out I like this type. As for the infatuated looks directed at him, Lin Mo had long since become accustomed to them. His gaze quickly scanned the task area, looking for a relatively easy and high-reward task. As it turned out, he was overthinking. Such tasks, if they existed, had already been completed long ago. How about this one? Just as Lin Mo was struggling to decide which task to take, Shangwan Wuqing took down a task token, located at the number 3 mine in the Luoxia mountain range. The disturbances caused by the Yin-Yang Sect have become increasingly frequent. Please go and suppress and clean up. Reward of 1,000 spirit stones for each Yin-Yang Sect Foundation establishment disciple killed, with no upper limit. Reward of 30,000 raw stones for each Yin-Yang Sect Golden Core disciple killed, with no upper limit. That's fine, but Lin Mo asked with some confusion, isn't the reward gap between Foundation establishment and Golden Core a bit too large? Shangwan Wuqing explained, this is very normal. After all, this is the Golden Core task area, and those who take tasks here are at least Golden Core cultivators by default. Since they're Golden Core, killing Foundation establishment disciples is as easy as squashing an ant. 1,000 spirit stones is already quite good. That makes sense. After Shangwan Wuqing's explanation, Lin Mo suddenly found it reasonable. Since it was his first time taking a task, he might as well go for an easier one. There are Foundation establishment tasks for Foundation establishment disciples and Golden Core tasks for Golden Core ones, as long as the incoming opponents are not late-stage Golden Core or stronger. Lin Mo was not afraid. Follow me to register over here. Confirming that Lin Mo had chosen the task of clearing the mine's disturbances, Shangwan Wuqing led him to the counter in the sect's task hall. Wuqing, are you taking this task? The disciple responsible for registering sect tasks was named Li Qian. Hello, it's me taking it, Lin Mo said proactively. You? Li Qian looked Lin Mo up and down and shook his head, saying Foundation Establishment Mid-Stage Cultivation. Taking a Golden Core level task? Moreover, you're a servant disciple. According to sect rules, you are not qualified to take sect tasks. Lin Mo silently took out the token issued to him by the Elders' Hall. After taking a look at the token, Li Qian changed his tune. All right, but your cultivation is still not quite enough. Don't even think about clearing the disturbances caused by the Yin-Yang Sect. With your mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivation, whether you can come back alive is another question. If you want to earn spirit stones, why not consider taking a Foundation establishment level task? It was only because Shangwan Wuqing was there that Li Qian was so accommodating. Otherwise, he would have had a completely different attitude. A mid-stage Foundation establishment disciple taking a Golden Core level task? Wasn't he that absurd? Junior brother Li, Lin Mo is the one taking the task, and I am his teammate, so you don't need to worry about that. Just register it. Shangwan Wuqing interjected. Upon hearing this, Li Qian's eyes widened. He had heard rumors about Shangwan Wuqing and Lin Mo, but he never expected to see it confirmed today. He didn't dare to ask further and quickly registered Lin Mo for the task. Thanks, Captain Wuqing. Otherwise, It would have been quite troublesome for me to take this task. After leaving the sect's task hall, Lin Mo solemnly expressed his gratitude. Shangguan Wuqing smiled and waved her hand, indicating it was nothing. Captain Wuqing, so you're also taking sect tasks? Lin Mo then asked, if I lack spirit stones. Of course I will, Shangguan Wuqing replied seriously. Although the position of captain of the Zhuke division provides me with quite a number of spirit stones, sometimes it's still not enough, and I also take sect tasks to earn spirit stones. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. By the way, old man, are you already at the golden core stage? Shangguan Wuqing finally asked the question that had been on her mind. She knew Lin Mo was hiding his true cultivation, but she couldn't see through it. Lin Mo did not answer, only giving her a knowing smile. The answer was already quite obvious. You guy, if you weren't so old, just based on your cultivation speed over this period, you could easily be a holy son of the sect. After getting the answer from Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuqing was left utterly shocked. Who would have thought that almost a year ago, when she first met Lin Mo, he was still at the 4th level of qi refining? Yet in less than a year, Lin Mo had made a meteoric rise straight to the golden core stage. This terrifying speed of cultivation could only be described with 2 words: monstrous. Shangguan Wuqing could also guess that Lin Mo must have encountered some astonishing opportunity to allow this old servant, who was nearing his limits, to turn his life around. But since Lin Mo did not take the initiative to speak, she naturally would not presumptuously press on with questions. I don't deny that. Lin Mo was not modest either. If he had activated the pure young holy body when he was young, let alone being a holy son, even becoming the young master of the holy sect would have been an easy feat. All right, let's set off. Chapter 65, Upset. Lin Mo is very angry. That night, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing arrived at the Luoxia mountain range, 1,000 miles away from the gate of the initial holy sect. After reaching the No. 3 mine in the Luoxia mountain range, Shangguan Wuqing took Lin Mo to the management office to register, proving that they had indeed come to support the No. 3 mine. In the first few days at the No. 3 mine, the Yin-Yang sect did not come to disturb them. Everything seemed calm and peaceful. During these days, Shangguan Wuqing also showed Lin Mo around the mining operations. Overall, the main labor force for spirit stone mining at the mine was composed of outer disciples of the initial holy sect. These outer disciples had better cultivation talent than servant disciples, but they did not meet the requirements to enter the inner sect. However, they still had hopes of entering the inner sect. As long as they broke through to the foundation establishment stage, they could become inner disciples of the initial holy sect. Time flew by, and it was already the 5th day. As night fell, the spirit stone mining work at the No. 3 mine was still in full swing. With nothing to do, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing sought some excitement and went to a small forest near the mine. In a wall slam position, Lin Mo pinned Shangguan Wuqing against a large tree. Shangguan Wuqing's smooth, jade-like hand cradled Lin Mo's face as she said tenderly, "Darling, I miss you so much. Kiss me quickly." Lin Mo satisfied her request, greedily capturing Shangguan Wuqing's sweetness. Having long been deprived, Shangguan Wuqing quickly succumbed. The two became entwined, feeling the burning love they had for each other. Not long after, in the small forest, a series of blushing moans echoed out. Time quickly passed to deep night. Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing finished the first round of battle. Just as they were about to start the second round, boom, a spiritual power attack tore through the night sky and accurately hit the entrance of the 3rd mine. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the darkness. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm of the 3rd mine rang out. Immediately after, waves of spiritual power attacks fell from the sky, indiscriminately targeting the entire 3rd mine. Has it finally arrived? Feeling disappointed, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Well, let down. Let us finish them off, not leaving a single one. Shangguan Wuqing quickly put on her clothes, feeling somewhat displeased as well. Why did they have to come at this moment, neither early nor late? As Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing rushed out of the small forest, they saw more than a dozen figures hovering in the air. They were manipulating spiritual power, recklessly attacking the 3rd mine. Retreat! Seeing Lin Mo Shangwan Wuqing, and the management of the third mind rushing out. These people showed no desire to fight and decided to retreat immediately. The management of the third mind only chased for a short distance before stopping, to avoid falling for the enemy's trick of drawing them away. This was precisely why Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing came to provide support. Lin Mo sensed the situation. Among the more than a dozen attackers, the vast majority were at the Foundation establishment stage, with 2 mid-core formation experts among them. These 2 mid-core formation experts had been covering for the group of Foundation establishment disciples, which prevented Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing from killing them. Seeing that only Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing were pursuing, the 2 mid-core formation experts suddenly came to a halt. Then, one of them waved his hand, and the remaining Foundation establishment disciples immediately surrounded Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing. Haha, isn't this Captain Shangwan Wuqing from the Law Enforcement Hall of the Initial Holy Sect? You've fallen into our hands again. Shangwan Wuqing was taken aback, but quickly recognized them. A cold, murderous intent immediately surfaced in her beautiful eyes. It's you? It seems our paths are destined to cross. What's going on? Lin Mo asked. They're the brothers from the Yin-Yang Sect, Yang Tian and Yang Yun, who injured me last time with the Yin technique. Shangwan Wuqing succinctly explained her grudge with the Yang brothers to Lin Mo. So it's them? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. Hee, Captain Shangwan Wuqing. Last time you managed to escape by luck, but this time you won to be so fortunate. Yang Tian, as the elder brother, watched Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing like a cat playing with a mouse. Taunting. You dare come out to chase with just a Foundation establishment mid-stage ant? Should I call you foolish or just plain foolish? You don't learn from your mistakes. It seems tonight you will be buried here. In terms of both numbers and cultivation, they had an absolute advantage over Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing. To say they had the upper hand would be an understatement. The Yang brothers couldn't imagine that Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing had any chance of escape tonight. I can hold one of them back, but what about those Foundation establishment disciples? Shangwan Wuqing frowned and said solemnly. Lin Mo, being at the core formation stage, could easily hold one of the Yang brothers, but the issue remained with the dozen or so Foundation establishment disciples. Perhaps they didn't pose a direct threat, but as long as they intervened with a sneak attack, the stalemate would be instantly broken. Simple. Lin Mo smiled slightly, his gaze directly landing on the Yang brothers. Leave these 2 brothers to me. You deal with those Foundation establishment ants. Although there were more than a dozen Foundation establishment disciples on the opposite side, there were nothing more than ants in Shangwan Wuqing as presence. Given some time, she could kill them all. Ha! Ha ha ha! This old man must be losing his mind. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, not only the Yang brothers, but even the dozen or so Foundation establishment disciples let out mocking laughter. From their perspective, Lin Mo was merely at the Foundation establishment mid-stage. One-on-one, whether he could win against one of the Foundation establishment mid-stage disciples was a big question mark. He even dared to claim he could take on the strongest Yang brothers. Lin Mo also chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, the black knife appeared. Yang Tian, Yang Yin, right? Tonight, I will come to settle the score for the injury you caused to Captain Wuqing last time. Oomph. Yang Yin sneered. I thought you had some strong cultivation, but you're just a mere Foundation establishment mid-stage, daring to speak wildly in front of me? It won't take both of us to kill you. With just one move, I can send you to your doom. Oh, is that so? Then I'd like to see how that goes. Boom. As he finished speaking, a blazing red spiritual power immediately enveloped the blade. Lin Mo lightly tapped the air with his toes, and his figure shot out. The flaming blade sliced through the night sky, carrying an unstoppable momentum directly towards Yang Tian. What is happening? Seeing Lin Mo charging in, Yang Tian, who had just been looking disdainful, furrowed his brows. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately summoned a long sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air. Although Yang Tian blocked Lin Mo as frontal strike, he was still sent flying. What? How is this possible? Isn't this old man at the Foundation establishment mid-stage? How could he possibly push back senior brother Yang Tian with a single strike? Witnessing the scene, Yang Yun and the Foundation establishment disciples widened their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. despite being at the Foundation establishment mid-stage, Lin Mo actually managed to suppress the Yang brothers. This old man must have concealed his aura. His true cultivation is at least mid-core formation, possibly just a step away from late core formation. Don't underestimate him. At this moment, the previously pushed back Yang Tian charged back in. Lin Mo stood in midair with the black knife burning with blazing spiritual power. The gentle breeze rustled his sleeves. Then you might be overestimating me a bit. Lin Mo's expression was indifferent, and he no longer concealed his aura, revealing his early core formation cultivation. Early core formation? Impossible. Yang Tian and Yang Yun widened their eyes. They would rather believe Lin Mo was a strong cultivator nearing late core formation than accept that he was merely an early core formation ant. Otherwise, if word got out, where would the Yang brothers' face be? Lin Mo chuckled and said, "Heartless Captain, you can take those 10,000 spirit stones, and I'll take care of the 60,000 spirit stones." What spirit stones? Yang Tian, Yang Yun, and the others were momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Lin Mo meant by this. "Oh, you don't know?" Lin Mo explained compassionately. "The disciples of your Yin-Yang sect are worth 1,000 spirit stones in the Foundation establishment stage and 30,000 spirit stones in the Golden Core stage. I did a quick calculation, and if I kill all of you, I can get 75,000 spirit stones. I want them all." Upon hearing this, Yang Yun and the other's eyelids twitched violently. He may not have much ability, but his arrogance was considerable. Yang Tian snorted coldly and said disdainfully just now, "I was merely underestimating my opponent. Are you feeling proud? By the way, I'll tell you. The Golden Core disciples of your initial holy sect aren't worth that much here. Just about 20,000 spirit stones. Even a mosquito is still meat. Once I kill you, I'll take your heads back to the sect to claim the spirit stones." Oh. The Foundation establishment disciples surrounding Lin Mo were suddenly invigorated. Indeed, they had only been caught off guard by Lin Mo earlier. Since Lin Mo was only at the early Golden Core stage, he was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Mo? Shangguan Wuqing looked at Lin Mo, analyzing the situation. It was indeed unfavorable for them. Lin Mo waved his hand, and Shangguan Wuqing immediately understood his intention. "If you have such ability, I wouldn't mind, but unfortunately, you don't." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo launched another attack without warning. He charged straight at the already injured Yang Yun. Yang Yun, who had been prepared, was not caught off guard by Lin Mo again. A trident gleaming with cold light appeared, and with killing intent in his eyes. He thrust it directly at Lin Mo, who was rushing towards him. However, it seemed that Lin Mo was about to launch a frontal assault, but it was merely a feint. The moment Yang Yun thrust the trident, Lin Mo's figure flickered and he dodged past the trident, his black knife heading straight for Yang Yun. However, Yang Yun, who was at the mid-Golden Core stage, was not to be underestimated. He was slightly startled, but quickly reacted. At this point, it was too late to retract his attack. Yang Yun leaned back, narrowly avoiding Lin Mo's frontal slash. At the same time, a chill came from behind Lin Mo. It was Yang Tian. For disciples of the immortal Tao, there might be some code of martial ethics, avoiding despicable acts like bullying the weak with numbers. But as a demonic sect, the Yin-Yang sect didn't have such high morals or qualities as the immortal Tao disciples. Bullying the weak, overpowering the few with many, and taking advantage of the old, what of it? History is always written by the victors. It doesn't matter how the process goes. Facing Yang Tian's sneak attack from behind, Lin Mo remained calm. After kicking Yang Yun away, he finally turned around and slashed forward with his knife. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as a wave of astonishing spiritual power rippled out. After just a few moments of stalemate, both Lin Mo and Yang Tian were shaken back. However, from the looks of both sides, Lin Mo seemed to be at an advantage. "It's time to deal with you." Seeing that Lin Mo could still handle the Yang brothers, Shangguan Wuqing finally directed her cold, murderous gaze at the dozen or so Foundation establishment disciples. Although they were numerous, facing Shangguan Wuqing, who had reached the mid-Golden Core stage, these Foundation establishment disciples felt a bit intimidated. "Don't be afraid. She's just one person. Let us go together. She can't do anything to us." Ignorant. Shangguan Wuqing's massacre began. On the other side, Lin Mo was also engaged in a thrilling battle with the Yang brothers. Although he was outnumbered and faced a slight gap in cultivation, Lin Mo relied on his excellent combat experience and the enhancement of his pure Yang sacred body to maneuver through the Yang brothers' fierce onslaught without showing any signs of decline. On the contrary, he seemed to be growing stronger as the battle continued. Noticing the change in the battlefield, the expressions of the Yang brothers gradually darkened. They already had an advantage in cultivation, and with their numbers plus their excellent teamwork, they could even contend against someone nearing the late Golden Core stage. Yet today, they never expected that an old man at the early Golden Core stage could force them into such a predicament. It can't be dragged out any longer. Yang Tian and Yang Yun exchanged glances. Observing Lin Mo's increasing strength, they realized that if they continued to delay, the situation would only become more unfavorable for them. Thus, the Yang brothers retreated in unison, stepping out of Lin Mo's attack range. They then quickly performed intricate and obscure hand seals. The temperature of the surrounding world suddenly dropped. Tying Technique. Chapter 67. Tying Technique. But I am a pure Yang sacred body. Whoosh! The biting cold wind howled. The humidity in the surrounding air surged dramatically. An endless stream of spiritual power erupted from Yang Tian and Yang Yun, coalescing into a river of spiritual energy swirling around them. The river of spiritual energy exuded a bone-chilling coldness, as if it aimed to freeze this entire world. Then, under the control of the Yang brothers, the vast river of spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a mist of ice that enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of miles. This bone-chilling mist was continuously invading Lin Mo's body through his pores. Is this the tying technique? Feeling a slight chill on his skin, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Soon, he saw the vast mist of ice rushing toward him. Is this old man a fool? Or has he never heard of our Yin-Yang Sect's tying technique? Yang Yun mocked as Lin Mo stood still. Who cares? As long as the tying technique begins to take effect, his actual combat power will gradually decline, and in the end, he'd just be left at our mercy. Yang Tian crossed his arms, watching Lin Mo, who was surrounded by the mist of ice, with a mocking expression, as if victory was already in his grasp. The tying technique indeed had no immediate lethality. What made it truly feared was its extremely strong, chilling aura. Generally, unless one's cultivation level was far superior to that of the person using the tying technique, it was difficult to completely block the invasion of the chilling aura released by the tying technique. Before long, the mist of ice had completely invaded Lin Mo's body. Just as Yang Tian and Yang Yun were about to take Lin Mo down, they suddenly saw a fiery red aura emanating from Lin Mo. Not only was he unaffected by the tying technique, but his aura had even noticeably elevated. The Yang brothers frowned at this sight. Their eyes filled with a large question mark. Haha, thank you for your gift. Lin Mo couldn't hold back and laughed loudly. Originally, he had been planning to operate the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique to mobilize pure Yang energy to counteract the effects of the tying technique. But then he was astonished to discover that the pure Yang sacred body was assimilating the chilling aura that had invaded his body. Following that, the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique operated, absorbing the chilling aura that had been transformed into pure spiritual energy by the pure Yang sacred body and converting it for his own use. What's going on? You weren't affected by the tying technique. The Yang brothers instinctively took a few steps back. Their pupils constricted, and their minds were shaken. They had never encountered such a situation before. The tying technique had completely failed. Not only that, but the tying technique they had cast had inadvertently enhanced Lin Mo's cultivation. What kind of monster could transform the chilling aura of the tying technique into their own power? Lin Mo raised the corner of his mouth slightly, saying in a way that could infuriate others. How about you two try again? Maybe something went wrong just now. Damn it. The faces of the Yang brothers darkened completely. They never expected that Lin Mo, a mere early-stage Golden Core ant, could not only confront them, two mid-stage Golden Core experts, head-on, but could even disregard their trump card technique, the tying art. In an instant, both Yang brothers had the thought of retreating. Just now, they had joined forces and still couldn't subdue Lin Mo. With Lin Mo's power having increased now, they were even less able to contend. This farce of you bothering my initial holy sex mine ends here. Bang! The blade's edge erupted with spiritual energy. Lin Mo held the black knife, killing intent cold. And let's settle the score for the last time you two harmed Captain Wuching. Quickly retreat. Sensing the chilling killing intent that was almost palpable from Lin Mo, the older brother Yang Tian felt something was amiss. He made a decisive retreat. Yang did not dare to be slow and hurriedly followed Yang Tian's pace. I didn't say you could leave. Lin Mo raised his eyelids slightly, holding the black knife high. Soul-cutting blade technique, second form, soul severing. As his words fell, the black knife in Lin Mo's hand suddenly slashed down towards the direction the Yang brothers were fleeing. Buzz! The knife intent hummed, a fiery red blade light, dozens of miles long and radiating a scorching aura, tore through the night sky. In the blink of an eye, it descended upon the heads of the Yang brothers. With terror in their eyes, they could only watch helplessly as the blade light fell, powerless to resist. In the next instant, boom, a violent energy explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the earth and illuminating the night. The shockwave from the explosion spread like lightning. The peaks along its path were all severed in half. In the distance, after killing more than a dozen Foundation Establishment disciples, Shangguan Wuqing had to activate a protective barrier to withstand the incoming shockwave. What happened over there? Shangguan Wuqing frowned slightly. She was unsure whether this commotion was caused by Lin Mo or the Yang brothers. After the shock wave dissipated, she quickly cut off the heads of the dozen or so Foundation Establishment disciples and stored them in her storage ring. Then she rushed towards the direction of the energy explosion. The energy storm swept for a long time before gradually dissipating. At the center of the explosion, a bottomless pit appeared. At this moment, Shangguan Wuqing arrived, looking at the bottomless pit ahead, and was shocked. However, when she saw Lin Mo safe and sound, her heart that had been hanging in her chest finally relaxed. From the current situation, it seemed that Lin Mo had won. Did you take care of your side? Lin Mo asked casually. Shangguan Wuqing nodded lightly. It seems I underestimated your strength. Regardless of the power of the energy explosion just now, Shangguan Wuqing could no longer sense the Yang brothers' presence. This meant that the Yang brothers, who had pressed her in their last encounter, had become the souls under Lin Mo's blade. Perhaps Lin Mo's cultivation was not as high as hers, but his actual combat power had already surpassed her. Captain Wuqing, you're overpraising me. Lin Mo smiled lightly, then unfolded his form and landed at the bottom of the pit. The Yang brothers, in tattered clothes and covered in wounds, lay at the bottom of the pit, completely lifeless. Lin Mo raised his knife and severed their heads. However, he was still not at ease and stabbed the bodies of the Yang brothers a few more times, cutting them into several pieces, confirming they were dead beyond any doubt. He finally stopped. After collecting the heads of the Yang brothers, Lin Mo also stored the magical tools they had just used. Although Lin Mo did not use swords or tridents, it did not prevent him from taking them back to sell for a good price. Just as he finished securing the heads and magical tools of the Yang brothers, an exceptionally powerful aura suddenly appeared in the perception of Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing. Moreover, this powerful aura was rapidly approaching their location. Chapter 68. Another expert? Nascent soul old monster? Space strangulation. This aura made Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing exchange glances. They both sensed that the owner of this powerful aura was at least at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Shangguan Wuqing visibly panicked. Even before the owner of this peak Golden Core aura arrived, it already exerted a suffocating pressure on her. It seems this person is likely the guest elder from the Yin-Yang Sect who led the last major attack on the number 9 mine, Sanying. Shangguan Wuqing said solemnly. What are we waiting for? Retreat. Lin Mo had not inflated to the point of wanting to confront a peak Golden Core. They were only a little over 1,000 miles from the initial Holy Sect's mountain gate. For Golden Core Cultivator, this distance was not far. If they flew at full speed, Lin Mo estimated they could reach it in under 10 minutes. Immediately, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing began to flee, heading towards the initial Holy Sect's mountain gate at full speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages and sonic booms. Kill someone and then try to run? Leave your lives behind. Song Ying's speed far exceeded that of Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing. In less than 2 minutes, Song Ying's figure appeared behind the two. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy was mobilized, forming a spiritual energy canopy that pressed down towards Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed, and he swung his knife again, using all his strength to just barely counter Song Ying's casual strike. In that moment, Song Ying had already blocked the path of Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing. He was an elderly man with a frail appearance, standing in midair with his hands behind his back, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. Just a mere early-stage golden core and mid-stage golden core could leave Yang Tian and his group behind. Song Ying looked at Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing, somewhat incredulously saying, "Although I don't know how you did it, today you will not escape death." Lin Mo also stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, showing no signs of panic. He fearlessly locked eyes with Song Ying, saying, "Haha, your Yin-Yang sect only knows how to use some childish and lowly tricks. Do you think you can kill both of us and still leave alive?" Lin Mo cast a glance towards the direction of the Initial Holy Sect's mountain gate and continued, "This place is not far from my sect's mountain gate. With a bit of effort, you might not be able to keep us here. By then, when my sect's reinforcements arrive, how will you escape?" Song Ying stroked his white beard and smiled. "Are you trying to intimidate me? I won't deny that this place is indeed not far from the Initial Holy Sect's mountain gate, and once the reinforcements arrive, I will be in danger. However, dealing with you two is merely a matter of finger snap. To me, you're nothing but shrimp soldiers and crab generals, without even the ability to resist." Lin Mo shrugged noncommittally. A spark of brilliance flashed in his deep black eyes, and he tightened his grip on the black knife, saying, "In that case, come at me. As an early-stage golden core, I can't exchange for a peak golden core. That would be a fair trade." Shangwan Wuqing also gave up on any illusions, fully mobilizing the spiritual energy within her body, preparing for a desperate fight. "Humph, an ant shaking a tree, truly overestimating yourself." Song Ying snorted disdainfully and was about to strike, wanting to kill Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing here. However, at that moment, since when could mere early-stage golden core ants spout such words at the gate of my Initial Holy Sect? A voice with an unparalleled sense of oppression suddenly resonated from the void. Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing were shocked, but the next moment, they were filled with wild joy. It seems that the owner of this ethereal female voice is someone from their Initial Sacred Sect. Li Xinran. In the next moment, Shangwan Wuqing seemed to recognize the owner of this voice. Where there are joys, there are sorrows. When this ethereal female voice echoed, the nearby Song Ying's hair stood on end, and his scalp felt as if it had exploded. Song Ying looked around in terror, trying to find the owner of the voice. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lin Mo and the others, a graceful and beautiful figure slowly descended from the sky. At the same time, the first ray of dawn broke over the horizon and illuminated the graceful figure. Lin Mo was able to see her face clearly. She wore a pure white fitted gauzy gown, which, despite its fluffy appearance, could not conceal her proud body curves. The warm sunlight of dawn shone on her profile, making her look stunning, cold yet dignified and oppressive. Immediately, Shangwan Wuqing saw Li Xinran's delicate hand slowly reaching out, grasping emptily towards Song Ying in midair. Crack! Crack! The space around Song Ying began to collapse inch by inch. The collapsing space formed a spatial cage, imprisoning Song Ying. Spatial power, a nascent soul old monster. Upon seeing this scene, Song Ying's pupils contracted, and a wave of intense fear surged through him like a tide. Fairy! Fairy! Spare me, and I promise I will never set foot within the Initial Sacred Sect's 10,000-mile radius again. Song Ying's voice trembled, and his strong desire to survive forced him to abandon his dignity. Our Initial Sacred Sect and your Yin-Yang sect are sworn enemies. Where's the talk of sparing you? Li Xinran's beautiful eyes were indifferent, and her delicate hand that grasped the air gently clenched. Song Ying didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was crushed to pieces by the collapsing space, leaving not even a trace of dust. This is a nascent soul old monster, truly terrifying. Lin Mo swallowed hard, secretly shocked. At the same time, he felt fortunate that this fairy Li Xinran was one of them. Otherwise, facing such a terrifying nascent soul old monster, Lin Mo couldn't imagine how he could escape with his life. After dealing with Song Ying, Li Xinran slowly turned around. Her gaze first landed on Shangwan Wuqing next to Lin Mo. You are Shangwan Wuqing, right? It's been a while. You've already reached the golden core stage. It's me, senior sister Xinran. Shangwan Wuqing flew forward, her pretty face filled with joy and admiration at seeing Li Xinran again. After a brief exchange, Shangwan Wuqing called Lin Mo over. Let me introduce you, senior sister Xinran. This is Lin Mo. Well, he's a miscellaneous disciple of the sect. Shangwan Wuqing briefly introduced Lin Mo to Li Xinran. Miscellaneous disciple Lin Mo, I've met senior sister Li. Lin Mo cupped his hands in greeting. Li Xinran nodded slightly, then began to assess Lin Mo. Are the miscellaneous disciples of the sect already at the golden core stage? Chapter 69. Wanting to monopolize the old man? I want to agree. It's just an exception. Senior sister Xinran. In short, it's hard to explain clearly in a few words. After Shangwan Wuqing finished explaining, she briefly introduced Li Xinran to Lin Mo. Li Xinran, the previous team leader of the Law Enforcement Hall's Vermilion Bird Division. When she reached the peak of the Golden Core stage and attempted to break through to the nascent soul stage, she was unable to comprehend the way of the nascent soul. After a long time without a breakthrough, Li Xinran decided to go out for training and only recently returned to the sect. Fate is indeed wonderful. I originally planned to return to the sect directly to report to my master, but I came over to check when I saw signs of a battle here. Li Xinran said, Thanks to you, senior sister Xinran. Shangwan Wuqing smiled. Otherwise, Lin Mo and I would probably not have had a good outcome tonight. Lin Mo also echoed, Yes, thank you for your help, senior sister Li. Haha, senior. Li Xinran smiled lightly. Whether in age or cultivation, I indeed qualify as your senior. Calling me senior is fine. Lin Mo smiled back. Earlier, he thought it seemed inappropriate to call Li Xinran senior sister with Shangwan Wuqing, considering his master was not the Law Enforcement Hall's leader Su Meiyu. Thus, Lin Mo felt it was more appropriate to call her senior. You are on a mission for the sect, right? Have you completed it? Li Xinran then asked. I guess it could be considered completed. Shangwan Wuqing turned to Lin Mo and asked, What do you think? I also think it could be considered completed. Our mission here was to help clear the disturbances at the number 3 mine. And now that we've dealt with Song Ying and the Yang brothers, it naturally counts as completed. Lin Mo also expressed his opinion. With their views aligned, Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing followed Li Xinran back to the Initial Sacred Sect. At the law enforcement peak, Li Xinran went to report to Su Meiyu, while Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing went to the sect's task hall to submit their mission. When the task manager, Liao Jin, saw the more than 10 heads brought back by Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing, as well as the identity tokens of the Yang brothers and others, he was momentarily stunned. Shangwan Wuqing, did you really kill all these? Liao Jin asked, somewhat doubtful. Yes. Is there a problem, Senior Liao? Shangwan Wuqing nodded. No problem. Liao Jin clicked his tongue. It's just that with your cultivation levels, you actually managed to kill 2 mid-golden core disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect and over 10 Foundation Establishment disciples. It's indeed a bit unbelievable. Not just Liao Jin. Anyone would find it hard to believe. After all, from the aura, Lin Mo was only at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage. Shangwan Wuqing was at the mid-golden core stage. But facing 2 mid-golden core disciples from the Yin-Yang Sect and over 10 Foundation Establishment disciples working together, it was already a blessing for them to return alive. Who would have thought that Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing not only returned unscathed, but also killed all the opponents? Shangwan Wuqing chuckled. Don't say it's you, Senior Liao. I actually find it quite unbelievable too. I killed all the Foundation Establishment disciples, while those 2 mid-golden core ones were killed by Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, a big question mark appeared on Liao Jin's face. Shangwan Wuqing, don't be too outrageous. Tell me, how could a mid-Foundation Establishment old man kill 2 mid-golden core ones? Cool me. Come, old miscellaneous disciple. Tell me how you killed those 2 mid-golden core ones. Cough, cough, it was just luck. Lin Mo coughed awkwardly. Senior Liao, could you please help us settle the task rewards? Lin Mo thought Even if he told Liao Jin his true cultivation level, Liao Jin would still find it impossible. So, it was better to save his breath. According to the reward on the task token, you killed 2 mid-golden core disciples of the Yin-Yang Sect and 15 Foundation Establishment disciples, totaling 75,000 spirit stones. Here you go. If it weren't for Shangguan Wuqing's testimony, Liao Jin would have wanted to have Lin Mo confirm how he killed the Yang brothers. Thank you, Senior Liao. After receiving the task reward of 75,000 spirit stones, Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing happily left the task hall. Next was the division of spoils. Oh no, the reward distribution segment. Lin Mo initially intended to split the 75,000 spirit stones with Shangguan Wuqing. However, Shangguan Wuqing said, "No need, old man. You contributed more than I did. So let's just take the spirit stones according to our respective heads. I'll take 15,000, and you take 60,000. Besides, I have many channels to obtain spirit stones. You wouldn't want to come and take sect tasks to earn spirit stones every now and then, would you? It's better to spend that time in seclusion to cultivate." All right, then thank you for your generosity, Captain Wuqing. Lin Mo stopped being polite and accepted the 60,000 spirit stones. Are you in a hurry to go back? Shangguan Wuqing then asked. Not in a hurry, why? Lin Mo replied. Then come to my place for a while. Shangguan Wuqing winked at Lin Mo and said, Last night, those people from the Yin-Yang Sect ruined the fun. You must not have had enough fun either. Let's go. Lin Mo originally intended to go back and continue his closed-door cultivation. Since Shangguan Wuqing said so, if he didn't go, wouldn't it'd be a waste of the Yin-Yang evil magic and pure Yang holy body, the 2 sacred artifacts he cultivated? Anyway, Lu Zian probably knew she was out to take on a sect mission. Returning a few days earlier or later wouldn't be a big deal. However, neither Lin Mo nor Shangguan Wuqing noticed that on their way to Shangguan Wuqing's house, Dugyulili had discovered them. That old man and senior sister Wuqing? A hint of jealousy appeared in Dugyulili's beautiful eyes. She knew Lin Mo had a relationship with Shangguan Wuqing, and, judging by their direction, they were definitely heading to Shangguan Wuqing's house. Want to monopolize the old man? I want to allow it. So, Dugyulili quietly followed them. On the other side, after closing the big door, Shangguan Wuqing couldn't wait to pounce on Lin Mo, allowing Shangguan Wuqing to kiss him. Lin Mo hugged her and went to the tea table in the hall. As their movements became more frenzied, the atmosphere in the hall heated up. Just as Lin Mo had removed half of Shangguan Wuqing's clothes, a sudden knocking sound came from outside the door. The actions of Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing came to an abrupt halt. It was clear that both Lin Mo and Shangguan Wuqing were somewhat displeased. Who is it? Shangguan Wuqing asked irritably. Senior sister Wuqing, it's me, Dugyulili, came the somewhat mischievous voice from outside. Shangguan Wuqing frowned in displeasure and asked, Is there something you need? Junior sister Lily? Of course. I wouldn't come to find you if I didn't need something. Senior sister, why don't you open the door and let me in? Dugyulili's voice continued. What should we do? Shangguan Wuqing furrowed her brows. She was very angry, but as Dugyulili's senior sister, it was indeed a bit unreasonable to not see her. What do you think? Lin Mo asked with a smile. Since the person outside was Dugyulili, Lin Mo had no objections. It was just that Shangguan Wuqing still didn't know about his relationship with Dugyulili. Even if she did know, Shangguan Wuqing would probably mind a little. Therefore, Lin Mo still planned to respect Shangguan Wuqing's thoughts. Why don't you hide for a while? I'll quickly send her away, he suggested. Shangguan Wuqing glanced around and found there was no suitable hiding place in the hall. If she had to say, the only option was the tea table they were leaning against, with a tablecloth covering it. As long as Dugyulili didn't specifically come to lift it, she definitely wouldn't discover Lin Mo had no objections and immediately crawled under the tea table. Senior sister? Meanwhile, outside, Dugyulili saw that Shangguan Wuqing had not moved for a long time, so she called out again. Coming. A bit flustered, Shangguan Wuqing quickly tidied her disheveled clothes and then stood up to open the door for Dugyulili. Once inside, Dugyulili began to look around. Whether intentional or not, she asked pointedly, Senior sister, are you home alone? Shangguan Wuqing pretended to be nonchalant and sat down at the tea table, casually saying, I haven't formed a Dao partner yet. If I'm not alone at home, Who else could I be with? Oh, right, senior sister, forgive me. I've been a bit tired lately, and my brain might be a bit fuzzy. Lili, who had seen Lin Mo come back with Shangwan Wuching, certainly didn't believe her. She began to wander around the living room, searching for Lin Mo's figure. To cover up the fact that Lin Mo was there, Shangwan Wuching could only sit at the tea table, not daring to move. After all, she had to prevent Lili from suddenly lifting the tablecloth. However, Lin Mo under the table was not being still. Fortunately, at this moment, Lili's attention was not on her. Shangwan Wuching secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly kicked Lin Mo with her jade foot, signaling him not to cause trouble. Then she said to Lili, "Junior sister, what are you looking for? If there's something, just say it. I don't have much time. It's nothing much. I just thought about how we had a bit of an unpleasantness last time. So I came to chat with you to clear up the misunderstanding between us," Lili said as she approached the door to the pitch-black room. Shangwan Wuching knew exactly what Lili was referring to. So she generously said, "Junior sister, you're overthinking it. I haven't taken that matter to heart, so you don't need to worry that it has affected our sisterhood." Hee. I knew senior sister Wuching wouldn't be so narrow-minded. Lili laughed and pointed at the door of the room, saying, "Senior sister, this is your room, right? Can I take a look?" While talking to Shangwan Wuching, she had almost searched the entire hall without finding Lin Mo. Therefore, Lili was sure that Lin Mo must be hiding in the room. Lili thought her senior sister would try to stop her in every possible way. Instead, she heard Shangwan Wuching say, "If junior sister wants to see, then feel free. It's nothing much anyway." "Really? Then I'm going in." As she smoothly obtained Shangwan Wuching's permission, Lili couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. But she still pushed open the door and walked in. Lighting the candle in the room, everything inside came into view at a glance. Aside from an empty bed, a desk, and a bookshelf, there was nothing else. "This is impossible. I clearly saw the old man come in. How could he not be here?" Lili wondered silently. She simply glanced around the room, confirmed that no one was there, and then came out. At the same time, Shangwan Wuching, sitting at the tea table, seemed to have an unusual expression. Hearing Lili's footsteps, she hurriedly regained her composure and said, "Did you finish looking? Junior sister, if there's nothing else, I'm going to start cultivating. It shouldn't be." After closing the door again, Lili seemed to not hear Shangwan Wuching's words and walked over with a puzzled expression. "What shouldn't be?" While asking, Shangwan Wuching discreetly pushed Lin Mo back onto the tea table. Lili sat down across from Shangwan Wuching, pouring herself a cup of tea as if she were no stranger, and said, "Oh, it's nothing, I'm a bit thirsty. Just having a cup of tea before I go." While pouring tea, Lili naturally crossed her legs. It was fine not to cross her legs, but as soon as she did, her action of pouring tea suddenly froze. It seemed she had kicked something. In an instant, Lili suddenly understood. Seeing this, Shangwan Wuching's heart sank, feeling that something was wrong. Lili pretended to be nonchalant and continued pouring tea, saying with a half-smile, "Senior sister Wuching, are you really home alone?" "What else?" Shangwan Wuching still held on to the last bit of hope. "Is that so?" Lili smiled meaningfully, then suddenly lifted the tablecloth to look underneath. In an instant, Shangwan Wuching's pupils constricted, and her heart stopped. Cough, cough. Lin Mo cleared his throat and then crawled out from under the table. "Senior sister Wuching, since you're home alone, this person must be a thief, right?" Lili said with a smile. "Senior sister, you're really something. There's a thief in your house. And you didn't even know. Fortunately, I discovered in time, and I'll help you take him back for a good interrogation." "Junior sister," Shangwan Wuching quickly stopped Lili, saying in a deep voice, "What exactly do you want? Have you been secretly following us this whole time?" Lili said calmly, "Senior sister, don't make it sound so harsh. I just happened to see you all, so I followed you here. Besides, I've known about your relationship with Lin Mo for a while now, so what is there to be afraid of?" Since Lili had caught her, Shangwan Wuching decided to lay it all out. "You clearly know, so why did you come over? What do you really want?" Chapter 71. You can question my character, but don't question my pure yang sacred body. Lili smiled meaningfully and raised an eyebrow at Shangwan Wuching, saying, "Wuching senior sister, I guess you alone can't withstand the onslaught of that little old man, Lin Mo, right? Shangguan Wuqing was momentarily stunned, confused. Just moments later, she suddenly realized Dugu Liuli meant that she had cultivated with Lin Mo as well. That's why she knew that one person couldn't resist Lin Mo's advances. Liuli Jr.'s sister. You too. After sorting everything out, Shangguan Wuqing widened her eyes, almost unable to believe this fact. When exactly did her junior sister get together with Lin Mo? Wasn't she the one who brought Lin Mo to the White Tiger Division's office last time? As expected of a senior sister. You're really smart, hee. Dugu Liuli squinted and smiled. Shangguan Wuqing then looked at Lin Mo, hoping to hear a different answer from him. Lin Mo nodded, not hiding the truth. Cough, Wuqing Captain, that's indeed the case. Well, okay, although the development of things is a bit unexpected, it seems I can't change anything. Shangguan Wuqing shrugged her shoulders. Although she felt a bit concerned, her emotions didn't fluctuate too much. She also knew that her relationship with Lin Mo was not one of loving partners. Strictly speaking, it was just a mutually beneficial cultivation relationship. Due to the pure yang sacred body, Lin Mo indeed attracted Shangguan Wuqing. But she was very clear in her heart. Being in a demonic sect, one shouldn't talk about true love. Not to mention other demonic sects, even within the Initial Sacred Sect. Many couples that once swore allegiance to each other ended up breaking apart due to interests. Or they would fall into conflict over opportunities, encounters, or even the inheritance of some powerful beings. In the demonic sect, when you are wholeheartedly devoted to someone and offer everything you have, it means you're not far from death. Although she felt a bit reluctant to share Lin Mo with Dugu Liuli, deep down, Shangguan Wuqing always thought that the current relationship, which was somewhat like friends and mutually beneficial, was quite good. Moreover, she really liked Lin Mo, but she didn't understand what Lin Mo's attitude toward her was. Therefore, before confirming Lin Mo's feelings, she had to reserve some for herself to avoid falling into a bottomless abyss in the future. In this world, there are countless words, but none are as hurtful as those related to love. How many male and female cultivators have fallen into the demonic abyss, afflicted by heart devils, and have never been able to recover because of love? Shangguan Wuqing didn't want to follow in their footsteps. As expected of a senior sister. You really see things clearly, Dugu Liuli said with a squint and a smile. So, junior sister, do you plan to join in today? Is that okay? Shangguan Wuqing didn't answer, but looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, I don't mind. After all, you two together are not my opponents. Really? Dugu Liuli said half-believingly. I admit you are indeed very strong, but we are two people now. Can you really handle it? Ha! Just don't beg for mercy later. Lin Mo smiled confidently. Just kidding. You can question my cultivation level, you can question my character and morals, but you cannot question my pure yang sacred body. 7 days later, Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli were thoroughly conquered. Even with 2 against 1, they still lost miserably. So how is it now, 2 captains? Lin Mo sat by the bed, looking relaxed and pleased. But I have to say, after battling for 7 days and absorbing a lot of yin energy from Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, the improvement to my cultivation was quite limited. It's not as obvious as it was during the qi refining or foundation establishment stages. It seems that to continue rapidly improving through joint cultivation, I still need to find a female demon or a female cultivator of higher cultivation. Lin Mo thought to himself. However, he hadn't originally expected Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli's yin energy to significantly enhance his current abilities. The main focus was on physical and mental pleasure. I sometimes really wonder if your kidneys are made of iron. Dugu Liuli panted. I admit it, I've been completely conquered, Shangguan Wuqing also said. You won't question my abilities in the future, right? With your abilities, who can compete with you? Dugu Liuli replied, and Shangguan Wuqing nodded in agreement. Ha! Lin Mo laughed with a sense of accomplishment and then bid farewell to the 2 of them. It had been nearly half a month since he came out, and it was time to go back. After Lin Mo left, Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat awkward. When Lin Mo was there, they didn't feel this way, but once he left, the atmosphere in the room became awkward and subtle. Soon, the 2 of them tacitly put on their clothes. Senior sister, How do you think that little old man Lin Mo became so powerful? Dugu Liuli broke the awkward silence first. It might be related to the secrets he has, Shangguan Wuqing speculated, but he doesn't seem willing to talk about it, and we shouldn't pry too much. After all, joint cultivation with him is very beneficial for our cultivation. Yes. Dugu Liuli didn't deny this. After every joint cultivation with Lin Mo, she could feel the power within her becoming more robust and substantial. Meanwhile, after leaving Shangguan Wuqing's home, Lin Mo didn't return directly to the small wooden house in Ziqin Palace. Instead, he first went to Yuling Pool. Just as he reached the entrance of Yuling Pool, a familiar figure approached him. It was Li Xinran, the nascent soul elder who had saved him and Shangguan Wuqing that day. Li Xinran also noticed Lin Mo. Lin Mo was hesitating whether to greet her. After all, she had saved his life. However, while he was still pondering, Li Xinran took the initiative to speak first. You're the servant who went out on a mission with Wuqing's senior sister that day, right? I remember you're called Lin Mo. Yes, I'm honored that Senior Li remembers a nameless little person like me. Lin Mo chuckled and casually asked, Are you here to bathe in Yuling Pool as well? Li Xinran nodded and smiled. Yes, my master asked me to come wash off the dust from my training. Then, she gestured for Lin Mo to walk with her. Lin Mo was not shy or reserved. Arriving at the reception hall of Yuling Pool, Li Xinran confidently said to the female disciple at the front desk, Little fairy, give me 2 of the best single bathing pools, preferably adjacent. Chapter 72. 1 year to break through to the golden core? Refreshing my understanding of genius. In the steamy bathing pool, Lin Mo leaned against the edge, unconsciously relaxing his body and mind. Every time he came to Yuling Pool, it was the most relaxing moment for him. Lin Mo, at a certain moment, Li Xinran's voice came from the next pool. Lin Mo jolted, slightly coming back to his senses from the relaxation of the bathing pool, and said, What can I do for you, Senior Li? You just broke through to the golden core stage at your age. Although your cultivation talent can't be called a genius, you should have no problem entering the inner sect. Why are you just a lowly servant disciple? Li Xinran asked. It's a bit embarrassing to say. Ever since I came to Chuxing sect, I've been a servant disciple for over 100 years. Recently, the Elder Council issued me a token that grants all the rights of an inner sect disciple. Whether or not I become an inner sect disciple isn't that important to me, Lin Mo replied calmly. I see. So it's a rare case of a servant disciple making a comeback? I understand now. Although it's rare for servant disciples to make a comeback, there are indeed precedents. However, this is the first time I've encountered such an example. Can you tell me when you started your comeback? Li Xinran continued. I don't remember very clearly, but it was about a year ago, Lin Mo said. A year ago? Li Xinran's voice sounded slightly surprised. Yes, Senior Li, Lin Mo replied. A year ago, I was still an ant in the qi refining stage, and it was in this past year that my cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Lin Mo didn't explicitly mention that he was a waste at the second level of qi refining a year ago, fearing it might shock Li Xinran. In just 1 year, you went from the second level of qi refining to the golden core stage. Each word is familiar, but put together. I believe that the vast majority of people on this continent wouldn't understand it. If it weren't for my own experience, I would think it's undoubtedly a science fiction story. Even so, when this statement reached Li Xinran's ears, it was like a thunderclap that exploded beside her. After a long silence, Li Xinran finally exclaimed in shock, Wait, what did you say? In 1 year, you broke through from qi refining to golden core? Lin Mo smiled, feeling relieved. Senior, it may sound absurd to you, but it's indeed the truth. I don't need to exaggerate. That's just how it is. Li Xinran fell silent again. After a while, her voice came back. I've been out training for decades and have seen countless geniuses, but none have ever been like you. To ascend from the qi refining stage to the golden core stage in just 1 year. This completely refreshes my understanding of genius. No wonder the Elder Council awarded you a token symbolizing the identity of an inner sect disciple. Li Xinran had no doubts. If Lin Mo hadn't made a comeback in old age, with his astonishing performance of ascending from qi refining to golden core in a year, he would definitely be the position of a young sect master, even among the top sects on the continent. He would still hold the highest status and enjoy the best treatment. Senior, You're making me a bit embarrassed. The geniuses I've seen are all more arrogant than the last. Compared to them, you seem much more humble. Senior's flattery is misplaced. I just passed the age of youthful arrogance. If I were 100 years younger, I might be even more arrogant than all the geniuses you've seen. Lin Mo reciprocated the compliments. Your advancement to the nascent soul stage is enough proof that you are more brilliant than most geniuses. Li Xinran humbly replied. In the Tianyuan continent, geniuses are as common as fish in a river. I'm just one of the more ordinary ones. Senior is too modest. Lin Mo smiled non-committally and then tentatively asked, those who can break through to the nascent soul stage are certainly not ordinary people. Since I am a servant disciple without a master to guide me, if I encounter a bottleneck in my cultivation in the future, may I ask for your guidance? Collaborating with Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli had limited effect on Lin Mo's own cultivation. However, the results of collaborating with Lu Zian were particularly astonishing. But this was not something Lin Mo could control. He couldn't just decide to collaborate with Lu Zian whenever he wanted. The decision still lay in Lu Zian's hands. If she didn't take the initiative to summon him to the Zetian Palace, Lin Mo could only stare helplessly. Thus, Lin Mo thought it necessary to find another fairy with a higher cultivation level to collaborate with. Clearly, Li Xinran, who had reached the nascent soul stage, was a very good choice. After pondering for a moment, Li Xinran said, with your current cultivation, I am confident I can offer you some guidance. Since I've seen your good relationship with Sister Wuqing, if you encounter a bottleneck, feel free to come and find me. Upon hearing Li Xinran's response, Lin Mo knew he was set. He immediately expressed his gratitude, saying, Senior, you truly are a senior with such a broad mind that ordinary people cannot match. I thank you in advance. Don't mention it. It's just a small effort for me. A day later, Lin Mo and Li Xinran finally finished their bath. As they stepped out of the bathing room, Li Xinran's cheeks were still slightly flushed, perhaps due to the hot water in the bath. Moreover, after the bath, the refreshing scent emanating from Li Xinran was even more enticing. Li Xinran glanced at Lin Mo and suggested, although you are a servant disciple, since you have the token symbolizing the identity of an inner sect disciple, you can change out of this coarse cloth robe. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient in many places in the sect. I will heed Senior's advice. I will consider it. Lin Mo smiled warmly. Well, I must be going back. If you encounter any problems with your cultivation, you can come to the law enforcement peak to find me. After leaving the Yuling pool, Lin Mo parted ways with Li Xinran. The pure yang sacred body is truly great. Wooing fairies is simply effortless. Lin Mo thought to himself on the way back to the Zetian Palace. Until now, it had always been Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli who were attracted to him because of his pure yang sacred body, enticing him. Today, he tried taking the initiative himself, and the effect was equally remarkable. Lin Mo had no doubt that if it weren't for the existence of the pure yang sacred body, Li Xinran probably wouldn't have been so approachable to chat with him. Ugh, that scoundrel Wang Chong, secretly looking for other women behind my back. I will never forgive him in this lifetime. Kaizhen, I told you long ago that a man's words are deceptive. Believing a man's words is worse than believing a sow can climb a tree. But a sow that has absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth might really be able to climb a tree. I say, are you still hung up on him? How could I let go so quickly? Since he is looking for other women behind my back, I will find a man to take revenge on him. Two fairies with outstanding appearances and figures walked towards Lin Mo. Their conversation amused him. Discussing true feelings in a devil sect is no different from asking for trouble. However, just as Lin Mo was passing by them, he heard the voice of the crying fairy named Kaizhen from behind. Hey, that servant over there, stop. Chapter 73. This revenge from the fairy. Please allow me. Fairy, are you calling me? Lin Mo stopped and turned around to ask. Who else could it be? Is there any other servant disciple here besides you? Kaizhen stepped forward, arms crossed, questioning him. Did you just laugh at me? Lin Mo looked confused. Fairy, I think you must have mistaken me. I don't know you. How could I laugh at you? Although her experience was indeed a bit funny. Is that so? I clearly saw your mouth curl up a bit just now. Are you still denying it? Kaizhen said sharply. Such a thing happened? Lin Mo scratched his head, momentarily confused by Kaizhen's words. Maybe he did indeed curl up the corner of his mouth a little. Of course. Kaija nodded seriously. Lin Mo immediately denied it. Absolutely impossible. Fairy, you just see me as weak and want to bully me to vent your bad emotions. Come on, how do you want to do this? Kaijin immediately denied. You are mistaken. I am not that unreasonable. Did you hear what we just talked about? Lin Mo nodded. So? He seemed to have guessed Kaijin's intention. Wang Chong, that bastard, is looking for other women behind my back. So of course I have to take revenge. And it has to be a fierce one. Is there a more ruthless revenge in the sect than targeting a servant disciple? Kaijin snorted. Humph, when the time comes, I'll tell him. You're even worse than a servant disciple. Old servant, today you got lucky. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Who is getting lucky here? Fairy, I'm just a mere servant, and I can't afford to provoke the Wang Chong you mentioned. So let someone else take this advantage. Lin Mo turned to leave. He didn't want to attract trouble. Moreover, with the pure, yang sacred body, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Why bother to provoke someone he didn't even know for an unfamiliar Kaijin? Hey, what are you afraid of? Kaijin quickly grabbed Lin Mo back and said, Wang Chong is only at the early stage of golden core. My cultivation is not worse than his. I can protect you. Besides, I won't mention your name to him, so you can rest assured. If you think one isn't enough, it wouldn't hurt to bring my good friend Yin Xia along. Yin Xia then said, all right, although I don't really look down on servants, I'll sacrifice a bit of my beauty for Kaijin. 2 beauties serving you. You should be dreaming of happiness. Hee hee. Lin Mo smiled meaningfully. They probably didn't know that he had just fought 300 rounds with Shangguan Wuqing and Dougal Lioli. If it were someone else, they might think so. As for Lin Mo, that was not the case. Well, since both fairies said so, if I don't agree, it would be a bit uncouth. Dying under a peony flower is still considered romantic. Please let me bear this revenge from Fairy Kaijin. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo agreed. You old servant. You seem to be quite willing, pretending just now. Then let us go, to avoid Wang Chong coming back suddenly. How about we go to the mountain in the sect? Kaijin's words sounded like she was asking for Lin Mo's opinion, but it was more like a notification. Lin Mo shrugged and complied with Kaijin's intention, indicating he had no objections. Thus, the 2 fairies, Kaijin and Yin Xia, led Lin Mo to the foot of a mountain at the outskirts of the Initial Sacred Sect. Lin Mo looked around and said, do we need to run this far? We are already far from the mountain gate. Of course it's necessary to avoid being discovered. Kaijin reasoned. You wouldn't want to be interrupted halfway, would you? Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled in relief. The fairy had a point. It was he who was overthinking. Then let us begin. The 2 fairies, Kaijin and Yin Xia, were very proactive, helping Lin Mo to undress. The service was extremely attentive. About 2 hours later, as the battle reached a critical moment, seeing Lin Mo's face immersed in enjoyment, Kaijin, who was on top of him, felt the timing was right. She subtly signaled to Yin Xia. Yin Xia immediately understood. With a flick of her jade hand, a sharp dagger appeared and plunged straight toward Lin Mo's throat. Clang! In an instant, a sound of metal clashing echoed. The dagger in Yin Xia's hand was instantly knocked away. Before she could react, a black knife was already pressed against her neck. At the same time, Kaijin, who had just been on Lin Mo, also found her neck gripped by him. With a slight force, her neck could be broken. Everything happened so fast that Kaijin and Yin Xia didn't have time to react, and their lives were firmly in Lin Mo's hands. Yin Xia, I advise you not to act rashly. Lin Mo warned with a calm expression. This knife of mine has the property of destroying flesh and eroding life. If you move and accidentally get small cut, that wouldn't be good. Hearing this, Yin Xia, who was about to resist, was suddenly too frightened to move. When did you find out? Yin Xia's face darkened, filled with both fear and shock. Lin Mo sneered. Ha, with your poor acting skills. You can fool naive little kids, but to fool me is truly overestimating yourselves. Kaijin and Yin Xia's faces turned awkward. Was their acting really that poor? Give you a chance to live. Tell me honestly, who sent you? Lin Mo asked firmly. Kaijin scoffed disdainfully. We are disciples of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. You, a mere servant, dare to kill us? If we make the slightest mistake, the Dragon and Phoenix Hall will definitely trace it back to you. And then you'll be in trouble. Oh, really? Lin Mo smiled ominously, a chilling, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Just now, you said this place is relatively secluded and one T be discovered, right? And one of you is at the early stage of Golden Core, and the other is at the peak of Foundation establishment. I'm only at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Do you think the law enforcement hall would believe I have the ability to kill you? My patience is limited. I'll ask you one last time. Who sent you? Chapter 74. Your acting is truly poor. You really dare to kill us? Kaijin said, feigning bravery. The desire to survive urged her to back down. But her pride wouldn't allow her to bow to a mere servant disciple. Want to try? Lin Mo tightened his grip on Kaijin's neck slightly. A wave of suffocation and intense death aura surged in. Kaijin rolled her eyes. Stop. I'll tell you, is that all right? Seeing this, Yin-Xia hurriedly spoke up. Lin Mo released his grip, signaling her to continue. I know, it's not good for you either. Even though her life was tightly controlled by Lin Mo, Yin-Xia still said somewhat defiantly, the one who called us is someone you can't provoke. I can't say her name, otherwise we'll be held accountable later. I know who it is without you saying it. It's the Saintess Suyu, right? Lin Mo said in a calm tone, filled with full confidence. When the name of Saintess Suyu was mentioned by Lin Mo, Kaijin and Yin-Xia's pupils suddenly shrank. They didn't say anything, but Lin Mo had already gotten the answer from their expressions. It seems the truth was indeed as he expected. Old servant, don't slander us casually. We never said it was the Saintess who sent us. Kaijin quickly denied it. Fear and panic surfaced in both their eyes. If it weren't for Suyu telling them that as long as they killed Lin Mo, she would negotiate with the Hall Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall to promote them to personal disciples. Kaijin and Yin-Xia wouldn't want to sacrifice their beauty. However, upon seeing the target in person, they suddenly felt that it wasn't unacceptable. For them, Lin Mo's appearance was indeed a bit old, but he emanated a unique charm that attracted them. Since you're so afraid of being held accountable by the Saintess, the moment Lin Mo paused, he swung the black knife in his hand. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. In Kaijin's shocked and terrified gaze, Yin-Xia's head was separated from her neck. Better let me give you a release. After dealing with Yin-Xia, Lin Mo turned his gaze towards Kaijin. In an instant, Kaijin's hair stood on end. The extreme fear of death turned her face pale. Didn't kill me. Didn't you just say that as long as I spoke, you would let us go? Because of her fear, Kaijin's speech became incoherent. I have spoken like this before, but did you really say it? Wasn't it the holy maiden Suyu that I guessed by myself? Lin Mo grinned innocently, but in Kaijin's eyes, it looked as terrifying as the Grim Reaper. Her pupils constricted like pinpricks. Extreme fear caused Kaijin to lose her ability to speak for a moment. However, just when Kaijin was in despair, Lin Mo suddenly changed his tone. Kaijin, I can give you another chance. What? Why you say? Upon hearing there was hope for survival, Kaijin instantly regained her ability to speak. Just now, you disturbed my interest, preventing me from enjoying myself. Kaijin immediately understood what Lin Mo meant. She trembled and cautiously said, I am willing to help you enjoy yourself, as long as you don't kill me. You can ask me to do anything. Then, Lin Mo pressed Kaijin to the ground and brutally violated her. Is that enough? After it was over, Kaijin looked at Lin Mo with a pleading expression. Generally. Rising from Kaijin's body, Lin Mo summoned the black knife again and said indifferently, because you have been in fear, this experience was not good. Moreover, if I let you go today, you would not know how much trouble you would bring me in the future. So puff. With a swift motion, Kaijin's head was severed, becoming a soul lost under Lin Mo's knife. I can only ask you to generously meet your death. Kaijin's head rolled a meter away. Her pupils constricted. Her mouth was still wide open, as if there was something she wanted to say, but was silenced by Lin Mo's blade. Letting a tiger return to the mountain brings endless troubles. Lin Mo knew this principle well. Thus, from the beginning, he had no intention of letting Kaijin and Yin-Xia leave alive. In the demonic sect, any mercy could bring about one's own death. After putting on his clothes, Lin Mo was still a bit uneasy and stabbed Kai Jun and Yun Xia as corpses a few more times, confirming that they were dead beyond any doubt. He finally stopped. I don't know what kind of conditions the Holy Maiden promised you, but remember in your next life, do not let others use you again. Immediately, Lin Mo quickly fled the scene of the crime. After that, Lin Mo went to the Yuqing pool again. Only then did he turn back and return to the small wooden house in Ziqian Palace. It seems it is time to take the initiative. Lin Mo's eyes were deep as he murmured, from today's situation, if I remain in a passive defensive state, who knows what methods Suyu will use against me next time. Although Suyu has only been at the Initial Holy Sect for a few years, her identity as the Holy Maiden is enough for many to curry favor and cling to her for that connection. Even if Suyu cannot inherit Lu Xian's position as the sect leader in the future, her status in the Initial Holy Sect will definitely not be low. Therefore, as long as Suyu speaks up, many will be willing to help her. However, that brings us back to the question, how can I act against the Holy Maiden? The gap between his identity as a servant disciple and Suyu's status as a Holy Maiden is too large. Lin Mo was at a loss for how to proceed. The only way might be to track her down and obtain solid evidence. After thinking hard for a long time, Lin Mo could not come up with a better plan. Due to the disparity in their statuses, this was Lin Mo's only method to deal with Suyu. As long as he could catch Suyu contacting the outside world one more time, he would have strong evidence that she was an undercover agent. Hey, Holy Maiden, don't let me catch you. Once I do, you'll be in for it. Lin Mo smiled wickedly. Given Suyu's repeated attempts on his life, if he catches her, he wouldn't be satisfied without brutally humiliating her. 2 days later, knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking sound came from outside the door. Lin Mo, who was meditating and cultivating, instantly snapped back to reality, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Chapter 75, Great Memory Restoration Technique? Yang Conspiracy? Who is it? Lin Mo asked tentatively. Open the door, law enforcement hall. A deep, rough voice with an unyielding tone came from outside. As expected, they have come. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Mo got up and opened the door. Standing outside were 7 or 8 disciples from the law enforcement hall, and at the door was a brawny man with a tiger waist and bare back, resembling a towering iron tower. The burly man had a face full of stubble and a fierce look, capable of scaring a child just by standing there. Lin Mo recognized him. He was the captain of the Xuanwu team of the law enforcement hall, Iron Hand. What brings you here, Captain Iron Hand? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance. Isn't Captain Iron Hand so bold? Lu Xian is still in Ziqian Palace, and he dares to come here to enforce the law. What do you think? Iron Hand frowned, looking unfriendly. Yesterday, disciples Kai Jun and Yun Xia from the Longfeng Hall were found dead outside the sect. Before this, there were numerous witnesses who last saw you with them. So, you're the prime suspect in their deaths. Do you understand? Lin Mo smiled knowingly. Suyu's methods are indeed like an old sow wearing a bra. All sorts of tricks. He had already anticipated this set of moves before Iron Hand arrived. Just as Iron Hand was about to issue the order to arrest Lin Mo, Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli also arrived. Captain Iron Hand, Shangguan Wuqing shouted sternly, interrupting Iron Hand's spellcasting. Wuqing, Liuli, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, Iron Hand immediately put on a friendly face. Come over here for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, Iron Hand walked aside with Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli. This won't do, sisters. There are indeed witnesses. The Longfeng Hall's leader has already instructed, and it's difficult for me to handle things like this. Lin Mo could still faintly hear Iron Hand's conversation with Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli. Their point was that although there were witnesses who saw Lin Mo with Kai Jun and Yun Xia, no one actually saw him kill them. Although Iron Hand's tone was calm, his attitude was very firm. No matter what, today they had to first bring Lin Mo back to the Xuanwu Team's office. The three of them talked for a long time. Iron Hand returned. With a command, several disciples from the law enforcement hall immediately stepped forward to restrain Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not struggle or resist. Lu Xian must know what was happening here, and since she did not show up, it meant she did not want to interfere in this matter. If he struggled or resisted, it would only make things worse. After all, at this point, it was just that someone saw him together with Kai Jun and Yun Xia 2 days ago. The situation was not without room for maneuver. Lin Mo, don't worry. As long as you didn't kill them, no one can slander you. As he was led out of the room, Shangwan Wuqing said to Lin Mo, don't panic when you get to the Xuanwu office, old man. Liuli and I will find a way for you, Dugu Liuli added quickly. Thank you. Captain Wuqing and Captain Liuli, I know. Lin Mo smiled at them, signaling them not to worry. Shangwan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, who couldn't persuade Iron Hand, could only watch helplessly as Lin Mo was taken away by Iron Hand. In the Xuanwu team's office, interrogation room, after locking Lin Mo inside, Iron Hand left and did not interrogate him immediately. Sitting in the interrogation chair, Lin Mo looked around and found that there were quite a few torture instruments in the interrogation room. Damn it, Lin Mo frowned. He had long heard that Iron Hand, the captain of the Xuanwu team, was known for his ruthless methods. Few disciples who fell into his hands ended up well. Not pleading guilty? That's fine. I'll give you the great memory restoration technique. Very few can withstand it. Lin Mo had to think of a way. He didn't want to be greeted by the Iron Hand with the great memory recovery technique. Breaking out? That definitely wouldn't work. Lin Mo wasn't foolish enough to go against the entire law enforcement hall. Unless, after breaking out, he decided not to stay in the Initial Sacred Sect anymore. As for Shangwan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, he figured they wouldn't be able to help either. The fact that Iron Hand could capture him right in front of them already indicated the problem. Relying on others was less reliable than relying on oneself. Instead of hoping for others, it was more practical to depend on himself. Just as Lin Mo was pondering how to get past Iron Hand, Dugu Liuli came to visit him. While Dugu Liuli might not be able to rescue him from Captain Iron Hand, at least a visit was still possible. After a few pleasantries, Dugu Liuli got to the point. Old man, what was going on back then? You shouldn't know Kai Zhun and Yun Xia from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Why were you with them? It's a long story, Captain Liuli. What happened has already happened, and there's no point in discussing it now, Lin Mo said helplessly, shaking his head. At that time, he had no choice. Even if he had insisted on rejecting Kai Zhun, she and Yun Xia wouldn't have let him go easily. After all, they had come with a purpose. If he refused to go with them, there was a chance they might shout that he was being inappropriate. At that point, Lin Mo wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. It was a blatant trap. So, weighing the pros and cons, Lin Mo decided to go along with them to see what they were up to. At least for now, he felt he still had room to turn things around. All right. Then, Dugu Liuli shared some intelligence. She and Shangwan Wuqing had previously gone to find Su Meiyu. Su Meiyu had expressed her inability to help. As the Dragon and Phoenix Hall's master had demanded a thorough investigation from the law enforcement hall, and Su Meiyu couldn't refuse that. Old man, do you have a way to deal with this? Dugu Liuli asked. Lin Mo turned his eyes and said, Captain Liuli, can you tell me what kind of person Captain Iron Hand is? Let me think. Iron Hand is quite reserved. Don't be fooled by his scary appearance. In front of senior sister Wuqing, he acts shy like a little boy. He doesn't respond well to strong pressure and likes to take advantage of small opportunities. Why do you ask this? Although she didn't quite understand, Dugu Liuli succinctly explained Iron Hand's character to Lin Mo. It's nothing. Thank you for sharing the information. Captain Liuli. Lin Mo suddenly showed a confident smile. I already have a plan in mind. Chapter 76. 3,000 is 3,000. Is this Iron Hand really manageable? Do you have a way now? Dugu Liuli was delighted. Lin Mo slightly nodded, calmly saying, Don't worry. Unless something unexpected happens, I won't be in any trouble. You'd better not get into trouble. Otherwise, who will I and senior sister Wuqing find to cultivate with in the future? At this point, besides trusting Lin Mo, Dugu Liuli couldn't offer much more help. The next day, Iron Hand finally arrived. He pulled up a chair and sat across from Lin Mo, staring intently at him. Lin Mo met his gaze without feeling guilty or afraid. Suddenly, bang, Iron Hand slammed his huge hand down, and the table was instantly smashed to pieces. Old servant, you must have seen the torture instruments in this room. If you don't want to suffer, it's best to honestly confess to me. Iron Hand started with a show of intimidation. However, Lin Mo remained unfazed. He was not someone who could be frightened easily. Merely relying on intimidation couldn't break through his psychological defenses. Lin Mo nodded and said obediently, All right, Captain Iron Hand, you can ask, and I will answer truthfully. Seeing that Lin Mo was somewhat cooperative, Iron Hand relaxed his tone slightly and asked, I want to know, what were you doing with the two female disciples from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, Kai Jun and Yin Xia? Do you know them? Lin Mo recounted the situation truthfully. He then added, at that time, that fairy Kai Jun said she wanted me to help her take revenge on her senior brother Wang Chong. When I heard that, it was obviously a trap, right? Even if it wasn't, I couldn't afford to offend that Wang Chong, so I naturally refused her. Is that so? Iron Hand squinted his eyes, questioning, but the witnesses I have say they saw you leave with them. How do you explain that? Lin Mo put on a pitiful expression and complained, at that time, I didn't want to, but they forcibly took me away. Captain Iron Hand, I'm old and weak in cultivation. How could I be a match for the two fairies, Kai Jun and Yin Xia? Later, I managed to escape when they weren't paying attention. He continued, besides, I'm only at the mid-foundation stage. How could I possibly kill two fairies at the peak foundation stage and the early golden core stage? Captain Iron Hand, I'm the victim here. Someone must be slandering me behind my back, and you must help me. As he spoke, Lin Mo discreetly handed Iron Hand a storage ring. Iron Hand checked it and was shocked to find it filled with 10,000 spirit stones. Cough, cough. Iron Hand quickly and discreetly pocketed the storage ring. Then he frowned, troubled, and said, but that's just your side of the story. Without anyone to back you up, it's hard for me to believe you. Hearing this, Lin Mo handed over another 10,000 spirit stones, looking aggrieved. Indeed, no one can testify for me, but my mid-foundation stage cultivation can't be faked, right? Accusing me of killing Kai Jun and Yin Xia is as ridiculous as saying an ant killed an elephant. Captain Iron Hand, I believe someone as wise as you wouldn't believe such absurd claims. Accepting the spirit stones again, Iron Hand's expression changed subtly, smiling. You old servant have quite the insight. If I didn't have some skills, I wouldn't be able to be the captain of this Xuanwu division. What you said makes a lot of sense. A mid-foundation stage, cultivator, killing a peak foundation stage, and an early golden core stage is indeed absurd. But, he paused, then shifted his tone, I believe you. But the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall may not. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately understood the implication behind Iron Hand words. He quickly handed over another 10,000 spirit stones. Looking pitiful, Captain Iron Hand, I'm just a lowly servant. My words carry little weight. I need you to explain to the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall that I am indeed wronged. This small matter shouldn't be difficult for someone as wise and capable as you. Iron Hand rubbed his chin, pondering, given that you're somewhat cooperative. I will reluctantly help you talk to the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. With 30,000 spirit stones in hand, Iron Hand was overjoyed. Lin Mo also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Dugu Liuli had informed him about Iron Hand's character in advance. Otherwise, Lin Mo would have found it difficult to grasp Iron Hand's psychology. As long as he could solve it with spirit stones, it wasn't a problem. Spirit stones could be earned back, but a life lost was truly gone. It could be considered a financial loss to avert a disaster. Captain Iron Hand, can I go back now? Lin Mo cautiously asked. Cough, cough. Iron Hand rubbed his fingers, and Lin Mo had a hand over another 3,000 spirit stones. When Iron Hand saw it was only 3,000, he frowned. Lin Mo shrugged, indicating he had exhausted his resources. All right, Iron Hand sighed, 3,000 it is. In total, he had taken 33,000 spirit stones from Lin Mo, and he couldn't avoid doing his job. Moreover, for him, it was just a matter of talking. He just earned 33 spirit stones, which is simply amazing. Immediately, Iron Hand stood up, changing his initially fierce demeanor. He personally stepped forward to help Lin Mo up from the chair. Patting his shoulder with a grin, he said, Lin Mo, after careful consideration, I realize I misunderstood you. It's absurd to say that a mid-stage foundation establishment can kill someone in the early stage of Golden Core and a fully realized foundation establishment. You can go back now, and you don't have to worry about this matter involving you again. I'll take care of it. Lin Mo flattered him in return. Thank you so much. Truly deserving of the wise and mighty Iron Hand Captain. I believed in you from the very beginning. Such a wise captain would never wrong a good person and would certainly not let any bad person go. Ha! Iron Hand laughed heartily, of course. There has never been a single wrongful case handled by me. He called out, someone, please escort Lin Mo out respectfully. Once Lin Mo stepped out of the Xuanwu Division's office, the burden on his chest finally lifted. This Iron Hand captain is indeed capable. He truly gets things done after taking the money. At this moment, Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Lin Mo come out safely, both women showed joy on their faces and quickly approached him. "Old man, are you all right? Did Iron Hand Sr. give you a hard time?" The two women checked Lin Mo's body from top to bottom, confirming that he hadn't been subjected to Iron Hand's major memory recovery technique before they felt relieved. Iron Hand Captain is a good person, impartial and wise. Naturally, he wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for an errand boy like me. Huh? What are you talking about, old man? Iron Hand Sr. is a good person? Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. Chapter 77. The Spirit Stones I Just Earned. Raising a monster beast is so luxurious? Iron Hand is indeed quite good, but that's only relative and limited to the relationships among the division leaders. Besides the younger brothers and sisters of the Xuanwu Division, Iron Hand's attitude towards the other division's younger brothers and sisters is far from good. Not to mention the others outside the law enforcement hall. Don't you think so? Shangguan Wuqing rubbed her forehead, puzzled. So what exactly happened just now? Logically, Iron Hand Sr.'s attitude towards you shouldn't be good. Exactly. Dugu Liuli echoed. Yesterday, when I and Wuqing Sr. talked to him for so long, he insisted on taking you back. Why did he suddenly become so kind and let you go today? It's simple. Lin Mo quietly explained a few words to them. Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli instantly realized. As expected of you, old man, you actually thought of such a method. Dugu Liuli gave him a thumbs up, clicking her tongue in admiration. Yes, it does sound like something Iron Hand Sr. would do. Shangguan Wuqing said with relief. If I had known it was this simple, I and Liuli wouldn't have been so worried. Lin Mo smiled and teased. I just feel a bit heartbroken over my spirit stones. I just earned 60,000 spirit stones, and now half of it is gone. He also counted this cost on Su Yu's head. When the time comes, he would demand double the repayment from her. It's fine. Old man, spirit stones can be earned again. Dugu Liuli comforted him. At the same time, in a crevice of a rockery to the left front of Lin Mo and the others, a pair of bright, clear eyes with a hint of coldness was closely watching Lin Mo. It was not difficult to see that these beautiful eyes also held a trace of confusion and disbelief. Perhaps she didn't understand why the Xuanwu Division's captain, Iron Hand, also let Lin Mo go. While joking with Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, Lin Mo's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly looked up at the rockery to the left front. What's wrong? Noticing Lin Mo's unusual behavior, Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli asked in unison. They followed Lin Mo's gaze but saw nothing unusual besides the rockery. Oh, it's nothing. Maybe I just felt wrong. Lin Mo shook his head. Although it was just a fleeting moment, Lin Mo was sure that Su Yu was secretly watching him from some invisible corner. Not long after, Lin Mo bid farewell to Shangguan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, returning to the small wooden house in Ziqian Palace. As soon as he got back, a tall purple figure approached with dignified elegance, yet maintaining authority. Master? Lin Mo was a bit flattered and hurried out to greet her. Lu Ziyan did not speak, simply walking into the small wooden house. Lin Mo had no choice but to follow behind her eagerly, quickly wiping down a chair for her. Lu Ziyan did not refuse his kindness and sat down. Lin Mo then poured her a cup of hot tea. Lu Ziyan took a small sip of tea, then set the cup down, her tone flat and devoid of any emotion. Golden core? Yes, master. Lin Mo nodded, not denying it. You came back quite quickly. I thought it would take you some time and effort to handle this matter. Lu Ziyan did not linger on Lin Mo's cultivation. Lin Mo gave a bitter smile and tentatively asked, Master, are you really not worried that I might be sent to the self-cultivation and self-immolation tower by that Iron Hand captain? Lu Ziyan snorted coldly. If you can't handle even this little matter, you don't have the qualifications to lead Ziqian Palace. The dangers I faced in my early years were 100 or 1,000 times more perilous than what you face now. Who extended a helping hand to me at that time? The road to the high places has always been filled with thorns. These thorns will leave you bloodied, tormenting, or even destroying your will. A single misstep can lead to an abyss. Whether you can cross these thorns blocking your path and reach the highest point is the difference in dividing line between the strong and the weak. Thank you for your teachings, Master. I have learned. Lin Mo clasped his hands and said solemnly. What Lu Ziyan said might not be pleasant to hear, but it is the truth. Those who stand at the pinnacle of the continent have never had it easy. Even those extraordinary geniuses must have faced numerous waves and obstacles on their paths. Crossing over these waves and obstacles allows one to become a transcendent being admired by countless cultivators. If one can't cross them, they will be swept into the trash heap of history, becoming one of the many geniuses that perished in the annals of the continent. Years later, your name and everything about you will be gradually forgotten by the world, no longer stirring up any waves. Lu Ziyan was succinct and did not say anything more. Then she beckoned with her jade hand. Meow. A completely black cat with two tails dashed into the room and jumped into Lu Ziyan's arms. Lin Mo remembered this black cat. It seemed to be a monster she brought back when she returned from an outing. I will be in seclusion for a period of time, so this hell nine-tailed cat will be entrusted to you for feeding. If you let die, I will hold you accountable. Lu Ziyan instructed. Yes, Master. Lin Mo knew he had no room to refuse. Fortunately, he had some experience raising cats before his transmigration, but he wasn't sure if it would apply to this hell nine-tailed cat. Then Lu Ziyan took out a storage ring and said, the hell nine-tailed cat only eats spirit stones and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Here are 100,000 spirit stones, enough for 3 years of expenses. Don't use these expenses for yourself. If you raise it well, I will certainly not shortchange you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyelids twitched violently. Raising a monster beast for 3 years can cost 100,000 spirit stones? That's too extravagant. How many golden core cultivators can spend less than 100,000 spirit stones in 3 years? As a result, here with Lu Ziyan, it's just to raise a pet. Master, please rest assured, I will definitely raise it to be chubby and white. Coming back to his senses, Lin Mo patted his chest and vowed. Isn't that just going to kill it? Lu Ziyan suddenly interjected. Lin Mo was at a loss for words. Is this considered dark humor? Chapter 78. The Bottomless Gold-Eating Beast. If you keep making noise, I'll sell you too. After explaining a few precautions, Lu Ziyan went back. Looking at the hell nine-tailed cat that was lying on the tea table with its pair of pitch-black eyes staring at him, Lin Mo tentatively meowed a few times. Then he saw the hell nine-tailed cat suddenly stand up from its lying position. Its two tails were raised high, and its body was hunched, looking at him with vigilance and hissing. Logically speaking, as a hell nine-tailed cat of your cultivation level, you are not qualified to hiss at me. That being said, Lin Mo didn't intend to argue with it. Then, Lin Mo took out a few spirit stones and waved them in front of the black cat. Meow. The moment it saw the spirit stones, the black cat's originally wary gaze instantly became much clearer. Lin Mo smiled and then placed the spirit stones on the table in front of him. Under the temptation of the spirit stones, the black cat cautiously approached the spirit stones. It confirmed that Lin Mo wouldn't pose any danger to it, then quickly swallowed the 5 spirit stones on the table in the blink of an eye. Meow. After eating, the black cat looked up at Lin Mo, seemingly wanting more. Lin Mo fed it no less than 100 spirit stones in succession. However, the black cat still seemed unsatisfied, looking at Lin Mo with longing. What a bottomless pit. No wonder the female demon said that 100,000 spirit stones are only enough for 3 years of expenses. Lin Mo silently complained. He didn't plan to continue feeding its spirit stones. Whether it's a pet or a demon beast, it's the same. You can't satisfy them all at once. After taking over this hell nine-tailed cat, Lin Mo knew he had to train it. Otherwise, over time, this black cat might not be able to distinguish between a small and a big king. After playing with the black cat for a few days, Lin Mo set a small spell on his storage ring to release 100 spirit stones daily for feeding the hell nine-tailed cat. He then began to enter seclusion for cultivation. Not counting the 100,000 spirit stones Lu Ziyan gave him, Lin Mo still had a reserve of 30,000 spirit stones. That was enough to support him in seclusion for a while. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this period of seclusion, Lin Mo consumed a total of 22,000 spirit stones. There was a noticeable change in the golden core in his dantian. Lin Mo could already faintly sense that he was not far from the mid-golden core stage. However, the remaining 8,000 spirit stones were not enough to support his breakthrough to the mid-golden core stage. Therefore, Lin Mo entered a meditative state. In the meditative space, he continued to cultivate for another month. While accumulating combat experience, Lin Mo's comprehension of the second form of the soul-devouring blade technique, soul severing, deepened. Exiting the meditative state, Lin Mo took a deep breath. Feeling the increasingly majestic spiritual power within him, Lin Mo revealed a satisfied smile. For months of seclusion brought considerable gains. Not only did he advance closer to the mid-golden core stage, but he also reached a higher level in combat experience and comprehension of the soul-severing technique. Meow. At this moment, the black cat's meow caught Lin Mo's attention. Following the sound, he saw hundreds of spirit stones scattered on the ground. The black cat was squatting in the pile of spirit stones, staring at itself. One spirit stone even popped out from its mouth. Lin Mo was taken aback and quickly realized. So, this creature got tired of spirit stones and wanted to change its diet? The hell nine-tailed cat only eats spirit stones and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lu Xian's reminder echoed in Lin Mo's ears again. No wonder it needs 100,000 spirit stones in 3 years. It can't just be fed spirit stones all the time. It needs variety occasionally. Truly pampered, Lin Mo collected the fallen spirit stones and complained. From this perspective, raising a hell nine-tailed cat is not something just anyone can afford. Lin Mo knew very little about the hell nine-tailed cat. I want to see what kind of demon beast you are. Lin Mo planned to find time to buy a book to check what the hell nine-tailed cat really is. Then, Lin Mo took inventory of the expenses Lu Xian provided. After 4 months of consumption by the black cat, there were only over 88,000 spirit stones left in the storage ring. If he continued feeding it 100 spirit stones a day, 100,000 spirit stones wouldn't even be enough for this little beast to eat for 3 years. What a bottomless gold-eating beast. Fine. I happen to need spirit stones for cultivation too, so I'll take you out to buy some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to change your diet. After tidying up the room a bit, Lin Mo took the black cat outside. This time, Lin Mo did not plan to take on a sect mission. He still had 2 magical treasures from the Yang brothers in his pocket. Moreover, they were high-quality spiritual treasures, so he expected to sell them for a good price. Once he arrived at the sect's trading market and found a spot, Lin Mo displayed the sword and trident from the Yang brothers. In the spiritual treasure halls market, high-quality spiritual treasures generally priced above 20,000 spirit stones. If you went to sell them, the spiritual treasure hall would only give you 15,000 spirit stones at most, which is considered high. Therefore, Lin Mo planned to display them at the sect's trading market for 18,000 spirit stones each to see if he could sell them. If sold, even after paying the 5% venue fee to the sect, it would definitely be more profitable than selling to the spiritual treasure hall. After placing the 2 magical treasures, it wasn't long before someone came up to inquire about the price. However, most just asked casually and left. After a while, many people came to ask about the price, but not a single person was willing to pay with spirit stones. Even the black cat hidden in Lin Mo's arms began to protest. Stop making noise, or I'll sell you too. Lin Mo threatened fiercely. Ow! The black cat seemed to understand Lin Mo's words and immediately shrank back. How to sell the magical treasures. Just then, a voice as melodious as silver bells inquired. 18,000 spirit stones each, no bargaining. Lin Mo looked up and realized that standing in front of the stall was actually Li Xinran. So was Senior Li Xinran. Lin Mo smiled tactically and said, with your cultivation level, you shouldn't be interested in such magical treasures, right? Li Xinran nodded with a smile and said, well, I noticed you've been here for a while. It turns out it's a price issue. Disciples who can afford high-quality spiritual treasures are not foolish. 18,000 spirit stones is indeed cheaper than selling to the spiritual treasure hall. But everyone also knows the selling price of high-quality spiritual treasures to the spiritual treasure hall. You might as well lower the price by 1,000 spirit stones. Even after considering the 5% venue fee you need to pay to the sect, you would still earn over 1,000 spirit stones more than selling to the spiritual treasure hall. Li Xinran offered Lin Mo a suggestion. Chapter 79. Announcing to everyone. My name is Lin Mo, and I come from the outer sect of the Initial Sacred Sect. I see. Thank you for the suggestion, Senior. I will give it a try. Following Li Shinran's suggestion, Lin Mo lowered the price by 1,000 spirit stones. Sure enough, within less than an hour, both magical treasures were surprisingly sold. The two magical treasures sold for a total of 34,000 spirit stones. After deducting the 1,700 spirit stones as venue fees, Lin Mo still received 32,300 spirit stones. Adding this to the 8,000 he originally had, Lin Mo now had a reserve of 40,000 spirit stones. Exiting the sect's trading market, Lin Mo sincerely thanked Li Shinran again. He hurriedly went to the Wandan Hall's market. In the counter of the Wandantang market, various types of elixirs are primarily displayed. Meow, meow, meow. The black cat jumped from Lin Mo's arms to his shoulder, continuously calling out at the elixirs in the counter. It seemed that, compared to various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it preferred elixirs even more. This is not hard to understand. Elixirs are made from various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, combined with the essence of various demonic beasts. Therefore, compared to the singular heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the allure of elixirs is undoubtedly greater for the black cat. Lin Mo glanced around, and his gaze finally landed on the Xianhuang Dan, priced at 50 spirit stones each. Is there a discount for buying a large quantity of Xianhuang Dan? Lin Mo asked the shop disciple in the market. 10% off for 50 pieces. 20% off for over 100. All right, then I'll take 100 pieces first. Lin Mo decided to buy 100 pieces to give it a try after a moment of contemplation. Meow, meow, meow. When the shop disciple began to pack the elixirs, the black cat started calling again. Following its gaze, Lin Mo's expression darkened. Goodness, this little beast actually has its eyes on the Wanwadin, which costs 1,000 spirit stones each. Get lost with the amount of spirit stones your master has. You can't afford that. Lin Mo tapped the black cat's head, scolding it fiercely. 1,000 spirit stones for one elixir. How many spirit stones would that take? The 100,000 spirit stones given by Lu Zian sounded like a lot. But if you stretch it over 3 years, that 100,000 spirit stones would seem a bit tight. Meow. The black cat immediately became anxious, circling around Lin Mo's legs and rubbing against him incessantly. Lin Mo ignored it. After the shop disciple packed 100 Xianhuang Dan and completed the payment, just as Lin Mo was about to leave, the black cat bit onto his pant leg, huffing and puffing, seemingly not wanting to let him go. Even its two black tails began to burn with a strange black flame. All right, I'm scared of you now, I'll buy one, but don't think about more. Lin Mo was at a loss for words and had no choice but to turn back and buy one. 9,000 spirit stones were thus spent. From the 100,000 spirit stones given by Lu Zian, only 79,000 remained. However, only 4 months had passed since Lu Zian mentioned the expenses for 3 years. After buying the Wanwadin, Lin Mo did not immediately feed it to the black cat, but instead walked back on his own. The anxious black cat followed behind, meowing continuously. Lin Mo waited until the black cat had almost finished calling before feeding it the Wanwadin, finally getting to eat the Wanwadin it had been yearning for. The black cat wagged its tail in satisfaction, rubbing against Lin Mo repeatedly. On the way back to Zetian Palace, they happened to run into Shangguan Wuqing, who was patrolling with several junior disciples from the Zhuke division. Shangguan Wuqing noticed Lin Mo from a distance and waved to greet him. Hey kid, come back. Lin Mo quickly tucked the black cat into his arms and approached to meet Shangguan Wuqing. After some time apart, Captain Wuqing looked even more enchanting. Lin Mo smiled and said, "You seem to become more beautiful." This was not flattery. Under the nurturing of the pure Yang sacred body, it would be abnormal if Shangguan Wuqing did not undergo some changes. You look younger too. Shangguan Wuqing squinted and smiled. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Mo inquired about the incident involving Kai Zhen and Yun Xia. Through Shangguan Wuqing, Lin Mo learned about the follow-up to the matter. After Tai Shou let him go, he turned around to report to the Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. It was said that the evidence was insufficient, and that there was a significant gap in cultivation levels between Lin Mo and Kai Zhen and Yun Xia. Given Lin Mo's cultivation, It was unlikely he could kill Kai Jun and Yun Xia, so he was let go. The Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall appeared to accept this outcome. However, Shangguan Wuqing speculated that the Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall would not let it go so easily. Although Kai Jun and Yun Xia were not direct disciples, they were among the outstanding inner disciples of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. With the sudden deaths of two excellent disciples, the Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall would hardly swallow this grievance so easily. So, you'd better be careful, Shangguan Wuqing warned. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Wuqing. I will be cautious. If the opponent is the Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, then indeed, he must be more careful. Although the Master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall would not dare to come to Zitian Palace, Lin Mo clearly could not stay in the small wooden house in Zitian Palace forever without going out. Well, you get back to your duties. Recently, the incidents of disciples killing each other in the sect have become more frequent, and my patrol tasks are heavy. I'll contact you when I have some free time. Captain Wuqing, you've been working hard, so I won't disturb you. After bidding farewell to Shangguan Wuqing, Lin Mo, with a black hat, set off on the return journey to Zitian Palace. Hey, little servant, come here. Just as they were about to return to the small wooden house, a familiar voice called out. Lin Mo turned towards the voice and saw a graceful figure in red standing at the entrance of Zitian Palace, waving at him. It was the Grand Elder Hong Yu. I pay my respects to the Grand Elder. Lin Mo approached, cupping his hands in greeting. No need for formalities, Hong Yu said with a slight smile, getting straight to the point. Little servant, you've been at Chuxing Sect for over 100 years. Do you want to go out for some fresh air? Lin Mo was taken aback and asked in confusion. This servant is dull and does not understand what the Grand Elder means. Hong Yu chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. I don't mean to expel you. What I mean is, about 6 months from now, a martial arts competition will be held in Qingzhou City, located at the junction of the Chuxing Sect, Yin-Yang Sect, and Wanjian Pavilion's forces. Qingzhou City? Lin Mo had some recollection of Qingzhou City. He was born there. When his parents sold him, it was because the Chuxing Sect offered a slightly higher price for miscellaneous servants, so he was sold here. This so-called martial arts competition was actually a gilding event organized by the Lord of Qingzhou City for his son. It was meant to give his son some titles, to gain some advantages when he later enters a sect. Therefore, most of the participants in this martial arts competition are cultivators of mixed backgrounds, with generally low cultivation levels. You should participate in this martial arts competition. With your current cultivation level, the only one who could be considered your opponent should be the young Lord of Qingzhou City. If you can defeat the young Lord of Qingzhou City and win the championship. Hong Yu paused. A sly smile suddenly appeared on her lips. When you get to the podium, you must loudly announce in front of everyone that you are Lin Mo from the miscellaneous servant department of Chuxing Sect. Remember, you must announce it. Do you understand? Chapter 80. Another breakthrough. Dare I ask, Grand Elder, why is this important? Lin Mo was slightly puzzled. Was this really significant? Although Qingzhou City is located at the junction of the Chuxing Sect, Yin-Yang Sect, and Wanjian Pavilion, the city itself is not that important. Its role is more of a buffer zone for the three forces. You don't need to ask too much now. You'll understand when the time comes. Grand Elder Hong, you said mysteriously. All right. Lin Mo felt that the Grand Elder was hiding something. But for now, he couldn't figure out what kind of trick the Grand Elder was playing. With 6 months until the martial arts competition in Qingzhou City, he should be able to attempt a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. If he could break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core, he would have a better chance of winning the championship. Such a small competition organized by the Lord of Qingzhou City should not feature any Yuan-ing old monsters. Upon returning to the wooden house, Lin Mo set his storage ring to allocate 100 spirit stones daily and 2 Xianhuang Dan every 7 days. Then sat cross-legged to begin his attempt to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core. In the blink of an eye, 5 months passed quietly. Meow, the hellish nine-tailed cat, resting on the tea table, suddenly exhaled towards Lin Mo, who was lying on the bed. Lin Mo's breath, which had been silent for 5 months, surged dramatically in an instant. The fiery red spiritual energy, exuding a scorching aura, erupted from his body. At that moment, his aura reached a new peak. Mid-gold core stage. As the fiery red spiritual energy retracted back into his body, Lin Mo also reopened the eyes that had been closed for 5 months. Compared to 5 months ago, his aura was even more powerful, robust, and restrained. If it were merely a matter of breaking through, Lin Mo, who was already on the verge of the mid-gold core stage, could have done so in just 2 months. The reason it took him 5 months to break through was largely to accumulate and consolidate his strength before making a strong push to reach the mid-gold core stage. Therefore, after this breakthrough, Lin Mo's current realm was incredibly stable, and the foundation of his cultivation was even more solid. The path of cultivation is actually like building a house. You can't just keep adding floors without a solid foundation. A strong and stable foundation is always the most important. Otherwise, if the foundation cannot support too many floors, the whole structure will collapse. It took me only a year to go from the second layer of Qi refining to the gold core stage, and about another year to advance from the early gold core to the mid-gold core stage. As I continue to break through, the time required will only increase. No wonder Lu Zian initially didn't believe I could break through to the transformation stage in 100 years. It seems there is some truth to that. The joy of the breakthrough was deeply hidden in his heart, as Lin Mo muttered to himself. If it weren't for the pure Yang Sacred Body and the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique as two major cultivation aids, wanting to break through to the transformation stage in just 100 years would indeed be a bit challenging. However, now that he possessed these two aids, Lin Mo was quite confident he could break through to the transformation stage within 100 years. Meow. At this moment, the black cat suddenly jumped onto the bed, rubbing against Lin Mo incessantly. Rubbing the black cat's head, Lin Mo instinctively glanced at the floor. There were no spirit stones scattered everywhere like last time. It seems that the strategy of changing the little guy's diet every 7 days was indeed correct. Calling it little brat all day doesn't seem like a good method either. Perhaps I should give you a name. Meow. The black cat then jumped onto Lin Mo's lap, looking up at him as if asking for a nice name. Hey, seeing you all black and shiny, I'll call you Black Charcoal Head. As soon as he said this, the black cat immediately howled, baring its teeth at Lin Mo. It seemed that it didn't like this name very much. Lin Mo grinned. The name Black Charcoal Head was just a playful tease for the little guy. If Lu Zian knew that he had given her pet such a distinctive name, she would probably be unhappy. Let's call you Lin Z instead. Lin Mo thought for a moment and changed his mind. Although this hellish nine-tailed cat originally belonged to Lu Zian, it was now under his care. Plus, since the black cat was a female, Lin Mo decided to take one character from each of their names, giving the hellish nine-tailed cat the name Lin Z. The name Lin Z may not be particularly great, but at least it's much better than Black Charcoal Head. The black cat accepted this name. With the naming issue resolved, Lin Mo then entered meditation and cultivation for more than half a month. With 10 days remaining until the martial arts competition in Qingzhou City, Lin Mo finally exited his cultivation state. Oh, noticing Lin Z's aura, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems this little guy is about to break through to the gold core stage as well. After nearly a year of nurturing with spirit stones and medicinal pills, Lin Z's third tail had already grown more than halfway. Once the third tail fully formed, it would signify that she had advanced to the gold core stage. With so many resources poured into her, if Lin Z showed no reaction, that would be something. I'm going out for a bit. You stay at home and don't run around. This time, Lin Mo did not plan to take Lin Z with him to Qingzhou City. Meow. Lin Z seemed to have no objections. It was just about to break through, so it was indeed not suitable for it to run around. Thus, after tidying up the house, Lin Mo closed the door and set off for Qingzhou City. Qingzhou City, about 2,000 miles from the Initial Sect's mountain gate, is located at the intersection of three powers, making it a chaotic place, often referred to as a lawless zone. Consequently, Qingzhou City changes hands roughly every few decades to 100 years. Of course, the frequent change of ownership in Qingzhou City is inevitably linked to the influence of the three major powers. The Initial Sect and the other two powers treat Qingzhou City as a buffer zone. Therefore, they do not wish for the Lord of Qingzhou City to grow stronger. Riding on his black knife, Lin Mo leisurely flew on his flying tool and arrived outside Qingzhou City in just 2 hours. The city gate of Qingzhou was open, and a constant stream of people came and went. There were also many soldiers at the city gate, checking each person entering the city. "Oh, it's a Taoist from the Chuxing sect. Please come in." Lin Mo simply presented the token that symbolized his status as an inner disciple of the Chuxing sect. And the soldiers at the gate immediately let him pass with flattering smiles. No matter who the Lord of Qingzhou City is, they wouldn't dare to offend the disciples from the three major sects surrounding Qingzhou City, especially the inner disciples, unless they no longer wish to be the city lord. Returning to Qingzhou City after over 100 years, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel nostalgic. I wonder who the current lord of Qingzhou City is? I should ask around later. Chapter 81. Father, how capable is your proud son? Walking on the bluestone road of Qingzhou City, Lin Mo glanced around. The current Qingzhou City doesn't seem much different from his memories. The streets were crowded with various vendors calling out, and some cultivators stood in front of the stalls, arguing red-faced with the stall owners over a few cheap spirit stones. Perhaps due to the upcoming martial arts competition, the streets of Qingzhou City were exceptionally lively. Among the bustling crowd, cultivators embarking on the path of cultivation made up the majority. Of course, those in the Qi refining stage accounted for the vast majority, while those in the foundation establishment stage were few and far between. The Chuxing sect, the Yin-Yang sect, and the Wanjian Pavilion looked down on the martial arts competition hosted by the Lord of Qingzhou City. However, for the loose cultivators, it was a rare grand event. Even if they couldn't secure a ranking in the competition, there were still participation prizes. The participation prizes may not be much, but they were enough to attract loose cultivators who were struggling to make ends meet to come and take advantage of the situation. This was the main strategy used by the Lord of Qingzhou City to attract cultivators from various regions to participate in the competition. After all, hosting a martial arts competition to embellish his son would be embarrassing if no one participated, right? Lin Mo first found an inn to stay in, then spent a few spirit stones to change into a pure white Taoist robe. As soon as he donned the pure white robe, Lin Mo felt an aura of celestial elegance enveloping him. The saying, "People rely on their clothing, horses rely on their saddles," was indeed true. After changing out of his rough linen clothes that he had worn for 100 years, Lin Mo felt light as a feather while walking. Subsequently, Lin Mo arrived at the largest restaurant in Qingzhou City, Qingfeng Residence. "Taoist, you've arrived. Please come in." The doorman of Qingfeng Residence warmly welcomed Lin Mo. Guided by the doorman, Lin Mo sat down at a table in the corner. Mainly, there were too many guests at Qingfeng Residence, and Lin Mo had no choice. "Bring me a pot of your best tea," he said. "All right, Taoist, please wait a moment. It will be ready soon." Not long after, the doorman brought a pot of hot tea. Lin Mo casually tossed out 10 spirit stones and asked, "Little guy, I'm new here. I wonder who the current lord of Qingzhou City is?" The doorman happily accepted the spirit stones and enthusiastically introduced to Lin Mo. "Are you here to participate in the martial arts competition, Taoist? The current lord of Qingzhou City is called Lin-Mo." "Wait," Lin Mo suddenly interrupted the doorman. "What did you just say the lord of Qingzhou City is called?" The doorman replied, "It's Lin-Mo." He repeated it, then continued to chatter on. "Taoist, you may not know, but it is said that this Lord Lin obtained a great opportunity 80 years ago. He was originally just in the Qi refining stage, but his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In less than 50 years, he ascended to the gold core stage. As for how he became the new lord of Qingzhou City later, there are many theories." After hearing this, Lin Mo waved his hand to dismiss the doorman. Lin-Mo, Lin-Mo, Lin Mo murmured, repeating the name of the Lord of Qingzhou City. His dark, deep pupils trembled slightly, because his father's name is Lin-Mo. If this is true, then I finally understand why Elder Hongyue specifically called me to participate in this martial arts competition. No wonder Elder Hongyue urged me at that time to announce my name and origin to everyone after winning the competition. It all makes sense now. If that's the case, then Father, let me see how capable your son, whom you take pride in and specially organized this martial arts competition for, truly is. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. "Taoist, would you mind sharing a table?" Suddenly, a clear, melodious voice, like the sound of nature, pulled Lin Mo back to reality. He looked up and saw a fairy dressed in a neat, fitted outfit, wearing a conical hat. The curtain of the hat covered half of her face, but one could still catch a glimpse of her stunning beauty beneath it. "Do you mind?" After a moment, Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, leisurely took a sip of hot tea, and replied indifferently. The fairy did not leave after being rejected. Instead, she said, "The hall is already full, and there is still a vacant seat here for the Taoist. My name is Chun Xinghuan, a wandering cultivator who has traveled here. May I have the honor to sit with you today?" Hearing this, Lin Mo glanced at the hall and noted that there were still many tables with empty seats. The fairy spoke and behaved gracefully, her tone infused with confidence. Although she wore a low-key fitted outfit, it could not conceal her dignified and elegant aura. The hat and curtain could not hide her beauty, which was like that of a celestial being. If you were truly a wandering cultivator, you would have been captured by some yawning old monster to be their wife long ago. In the course of their conversation, Lin Mo saw through Chun Xinghuan's lie. However, Chun Xinghuan was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she clasped her hands in admiration and said, as expected of the Taoist, "Your insight is indeed sharp. To be honest, I come from the 10,000 Sword Pavilion." The 10,000 Sword Pavilion? The teacup that was about to reach Lin Mo's lips suddenly halted, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Interesting, could it be that Chun Xinghuan has seen through my background as a disciple of the Initial Holy Sect? Just as this thought flashed by, Lin Mo dismissed the speculation. After all, he was just one of the thousands of miscellaneous disciples of the Initial Holy Sect, not a saint or a young sect master. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was inconspicuous. There is only one possibility left. Chun Xinghuan was attracted by his pure, yang sacred body. Then, Lin Mo waved his hand, indicating that she could sit down. Chun Xinghuan was quite unrestrained. After sitting down, she poured herself a cup of tea. "May I ask for your esteemed surname?" Chun Xinghuan then inquired. "My surname is Lin, with a single character Mo." After asking for his name, Chun Xinghuan continued, "So it is Lin Taoist. If I am not mistaken, you must be a wandering cultivator attracted by the martial arts competition?" From Chun Xinghuan's perspective, Lin Mo, with his celestial demeanor, was barely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How could he be anything other than a wandering cultivator? The fairy's insight was indeed sharp. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo went along with Chun Xinghuan's statement. "I have embarrassed myself in front of the Taoist. I usually don't miss when assessing people." Then, Chun Xinghuan boldly invited Lin Mo. "I see that you have a celestial aura and a righteous spirit, which quite fits the temperament of my 10,000 Sword Pavilion. If you are interested, I can recommend you to join the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, and you won't have to wander anymore. I am used to a free and easy life. Joining the 10,000 Sword Pavilion might not suit me. So, I appreciate your kind offer, but I must decline." Lin Mo did not hesitate to directly refuse Chun Xinghuan's invitation. Chun Xinghuan was not surprised at all. She only expressed some regret. "If the Taoist is unwilling, I certainly won't force you, but it's a pity. If you insist on being a wandering cultivator, I fear you may never hope to break through to the gold core stage." Lin Mo smiled noncommittally. What would Chun Xinghuan think if she knew his true cultivation level was mid-gold core? Everyone has their own fate. If it is my destiny to be like this, then I can only accept it with a smile. You seem to take it lightly. What else can I do? Many times, even great beings in the ascension stage cannot resist fate. For us insignificant beings, being able to live a carefree life is already a blessing from the heavens. That is indeed the case. Chun Xinghuan nodded slightly in agreement. In the history of the Tianyuan continent, how many great beings in the ascension stage have failed to achieve ascension and ended up in despair? Cultivating immortality is about becoming immortal. Breaking through the shackles of the ascension stage and achieving ascension is the lifelong wish of all cultivators. However, among the billions of cultivators on the Tianyuan continent, very few can successfully ascend. I must take my leave now. Fairy, please excuse me. Not long after, Lin Mo left 50 spirit stones as tea money and stood up to leave. Although Chun Xinghuan was attracted by his pure yang sacred body, Lin Mo did not wish to have too much contact with her due to her being a disciple of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion. It would be best if they were only acquaintances to avoid any awkwardness if their sects were to clash in the future. The path of immortals and demons is inherently incompatible. Lin Mo also could not know whether Chen Qinghuan would choose to carry out her path of immortality and attack him if she knew he was a disciple of the Initial Holy Sect. Chen Qinghuan was indeed beautiful, but Lin Mo was no longer the old virgin who hadn't touched a woman's hand 2 years ago. Taoist, please wait. Chen Qinghuan also stood up and said, in this vast sea of people, being able to meet you is a kind of fate. Could you leave me a jade slip with a soul mark? Perhaps when I go out of practice, we might meet again. Lin Mo shook his head and said, meeting once might just be a coincidence. If we can meet again in the future, then that would be fate. At that time, I wouldn't mind making a friend of the fairy. After saying this, Lin Mo did not linger and left quickly. Watching Lin Mo's departing figure, Chen Qinghuan slightly parted her lips and said with interest, this Lin Mo Taoist is quite interesting. I took the initiative, yet he didn't even glance back at me. I really don't believe you are the kind of person who is clear-minded and sees through the world. Chen Qinghuan had ample confidence in her appearance and temperament. Didn't she see how many brothers in the 10,000 sword pavilion would flatter her, even willing to be her lapdog? Lin Mo's decisive departure made her momentarily doubt her own beauty and charm. However, the more Lin Mo showed disinterest in her, the stronger Chen Qinghuan's competitive spirit became, driving her to want to make Lin Mo submit to her. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of the official martial arts competition in Qingzhou City. A few days ago, Lin Mo had successfully registered for the martial arts competition through the soldiers. In the luxurious hall of the palace, a middle-aged man dressed in splendid attire, exuding an air of authority, sat at the head of the table. Beside him sat a beautiful lady adorned in jewels. They were the current city lord of Qingzhou, Lin Tiandao, and his wife, Li Suzhen, Lord City Master. A total of 537 people have registered for this martial arts competition, the vast majority of whom are scattered cultivators. There are also some disciples from nearby small sects participating, mostly at the mid-foundation stage and below. Notably, Chusheng Sect, Yin-Yang Sect, and Wanjian Pavilion have sent representatives as well. The steward was reporting the participant situation to Lin Tiandao. Oh, what are the cultivation levels of the representatives from Chusheng Sect, Yin-Yang Sect, and Wanjian Pavilion? Lin Tiandao asked with a raised eyebrow. The representatives from Chusheng Sect are at the mid-foundation stage, Yin-Yang Sect at the late foundation stage, and Wanjian Pavilion is also at the late foundation stage. The steward replied in detail. There's no need to worry about just the foundation stage. Hearing this, Li Suzhen breathed a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on her charming face. Changsheng has already broken through to the golden core stage. I believe after this martial arts competition, he will secure a position as a direct disciple in Wanjian Pavilion. Lin Changsheng is the son that Lin Tiandao and Li Suzhen are most proud of. At just 70 years old, Lin Changsheng has already broken through to the golden core stage. The identity of a direct disciple in Wanjian Pavilion is almost within reach. Lin Tiandao nodded with a smile, pride evident in his eyes as he thought of Lin Changsheng. As long as Lin Changsheng becomes a direct disciple of Wanjian Pavilion, his position as city lord will naturally be more secure. In the future, if Chusheng Sect or Yin-Yang Sect wants to usurp his position and replace him as the city lord of Qingzhou, Wanjian Pavilion will not stand by idly. Let us go, my dear. The time is almost up. Let us see how Lin performs. As noon approached, Lin Tiandao and his wife Li Suzhen appeared at the central martial arts arena of Qingzhou City. The arena was packed with people. Some were selling goods due to the competition, while many scattered cultivators and ordinary folks came to watch the excitement. Lin Mo mingled among the over 500 participants. His gaze fixed directly on Lin Tiandao and Li Suzhen on the arena. After more than 100 years apart, seeing his parents' faces again made Lin Mo unable to maintain his inner calm. It really is you, father, mother. Beneath his sleeves, Lin Mo instinctively clenched his fists. For a moment, he didn't know how to face the two who had sold him to Chusheng Sect as a servant. I'm sorry, Mo. Forgive your mother. Your father and I truly could not afford to raise you anymore. You can survive by working hard here. Do you understand? For the sake of our family. We can only make you suffer for now. In the future, if your father becomes successful, he will come to redeem you." The words Lin Tiandao and Li Sujin said when they sold him to Chushang sect echoed in Lin Mo's ears. That day felt as if it were vividly in front of him. "You have become successful, yet you still do not come to redeem me." Lin Mo bitterly smiled in his heart. "Perhaps, in your hearts, you have long forgotten about your useless son." Chapter 83. Oh no, the boomerang came back so quickly? After a bland opening remark, Lin Tiandao finally announced that the martial arts competition officially began. Due to the large number of participants, the preliminary elimination rounds were conducted simultaneously in multiple matches. Lin Tiandao and Li Sujin primarily focused on Lin Changsheng. Meanwhile, Lin Mo easily advanced through the rounds, directly reaching the top 16. Then, he encountered a disciple from Yin-Yang sect at the late foundation stage. This time, Lin Mo deliberately put on a show, and after a tough battle, he barely secured a spot in the top 8. In the spectator area, Li Sujin noticed Lin Mo's husband. "Do you feel that this old Taoist from Chushing sect looks a bit familiar?" Li Sujin said softly, watching Lin Mo as he slowly walked off the arena. "Really?" Lin Tiandao responded. Since Lin Mo had registered under the name Wang Xian, Lin Tiandao did not pay much attention. "Maybe I'm mistaken." Li Suzhen Rubit had fordehat. Not very sure. She did not know if Lin Tiandao had forgotten Lin Mo, but as a mother, she still remembered her youngest son Lin Mo, whom she and Lin Tiandao sold to Chushing sect. However, Lin Mo had been assessed to only have half a spiritual vein, categorizing him as a cultivation waste. Even if he were still alive, with his cultivation talent, it would be difficult for him to reach the foundation stage even after more than 100 years. Moreover, the fact that this person was named Wang Xian did shake Li Sujin's suspicions. "It seems that my dear wife has been overworking herself due to the martial arts competition. You should rest more," Lin Tiandao said. Li Sujin did not respond. When she came back to her senses and looked for Lin Mo again, she could no longer find him. The competition continued. The opponents Lin Mo faced next were of similar strength to him after he concealed his true cultivation level. However, every match was relatively easy for Lin Mo. On the other side, Lin Changsheng, with his early golden core cultivation, was overwhelming the scattered cultivators who were only at the foundation stage. Eventually, after several days of fierce battles, Lin Mo and Lin Changsheng unsurprisingly met in the finals. On the day of the finals, with half an hour remaining before the competition officially began, the audience seats at the Central Martial Arts Arena of Qingzhou City were already packed. Countless people were waiting for the finals to start. Many among them were not there to see an exciting competition, but rather to see a result. Yes, in the finals of the martial arts competition, based on surface strength, the young city lord Lin Changsheng had a crushing advantage over Lin Mo. Yet there was still some betting on the outcome. The odds of Lin Mo defeating Lin Changsheng to win the championship reached an astonishing 1 to 25, while Lin Changsheng's odds were a meager 1 to 1.01. Even so, the vast majority of people bet all their wealth on Lin Changsheng to win. Although Lin Changsheng's odds were low, this seemingly certain final was no different from giving away money. If it weren't for Lin Mo's overly relaxed performance during the preliminary rounds, causing some to doubt whether he was hiding his true cultivation level, Lin Mo's odds could have been even higher. Meanwhile, at a betting spot, little guy, help me place a bet of 10,000 spirit stones on Wang Xian to win. Here, your runner's fee. Lin Mo, disguised, caught a shabby-looking child. Okay, thank you, Taoist. After taking 30 spirit stones as a runner's fee, the child excitedly went to place the bet for Lin Mo. It was that he didn't want to bet more, but he was afraid the bookmaker couldn't pay out and would not recognize it. So there was no need to risk it. Before long, the child returned with the betting ticket. After securing the ticket, Lin Mo went to a small alley, removed his disguise, and restored his appearance before heading to the Central Martial Arts Arena. On the other side, Lin do not underestimate this battle. That old Taoist from Chushing sect is clearly hiding his true cultivation. Before the finals were about to start, Lin Tiandao solemnly reminded, "Father, you worry too much. That so-called Wang Xian, at most, has reached the perfect foundation stage. I can take him down in no time." Lin Chongsheng confidently replied. Before the golden core. The perfect foundation stage is like an ant, Lin Chongsheng added confidently. Chongsheng, listen to your father. Do not underestimate this. This concerns whether you can secure a position as a direct disciple in Wanjian Pavilion. Li Suzhen added. Mother, I don't like what you just said. What do you mean muddling through? Lin Chongsheng scoffed and said, with my talent. Isn't it only natural for me to become a direct disciple at the Sword Sect? You all just enjoy wasting your time on these useless thoughts. Lin Tiandao was about to scold him, but was stopped by Luo Susan. Aren't your father and I thinking about your future? Why are you getting impatient instead? Lin Tiandao pushed Luo Susan aside and reprimanded. Can't you change your arrogant nature? I don't want to talk to you. Lin Chongsheng rolled his eyes and ignored Lin Tiandao, quickly leaving. You. All right, my husband. Luo Susan smiled with squinted eyes. As long as Chongsheng wins the championship. Saying so much will only hurt the harmony between you two. Isn't he like this because you spoiled him since he was little? In the blink of an eye, it was noon. The drums for the finals sounded, and the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak. Countless people held betting slips in their hands, shouting Lin Chongsheng's name. Under the host guidance of the steward of Qingzhou City, Lin Mo was the first to step onto the stage. As soon as Lin Mo appeared, the audience erupted in deafening boos, like waves crashing one after another. Lin Mo stood with his hands behind his back, eyes closed, a hint of an indescribable mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Those who booed him so fiercely would soon find themselves in despair. Master Lin. At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice came. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw Chun Qinghuan standing prominently in the front row of the audience. Lin Mo feigned calmness and smiled at her. But inwardly, he was muttering, Isn't this Chun Qinghuan going to keep watching me? What should I do now? According to the instructions from Elder Hongyue, he was supposed to announce his name and background after winning the championship. Wouldn't that mean the lie he told Chun Qinghuan that day would be exposed? Oh no! The boomerang came back so quickly, Lin Mo frowned. Should he still follow Elder Hongyue's orders? Master Lin, I bet on your win. Although it's not much, it's still some support for you. Chun Qinghuan's voice continued. The next moment, Lin Mo reopened his eyes, a flash of brilliance in his deep, dark eyes. He had made a decision. Chapter 84. Mo, is that really you? Refund in Geneva. Below, let us welcome the first genius of Qingzhou City in 500 years. And the young master of Qingzhou City, Lin Chongsheng. The steward's loud voice echoed. The audience immediately erupted into earth-shattering cheers and applause. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Chongsheng, dressed in a luxurious white robe, handsome and with a refined demeanor, walked slowly up the steps of the stage. He reveled in the cheers coming from all directions, his handsome face beaming with pride. Lin Mo's gaze also fell on him. Lin Chongsheng, adorned with numerous accolades and a halo of favor, was so full of vigor. When Lin Mo first crossed into this world, he had once imagined that one day he would be in such a spirited scene. But the harsh reality gave him a heavy blow. He was not a genius holding the protagonist's script at all. He was barely even a cultivator, as he only had half a spiritual meridian. In fact, until 2 years ago, his life was like a joke. Looking back at Lin Chongsheng, just the name Lin Chongsheng was enough to show how much hope Lin Tiandao and Luo Susan had for this son. Now looking again, Lin Mo smiled with relief. He realized he was not holding the protagonist's script, but rather the villain's script, because, according to the tropes of fantasy novels, this villain would deal a heavy blow to the spirited Lin Chongsheng in this martial arts competition. Then, Lin Chongsheng would reflect on his mistakes, hide his talents, and one day, the returning King Lin Chongsheng would defeat this villain who once humiliated him, completing his revenge. After a long time, when the audience quieted down, Lin Chongsheng was the first to speak. This Dao is from Initial Sacred Sect. I am quite surprised that you could get here with your mid-foundation establishment cultivation. However, I guess you must be hiding your true cultivation, right? It doesn't matter. In front of Golden Core, whether you are late or full foundation establishment, it is actually the same. Let's get started. This farce should end. I still have to hurry back to cultivate. Lin Mo smiled mysteriously and said, Is this what someone who has never faced setbacks would say? It's really not much different from what I expected. Then, Lin Mo raised his gaze to look at Luo Susan on the viewing platform. His mother, huh? Luo Susan noticed Lin Mo's gaze and was startled. She locked eyes with Lin Mo, staring intently at his aged face. Luo Susan's heart trembled. Although Lin Mo's face was old, she vaguely seemed to recognize some contours of Lin Mo's childhood, until Lin Mo cast her an indescribable smile. Luo Susan's scalp suddenly felt like it was exploding. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't find the words. The competition began, at the same time, with a command from the steward. The finals of this martial arts competition officially kicked off. Lin Changsheng did not hesitate. He reached out, and a sharp 5-foot-long sword instantly appeared. Old man, should I let you win? Lin Changsheng sneered. I think you should consider how not to lose too embarrassingly later. Empty bravado. Bang. The bluestone slab under Lin Changsheng's feet suddenly exploded, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Lin Mo still stood with his hands behind his back, merely shifting his feet slightly, as a gust of wind that stung his skin brushed past him. What? After a missed strike, Lin Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. He quickly adjusted his posture and launched another attack at Lin Mo. Whoosh. 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 A series of sharp attacks came at strange angles, under the gaze of countless eyes. Lin Mo appeared calm and unhurried, dodging all of Lin Changsheng's attacks effortlessly. What was going on? Seeing this scene, Lin Tiandao on the viewing platform became restless. This was originally a martial arts competition he organized to showcase Lin Changsheng. If Lin Changsheng lost, where would he put his old face? In the audience, the many gamblers holding betting slips were now speechless. They held their breath, nervously watching the situation on the stage. Cold sweat quietly soaked their foreheads and backs. On the contrary, those few lucky ones who had bet on Lin Mo were overflowing with excitement on their faces. Lin Changsheng suddenly stopped his attack, his previously spirited face gradually darkening and becoming serious. After the previous round of probing attacks, he had already confirmed that Lin Mo's cultivation was definitely not weaker than his. What a clever act of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Lin Changsheng quickly adjusted his mindset and coldly snorted. Show your true cultivation. Since it's your brother's request, as an elder brother, I must satisfy you. Lin Mo smiled. Then he no longer suppressed his aura, revealing his mid-golden core cultivation. When the aura emanating from Lin Mo reached mid-golden core cultivation, the countless gamblers in the audience suddenly turned ashen. Mid-golden core? Impossible. How could this old Taoist be mid-golden core? Wasn't he mid-foundation establishment? What is going on? This old bastard hid his true cultivation level. It shouldn't count. I'll go get my money back later. Geneva, a refund. The audience instantly stirred. The early stage of golden core against the mid-stage of golden core. They couldn't imagine how Lin Changsheng would win. I knew it. In the front row, Chun Qingwan slightly lifted her lips. From the elimination match a few days ago, she had already seen that Lin Mo was hiding his true cultivation level. Now, looking at it, her guess was indeed correct. What surprised her was that Lin Mo was actually at the mid-stage of golden core. On the competition platform, Lin Tiandao suddenly stood up. His gaze was fixed on Lin Mo in the arena. He was not only shocked by Lin Mo's mid-stage of golden core cultivation, but also found it hard to believe what Lin Mo had just said to Lin Changsheng. What does it mean? Since it's my younger brother's request, as the elder brother, I must fulfill it. Could it be that you are from the Initial Holy Sect? Lin Mo's figure was reflected in Lin Tiandao's trembling pupils. He could hardly believe his ears. Emoer, is it really you? Russell Zhang's eyes had turned red without her noticing. She never expected that her most unfortunate son would reappear before her in such a manner today. Chapter 85, and my real name is Lin Mo. What did you just say? On the martial arts stage, Lin Changsheng was momentarily stunned. It seemed he had heard something incredible from Lin Mo. You are my brother? Lin Changsheng stood still, looking at Lin Mo with a mix of confusion and disbelief. This demon cultivator from the Initial Holy Sect was actually his brother? Buzz. What responded to Lin Changsheng was a sharp, unmatched blade intent. Before Lin Changsheng could even react, Lin Mo's blade was already pressed against his neck. The sharp blade was almost touching his neck. Lin Mo only needed to exert a little force to sever his head. Wow! The sudden reversal of the situation immediately caused an uproar. Those who had bet on Lin Changsheng stared at him intently, their pupils bloodshot and about to crack. They prayed in their hearts that this talented individual they had high hopes for could turn the tide. You sneak attacked me. A slight sting at his neck made Lin Changsheng dare not move recklessly. Lin Mo casually said, "To be so easily distracted by me, this so-called genius is nothing more than that. Moreover, on the battlefield, the enemy doesn't care whether it's a sneak attack. As long as they can take control of the situation and gain the advantage, what does a sneak attack matter? You lost, Lin Changsheng. Bastard, I refuse to accept it." Lin Changsheng's expression darkened as he shouted unwillingly, "If you have the guts, let me go and we'll have a fair duel." Even though Lin Mo's cultivation was higher than his, Lin Changsheng remained unafraid. To him, being defeated without a fight was far too suffocating. Even if he lost, he wanted to lose spectacularly, not to be defeated by Lin Mo's sudden sneak attack, leading to a total loss. Hee. Lin Mo fulfilled Lin Changsheng's request, withdrawing his black blade. Then he stepped back a distance and beckoned to Lin Changsheng, indicating that he could attack at any time. Watch me." Just as Lin Changsheng raised his hand, intending to draw his sword, the sharp sound of breaking wind echoed again. The not-so-loud blade intent buzzed in Lin Changsheng's ears like thunder. Clang! In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and Lin Changsheng's treasured sword was knocked away. Lin Mo's black blade was once again pressed against his neck. Lin Mo mercilessly mocked. "You just said you would do what to me? Facing a stronger opponent, you still have the mind to taunt? Genius? I think you're a complete mess." Lin Changsheng stood upright. He stared blankly, momentarily unsure if he was dreaming. Not just Lin Changsheng, but the audience was silent. Those who had bet on Lin Changsheng and had been booing Lin Mo were now dumbfounded. They too were questioning whether they were dreaming. In terms of cultivation, Lin Mo was indeed a small realm higher than Lin Changsheng. But the situation shouldn't be so one-sided. Soon, Lin Mo flipped the blade, using the hilt to channel vast spiritual power, delivering a heavy blow to Lin Changsheng's chest. Poof! Blood sprayed out. The dazed Lin Changsheng flew through the air like a kite with a broken string, tracing a perfect parabola before crashing heavily to the ground. Silence. A dead silence. After a few moments, the audience erupted into a deafening roar. There was anger, despair, sighs, as well as joy and excitement. Various noisy voices mixed together, causing many people's eardrums to ring. Countless tickets were thrown into the air by the gamblers, creating a rain of tickets. On the martial arts stage, Lin Mo slowly sheathed his blade, then raised his gaze to the competition platform, locking eyes with the dazed and shocked Lin Tiandao. He could clearly see Lin Tiandao's pupils trembling. "Who are you?" After a long while, when the audience gradually quieted down, Lin Tiandao finally asked in a deep voice. His voice trembled. "Wang Xian, that's the name I signed up with." After a brief pause, Lin Mo continued in a calm tone. "And my real name is Lin Mo. I come from the Initial Holy Sect in the miscellaneous department." As soon as the words fell, Lin Tiandao plopped down on his chair with a thud. "Moa, is it really you?" Russell Zhen's eyes were red. Tears of longing had already soaked her cheeks. She just knew she wasn't mistaken. In the 16-8 elimination match, when she first noticed Lin Mo, she felt he looked somewhat familiar. In the 8-4 semifinals, her continuous attention on Lin Mo made Russell Zhen increasingly certain of her guess. Is it possible that this old Taoist from the Initial Holy Sect, named Wang Xian, is their youngest son Lin Mo, who was sold to the Initial Holy Sect as a miscellaneous worker due to their family's poverty 100 years ago? Until now, when Lin Mo spoke his name, Russell Zhen could no longer hold back her emotions as her guesses were confirmed. Impossible. How could you be Lin Mo? Lin Tiandao's heart was shaken beyond measure. He clearly remembered that his son named Lin Mo had only half a spiritual vein and almost no qualifications for cultivation. How could he possibly cultivate to the mid-stage of Golden Core in just over 100 years? But the more he looked at Lin Mo's weathered face, the more certain he became. He is Lin Mo. Lin Mo's expression was calm, his face like still water. but his slightly trembling hand under the sleeve indicated that his heart was not as calm and composed as it appeared. I won, Lord Lin Chung. According to the rules, I should take the prize that belongs to me. Then, under the gaze of many eyes, Lin Mo lightly tapped his toes, leaping onto the award platform to take the prize placed on it, the champion's prize of this martial arts competition, the top-grade spirit-level treasure, the Qing sword. This was originally prepared by Lin Tiandao for his proud son Lin Chongsheng. Now, however, it had fallen into the hands of the son he least expected. Moa. By the time Lin Tiandao snapped back to reality from his shock, Lin Mo had already left. Russell Zhun rushed down from the spectator platform, wanting to catch up with Lin Mo. But there were too many people around the martial arts stage. In the blink of an eye, she had lost sight of Lin Mo completely. Go and carry that unfilial son, Chongsheng, back. Lin Tiandao didn't have time to think too much about Lin Mo. After all, Lin Chongsheng was still lying on the martial arts stage, seriously injured. Yes, Lord City Master. On the other side, after leaving the martial arts stage, Lin Mo went to the dealer to redeem his tickets. Lin Daochong, here are the 250,000 spirit stones you won. Please take them. Seeing that the one coming to collect the prize was Lin Mo, who had brought them a huge profit, the dealer flattered him and handed over the reward. Even after giving Lin Mo these 250,000 spirit stones, the dealer still made a killing. After collecting the prize, Lin Mo did not linger in Qingzhou City and immediately planned to return to Chuxing Sect. Moa. Just as Lin Mo was about to take off into the sky after leaving the city gate, a heart-wrenching voice came from behind him. Lin Mo turned around and saw Luo Suzhen running towards him with tear-filled eyes. Moa, don't you really want to say a few words to your mother? Chapter 86. Because I fell in love with you at first sight. Lin Mo stood still, not saying a word. Luo Suzhen seemed to understand his meaning. In her hurry, she stumbled forward and tightly embraced Lin Mo. Moa, I'm sorry. You've suffered all these years. Your mother thought that. Luo Suzhen's tears soaked Lin Mo's shoulder. Thought I had died in Chuxing Sect. Lin Mo completed Luo Suzhen's unfinished words. Mother didn't tea. Luo Suzhen shook her head repeatedly, feeling extremely guilty. Your mother has never owed anyone in her life, except for you, Moa. Your mother and your father owe you too much. I'm sorry, Moa. I'm really sorry. No need to apologize. Lin Mo pushed Luo Suzhen away, his eyes unknowingly moist as well. I have never blamed you for your choice back then. You chose to sacrifice me to ensure the survival and continuation of the family. From my perspective, we are even. I came to participate in this martial arts tournament because my sect sent me. That's all. After saying this, Lin Mo turned around and began to walk away, step by step. Moa. No matter how Luo Suzhen called out from behind, Lin Mo did not look back. If Luo Suzhen could see Lin Mo's face at that moment, she would find that as he turned around, tears streamed down like a flood breaking through a dam. Lin Mo walked away resolutely, but his back appeared somewhat lonely and sorrowful. I'm sorry, Moa. Forgive your mother. Luo Suzhen knelt on the ground, only able to watch Lin Mo gradually disappear from her sight until he vanished completely, and she was powerless to do anything. Just like years ago, in order to ensure the family's survival, she and Lin Tiandao could only sell Lin Mo to Chuxing Sect as a servant, feeling equally helpless. On the other side, after walking several miles, Lin Mo finally wiped away his tears, took to the air, and flew straight back towards Chuxing Sect's mountain gate. Lin Daochong, is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? Suddenly, a figure caught up and blocked Lin Mo's path. It was Chun Qinghuan. Did Fairy Chin come to kill me? If so, I don't mind playing with you. Facing Chun Qinghuan again, Lin Mo did not waste words and immediately summoned his black blade. Perhaps there is no true definition of righteous and evil in this world, but the celestial and demonic paths are indeed truly opposing factions. Therefore, after Chun Qinghuan learned his true identity, Lin Mo no longer held any illusions about her. At this moment, Chun Qinghuan had removed the conical hat she wore at Qingfeng residence, revealing her stunning face that could dim the heavens and a cascade of silky hair. She exuded an ethereal aura, her demeanor extraordinary, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Any ordinary male cultivator would be moved by such beauty, unlike Lin Mo, who immediately drew his blade and prepared to fight. Lin Daochong, I know you might not be in the best mood right now, but you and I have no grievances, and there seems to be no need for weapons to meet, right? Chen Xinghuan smiled slightly. She seemed to harbor no hostility towards Lin Mo. What? You disciples of the so-called celestial sects don't usually see the disciples of the demonic sects as thorns in your flesh? Lin Mo said in surprise. If you're not here to kill me, are you here to mock me? Daochong, if you view people like this, your perspective is a bit narrow. Chen Xinghuan said, I have known Daochong for a short time, but through these few days of observation, I am sure you are not a true disciple of the demonic sect. You are a person of character, Lin Daochong. Just now you mentioned you came from the servant department of Chuxing sect, and combined with your relationship with Lord Lin, this also confirms my guess. I might know better than you what kind of people are in the servant department of Chuxing sect. Lin Mo raised his eyelids slightly and said calmly, if I were a naive young boy, perhaps your words would break my psychological defenses. Fairy, feel free to speak plainly. What do you intend by stopping me in the middle of the road? Before that, Chen Xinghuan gripped her jade hand, and the sword at her waist was drawn. Lin Daochong, I guess you must want to vent some of your emotions right now. How about I accompany you for a spar? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo stared deeply at Chen Xinghuan for a few moments. The more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. In Susu's words truly are a profound saying. Chen Xinghuan seemed to have completely seen through his thoughts. Therefore, she knew that at this moment, no matter what she said to Lin Mo, he probably wouldn't listen. Thus, she needed some means to divert Lin Mo's attention or to alleviate and vent the complex and obscure emotions within him. She was very skilled at this. I am willing to accompany you. After pondering for a long time, Lin Mo agreed to Chen Xinghuan's sparring request. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the depths of the mountains. Lin Mo and Chen Xinghuan engaged in an extremely intense clash like two bolts of lightning. The two fought for 3 days and nights. The surrounding mountains and forests were already devastated. Yet, Lin Mo and Chen Xinghuan still could not determine a winner. In the end, after one last fierce clash, the two tacitly agreed to end the battle. Subsequently, they arrived at a hidden lake in the depths of the mountains. Clearly just at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, yet able to fight with me for so long without losing, Daochong's cultivation is far deeper than I imagined. Chen Xinghuan spoke first, complimenting Lin Mo. It couldn't be said to be flattery. It was simply stating the truth. Initially, Chen Xinghuan thought she had to hold back, but as the battle progressed, she was astonished to discover that Lin Mo's actual combat power was much stronger than she had anticipated. That was only because the fairy was being kind. Now, you can speak about your purpose. After a moment of modesty, Lin Mo returned to the main topic. Chen Xinghuan pondered for a while before she spoke seriously. With Daochong's cultivation, being a servant disciple at Chuxing sect is too constraining. I still have the same purpose as before. If you are willing, I can recommend you to join the Wanjin Pavilion. Chuxing sect carries many painful memories for you. Doesn't Daochong want to escape from here? Lin Mo didn't respond immediately, but looked at Chen Xinghuan and asked back. It indeed carries many painful pasts for me, but is also where my lifelong memories reside. I don't understand why Fairy Chen is so insistent on having me join the Wanjin Pavilion. Chen Xinghuan smiled enticingly and said directly, it's very simple because I fell in love with you at first sight, Daochong. Chapter 87 Daochong. I left my mark on you. This answer was basically within Lin Mo's expectations, but he still deliberately looked at Chen Xinghuan with an incredulous gaze. As expected, Chen Xinghuan then explained, Daochong may find it hard to believe, but feelings like these come unbidden. If you want me to provide a specific explanation, I can't clarify it either. If Daochong also has feelings for me, after you join the Wanjin Pavilion, we could become Dao partners. Lin Mo shook his head, remaining unmoved, and said, I am not worthy of you, Fairy Chen. I am merely a servant of the Initial Sacred Sect. While your status in the 10,000 Sword Pavilion is surely not low, even if I were to join the 10,000 Sword Pavilion and become your Dao partner, I can foresee that those disciples who admire you will come to trouble me incessantly. Perhaps you could protect me, but I do not wish to live such a life." Chen Qinghuan parted her crimson lips, wanting to refute Lin Mo's words. However, after thinking it over, she could not find any faults. She was praised as the most beautiful woman in 1,000 years at the 10,000 Sword Pavilion, with extraordinary talent and an exceptional status. Admirers could line up from the gate of the 10,000 Sword Pavilion to Qingzhou City. If Lin Mo truly became her Dao partner there, he would undoubtedly face a lot of trouble. It would not be an exaggeration to say it would be nonstop for 365 days a year. "Taoist, let me ask you, do you really find me so unworthy?" After a long silence, Chen Qinghuan asked. "Fairy, your words are misguided," Lin Mo replied honestly. "I believe that as long as there are people in sight, they will see you as a rare beauty in 100 years, with outstanding temperament and exceptional talent. Those male cultivators lacking self-confidence will feel ashamed in your presence. Everyone has a love for beauty, and I am no exception. But you and I are from two different worlds. Without the unexpected, I would not have known you, nor would we have any profound stories together. That unexpected element is the pure yang sacred body. It's just that Chen Qinghuan does not know this." Having confirmed Lin Mo's attitude toward her, Chen Qinghuan then said, "There's indeed a natural barrier between us, but this is the Tianyuan continent, where any differences in identity and status can be compensated for by cultivation. No matter how humble or lowly a person may have been in their early years, if they rise to the peak of the continent and achieve the great ascension, then that once insignificant person will be among the highest in status on this continent. Taoist, I do not have such high demands for you. If you truly have intentions for me, then work hard on your cultivation. One day, when you break through to the nascent soul stage, we can become Dao partners, and all doubts will naturally wash away like a tide." Chen Qinghuan understood that Lin Mo only looked old. In reality, his age was not much older than hers. The reason Lin Mo appeared so aged likely stemmed from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage late in life, surpassing the lifespan limit of a mortal body. This was why he looked as if he had already entered middle age. For the vast majority of cultivators, turning 100 years old was precisely the age for hard work and struggle. How could one speak of being old? Thus, Chen Qinghuan did not feel that Lin Mo was inferior at all, as long as Lin Mo's cultivation continued to improve. His physical functions and appearance would eventually reverse time and return to his youthful form. The nascent soul stage was the watershed moment. Lin Mo smiled vaguely and said, "Fairy Chun, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Right now, my mind is filled with thoughts of improving my cultivation. I have no plans to take anyone as a Dao partner. Perhaps for you, the nascent soul stage is sufficient. But for me, it is far from enough." For him, the nascent soul stage was not a difficult task. However, from the current situation, it seemed unlikely that he could become Chen Qinghuan's Dao partner. If he were to run away from the Initial Sacred Sect, would Lu Ziyan not come to the 10,000 Sword Pavilion to bring him back? Unless, on some day in the future, his cultivation officially surpassed Lu Ziyan's. Only then could he do as he pleased. "Taoist, you seem very confident that you can break through to a realm above the nascent soul stage." "Just right. I also like ambitious people. I will always wait for you at the 10,000 Sword Pavilion until the day you feel the timing is right," Chen Qinghuan said, seemingly no longer anxious. "What if before that day arrives, the Initial Sacred Sect and the 10,000 Sword Pavilion go to war, and we have no choice but to meet as enemies? What will you do then, Fairy?" Lin Mo posed a soul-searching question to her. "Then I would willingly die by your sword," Chen Qinghuan answered without hesitation. Lin Mo felt a bit of a headache and rubbed his forehead. "All right then." Another woman enchanted by the pure, yang, sacred body. However, Chen Qinghuan's resolve is indeed something that ordinary women cannot possess. In this world, if you were to ask women to die for the ones they love, very few would be able to do so, unless they are lovesick. Your words put me in a difficult position, Fairy. Well, if you can truly wait for the day I can control my own fate, then I will become your Dao partner. After careful consideration, Lin Mo responded to Chen Qinghuan's initiative. "Good, it's a promise." A captivating smile graced Chen Qinghuan's stunningly beautiful face. A man of honor keeps his word. Immediately, Chen Xinghuan stood on her tiptoes and placed a gentle kiss on Lin Mo's cheek. Then, with a domineering tone, she said, "Taoist, I have already left my mark on you. No one can take you away from me." Lin Mo smiled helplessly. Chen Xinghuan's behavior was indeed reminiscent of a girl in the throes of first love. But she was by no means an innocent girl in her teens or 20s. Lin Mo could be quite certain of that. After their agreement, the two went their separate ways. Although Chen Xinghuan had been very proactive throughout, Lin Mo understood that a woman of her stature from a sect of immortals was not someone who would be so casual. If she truly wanted to establish a deeper relationship with him, Lin Mo would not need to speak. The pure Yang sacred body would speak for him. Since Chen Xinghuan did not make such a request, Lin Mo had a general idea of what kind of person she was. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou City, inside the city lord's mansion, Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen had a big argument over Lin Mo. In the end, Lin Tiandao chose to back down and admit his mistake. "All right, my lady, can we stop talking about it? It's all my fault. I did not fulfill my responsibilities as a father. After I became successful, I should have redeemed him more, but I did not do so. I have failed him, and I feel guilty toward him." Lin Tiandao tightly embraced Luo Suzhen, bowing his head to apologize in her ear. "What good does it do to apologize to me? Go apologize to Mo and make up for your wrongs. Perhaps we can still redeem Mo back." Chapter 88. Today my wife and I want to redeem him back. "Little servant, you're back." Upon returning to the sect, Elder Hanyue seemed to have been waiting for a long time. She looked at Lin Mo with interest and said meaningfully, "How was this trip?" Lin Mo cursed Elder Hanyue in his heart, but on the surface he appeared quite happy and said, "This trip was quite fruitful, at least for the next few years. I won't have to worry about spirit stones." "Thank you, Elder." This was indeed true. He had bet on himself to win 24,000 spirit stones, and with the addition of that Azure Gang sword, he could sell it for another 70 or 80,000 spirit stones. With these spirit stones, even if Lin Mo ceased his cultivation, he could still practice for several good years. Is that so? That's good. Since you've earned so many spirit stones, don't just focus on cultivation. There's a big fish that still needs you to reel it in, Elder Hanyue reminded him. Even if Lin Mo did not say anything, she already knew about the events in Qingzhou City. How should I put it? This outcome was basically within her expectations. Lin Tiandao and Luo Suzhen, as a couple, still had some parental responsibility. Otherwise, Elder Hanyue would not have specifically sent Lin Mo to participate in that martial arts competition. "You don't need to worry, Elder. The fish is already hooked. Even if I wanted to escape now, I couldn't," Lin Mo said. As long as he remained in the Initial Sacred Sect, Saintess Su Yu would not be able to ignore him, the one who might be the only person who knows her secret. Even if Lin Mo wanted to extricate herself and not get involved in the matters of the Saintess Su Yu in the Initial Sacred Sect, she couldn't escape her own situation. "Then I'll just wait for your good news, hee. After Han Yu left, Lin Mo tidied her thoughts and planned to return to the Purple Heaven Palace. Tap, tap, tap. A light and somewhat familiar sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind her. Lin Mo's heart trembled, and she turned to look. The owner of the footsteps was indeed the Saintess Su Yu. She seemed to have just returned from outside as well. Lin Mo initially thought that Su Yu had followed her all the way, but when she noticed Su Yu's somewhat subdued expression, she dismissed that idea. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo approached her and said with some surprise and delight, "Hee, I didn't expect to encounter the Saintess here." Upon hearing Lin Mo's voice, the somewhat downcast Su Yu suddenly came to her senses and quickly adjusted her expression. Her pure and cute face once again broke into the innocent and carefree smile of the past. "Old Lin, what are you doing here?" Lin Mo truthfully explained that Elder Hong Yu had sent him to participate in the martial arts competition in Qingzhou City. Then he asked, "The Saintess seems to have something on her mind. What is it? Although I may not be of much help, I have some experience, and perhaps I can offer some guidance." A hint of panic flashed across Su Yu's beautiful eyes, but it quickly vanished. She collected her thoughts and said clearly, "It's nothing much. I just encountered someone on the way back who was severely injured and being chased by enemies. He was too badly hurt, and I couldn't save him." "So, I see." Lin Mo suddenly understood. To me, this kind of thing is nothing worth mentioning, but for the saintess, it holds a different significance. However, you shouldn't blame yourself for this matter. Helping him is a kindness, but not being able to save him is just a matter of capability. Besides, many people die every day in this world. You can't save everyone by yourself. So you nodded, of course I know that. But it's a bit regrettable to encounter someone and yet be powerless to help. Just think positively. On the way back, Lin Mo suddenly asked, Saintess, may I ask you something? What is it? Go ahead. What was the opportunity that led you to join the Initial Sacred Sect back then? With your talent, you could have gone to any sect, and the treatment would not have been poor. Why did you choose the Initial Sacred Sect? Lin Mo asked directly and sharply. So you thought for a long while before sighing. Old Lin, you might not know that many geniuses on the continent are not in control of their own destinies. Which sect to join is often not decided by oneself, but by one's parents. I don't know why my parents sent me here, but at least I've been living quite well here. I have no worries, and my master is very responsible for me. Lin Mo smiled and empathized. It sounds like the saintess and I are quite similar, except that I was sold to the Initial Sacred Sect to be a servant. Then our experiences are quite similar. Old Lin, so you said with a smile. Lin Mo gave a bitter smile, perhaps. According to Su Yu's own words, her experiences were indeed similar to Lin Mo's. However, their identities, statuses, treatments, and experiences in the Initial Sacred Sect were vastly different. Upon returning to the Purple Cloud Palace, Lin Mo parted ways with Su Yu. He didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Su Yu had just said. However, it was clear that the saintess indeed had something on her mind, and this matter was troubling her. Lin Mo stroked his beard, murmuring to himself. All that Su Yu had said earlier was false, and he couldn't analyze what was troubling her. If he knew what was bothering Su Yu, perhaps he could break through her psychological defenses. Back in the small wooden house, Lin Mo found Lin Zi lying on his bed, her three tails pressed against her body, with her eyes tightly closed. There was even a strange black flame rising from her. It seemed she was attempting to break through to the golden core stage. Lin Mo did not disturb her. In the following days, Lin Zi continued her breakthrough to the golden core stage, while Lin Mo sat by the tea table, resting with his eyes closed. Until the 7th day, 2 special guests arrived at the Initial Sacred Sect. They were Lin Mo's father, Lin Tiandao, and mother, Luo Sujin. In the reception hall, Elder Hong Yu personally welcomed Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin. Hong Yu sat at the head of the table, leisurely sipping her hot tea, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Lord Lin, you are the lord of the Qinjian sect, coming to my Initial Sacred Sect today. Are you perhaps throwing yourself into a trap? Elder, you know that the sect the city lord favors is actually determined by interests. Lin Tiandao said with trepidation, Today, my wife and I have come to ask the elder for a favor. If the elder is willing to extend a helping hand, I will henceforth be a loyal member of the Initial Sacred Sect. Han Yu raised her eyelashes, intrigued. Oh, then Lord Lin, please tell me why you have come today. Yes, seeing a glimmer of hope, Lin Tiandao did not dare to beat around the bush and said directly, 100 years ago, my wife and I, along with a dozen children, were destitute and had no choice but to sell our youngest son to the Initial Sacred Sect as a servant. Today, my wife and I want to redeem him. This is a small matter that the elder only needs to nod for. So what do you think? Oh, so you two are here to redeem a servant? That indeed sounds like a small matter. Hong Yu asked knowingly, May I ask what the name of the servant you wish to redeem is? I will have someone check and get back to you as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin's eyes brightened. It seemed there was hope. Returning to the elder, his name is Lin Mo, and he was sold to your sect 108 years ago. Luo Sujin said, eager to speak first. Who? Hong Yu seemed not to have heard clearly. Lin Mo, Lin from the forest, and Mo from the unfamiliar. Luo Sujin emphasized the composition of Lin Mo's name. City Lord's wife. I think you might have made a mistake. Hong Yu corrected with a hint of mockery. It's not the Mo from unfamiliar, but the Mo from strange. Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin exchanged glances, clearly understanding the implications of Elder Hong Yu's words. Elder, forgive us for being dim-witted, but what do you mean? Lin Tiandao forced himself to pretend he understood while actually being confused. Don't understand? That's fine. Let someone else explain it to you. With that, Hong Yu stood up and left the reception hall. Unaware of who was waiting for them ahead, Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin hesitated for a moment before hastily following. Following behind Hong Yu, they arrived at the side hall of the reception area. After entering, Hong Yu lightly waved her sleeve, and the door to the side hall was heavily shut. Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin's hearts sank. An uneasy premonition instantly filled their minds. They instinctively looked towards the head of the side hall, where a cold woman in a purple gauze dress sat, her beautiful face resembling an iceberg, exuding an aura of danger and oppression that looked down upon the world. Even Hong Yu, as a great elder of the Initial Sacred Sect, could only stand beside her. "Greetings, Master." Upon realizing that this person might be the sect leader of the Initial Sacred Sect, the infamous female devil, Lu Ziyan, Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin were immediately terrified and trembled as they knelt down. They couldn't understand why they had only come to redeem a servant, and it had become necessary to disturb Lu Ziyan, the sect leader of the Initial Sacred Sect. Hong Yu, were these two's requests? Reporting to the Master, it seems that Lord Lin and his wife want to redeem Lin Mo from the servant department. After playing along with Hong Yu, Lu Ziyan then began to scrutinize the couple who were kneeling on the ground. Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin buried their heads deeply, their bodies and minds tense, not daring to make eye contact with Lu Ziyan. There's never a shortage of parents in this world who did not value their children when they were young, only to rush to build connections once their sons have grown up. You two are living examples. Lu Ziyan sarcastically remarked without holding back. Master, it's not like that. It's just that the little people are too busy cultivating to remember. Lin Tiandao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and weakly defended himself. Luo Sujin pleaded bitterly, Master. I know that no matter what we say, we cannot make up for the grievances Lin Mo has suffered for 100 years. So I also sincerely ask the Master to give us a chance to make it up to him. Make up? Lu Ziyan laughed mockingly. How can a broken heart be mended? How can the disappointment towards parents be restored to confidence? If you truly cared about Lin Mo, you should have thought of redeeming him when you first gained success. Why wait until Lin Mo appears before you to say you want to make amends? Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin fell silent, feeling ashamed and unable to respond to Lu Ziyan's words. At the beginning of their rise, they indeed did not think of Lin Mo, who was suffering humiliation in the Initial Sacred Sect. After being impoverished for half a lifetime, when an opportunity arose to ascend, no one could refuse the temptation of wealth and honor. They looked up. After a long time, Lu Ziyan's commanding tone sounded. Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin slowly raised their heads, only to see Lin Mo had appeared before them without them noticing. Lin Tiandao and his wife were excited and wanted to rush forward to embrace Lin Mo. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, like a mountain pinning them to the ground, unable to move. Did this palace allow you to get up? Master, please let them get up. Lu Ziyan hesitated for a moment before retracting the terrifying pressure she had placed on Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin. Immediately, Lin Mo reached out a hand, stopping Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin, who wanted to step forward. Lin Tiandao, with a face full of regret, said, Mo, it's your father who is sorry for you. Come back with me. Whatever you want, your father will compensate you. Lin Mo shook his head and said indifferently, no need. If you had come to redeem me 80 years ago, I might have gone back with you, but now there is no need. Mo, I know you hate us. Luo Sujin pleaded with tears in her eyes. Your father and I indeed owe you an apology, but why won't you even give your mother a chance to make amends? The word compensate sounds easy to say, but hard to do. Moreover, I've already told you, we are not indebted to each other, so you don't need to compensate me for anything. Your actual action to redeem me, though delayed by decades, has finally come. Perhaps there are some human factors involved, but at least it proves you have this intention. I have been doing well in the Initial Sacred Sect, so there is no need for concern. If you two no longer disturb me in the future, I'm still willing to recognize you as my father and mother. Lin Mo made his stance clear all at once. What child in the world doesn't care about their parents? Lin Mo also understood that when Lin Tiandao and Luo Sujin chose to sell him to the Initial Sacred Sect, it was indeed a helpless choice. Otherwise, facing the parents who had sent him to hell back then, he would not have had this attitude. It was just that after they became successful, they forgot about him, which made Lin Mo somewhat angry. He should have suffered decades less torment. Although that way, he might not have been able to activate the pure yang sacred body again. But if given a choice, he would still wish to be redeemed by Lin-Mo 80 years ago and escape from the hell of the Initial Sacred Sect. But how many ifs are there in the world? Lin-Mo and Luo Sujin exchanged glances, and Luo Sujin finally said, "All right, Montakia, as long as you are willing to forgive us, your mother and father will no longer disturb you. But if you have time, can you please come back to see your mother? I really have a lot to say to you." Chapter 90. Lin-Zi, can you transform into a cat girl? Lin Mo's words also gave Lin-Mo and his wife a glimmer of hope for breaking the ice in their relationship. Luo Sujin also knew that there was no need to rush, so she did not push too hard. After all, Lin Mo had suffered 100 years of hardship in the Initial Sacred Sect. It was normal and reasonable for him to feel resentment. Luo Sujin understood her other children very well. If it were any other child, they would not be as easy to talk to as Lin Mo, and they might even have the intent to kill them. Let's talk about it later. Lin Mo did not agree directly, but in the ears of Lin-Mo and Luo Sujin, it sounded like there was already hope. Moer, as long as you come back, your mother and father will always keep the door to your home open for you. Luo Sujin wiped away her excited tears and choked out. Lin Mo said nothing more. Just turn to look at the elder Hongyue beside Lu Zian. You too, please. Elder Hongyue immediately issued the order to dismiss. Moa, you must come back to see your mother. Your mother will always wait for you. Before stepping out of the side hall, Luo Sujin did not forget to turn back and repeat. Despite their reluctance to leave, Lin-Mo and Luo Sujin knew that this was already the best outcome they could achieve today. After Elder Hongyue sent Lin-Mo and his wife out, only Lin Mo and Lu Zian remained in the side hall. Lu Zian propped her chin on her hand and said, "You clearly suffered so much in the Initial Sacred Sect, yet you are still willing to forgive them. In the past nights, I often thought of them. At that time, I thought that if I saw them again, I would never forgive them. But when actually facing them, Lin Mo suddenly stopped speaking here. He let out a bitter laugh and did not continue. You are quite filial. I can understand. If they had a bad attitude, that would be one thing. But with such a humble attitude of admitting their mistakes, any child in the world would probably do the same. Unless they are cold-blooded and heartless," Lu Zian said. She had seen countless people and understood Lin Mo's feelings at this moment. "All right, I will return now. You can have some peace and quiet." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zian immediately disappeared from the main seat, leaving Lin Mo alone in a quiet space. Until the next day, Lin Mo finally returned to the small wooden house in Ziqian Palace. Meow, meow, meow. As soon as he opened the door of the small wooden house, Lin-Zi jumped down from the bed and meowed at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's gaze shifted slightly, and he saw 3 fully formed black tails swaying casually behind it. "You little guy, you've grown quite fast. I guess it wasn't a waste raising you." Lin Mo smiled gently and then squatted down to rub Lin-Zi's head. Lin-Zi also rubbed against Lin Mo, seemingly having recognized him as its caretaker. Then, Lin Mo placed Lin-Zi on the tea table and asked Lin-Zi, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" "I can understand." Lin-Zi opened its mouth and spoke human words. Its voice was delicate yet charming, exactly like the voice of a cat girl in Lin Mo's mind. Lin Mo's pupils widened in surprise. "You can talk now?" Lin-Zi replied, "I've been able to speak human language since the foundation establishment stage. I just didn't speak before." Hiss. Lin Mo took a sharp breath and then grinned with anticipation. "Lin-Zi, can you transform into a cat girl?" "Ow." Lin-Zi immediately huffed at Lin Mo, unamused humph. "You're such a lecherous old man." Lin Mo corrected himself confidently. "I admit I'm lecherous, but in terms of a cultivator's age, I'm really not old." Isn't that the same? Lin-Zi said. "So what? It's human nature to seek reproduction. It's ingrained in human genes. Food can be skipped, but one cannot skip being lecherous." Lin Mo said seriously. "Genes? What are those?" Lin-Zi tilted her head, seemingly not understanding what the term genes meant. Forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. Lin Mo seriously instructed. In short, you just need to know that without some adult activities, you wouldn't be here in this world. Lindsay immediately looked at Lin Mo with a gaze that suggested she saw him as a pervert. All right, let's get to the point. After teasing Lindsay enough, Lin Mo finally returned to the main topic. Lindsay, I've fed you for so long, you can't just eat for free. I need you to help me with something. Sure. What do you want me to do? Lindsay's eyes lit up, eager to try. She had been cooped up in this room for almost a year and was just wanting to get some fresh air. You know the Saintess CULTIVATE, right? With your current cultivation, you should be able to follow her secretly without being detected. Keep an eye on her, and if she does anything unusual, come back and report to me. Lin Mo said with a smile. As long as you handle this well, I'll buy you a few Huadan. Upon hearing Huadan, Lin Zi's motivation instantly skyrocketed. She flipped in place and confidently said, "It's a small task. You go buy me the Huadan first, and I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Don't worry, such a smart hell nine-tailed cat like you. How could I deceive you?" Lin Mo said seriously. "If that's true, I'm off." With that, Lin Zi vanished in a flash. Lin Mo chuckled to himself, delighted. I didn't expect the pet of the female demon to be so useful. Now I don't have to take the risk of following Suyu myself. Even if Lin Zi was discovered by Suyu, she probably wouldn't be in any danger. Therefore, Lin Mo didn't need to worry about Lin Zi's safety at all. Soon after, Lin Mo went out to the Huadan Hall market. He spent 3,000 spirit stones and bought 3 Huadan. Now he just needed to wait for good news from Lin Zi. On the way back, Lin Mo felt as if several people were secretly watching him. Were they from the Saintess's side or from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall? Just as Lin Mo was puzzled, those people stopped pretending and surrounded him directly. "You are Lin Mo, right? Our master wants to invite you for a chat. Please come with us." The speaker was a disciple named Ma Kun, who was at the Golden Core stage. People from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, based on their clothing and appearance, Lin Mo recognized their identities. Several fellow Taoists, "I have no acquaintance with your Dragon and Phoenix Hall master, and I am just a mere servant. What qualifications do I have to be a guest to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall master? I'm afraid I cannot go with you today," Lin Mo said, his tone firm. "Don't joke. If I go with you to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, will I even make out alive?" Chapter 91. When did the servant department have a golden core mid-stage cultivator? That is not up to you. Today, you must go, whether you want to or not. Ma Kun waved his hand, and several disciples from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall rushed forward, grabbing Lin Mo and heading toward the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Lin Mo immediately mobilized the spiritual energy within him, preparing to resist. But then he suddenly realized a very important problem. If I fight them in front of everyone, wouldn't he that confirm that I have the strength to kill Kai Jun and Yun Xia? The biggest reason he had for shaking off suspicion back then was that his cultivation was too weak to have killed Kai Jun and Yun Xia. If he actually fought, Lin Mo could ensure he could leave today. But this would undoubtedly expose his true cultivation, rendering his previous efforts to clear his name pointless. However, if he returned to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall with Ma Kun and the others, Lin Mo could almost guarantee he would not leave the Dragon and Phoenix Hall safely. Moreover, the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall was at least a nascent soul-old monster. A nascent soul-old monster could see through his breath-concealing techniques and penetrate his true cultivation. For a moment, Lin Mo was in a dilemma. Fighting was not an option, and not fighting was also not an option. Lin Mo quickly thought of a plan. That was to use his financial power. Lin Mo believed that with his current financial resources, he could definitely outspend Ma Kun and the others. But he also recalled what happened with Yun Fei last time. If he exposed his financial power, there was no guarantee that Ma Kun and the others wouldn't turn against him. If that happened, not only would he lose spirit stones, but the problem would remain unresolved, which would be a loss of both resources and troops. No, even if it exposed my strength, I absolutely cannot go back to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall with them. In the next moment, Lin Mo made a decision in his heart. The Dragon and Phoenix Hall was like a den of tigers and dragons for him. Once he entered, it would be difficult to come out alive. Right now, even if he exposed his strength in front of Ma Kun and the others, at least he still had some room to maneuver. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Mo shook his body and the terrifying aura of the mid-golden core stage erupted. The few disciples from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall who were holding him were immediately blown away, feeling the stronger aura emanating from Lin Mo. Ma Kuan was not frightened at all. Instead, he was extremely excited. Mid-golden core. So it was you who killed junior sisters Kai Jun and Yun Xia. The commotion here also caught the attention of some other disciples from nearby halls. When did the servant department have a mid-golden core? No way. I'm worse than a servant? I might as well just die. What the hell? How did this old servant do it? Many disciples looked shocked, pointing and whispering. They were clearly astonished by Lin Mo's mid-golden core cultivation. If it were a personal disciple from a certain hall or a more senior inner disciple, that would be understandable. Everyone would be used to it by now. But a mid-golden core servant disciple? That felt like the sun rising from the west. Whether I go or stay is not for you to decide. Lin Mo burst forth with a terrifying vast spiritual power, causing Ma Kuan and the others to retreat repeatedly. Taking advantage of their moment of shock, Lin Mo moved, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Can the monk run away? But can the temple run away? Ma Kuan chose not to chase after Lin Mo, but to return and report the situation to their master. A mid-golden core Lin Mo was not something they could deal with. As long as their master made a move, what can a mid-golden core do? Lin Mo would also find it impossible to escape. Meanwhile, on the other side, after shaking off Ma Kuan and the others, Lin Mo did not directly return to the small wooden house in Ziqian Palace. The last time the captain of the law enforcement hall dared to bring people to capture him in front of Lu Zian, Lin Mo had every reason to believe that the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall would not be any less bold, as long as he returned to the small wooden house on the right side of the Ziqian Palace gate. The master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall could come to arrest him. Moreover, both Lu Zian and Elder Hongyue had made it clear that they would not help him resolve any problems. Therefore, he could not rely on Lu Zian or Elder Hongyue. Lin Mo could hide with Shangwan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, but the problem was that once the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall came looking for him, with the strength and status of Shangwan Wuqing and Dugu Liuli, they obviously wouldn't be able to stop the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. In summary, the only person he could rely on now was none other than Li Xinran. In terms of sex status, Li Xinran might not be as good as the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, but at least she was also a nascent soul old monster. Moreover, she was a member of the law enforcement hall, so perhaps she could help him seek justice. The only uncertainty was whether she would help him or not. But right now, he had no better choice, so he could only go find Li Xinran and try his luck. Following the address Li Xinran had left him last time at the Yuqing pool, Lin Mo made his way to one of the sub-peaks of the law enforcement peak. This area is the residential district of the older disciples of the law enforcement hall. Looking for me? Just as Lin Mo was about to knock on the door of Li Xinran's residence, her voice unexpectedly came from behind him. Lin Mo turned around abruptly and realized that Li Xinran had appeared behind him without him noticing. Lin Mo was taken aback and said in astonishment, "Senior Li Xinran, I know why you are here. Let's talk inside." In the pavilion of the courtyard, Li Xinran sharply stated, "You came to find me to seek refuge, right?" Lin Mo nodded and replied, "Since you already know, I suppose I don't need to explain the details." "Yes, I know everything. Regarding the matter with Kai Jun and Yun Xia that you were involved in not long ago, I am well aware of the whole situation," Li Xinran said, clearly understanding what had just happened between Lin Mo and the disciples of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. "I knew from the start that the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall wouldn't let this matter go easily. I can help you deal with him, but you need to give me a reason to help you," Li Xinran said seriously. Lin Mo fell silent for a moment. He wasn't a disciple of the law enforcement hall and didn't have any special relationship with Li Xinran. From any perspective, she really had no reason or necessity to help him. "Because I am valuable to you, Senior Li Xinran." After a long pause, Lin Mo looked up again. "Oh." Li Xinran raised her delicate eyebrows with interest and asked, "What value?" "The value is that I can help you improve your cultivation faster." "I wonder if that would be enough?" Lin Mo said. Chapter 92. Li Xinran enjoys being treated with violence enough, Li Xinran said, her lips curling into a charming smile. Far from the reliable senior sister and elder image Lin Mo had of her, This was not hard for Lin Mo to understand. In a demonic sect like the Initial Holy Sect, especially someone like Li Shinran who had achieved the nascent soul stage, things were never as simple as they appeared. But how will you prove to me that you can help me improve my cultivation faster? Li Shinran scrutinized Lin Mo and pressed on. Co-cultivation, Lin Mo said lightly. Li Shinran was not surprised by this response. She simply said, in the sect, it is not uncommon for disciples to practice co-cultivation. But the cultivation method I practice is not a co-cultivation method. Therefore, co-cultivation will not provide any enhancement to my cultivation. Senior Li Shinran. It's hard for me to explain clearly, but I can guarantee with my life that even if the method you practice is not co-cultivation, it will still have an effect. If you don't believe me, you could try it first. Lin Mo said confidently. After all, you are just after my body, right? Li Shinran said with a playful glint in her eyes. But to be fair, I'm also slightly interested in your body. Let's give it a try first and see if co-cultivation really helps me improve my cultivation faster, as you say. If she weren't interested in Lin Mo, given her status, she wouldn't have so much interaction with someone like him, a mere servant disciple. This was a very realistic issue. Disciples of immortal sects seldom interacted with servant disciples, let alone in a demonic sect where there is almost no such thing as kindness or noble qualities. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. So, Li Shinran eagerly took him to a spacious room in the residence. Hurry, let's start cultivating. Li Shinran grabbed Lin Mo by the collar and pulled him onto the bed, eager to begin. Okay. Lin Mo liked this straightforwardness. However, just as he was about to gently untie Li Shinran's clothing, she grabbed his hand and said, "No need to be so gentle. You can use whatever method you want. Change it up?" Lin Mo was taken aback. Then he followed his guess and reached out. Rip! Li Shinran's clothes shattered under the pressure of his energy, scattering like leaves. Her graceful figure and delicate curves were stunning. Very beautiful, Lin Mo praised sincerely. Just like that. Li Shinran's cheeks flushed slightly, her bright eyes shining with excitement. I like the feeling of being in control. Let me feel your more masculine side. Is that okay? What? Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock. He had not realized that the usually reliable senior sister Li Shinran also had a more feminine side. Lin Mo himself had not thought of this. But since Li Shinran wanted to play the obedient little woman, he naturally had to oblige. It must be said that this cultivation session was not just about cultivation, but also about tempering the heart. Several times, Lin Mo thought he had been intense enough. But in Li Shinran's eyes, it was still too gentle. He had to make the cultivation even more intense. Using all sorts of terms and names he found unbearable. On the contrary, Li Shinran's cultivation became smoother, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a pink glow. This made Lin Mo feel even more fond of her. After several hours of cultivation, Li Shinran looked intoxicated, as if still wanting more. For Lin Mo, this session with Li Shinran was a wonderful experience unlike any other. Slightly novel. As the saying goes, one who is close to vermilion becomes red. One who is close to ink becomes black. Lin Mo had a premonition that if he continued to co-cultivate with Li Shinran, he would eventually be led astray. However, Li Shinran indeed lived up to her reputation as a nascent soul master. After this battle, Lin Mo absorbed a significant amount of Li Shinran's yin energy, leading to a noticeable improvement in his cultivation. At the same time, under the nourishment of Lin Mo's pure yang energy, Li Shinran's realm also showed significant loosening. She could feel that, compared to before co-cultivation, the luster above the nascent soul in her dantian was much brighter, resulting in a clear increase in her power. How is it? Senior Li Shinran, I didn't deceive you, did I? Seeing Li Shinran's surprised and delighted expression, Lin Mo smiled faintly. There is indeed a very significant effect. Li Shinran smiled lightly, then sat on Lin Mo's lap. Wrapping her slender, snow-white arms around his neck, she felt the pure yang energy continuously entering her body. Li Shinran said excitedly, "Your yang energy is very special. It greatly benefits female cultivators. This is the main factor that allows my cultivation to improve significantly. It seems that you have a tremendous secret hidden within your body. But you need not worry. I won't imprison you or keep you for myself. However, whenever I need your help to improve my cultivation in the future, you must come." Li Xinran likely knew some of the relationship between Lin Mo and Shangwan Wuqing. If Lin Mo were to go missing, Shangwan Wuqing would probably search the entire sect for him. She had no need to bring unnecessary trouble upon herself. Happy to serve you, Senior. Lin Mo smiled faintly and asked, Senior, do you wish to continue now? Well, we can't continue now. Although her body still craved Lin Mo's pure yang energy, Li Xinran had already sensed that the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall was on his way. Reluctantly, Li Xinran had to get off Lin Mo, and she took a new set of clothes from the wardrobe to put on. Lin Mo also quickly got dressed, realizing what was happening. Then the two returned to the pavilion in the courtyard of the residence. Soon, an aged figure with an ethereal aura descended from the sky. He had his hands clasped behind his back, with white hair and a pale beard extending to his abdomen. He exuded an aura of authority, stability, and danger. This person was none other than the master of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, Shuexian Daoren. Junior Li Xinran, greetings to Master Shuexian. Li Xinran stood up and bowed. Lin Mo also stood up and cupped his fist in greeting. The Blood Xian Daoist stroked his beard and said with a kind smile, You've taken in a good disciple, Mei Yu. It's been decades since we last met, and you've already attained the Yuanying stage. I truly envy you. Li Xinran smiled in response and asked, Master Blood Xian, you flatter me. I only received a fortunate opportunity during my travels and was lucky enough to attain the Yuanying stage. I wonder what brings you to my humble abode today. Blood Xian Daoist's gaze shifted slightly to Lin Mo, who was standing beside Li Xinran. An extremely strong sense of danger surged in his heart. In an instant, Lin Mo's hair stood on end. Chapter 93. There are differences even among Yuanying. This is dimensionality reduction. Xinran, don't pretend to be confused with me. Blood Xian Daoist said coldly, his tone leaving no room for rebuttal. I have come today specifically for that miscellaneous disciple beside you. Kai Zhen and Yunxia are both outstanding disciples of mine. Their untimely deaths truly sadden and grieve me. As their master, I must bring to justice the murderer who harmed them, to comfort their spirits in heaven. Li Xinran replied, Master Blood Xian, although I haven't participated in the affairs of the law enforcement hall for many years, I have heard about the matter concerning the two fairies, Kai Zhen and Yunxia. If I remember correctly, Junior Brother Tai Shou from the Xuanwu Division has already provided you with an explanation. If you feel that there are discrepancies in Junior Brother Tai Shou's investigation and interrogation results, you may send someone to present new evidence. I will certainly seek justice for the two fairies. Upon hearing this, Blood Xian Daoist narrowed his eyes dangerously, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Xinran, I just gave you some face because you're younger. Are you really going to oppose me for the sake of a mere miscellaneous disciple? Blood Xian Daoist's words were serious. Li Xinran remained steadfast, saying, I am merely discussing the matter at hand. Even if you report this to my master, I will still hold this stance. Although Lin Mo is a miscellaneous disciple, he has some connections with me. I understand your feelings over losing two beloved disciples. But if you cannot provide new, strong evidence proving that Lin Mo killed Kai Zhen and Yunxia, I hope you can understand. Before this, Li Xinran had been unwilling to offend Blood Xian Daoist for Lin Mo's sake. However, the situation was different now. Lin Mo's special yang energy could indeed help her accelerate her cultivation. Therefore, Li Xinran had to protect Lin Mo at all costs. Looks like you really want to protect him today? Blood Xian Daoist threatened. Li Xinran smiled slightly and said, Master, the law enforcement hall has always emphasized evidence. You might say that there is no need for evidence for a miscellaneous disciple. But Lin Mo holds an identity token personally issued by the Elder's Court. So from a practical perspective, he can fully be considered one of the many inner disciples. Very good. Blood Xian Daoist's face revealed a harmless yet eerily unsettling smile. Xinran, you are a principled person, and I appreciate that. But if you think that just because you've attained Yuanying, you can contend with me, then you are too naive. Today, I will take this miscellaneous disciple away. Let's see how you stop me. As soon as Blood Xian Daoist finished speaking, Lin Mo's body tensed up. He quickly gathered all the spiritual energy within him, concentrating it in his fists. Master Blood Xian, Li Xinran shouted, this is the territory of the law enforcement hall. If you make a move today, you might take Lin Mo away from me. But I can also assure you that your disciples from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall better not cause any trouble in the sect in the future. Or else the self-cultivation tower will be their final destination. With you, do you think you can threaten me? Blood Daoist said. I was polite to you earlier, but since you refuse my goodwill, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Blood Daoist truly was not intimidated by Li Shinran's words. People fight for their pride, especially in front of Junior. Thus, Blood Daoist could not be shaken by Li Shinran's arguments. Immediately, Blood Daoist's weathered hand reached out, grasping towards Lin Mo in midair. Crack! Crack! The space collapsed. Lin Mo, in terror, realized that under the compression of the spatial prison, he could not exert any spiritual power. At that moment, he truly experienced how desperate that Song Ying of the Yin-Yang sect must have felt under Li Shinran's hands back then. This was dimensionality reduction. Yuanying and Jindan were truly not on the same level. Li Shinran waved her jade hand, and the vast spiritual energy surged like an ocean, causing the spatial prison that had enveloped Lin Mo to rapidly collapse. Then, without warning, Li Shinran suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura quickly became weak. Lin Mo was startled, but soon understood. It seemed Li Shinran had been injured by the backlash from the spatial prison while trying to save him. Hey, Xinran. Even among Yuanying, there are differences. If you want to contend with me, you should practice for a few hundred more years. After saying this, Blood Daoist reached out again, intending to take Lin Mo away. Crack! At that moment, a spatial crack was torn open in front of Lin Mo and Li Shinran. A graceful and dignified woman in palace attire stepped out. The head of the law enforcement hall, Su Meiyu. Blood Xian, that's enough. Su Meiyu frowned slightly, displeased, and said, if you want to take someone from the law enforcement peak, I can turn a blind eye, but you cannot harm my beloved disciple. Master. Li Shinran suppressed the turmoil in her chest and spoke respectfully. Greetings, Hall Master Su. Lin Mo quickly bowed. Su Meiyu waved her hand, signaling them to step aside for now. Li Shinran and Lin Mo were overjoyed and quickly ignored Blood Daoist's dark gaze, retreating to the side. Facing Su Meiyu, Blood Daoist no longer acted as domineering as before. He merely said, unhappily, you heard what happened earlier. I was discussing things with your beloved disciple, but she kept obstructing me. She recklessly disrupted my spatial power and got injured. I can't be blamed for that. Su Meiyu replied assertively, I don't care about that. You injured Shinran is an undeniable fact. Given our years of camaraderie, Blood Xian, I will offer a solution today. Your disciple is like flesh from your heart, and my beloved disciple is the same. Although there is still no clear conclusion on who killed your two disciples, I can tentatively accept that they were killed by Lin Mo. Today, Shinran was injured while trying to protect Lin Mo, so we can use her injury to offset the deaths of your two disciples. Is that acceptable? Blood Daoist was certainly not satisfied. However, he could not completely tear his face with Su Meiyu. After all, she was the head of the law enforcement hall. If he truly fell out with her, she had plenty of means to deal with his Dragon and Phoenix Hall disciples. After pondering for a moment, Blood Daoist finally spoke. Fine, Meiyu. Shinran is after all at the Yuanying stage, and her injury offsets the lives of my two disciples. I accept that. Well then, let's let this matter rest. Don't bring it up again in the future. Blood Daoist said no more. He merely shot a cold glare at Lin Mo, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Su Meiyu turned to ask, Shinran, how is your injury? Thank you for your concern, Master. I'm fine. Just need some time to recover. Li Shinran forced a smile and said, well, that's good. Su Meiyu glanced at Lin Mo and said, I've sent Blood Xian away. As for your matters, I won't interfere. You two can resolve it yourselves. Chapter 94. Heartless. I want to form a partnership with someone else. What will you do? Su Meiyu has returned. Looking at Li Shinran's slightly pale and weak face, Lin Mo said with guilt, I've caused you trouble, Senior Li Shinran. This favor is something I owe you today. Perhaps with my current cultivation, I cannot repay this favor, but there will be opportunities in the future. Li Shinran shook her head and said, what favor are you talking about? Wasn't this what we agreed upon before? I helped you deal with the leader of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, and you helped me improve my cultivation. It was an agreement, but I still feel bad that you got injured because of it. Lin Mo smiled gently and said, all right, no need to be so formal. This is already the best outcome. If the leader of the Blood Xian Hall, or anyone from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall dares to trouble you again in the future, just tell me, and I will make sure their disciples suffer the consequences. Li Xinran's expression changed slightly. Okay, just now. Although Su Meiyu said that she had come to an understanding with the Blood Xian Daoist, neither Lin Mo nor Li Xinran dared to guarantee that the Blood Xian Daoist had truly let the matter go. When he left, he was clearly still quite unconvinced. He just did not dare to cause any trouble today out of respect for Su Meiyu. Come and help me recover. Your yang energy should be very beneficial for my injuries. All right, senior. In the following days, Lin Mo accompanied Li Xinran in joint cultivation and healing. Li Xinran's injuries were not serious. She was just affected by the backlash at that time, causing her internal qi and blood to be in turmoil and her meridians to be slightly disordered. Under the nourishment of Lin Mo's pure yang energy, she recovered quite quickly in just a few days. After several days of joint cultivation, both Lin Mo and Li Xinran had made significant progress in their cultivation. Senior, shall we continue? After several consecutive days of joint cultivation, Lin Mo still felt energetic. Let's stop here for now. I've almost recovered, Li Xinran said. Although she wanted to continue, the power she had gained in these few days made her feel somewhat unstable. She needed to properly operate her cultivation technique to consolidate the power she had gained. Being too impatient might lead to adverse effects. Then, senior, you should rest for a while. I won't disturb you. Go ahead. After getting dressed, Lin Mo left Li Xinran's residence. Lin Mo, finally found you. Just after leaving the law enforcement peak and returning to the entrance of the Chuxing sect, Shangguan Wuqing came looking for him. Captain Wuqing, long time no see. How have you been lately? Lin Mo smiled casually. I'm doing well, but what about you? Shangguan Wuqing said. I heard that a few days ago, you had a conflict with the people from the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, and then you disappeared. I thought something had happened to you. What happened that day? It wasn't a big deal, Lin Mo replied succinctly. That day, I went to seek refuge with Senior Li Xinran, and then the leader of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall came looking for me. Later, your master also came, and the matter has temporarily come to a close. The leader of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall personally got involved, and you say it wasn't a big deal? Shangguan Wuqing was astonished. Lin Mo smiled lightly. Well, it's all right now. At least there's no problem anymore. As long as there's no problem, that's good. I was scared to death these past few days. Shangguan Wuqing sighed in relief, finally putting her worried heart at ease. Haha, sorry to have scared you, Captain Wuqing. Then you have to compensate me. Shangguan Wuqing said, I've recently hit a bottleneck in my cultivation. Could you accompany me in my cultivation? Sure. Lin Mo thought for a moment and agreed. If it weren't for his pure yang sacred body, he would have been drained long ago. But if he didn't have the pure yang sacred body, he wouldn't have such good fortune either. So, Lin Mo accompanied Shangguan Wuqing back to her residence. Compared to Li Xinran, Shangguan Wuqing was quite lacking. She couldn't handle it after just 3 days. However, her aura faintly showed signs of breaking through to the late golden core stage. In contrast, Lin Mo's cultivation had not improved much. With his current cultivation, joint cultivation with Shangguan Wuqing was more about satisfying physiological needs. Dear, your yang energy is amazing. Shangguan Wuqing nestled in Lin Mo's arms, happily saying, if I were to cultivate normally, it would take me at least 10 or 8 years to break through to the late golden core stage. After a few sessions with you, I'm almost there. Shangguan Wuqing estimated that as long as she secluded herself for a while, she would successfully break through to the late golden core stage. Then congratulations, Captain Wuqing. Lin Mo smiled as he held Shangguan Wuqing's slender waist. Captain Wuqing? Shangguan Wuqing suddenly pouted, seemingly dissatisfied with this title. Cough. Congratulations, little Ching-Ching. Lin Mo quickly changed his words. That's more like it. Shangguan Wuqing looked up and gazed at Lin Mo's profile. After a long moment of contemplation, she took a deep breath and said seriously, Dear, I want to ask you something. Go ahead. If one day I have to marry someone else, what would you do? Lin Mo was suddenly taken aback. He lowered his gaze slightly and saw that Shangguan Wuqing's expression was serious, completely unlike someone joking. For a moment, Lin Mo fell silent. You wouldn't stop me, right? Seeing Lin Mo's silence, a hint of disappointment flashed in Shangguan Wuqing's eyes. No, Lin Mo held Shangwan Wuqing's face and said firmly, "You are mine. No one can take you away. That's more like it." Shangwan Wuqing finally smiled satisfactorily. Then she explained why she asked this question. It turned out that not long ago, her father sent her a letter saying that she should find time to return to the family because they had arranged a marriage for her. If nothing unexpected happened, Shangwan Wuqing would soon be marrying someone else. "So if you don't want to marry someone else, come back with me." "All right, when?" Lin Mo asked. After spending this time together, Lin Mo could feel that Shangwan Wuqing truly liked him. He certainly couldn't let her down. If it weren't for Shangwan Wuqing, he would have struggled in the Chusheng sect these past 2 years. "About half a year from now." "No problem. Just call me when the time comes." Lin Mo nodded. Shangwan Wuqing smiled happily and then asked, "Dear, if I cancel this marriage, would you be willing to become my partner?" Chapter 95. In this life, I only wait for you. You wear, save your mother. Lin Mo thought for a moment and did not directly answer Shangwan Wuqing's question. Instead, he asked in return, "You don't mind? Are you talking about Sister Liuli?" Shangwan Wuqing shook her head and smiled. "If I minded, I wouldn't be asking you." "All right, as long as you are willing to wait for me, I will definitely become your partner in the future." Lin Mo also smiled slightly and vowed, "Rest assured, in this life, I only wait for you." The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes, and the atmosphere in the room gradually warmed. After a moment, Lin Mo slightly leaned down and captured Shangwan Wuqing's alluring red lips. This time, Lin Mo's movements were gentle, like a lover's caress. Shangwan Wuqing was not heartless. At least at this moment, she was moved. She responded to Lin Mo's movements, lost in his tenderness, allowing him to claim her sweetness. As the kiss grew passionate, Shangwan Wuqing lay back, and another intense battle ensued. Shangwan Wuqing soared to the heights of happiness, feeling a profound sense of bliss enveloping her. She could no longer do without Lin Mo. This kind of pleasure and satisfaction, which belonged to a woman, could perhaps only be given to her by Lin Mo. The two rested together for a long time, whispering heartfelt words to each other. It wasn't until the next morning that Lin Mo finally bid farewell to Shangwan Wuqing and returned to his small wooden house in the Zetian Palace. However, before returning, Lin Mo still followed his usual routine and went to the Yuling pool first. "How long has it been since the Zetian Palace was cleaned? Why hasn't anyone come to clean it?" Just back at the cabin, the cold voice of the female demon Lord rang in Lin Mo's ears. Lin Mo thought for a moment. It had indeed been a long time since he last cleaned the Purple Sky Palace. As expected, the courtyard of the Purple Sky Palace was already piled high with fallen leaves. The bonsai and other plants also needed trimming. Therefore, Lin Mo resumed his old job, and with his powerful cultivation, Lin Mo's cleaning was more efficient and straightforward. In just half a day, the front yard, back garden, and artificial lake of the Purple Sky Palace had been cleaned up nicely, looking much more pleasant. Next was Lu Xian's sleeping quarters. In less than 2 hours, except for a corner that Lin Mo deliberately left untouched, the rest was spotless. Just as Lin Mo was tidying up his tools and preparing to leave, Lu Xian's voice came from behind him. "Is it clean?" "Yes, it's clean." "Are you sure?" Lu Xian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Not sure." Lin Mo scratched his head and forced a smile, saying, "Master, this was just to get you to come out." You're quite clever." Lu Xian crossed her arms and asked, "What do you want me to come out for?" "It's about the second style of the soul-devouring blade technique. I've completely comprehended it. Is there anything else after this?" Lin Mo rubbed his palms together, full of anticipation. Lu Xian casually tossed him a book and said, "This is the final style." "Thank you, Master. I knew you were the best." Lin Mo excitedly put away the book, elated. Lu Xian couldn't help but roll her eyes. But for some reason, she found it quite pleasing. "I ask you, about Su Yu, are you really sure she is a ghost of the sect?" Lu Xian asked next. Lin Mo thought for a moment and gave a more conservative answer. "Based on my confrontations with her during this time, it's highly likely. But if you want me to confirm whether she is a ghost, I can't make that conclusion. Until there's concrete evidence, I can't speak too confidently. One must always leave a way out." Lu Xian pondered for a moment and then asked, "What is her purpose?" "It should be for the Yin-Yang demon art." It's not surprising. Upon hearing the mention of the Yin-Yang demon art, Lu Xian suddenly understood. The temptation of the Yin-Yang demon art was immense. She knew that the Yin-Yang sect had been trying to obtain its cultivation method for years. Unfortunately, the cultivation method of the Yin-Yang demon art had fallen into her hands. Master, what if I obtain conclusive evidence that the saintess is a ghost? Lin Mo tentatively asked. Hand the evidence to me, and I will personally judge her. Lu Zian's tone was indifferent, revealing no emotion. However, a complex expression flashed in her eyes. This complex expression was fleeting, but was still caught by Lin Mo. It seemed that the female demon lord's heart was not as cold and unfeeling as her words suggested. After all, Suyu was her first disciple in hundreds of years. Moreover, she was a quasi-ninth grade spiritual vein, a top genius who had entered the golden core stage at just 20 years old. She might even have the potential to replace Lu Zian in the future and become the next leader of the Initial Sacred Sect. Such an outstanding disciple. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Zian probably wouldn't want to kill her. After finishing cleaning the deliberately left corner, Lin Mo exited the Purple Sky Palace and returned to the cabin. The final style of the soul-devouring blade technique, Unity, was laid out in the book Lu Zian had given him. Lin Mo quickly flipped through it and gained a preliminary understanding of this so-called final style. In simple terms, the essence of Unity is the combination of soul hooking and soul cutting. The soul hooking strike has the special power to hook the soul and directly cut through the primordial spirit, while the soul cutting strike is a wide-range destructive technique. The combination of soul hooking and soul cutting represents that Unity completely compensates for the shortcomings of soul hooking's small attack range, leading to a higher hit rate. Wow, this is pretty impressive. When Lin Mo fully understood the essence of Unity, he was shocked and widened his eyes. Soul hooking and soul cutting might not seem impressive on their own, but when combined into one strike, it was quite terrifying. He then eagerly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state to begin comprehending and practicing the final style of the soul-devouring blade technique. Unity. In the Purple Cloud Palace, you save your mother. You your father and mother, along with the lives of hundreds of people from the Su family, are all in your hands. Suyu, you should know, if you can't obtain the Yin-Yang demon art, they will all die. Please despair. And a voice like that of a demon echoed in Suyu's ears, lingering around her. These voices jolted Suyu out of her meditative state. She gasped for breath, cold sweat already soaking her forehead and back. She held her head in her hands, her beautiful eyes filled with panic and fear. Tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. No. Woo-woo. Chapter 96. I become the Taoist master. General Saintess. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The final style of the soul-devouring blade technique was more difficult for Lin Mo to comprehend than he had imagined. The final style Unity sounded simple as the combination of soul hooking and soul cutting, but the actual comprehension and practice were not that easy. To merge the special destructive power of soul hooking into soul cutting while also expanding the attack range of soul cutting was no small feat. Following the method described for Unity, Lin Mo swung out over 10,000 strikes, yet he couldn't produce a single strike that truly conformed to Unity. So close. After swinging out another 1,000 strikes, Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. The last strike he executed was just short of 1% from being perfect. The special destructive power of soul hooking almost covered that strike's blade light for dozens of miles. However, it was precisely this last 1% that Lin Mo struggled with for another 7 days and nights. Even in a meditative state, Lin Mo felt a bit of soreness in his hands. Boom! Another strike was launched. A violent explosion of energy resounded from within the meditation space. At a certain moment, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, which had been closed for nearly a month. I did it! I have become the Taoist master. Feeling the memories and experiences of cultivation flooding back into his mind, Lin Mo laughed out loud with excitement. After nearly a month of hard training, he had finally thoroughly understood what true unity was. Now, I should be able to strike at will with the soul-devouring blade technique and see if it possesses the ability to hook souls. Meow. Just as Lin Mo was reveling in his success at mastering unity, Lin Zi, who had been gone for over a month, returned. Quick, give me the Wanhua Dan. Lin Zi jumped onto the tea table and commanded. Did you succeed in your task? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. This was indeed a double blessing. Regardless of whether you succeeded or not, I've been keeping an eye on the Saintess for so long. Shouldn't you reward me with a Wanhua Dan? Lin Zi argued confidently, leaving Lin Mo speechless. He immediately took out a Wanhua Dan he had bought earlier and tossed it over. Lin Zi lightly jumped and swallowed the Wanhua Dan midair. All right, now tell me if you found anything after watching for so long. Of course I did. After consuming the Wanhua Dan, Lin Zi said contentedly when I returned. The Saintess left her purple cloud palace. As I expected, she must be going to engage in some shady business. Are you sure? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. He felt that Lin Zi's information seemed a bit unreliable. Do you think you're underestimating me? I have been observing her for so many days. Don't I know what she wants to do this time? Lin Xiong said confidently. All right, I'll trust you once. Which direction did the Saintess go? In any case, Lin Mo planned to go out and try his luck. What if? I don't know where that place is, but the direction she went is a dense forest. Lin Zi said. I see. After Lin Zi's description, Lin Mo already had an idea. If nothing unexpected happens, it's highly likely that it's the same place where he accidentally encountered Suyu last time. Leaving behind dozens of spirit stones as a reserve, Lin Mo hurriedly left. The dark clouds covered the moonlight, making the night of the Initial Sacred Sect exceptionally dark. With the breath-hiding technique fully activated, Lin Mo concealed his aura completely. He walked in the darkness, heading straight for the woods near Shangguan Wuqing's residence. Before long, Lin Mo indeed spotted Suyu's figure. She was walking casually on the Bluestone Road, seemingly taking a purposeless stroll. Through the dim light of the street lamps, Lin Mo could clearly see that Suyu appeared a bit distracted. He followed behind her for a long time, and after making a large detour, Suyu finally arrived at a relatively secluded forest path. After looking around to confirm no one had noticed her, Suyu suddenly disappeared into the night. Lin Mo furrowed his brow in the dark and hurriedly followed. Without moonlight, the night was already dark. Once he entered the woods, it was even more difficult to see anything, apart from the rustling sounds of the environment. All he could hear was the soft crunch of Suyu stepping on the leaves. With this faint sound, Lin Mo accurately pinpointed Suyu's exact location. After going deeper into the woods, Suyu's footsteps suddenly vanished. Hidden among the trees, Lin Mo also came to a stop. He held his breath, even clearly hearing his own pounding heartbeat. 1 hour, 2 hours, Suyu's footsteps never sounded again, and Lin Mo didn't dare to act rashly. They remained in a stalemate until deep into the night. Suddenly, a very faint footstep sound broke the silence of the woods. Lin Mo perked up, his heart racing, not daring to make a sound. The sound of footsteps. This time, it seemed that Suyu only took a few steps before stopping again. A few minutes later, the sound of wings flapping broke the stillness of the woods, fluttering out from the trees. Here it comes. Lin Mo seized the moment, transforming into a bolt of lightning, swiftly grabbing the pigeon that flew out of the woods. There was a piece of paper tied to the pigeon's leg, and Lin Mo took it off before releasing the pigeon. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo returned to the woods, extending his palm. A strand of fiery red spirit power illuminating the space within several meters. Little man, you, not far ahead. The Saintess Suyu looked astonished and stared at Lin Mo in surprise. Good evening, Saintess. Lin Mo smiled and quickly unfolded the note, reading its contents. The content was roughly what Lin Mo expected. To summarize, Suyu briefly described the predicament she was currently facing and then requested a solution from the other side. Lin, old man, when did you arrive? Suyu appeared visibly flustered. Lin Mo smiled and said, I've been following you since you left. And since you've used so many tricks against me, it's time for me to use one against you. However, this move of mine is a general. What do you mean? I don't understand. Suyu was still pretending to be confused. Don't understand? Then let me make you understand. Lin Mo recounted one by one the tricks Suyu had used against him. If I remember correctly, when the captain of the Lioli team from the White Tiger Division first came to capture me, it was you who obstructed her, right? The second time she came for me was also because of you. The second time, you let the people from the Yin-Yang sect launch a large-scale attack on the Initial Sacred Sect's No. 9 mine to divert their attention. The person who attempted to assassinate me that night was you. right? Although I don't know how you altered your voice. The third time, you had Caijin and Yunxia seduce me and then took the opportunity to attack me. Saintess, I remember all of this. Chapter 97 Saintess. You and T want the sect master to find out you're an undercover agent. Would you? You know everything? Su Yu's face darkened, and there was a visible panic in her eyes. Saintess, do I look like a fool to you? Lin Mo stepped closer to Su Yu and said, you are too indecisive and overly cautious. If you had just acted decisively against me from the start, you and T have ended up in this situation. At first, Lin Mo was only at the Qi refining stage. With Su Yu's full foundation building cultivation at that time, crushing him would have been as simple as squashing an ant. But she was too cautious to act herself. If you want to put it nicely, it's called being cautious. If you want to put it harshly, it's indecisiveness. What do you want? Facing Lin Mo's relentless advance, Su Yu looked terrified and kept retreating. She knew that with her current cultivation, she was no match for Lin Mo. Lin Mo wore a playful smile and said, Saintess, you wouldn't want the sect master to find out you're a traitor, would you? What do you mean? So you didn't understand Lin Mo's words. Could it be that she still had a chance to turn things around? I'm sorry, Lin, old man. I'm sorry. Lin Mo's relentless pursuit completely shattered Su Yu's psychological defenses. She squatted down, holding her head in her hands, sobbing with deep guilt. I really didn't want to do this to you. I had no choice, Wa. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. So you didn't seem like she was acting. In recalling how Su Yu looked when she returned from outside that day, her face full of gloom, it seems Su Yu indeed had her own difficulties. Originally, Su Yu's difficulties had nothing to do with him. But considering that Lu Zian didn't want to lose Su Yu as a disciple, just as Lin Mo hesitated over whether to do her a favor, Su Yu seemed to grasp the last straw for survival. She raised her tearful, frightened face and pleaded, Lin, old man, I'm sorry. Please, help me, okay? How can I help you? Lin Mo frowned. I'm being forced. If I don't do this, my family. Family? Lin Mo seemed to have guessed something. To be honest, I'll listen to your difficulties first and then decide whether to help you. All right, please listen to me. My family was the one who sent me to the Yin-Yang Sect, but shortly after I entered, they wanted me to go to the Initial Sacred Sect as an undercover agent to help them obtain the cultivation methods of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique from my master. They threatened my parents and my whole family's lives. I had no choice. If I didn't come, they would kill my entire family. I really didn't mean to harm you, Lin, old man. You might know my situation. Once I'm exposed, all will be in vain. For the sake of my family, I had to do this. Wah. Su Yu was already crying like a pear blossom in the rain, extremely pitiful. Lin Mo remained silent. It sounded like Su Yu was indeed in a helpless situation, but there were still some loopholes in her words. With Su Yu's nearly 9th grade heaven-defying spirit vein, how could the Yin-Yang sect treat her this way? Did they really think that Su Yu, a top genius, was not worth more than the cultivation method of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique? Lin Mo couldn't understand, so he voiced this question. After hearing this, Su Yu explained, that's because besides me, there is another true 9th grade spirit vein genius in the Yin-Yang sect. I am merely a sacrifice. After hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but gasp, suddenly enlightened. Goodness, why are all these top geniuses rushing to the Yin-Yang sect? Old man Lin, please, don't tell the master. She'll kill me. Su Yu clung to Lin Mo's leg, pleading in utter despair. Right now, not only her life, but even her family's lives were almost entirely in Lin Mo's hands. However, Lin Mo shook his head. Why not? Su Yu was almost on the verge of a breakdown. As long as you help me keep this secret, I'll do anything you ask. Please, Lin Mo said. It's simple, because the sect master is already wary of you. Even if I help you keep the secret, you won't be able to obtain the cultivation method of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique anymore. Dragging this out is pointless. If you want to save your family, you must be honest with the sect master. She will explain your situation to her, and if she is willing to forgive you, perhaps you and your family will still have a chance to live. No, she won't forgive me. Su Yu's face, her eyes, even her tone were filled with fear of Lu Zian. Although she had only been at the Initial Holy Sect for a few years, she had heard about how the sect dealt with undercover agents in the past. Those who had once been undercover in the Initial Holy Sect and were eventually exposed met with no good end. Furthermore, Lu Zian was famously known as a female demon. Therefore, Suyu dared not take the gamble. Calm down and think it over. Lin Mo knew that in Suyu's current state, she wouldn't listen to anything he said. I don't know. Suyu's face was filled with confusion and uncertainty, as if she didn't know where her future was heading. Lin Mo sighed lightly. Now comparing their fates, it seemed that Suyu's was even more tragic than his own. With her quasi-ninth grade, miraculous spiritual vein, she should have been an incredibly dazzling genius. But her parents had chosen the wrong path for her. If only Suyu hadn't gone to the Yin-Yang Sect, she wouldn't have ended up in her current predicament. I once thought the Initial Holy Sect was already incredibly extraordinary, but I didn't expect the Yin-Yang Sect to be even more inhumane. They even take top geniuses who voluntarily join their ranks as sacrifices, even threatening the lives of Suyu's entire family just for a mere cultivation method of the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique. From this, one could see the essence of the situation. The Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique truly lived up to its name as a top evil cultivation method. The Yin-Yang Sect was even willing to sacrifice a quasi-ninth grade genius to obtain its cultivation method. Will the sect master really forgive me? Suyu thought alone for over an hour before finally looking up again. It seemed she had come to an understanding. I want to promise you that the sect master will definitely forgive you, but at least from the 2 times she mentioned you to me, I could tell she doesn't really want to lose such an outstanding disciple like you. Besides, haven't you not caused any losses to the sect yet? As long as you go back and sincerely admit your mistakes to her, explain your difficulties, and vow to be loyal to her and the Initial Holy Sect in the future, I believe there might still be some room for negotiation, Lin Mo said. Suyu was silent for a moment, then hesitantly said, Actually, I've already caused losses to the sect. Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise. What? What losses have you caused? Then, Suyu slowly explained. It turned out that when she reached the peak of her foundation establishment and changed her cultivation method, Lu Zian had given her a cultivation method called the 10,000 Blood Floating Tower Technique. Although this 10,000 Blood Floating Tower Technique was not as high grade as the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique, it could still be considered a top-tier technique. After Suyu cultivated the 10,000 Blood Floating Tower Technique, she copied its cultivation method and handed it over to the Yin-Yang Sect in exchange for her family's safety. Congratulations, Saintess. The probability of the sect master forgiving you has decreased even further, Lin Mo said, both amused and exasperated. What should I do? So you suddenly felt uncertain again. What else can you do? Do you have any other choices? You can only pray that the sect master won't blame you for this. Suyu was momentarily speechless. Earlier, she had thought things through clearly. Her only choice was to be honest with Lu Zian. As long as Lu Zian was willing to forgive her, then she and her family would still have a glimmer of hope. Outside of this path, no matter how Suyu walked, what awaited her was an abyss of no return. In front of massive entities like the Initial Holy Sect and the Yin-Yang Sect, she, a top genius, seemed too insignificant. Perhaps she could grow in the future, but that would take time. Clearly, there wasn't so much time left for her to grow. All right then. Old man Lin, Suyu pleaded in a low voice. Your relationship with the sect master should be pretty good, right? Can you help me plead with her? Suyu knew that the only person who could help her speak now was Lin Mo. Perhaps Lu Zian would want to forgive her because of her exceptional talent in cultivation. But as the sect master, Lu Zian needed a way out. Lin Mo was clearly that way out. Okay, Lin Mo agreed. Really? Thank you, old man Lin. I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. Suyu excitedly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She seemed to see a glimmer of hope. But then, Lin Mo suddenly changed his tone. What? Suyu was slightly taken aback. I can help you plead with the sect master, but Saintess, how do we settle the accounts for the times you try to put me to death? Do you know how much effort I put in just to barely survive your schemes? Lin Mo said, clearly unwilling to let this go. Suyu's fate was indeed very twisted and pitiful. But was Lin Mo himself also pitiful? If he hadn't possessed the pure Yang sacred body, he would have even been able to avoid Suyu's first attack. Therefore, this debt had to be settled. Old man Lin, I'm sorry. Suyu earnestly and sincerely apologized. You tell me, how can I compensate you? Then I'll say it. Okay, Saintess, You should know that the cultivation method I practice is the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique. I also told you last time when you asked me that this is a combined cultivation method. Therefore, Saintess, I want you to assist me in my cultivation. You have schemed against me 3 times, so that will be settled with 3 times of combined cultivation in return. Lin Mo's tone was very firm, leaving no room for argument. So you might curse him in her heart for taking advantage of the situation, but Lin Mo didn't care. After all, this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. In the beginning, wasn't Lu Zian also taken advantage of by him? Chapter 98. Saintess, you still owe me 2 times of dual cultivation. I'll send you to liberation right now. Suyu was stunned on the spot. Lin Mo's request for compensation seemed to be beyond her expectations. But for some reason, she felt no resistance to this request in her heart. But didn't you also say that the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique has drawbacks? Suyu bit her lip lightly, her voice as soft as a fly. Yes, I did say that, Lin Mo replied. The bad news is that the Yin-Yang Evil Demon Technique indeed has drawbacks. It only recognizes the yin or yang energy of the first combined cultivation partner. The good news is that with effort and hard work, I have overcome this drawback. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to propose this request for combined cultivation to you. So you felt a bit wronged and said, "Old man Lin, I can agree to your request for compensation, but if I do that, my purity will be gone. How will I find a partner in the future?" This was a question Suyu had to consider. Lin Mo replied, "Saintess, the problem you should be considering right now is not how to find a partner, but how to survive. The issue of finding a partner is still too distant for you. If it really doesn't work out, I can also reluctantly be your partner. Of course, provided that the sect master is willing to forgive you." Lin Mo's words almost made Suyu laugh in anger. With her cultivation talent, looks, and figure, as long as she spoke up, there would be people lining up from miles away to become her Dao partner. It sounded as if she was the one taking advantage of Lin Mo. However, on the other hand, Lin Mo's conditions were indeed not bad. Perhaps in the past, Lin Mo was just an unnoticed servant disciple by the roadside. Now, he had changed dramatically. Having mastered the Yin-Yang Evil Technique, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Who knew how much he would grow in the future? The key was that, for some unknown reason, Suyu felt a unique charm emanating from Lin Mo that attracted her. If it weren't for the fact that they had previously been in a life-and-death rivalry, Suyu asked herself perhaps she would have unconsciously sought to befriend Lin Mo fine. Suyu also knew that she had no other choice at the moment. If she wanted to survive and protect her family, she could only choose to trust Lin Mo. Her undercover identity had already raised Lu Zian's suspicions. In the foreseeable future, without obtaining the method to cultivate the Yin-Yang Evil Technique, she would absolutely be unable to protect her parents and the hundreds of members of the Su family. The only way out was to ally with Lu Zian and the Initial Sacred Sect. Once Suyu was ready, Lin Mo dispersed the fiery red spiritual energy in his palm, and everything around them fell back into utter darkness. The moment the light vanished, Suyu felt a pair of strong arms embrace her. Unknowingly, the morning sun had already peaked over the eastern horizon, casting the first rays of dawn onto the earth. All things revived, and a new day began. The conflict between Lin Mo and Suyu also announced its conclusion at this moment. "Is it done? Old man Lin," Suyu said, weak and slumped in Lin Mo's arms. Let's stop here for now," Lin Mo replied. For him, this was still far from enough. But there was no choice. The location was too poor. Although this forest was remote, there might still be people coming during the day. Some couples within the sect liked to seek excitement in the woods during broad daylight. Perhaps those people thought it didn't matter if they were caught. On the contrary, those who were spotted might become part of those little couples. But Lin Mo did not want to be seen. Anyway, he wasn't in a hurry. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. The remaining 2 times were enough for him to conquer Suyu. Therefore, there was no need to rush. After putting on their clothes, Lin Mo reminded Saint Lady, "Don't forget, you still owe me 2 sessions of joint cultivation." "I know," Suyu said, her eyes downcast in embarrassment. For some reason, deep inside her, she actually began to look forward to the next joint cultivation. Subsequently, Lin Mo let Suyu head back to Ziyun Palace first. He then went to Zitian Palace to discuss matters with Lu Zian and explain Suyu's situation clearly. This was better than directly bringing Su Yu to Zitian Palace to meet the saint. After parting with Su Yu, Lin Mo did not rush back. He first went to Yuqing Pool before returning to Zitian Palace. Sect Master, Lin Mo gently called out as he stood in the hall of Zitian Palace. I'm on the third floor. Lu Xian's voice soon reached his ears. So, Lin Mo climbed the stairs straight to the third floor. He saw Lu Xian sitting cross-legged on the smooth floor, seemingly in meditation. Sect Master, the Saint Lady has reached a conclusion, he said. Present it. Lu Xian suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and ordered. Lin Mo did not dare to hesitate, and quickly presented the intercepted note to Lu Xian. After quickly reading the content of the note, a cold, murderous intent flashed in Lu Xian's beautiful eyes. The temperature in the entire Zitian Palace dropped dramatically. Su Yu, you have disappointed the hopes I placed in you. Cough, cough. Seeing Lu Xian about to explode, Lin Mo coughed tactically and quickly said, Sect Master, please calm down. I still have something to say. Speak. Lu Xian's tone was icy, clearly disappointed in Su Yu. The Saint Lady originally did join the Yin-Yang Sect, but according to her own account, she went undercover in our sect out of necessity. Lin Mo recounted Su Yu's situation in detail. After explaining Su Yu's situation, Lin Mo cautiously and tentatively said, So, Sect Master, what do you think? Bring Su Yu to me. Yes. Lin Mo hurriedly headed to Ziyun Palace. Although Lu Xian had not expressed her stance just now, Lin Mo felt there should be a chance. About 10 minutes later, Lin Mo returned with Su Yu. Upon seeing Lu Xian, Su Yu immediately knelt on both knees, not daring to look Lu Xian in the eye. Under Lu Xian's oppressive aura, her delicate body trembled. Lu Xian's almost murderous gaze fixed on Su Yu as she coldly said, Su Yu, is what Lin Mo said just now true? Yes, Master. Su Yu's voice trembled slightly as she tearfully said, I'm sorry, Master. I have let down your training, but I truly had no choice. The Master of the Yin-Yang Sect has taken my parents and family hostage. I really had no way out. However, as soon as Su Yu's voice fell, Lu Xian lightly waved her sleeve. A terrifying force immediately sent Su Yu flying, and a spray of blood followed. Then Lu Xian stood up, walking towards Su Yu with a cold demeanor. Do you think that by saying these things to me, I will pity you and forgive you? Immediately after, Lu Xian's jade hand reached out into the air, and Su Yu was instantly pulled into her grasp. Like a chick, Su Yu was held by the neck of her fate. Master, Soda, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. If you think killing me would make you feel better, I'm willing to die. Su Yu tightly grasped Lu Xian's wrist, her tears continuously falling and wetting Lu Xian's jade hand. I'm never soft-hearted towards traitors. I will send you to your release. Sect Master, wait. Lin Montag timely interjected, interrupting Yu Xianspei. He had realized that if Lu Xian truly wanted to kill Su Yu, she wouldn't need to waste this much breath. She was waiting for a way out. Lin Mo, you better have something. Lu Xian glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Lin Mo quickly stepped forward and earnestly advised, Sect Master, before you decide whether to kill the Saint Lady, please allow me to say a few words. As I mentioned earlier, the Saint Lady's undercover mission in our sect was indeed against her will. She was coerced by the Master of the Yin-Yang Sect. If you kill the Saint Lady, the matter will be resolved, but wouldn't you be falling into the trap set by the Master of the Yin-Yang Sect? Moreover, I believe the Saint Lady's voluntary admission of her mistake and her disclosure of the truth show her intention to repent. Besides, the way the Master of the Yin-Yang Sect treated her would make anyone utterly disappointed in that sect. Furthermore, since the Master of the Yin-Yang Sect sent you such an outstanding disciple, wouldn't it be a waste to reject his goodwill? Plus, the Saint Lady is still young and has potential. Why not give her a chance? As Lin Mo spoke, Su Yu looked at Lu Xian with a pleading expression. After pondering for a moment, Lu Xian let out a cold snort and released her grip on Su Yu's neck. Cough, cough. Lu Xian stood with her hand behind her back, looking down at Su Yu, who was sitting on the ground and coughing violently, and tossed a pill in front of her, coldly saying, Su Yu, I will give you one chance. This is a heart-devouring insect pill. Take it. Su Yu did not dare to delay, and quickly picked up the heart-devouring insect pill from the floor and swallowed it in one gulp. This pill would normally hide in her body without any discomfort. If you take any actions detrimental to the initial holy sect again, you will experience the pain of 10,000 insects gnawing at your heart. That kind of death is undoubtedly the most beautiful art in the world. Yes, Master. Suyu repeatedly bowed deeply, tears of gratitude streaming down her face as she said, "Thank you, Master, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, old Lin. Suyu, vow to the heavens that I will absolutely be loyal to you, Master, and to the initial holy sect from now on. If I ever have any thoughts of betrayal, I am willing to be struck by lightning and fall into endless hell, suffering for countless epochs." Chapter 99. Lin Mo. Is there such a good thing? Lu Zian cast a cold glance and questioned. Now tell me, what secrets of the sect have you revealed to the Yin-Yang sect? Reporting to Master, I have not revealed any secrets of the sect. Just what? Lu Zian's voice suddenly deepened. Suyu swallowed nervously and truthfully said, just that I copied the 10,000 blood floating pagoda technique you gave me last time and sent out a copy. Crack, crack. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from Lu Zian. The floor, walls, and ceiling were soon covered with a thick layer of mysterious ice. Lin Mo was also frightened into immobility. According to Suyu, the 10,000 blood floating pagoda technique is a top-tier cultivation method. Its value cannot be measured with spirit stones. Lu Zian's restraint in not immediately killing Suyu was already commendable. I'm sorry, Master. Knowing Lu Zian was furious, Suyu had no choice but to sincerely admit her mistake. I am willing to be a servant for a lifetime to repay this. Lu Zian retracted the killing intent in her eyes and said coldly, You no longer deserve to call me Master, Suyu. You have been expelled from the sect, but I will still retain the title of Saintess for you. Yes. Suyu lowered her head, not daring to voice any objections. At this point, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Suyu had escaped this calamity. He also understood Lu Zian's intention in retaining Suyu's title of Saintess. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Zian's decision was likely to prevent the Yin-Yang sect from discovering that Suyu had been exposed. It seemed the female demon had her own plans. From now on, without my orders, you're not allowed to leave the sect by even a step. As for your family, I will personally confirm whether what you said is true. Lu Zian then turned around, looking down at Suyu from height, and said sternly, Remember, I spare your life not out of mercy, but because you still have value. Whether you can atone for your sins and want me to help you save your family depends on the value you create for me. Yes, I understand, Master. Suyu deeply bowed her head, tears streaming down like a fountain. These were tears of excitement and relief after surviving a disaster. This outcome was already the best result for her. Lu Zian's words might sound a bit harsh, but Suyu was also grateful that she still had value. Otherwise, Lu Zian wouldn't need to keep her alive. Lin Mo, Master, I am here. From now on, you are responsible for watching Suyu. If she makes any unusual moves, you can take her down and hand her over to me for punishment. Lu Zian ordered. Yes, Master, I will obey. Lin Mo immediately agreed, surprised that there was such a good thing. Then, Lu Zian lightly waved her hand, issuing a dismissal order. Lin Mo hurriedly took Suyu and left the Purple Sky Palace. Saintess, why do you still look so worried? Are you unhappy? Stepping out of the Purple Sky Palace, Lin Mo teased. Suyu replied in a low voice. It's not that. It's just that at such a time, it's hard to feel happy. Lu Zian had forgiven her sins, but for Suyu, what happened today marked a turning point in her life. Hee. You don't need to take the Master's words too seriously. Lin Mo chuckled. The Master is often sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Just listen to half of what she says. In human terms, she is Tsundere. Really? Suyu was skeptical. Of course, Lin Mo said confidently. I have accompanied the Master for over 100 years, so I know her character a bit. If you perform well in the future, you might even return her side. Thank you today, old Lin. Suyu finally smiled, seriously saying, Thank you for being willing to help me. If it weren't for you, I might have already died. I'm sorry for how I treated you before. Lu Zian's punishment for her today sounded quite severe, but upon reflection, Lu Zian had indeed shown her mercy. A ray of hopeful dawn shone into Su Yu's previously bleak future, giving her the motivation to move forward again. If you really feel sorry for me, just compensate me more in the future. Lin Mo smiled broadly. You're annoying. Su Yu's cheeks instantly flushed. By now, Lin Mo could basically confirm that Su Yu truly had no schemes. Her previous tactics against him might have been suggested by the Yin-Yang Sect. Upon careful reflection, it wasn't hard to understand. Su Yu had come to the initial holy sect at the age of 12 or 13. At that age, how could she have so much cunning and calculation? If we set aside Su Yu's identity as an undercover agent of the Yin-Yang Sect, she should be considered the most innocent person in the entire initial holy sect. Oh, upon returning to his small wooden house, Lin Mo's pet, Lin Z, immediately bent down and kept huffing at Su Yu. She seemed to treat Su Yu as an enemy. Is this the masteress pet? Su Yu raised her eyebrows and asked. Yes. Lin Mo casually rewarded Lin Z with a Wanhua Dan, gently stroking her head to indicate she didn't need to be nervous. Saintess, do you want to know how I discovered you? Su Yu nodded slightly. She really hadn't figured that out. Before she went out last night, she knew Lin Mo had been staying in his small wooden house recently. But how did he find out she went out? Lin Mo gestured to Lin Z and said, I sent this little one to monitor you, so I learned about your every move. Su Yu was momentarily speechless. So despite her careful precautions, she hadn't accounted for Lu Xian's little pet. Very good, well done, little one. After a moment, Su Yu smiled in relief. Speaking of which, she had to thank Lin Z. Otherwise, under the dual pressure of the Yin-Yang Sect and Lin Mo, her mental and psychological defenses would eventually collapse, leading her to develop a heart demon. If it came to that, this brilliant genius would probably be finished for life. Lin Z blinked her eyes in confusion, seemingly still not clear about what had happened between Lin Mo and Su Yu. By the way, old Lin, the master asked you to watch over me. How are you going to do that? Are you moving to Ziyun Palace to live with me? Chapter 100 New Treasure. Dugul Yoli. Who is it? Who is so? That one to be necessary, Saintess. Lin Mo coughed tactically. After all, I am still the official servant of the Purple Sky Palace, and I have lived in this small house for over 100 years. The environment here cannot be compared to Ziyun Palace. But if I have to move to a new place, I might not adapt well. Considering Lu Xian might be eavesdropping on their conversation, Lin Mo politely declined. All right, Su Yu and T pushed the matter. The Saintess should return first. I plan to go into seclusion for a while. There are only 5 months left until the agreed time with Shangwan Wuqing. Before that, I still want to improve my cultivation. Su Yu's matter has come to a close. He could finally focus on his cultivation without worrying about other matters. I'm off then.